Chapter 1. Begone, you vile fox. You are not welcome here. Why does the third still allow this monster to remain in the village? Damn that fox. This abomination will bring misfortune upon us all. Just being near it is unsettling. It's truly ominous. Why hasn't it perished yet? I clearly requested its execution from the third. The third is far too merciful. Moreover, I heard that the fourth Hokage's troubles stem from it. The third is excessively kind. A creature like this ought to be slain without hesitation. Hiss! In the enveloping darkness, Zhang Ming opened his eyes, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking the pillow, while an eerie chill permeated the air, rendering it surreal. He gasped for breath, attempting to distinguish the haunting images from the waking world. Yet, the distorted figures and the cacophony of curses seemed to linger, blurring the line between dream and reality. What a peculiar nightmare, Zhang Ming pondered. Though he frequently experienced nightmares, this one felt entirely distinct. The vividness and deep-seated malice suffocated him further. Strangely, even after waking, that malevolence appeared to shroud him, leaving him breathless. After a long while, his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to discern the outlines of the room. The dimly lit furniture and decor appeared somewhat alien, yet their mere presence reassured Zhang Ming that he lay safely in bed. He attempted to reach for the bedside lamp, only to find no switch. The feeble light did little to dispel the gloom of his dreams. Zhang Ming took several deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart, reminding himself it was merely a dream, despite its striking realism. Bathed in moonlight, as he scrutinized the dim, narrow, and cluttered room, his breathing grew increasingly rapid. An unfamiliar room, strange decor, and even the bedding felt entirely foreign. Such a diminutive body. The unfamiliar surroundings sent a wave of terror through Zhang Ming, prompting him to leap from the bed and survey his surroundings while examining himself. Have I been transported? Zhang Ming's mind suddenly felt hazy. The bizarre environment and his shrunken physique compelled him to pinch his arm sharply, the stinging pain jolting him into clarity. I truly have been transported. Upon realizing the authenticity of his predicament, the initial panic began to ebb, replaced by a sense of calm. Though he felt somewhat speechless, could this transition not have occurred at a more opportune time? After 2 months of toil, he was finally on the verge of being recognized, only to be thrust into this new existence. At the very least, he should have been allowed a chance to confront that wretched supervisor. Ding! Detection indicates the host's dissatisfaction with this transition. The life choice system will present the host with their first life choice. Please choose wisely. A system? Zhang Ming was taken aback, as the resentment stemming from his sudden transportation faded. After all, having an advantage made this transition seem less daunting. The system, unperturbed by Zhang Ming's shifting emotions, proceeded to present 2 options. Option 1. Return to the original world and continue living as a mere cog in the machine. Reward none. Option 2. Embark on a new life in this world, leaving your mark. Reward: mastery of Chakra. Chakra? Am I in the world of Naruto? Zhang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He did not immediately choose, instead rising to search the room for something reflective. Golden short hair, azure eyes, a somewhat rounded face, and cherubic cheeks adorned with 6 whisker-like markings. In the bathroom, Zhang Ming stared in disbelief at the reflection before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Not only had he been transported into the Naruto universe, but he had also assumed the identity of the destined child, Uzumaki Naruto, and it appeared he was in the form of a 3 to 4-year-old. Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of headache and a twinge of complexity in his emotions. This age was hardly an ideal stage. Huff! Zhang Ming exhaled, rubbing his still youthful brow, feeling a flicker of relief that he lacked the habit of talking to himself. It was well known that during Naruto's childhood, he was under constant surveillance by Konoha's Umbu. Outside this house, there were likely several Umbu lurking. If he were to inadvertently voice something untoward, he would probably find himself summoned for interrogation the very next day. Silently regarding his reflection, the stars of destiny shone brilliantly, illuminating his path forward. The once predictable route of life seemed to bifurcate into two distinctly divergent paths, offering an opportunity to shape his Fatian instance, capable of altering the course of the future. How many such chances does one encounter in a lifetime? Without hesitation, he opted for the more grandiose path. I choose the second option. Ding! The host has made a selection. Rewards will now be granted. Please enjoy your new life to the fullest. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, Zhang Ming felt a subtle energy gathering within him. This energy, initially akin to a trickling stream, gradually coalesced into a river with each breath. Every inhalation felt like a silent dialogue with this newfound power, each heartbeat seemingly orchestrating its ebb and flow. Once this force began to crystallize from within him, he realized he could wield it freely. I wonder how much chakra I possess now. What's my current level? Sensing the sudden surge of power within, Zhang Ming felt elated, recalling the chakra measurement units from the original story. If memory served correctly, Naruto wielded the Nine Tails chakra, which seemed to be around 100 units, and it replenished instantly. However, I wonder if any perceptive umbu monitoring me can detect the sudden increase in my chakra. Otherwise, you'll need to devise a strategy to handle Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries. After all, that so-called strongest Hokage, the third, was perpetually vigilant regarding the movements of this Jinchuriki. It was rather amusing, considering he had elevated himself to the status of the greatest Hokage throughout history. Yet he resorted to such underhanded methods to keep tabs on a Jinchuriki truly lacking in dignity. If in the past he had possessed a modicum of ninja pride, now he seemed merely a decrepit parasite, corrupted by power, occupying the Hokage's seat, incessantly draining the lifeblood of Konoha, allowing the new leaves to wither, ultimately illuminating their continued struggle for survival. What a grotesque reality. Speaking of this system, are you there? Zhang Ming gently called out in his mind, noting that the system had fallen silent after he made his choice. In many novels, systems often engaged in lively banter with their hosts. System, are you there? Are you there? System, are you there? Zhang Ming repeated his calls internally, yet the system remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. It was rather aloof, unlike the playful systems depicted in novels. After calming his emotions in the bathroom, he returned to bed, deciding to sleep on it. Hiss! A series of abrupt and urgent electronic tones jolted Zhang Ming from slumber once more, causing him to sit bolt upright in bed after a spasm of movement. What the hell? What's your problem, system? Please respect the system. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Ming's mind, eliciting further exasperation. All right, system, I'd like to inquire about your purpose. Zhang Ming humbly posed his question. This system only issues choice tasks when the host faces significant life decisions, subsequently providing appropriate rewards based on the options selected. Daily life will not warrant communication with the host. Please refrain from disturbing the system. However, rest assured, regardless of the choices made, the host will experience an extraordinary life. Following a barrage of mechanical responses, Zhang Ming felt a dull buzzing in his mind. So, this system only appears at crucial junctures. That means there likely won't be rewards during mundane times. Nonetheless, this is not a major issue, as he is Uzumaki Naruto, who inherently possesses at least the potential for sage-level abilities. Yet, he would still have to engage in a charade with those aged elders for a while longer. In the dead of night, as Zhang Ming slipped back into slumber, he remained restless, the cherubic face contorted with tension, as if twisted by an invisible force, conveying both agony and helplessness. He found himself ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal. It is not merely a nightmare, it is the tumult of all the memories that Uzumaki Naruto has accumulated over the past 4 years. This malevolent past, steeped in malice, is far more terrifying than any nightmare. In this tale, he is regarded by the entire village as an aberration, an ill-fated demon fox, enduring the scorn and bullying of the very community that wishes for his demise. The once serene village transforms into a silent battlefield with his mere presence. Naruto lives a solitary existence in the shadows of the village, suffering unimaginable hostility. Yet, He harbors little resentment within, his face perpetually adorned with an innocent smile, yearning for the village's acceptance and the companionship of true friends. Despite this, the piercing taunts, curses, and the cold, menacing gazes relentlessly penetrate his fragile spirit, leaving him feeling as though he stands in opposition to the village, even though he is undeniably one of them. Surrounded by sharp and bitter words, his heart is engulfed in endless desolation and pain. Zhang Ming passively absorbs all that Uzumaki Naruto has endured, the onslaught of malevolence crashing over him like a tidal wave, burying him beneath a deluge of mud and despair. The suffocating intensity renders him voiceless, as he longs to awaken from this nightmare, yet finds himself utterly powerless. The memories of 4 years flash through Zhang Ming's mind, etched deeply with profound malice and hatred. He opens his eyes once again in the darkness, his azure gaze still reflecting the terror that lingers after the dream. But soon, it is overshadowed by an overwhelming tide of resentment and fury. With the conclusion of the dream, he senses that Uzumaki Naruto has now become one with him, experiencing Naruto's past through his own eyes. The colossal weight of hatred leaves him in a state of unrest, yet a voice within urges him to forgive. How absurd! Is it the chakra of Ashura? Can one truly choose to forgive them so easily? To repay kindness with enmity, how does one repay kindness? This wretched assembly of inherently malevolent Konoha villagers, along with those decrepit parasites, allow me to take matters into my own hands. Ha ha ha! Have you finally awakened? Uzumaki Naruto, a voice, laced with mockery yet brimming with malice, suddenly reverberates through the vast emptiness, accompanied by the faint sound of water droplets creating ripples upon the surface. Zhang Ming feels a fierce wind sweep past him, tousling his golden locks and brushing against his cheek. He looks up to find that he is no longer in his sleeping quarters, but rather ensconced within a pitch-black cage. Within this confinement, a pair of enormous vertical pupils suddenly widen, burning with a fiery intensity as a massive fox head materializes before him, its body flickering in the shadows. This is the ceiling space. It dawns on Zhang Ming that he lies upon a waterlogged floor. Slowly, he rises, glancing at the ground and feeling his body, astonished to find himself completely dry despite the surrounding water. Not only can he breathe, but there is not a single trace of dampness upon him. He bends down to scoop up a handful of water, examining it closely. How wondrous! Little brat, you possess quite the audacity. The Ninetales, surprised to see this little golden-haired boy playing with water upon their first encounter, is taken aback. It cannot comprehend why this child has suddenly appeared in the ceiling space. The abrupt extraction of chakra had startled it, followed by an overwhelming surge of malevolence and resentment, an utterly pure embodiment of hatred. Even the Ninetales, known as the embodiment of hatred, finds itself secretly astonished. This presents an opportunity for it. The Ninetales' voice jolts Zhang Ming from his reverie, causing the water in his hand to spill, sending ripples cascading outward as he gazes in astonishment at the colossal fox. It doesn't appear particularly terrifying. In fact, it seems somewhat endearing. Is this what frightens me? The Ninetales, somewhat taken aback, had anticipated a bit of amusement from this encounter. After all, it had spent far too long in this ceiling space, succumbing to a sense of loneliness. Yet, it appears that this is merely a child, leaving it to amuse itself once more. The massive fox head curls into a smirk, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth, its eyes filled with disdain as it addresses him. Little brat, are you not coming any closer? Gazing at the scornful visage of the great fox, Zhang Ming feels only a momentary surprise. He had not expected to encounter the Ninetales so soon, a meeting that he thought would only occur years later, perhaps due to his sudden mastery of chakra. He recalls that the system had granted him chakra control, implying that he can command any chakra within him. Since the Ninetales is sealed within him, the chakra emanating from it should also be under his control. Perhaps this is why he stands before the Ninetales earlier than anticipated. Kaibi, it has indeed been a long time. Zhang Ming has seamlessly integrated all the memories of Uzumaki Naruto. including those that linger in his subconscious, memories he cannot consciously recall. Thus, upon his birth, he had already encountered the great fox, making his greeting of long time no see entirely accurate. The Ninetales, having not been called by its true name for centuries, momentarily appeared taken aback. However, it quickly regained composure, the corners of its mouth that had initially curled upwards gradually settling into a neutral expression. Its crimson slit pupils fixated intently on the yellow-haired child before it, adopting a defensive stance. "Child, how do you know my name?" Zhang Ming's smile broadened. His playful spirit ignited as he declared, "I am Ashura." "Ashura? That is impossible." The Ninetales' voice was laced with intense fury, feeling as though it had been mocked. After all, Ashura had perished hundreds of years ago, and the location of his grave was lost to time. "How could you, child, possibly know that name?" Zhang Ming stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he pondered how Naruto had learned of his reincarnation as Ashura in the original narrative. He struggled to recall the specifics, ultimately deciding to abandon the thought. "Well, an old man with 2 horns, dressed in a white robe, and possessing 3 circular eyes told me, so he claimed I am the reincarnation of Ashura." The Sage of 6 Paths. The Ninetales froze, as if transformed into a statue, rendered motionless. After a prolonged silence, the Ninetales snapped back to reality, gazing at the obedient Uzumaki Naruto standing on the other side of the ceiling barrier, and asked with a tone tinged with uncertainty, "Are you truly certain you are Ashura's reincarnation?" The Ninetales subconsciously hoped this was a falsehood, for if it were true, it would be at a loss as to how to confront Uzumaki Naruto. Zhang Ming, however, appeared indifferent, stating, "I know not whether I am a reincarnation or not. I have no interest in such matters that I am simply myself." The Ninetales wore a complex expression. To be honest, upon hearing Zhang Ming utter Ashura's name and describe the Sage of 6 Paths, it had already begun to believe him to some extent. "That so? You are here to utilize my chakra?" the Ninetales inquired, its tone laden with complexity. "Indeed, more or less," replied Naruto, his smile brightening further. Yet, the Ninetales suddenly sensed the light within the ceiling space growing dimmer. "You must find it exceedingly dull to remain confined in this ceiling space. What do you wish to do?" The glimmer of curiosity sparkled in the Ninetales' eyes. Perhaps it was the shared topic that softened its demeanor towards Naruto. "Kaibai, would you like to join me in the destruction of Konoha?" Naruto extended an invitation to the Ninetales. The Ninetales fell silent, and after a considerable pause, responded in a tone that seemed oddly perplexed. Ashura would never utter such words. The Ninetales statement elicited no reaction from Naruto, for he recalled that in the original story, Ashura was rather virtuous. Curiously, he asked the Ninetales, what kind of person was Ashura? The Ninetales hesitated, then fell silent once more, its brow furrowed in thought. Ashura's former companion. The Ninetales knew him well. Even after hundreds of years had passed, it retained a clear understanding of what kind of person Ashura, the second leader of the shinobi sect, truly was. Yet, as a tailed beast, it had lain dormant in the mountains after Ashura's departure. Consequently, despite the passage of centuries, the Ninetales remained somewhat illiterate, struggling to articulate a fitting introduction for Ashura, using its seemingly grand, yet actually limited intellect. After much contemplation, it finally managed to articulate a single phrase. Ashura was a very kind person. Naruto was taken aback. He had expected a more elaborate description following the Ninetales' lengthy deliberation, anticipating a grand portrayal of Ashura's noble image, only to receive such a simple characterization. That all you could muster after such a long reflection? To describe him as kind is indeed quite apt, almost akin to a saint. It aligns perfectly with how, influenced by Ashura's chakra, Uzumaki Naruto in the original narrative could utter words like Obito is the coolest right after Niji's death. This truly reflects a belief that love can create peace. Yet what right does one have to forgive those who have just slain the sacrifices of others? Do you, Kaibai, subscribe to that notion as well? The idea of creating peace through love? Naruto inquired, eager to hear the Ninetales' perspective. The Ninetales remained silent. Truthfully, it had once believed in such ideals. After all, it had fought alongside Ashura. However, after decades of confinement, it found Ashura's perspective somewhat naive. Though the Ninetales did not answer, its expression conveyed a clear response. Smiling, Naruto remarked, "It is difficult for me to become such a person, especially when it comes to forgiving those scoundrels. Kaibai, Do you not find that utterly laughable? Naruto's smile had vanished, his azure eyes now filled with a chilling intensity. The Ninetales fell silent once more. Aware that despite its confinement within the ceiling space, it could sense the malevolence directed at Naruto in the outside world, it understood that this yellow-haired boy had grown up under its watchful gaze. Had it not been for Naruto's status as the Ninetales host and the innate vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he might not have survived to this day. How ironic it was. A hero must bleed, and his child must continue to weep. By kindness devoid of strength is mere weakness, and when imposed upon others, it becomes malice. Was Ashura truly a kind person to insist on using his love to influence others, compelling them to embrace his self-proclaimed benevolence and relinquish their hatred? Is that not a form of coercion? The Ninetales remained silent, merely observing Naruto, who continued to speak. Prejudice in the human heart is akin to a mountain. No matter how hard one strives, it cannot be moved. If I were to follow in Ashura's footsteps and attempt to build bridges of understanding through love, would those foolish villagers truly accept me? Ultimately, in the world of shinobi, strength is what dictates everything. Although in the original story Uzumaki Naruto achieved universal recognition through his efforts and became the 7th Hokage of Konoha, the present Naruto had no desire to adhere to that predetermined path in crafting his own life. Why should the perpetrators be exempt from accountability while he, the victim of bullying, must beg for their recognition? Do not be absurd. I am not like all the weaklings. You see this enormous fiery fox before you? I possess the power to annihilate Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto shall do as I please. Prejudice in the human heart is akin to a mountain. No matter how hard one strives, it cannot be moved. In that moment, the Ninetales empathized deeply with Uzumaki Naruto, unable to resist reminiscing about the past. The so-called embodiment of hatred only began circulating after it had been sealed within the body of Uzumaki Mito. Prior to that, it was merely a great fox residing in the mountains, the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. It was a conglomeration of chakra. Even while lying idle, its strength would naturally grow. Even in inactivity, it would remain among the world's most formidable. Thus, after parting ways with the Sage of Six Paths, it had simply reclined in the mountains, having lain there for hundreds of years. It was suddenly confronted by someone who declared, "Kai-bai, your power is too great. You are too dangerous," and proceeded to seal it within a woman. The Ninetales could not help but curse aloud. "You, possessing such strength and danger, why do you not seal yourself away instead? I have done nothing but eat and sleep in the mountains. Why am I sealed simply for being a tailed beast? I have committed no wrongdoing, yet suddenly I am imprisoned, facing a life sentence." The Ninetales began to darken in demeanor. Yet, a question lingered in its mind. "Child, you should know this, correct? What? Your parents perished at my hands." The ceiling space fell into silence as Naruto pondered deeply, while the Ninetales awaited his response. "To be honest, Kai-bai, your honesty surprises me. Yet honesty is also a fine foundation for collaboration." Naruto smiled, his expression devoid of any distress. Instead, with a hint of satisfaction, he continued, "To speak candidly, the concept of parents is indeed an unfamiliar subject for me. After all, aside from bestowing upon me the gift of life, all I have received from them is the malice of you and this entire village. They could have easily sealed you within another's being or allowed you to leave the village entirely. Yet their sole intention was to keep the Ninetales here in Konoha, without a thought for the treatment that the Jinchuriki would endure. Ultimately, in the choice between the village and myself, they simply opted for the village. Even if their intentions were not malevolent, they nonetheless played an indirect role in the unfolding of these events. Regardless, they granted me life, so I harbor no hatred towards them, nor will I direct any malice towards you. Therefore, you need not worry about my feelings towards you." Naruto once again broke into a grin, showcasing his pearly white teeth, which even sent a chill down the spine of the Ninetales. However, he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor, his fox-like visage once again radiating arrogance. The thought of annihilating this village, founded by Senju Hashirama, indeed stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. In that case, let us engage in some playful antics. Speak, how would you like me to proceed? The reincarnate of Ashura. All you need to do is transfer your powers to me. A crimson thread of chakra subtly materialized in the cold, damp, dimly lit space, linking the Ninetales and Naruto simultaneously within the Hokage building of Konoha. Due to his position as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen often found himself entangled in various matters concerning the village, leaving him little time to spare. Consequently, he frequently stayed overnight within the Hokage office. Today, he was addressing the tensions between the security department and the civilians, which necessitated yet another night spent in the office. It was truly vexing. The Uchiha clan, despite having sure sway to mediate, still exhibited the same old issues. Sarutobi picked up the old pipe that had accompanied him for over a decade, inhaling deeply and momentarily revealing a look of relaxation. However, after exhaling a puff of smoke, the headache returned. What truly troubled him was not the Uchiha's affairs. After all, the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village was a historical issue that could not be resolved overnight. Had Chakra been extracted suddenly? Was someone clandestinely contacting the Jinchuriki? Or was it a consequence of the tailed beasts? Within the hazy smoke, Sarutobi's wrinkled, gaunt face flickered in and out of view as he murmured to himself. Bang! Just as Sarutobi was lost in thought, the sound of a door being pushed open abruptly interrupted him. An elderly man leaning on a cane strode in, and without needing to look, Sarutobi knew who had arrived. In present-day Konoha, there was only one person audacious enough to treat the third Hokage with such disrespect, the shadow of the ninja world, the dark side of Konoha, the founder and leader of the Root. The infamous Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo. Before Sarutobi could even open his mouth to inquire, Danzo seized the initiative. Hiruzen, I have heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has suddenly learned to extract chakra. Bang! Before Danzo could finish his thought, Sarutobi slammed his old pipe down on the table. Danzo, I am the Hokage. What a farce. He had only just received word from the Umbu about Naruto's sudden ability to extract chakra. And here came Danzo rushing into the Hokage office. Did Danzo's influence within Konoha's Root surpass that of his own Umbu? Who was truly the Hokage here? In any case, due to the unexpected developments concerning the Jinchuriki, Sarutobi was already in a foul mood, and Danzo had walked straight into a minefield. Danzo, who had initially entered the Hokage office with an imposing demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by Sarutobi's intensity. What was happening? He had not even initiated the formalities, yet it felt as though the conclusion had already been reached. However, Danzo was no ordinary man, a figure shrouded in the shadows of the ninja world. He would not be easily intimidated. Hiruzen, this matter is extremely grave. Someone has evaded the Root surveillance and directly contacted the Jinchuriki. There are villains lurking within the village, skilled in Jinjutsu and reconnaissance. Danzo's face was a mask of anger, his cane waving animatedly in the in all of Konoha. The only matters that could provoke such a reaction from Danzo were either concerning the Hokage position or the Uchiha clan. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's fate was intrinsically tied to Danzo's aspirations for the Hokage titled Ina Konoha that was increasingly precarious. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki had never held such significance since the village's inception. Thus, Danzo felt compelled to bring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki under his wing. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki is now being targeted by certain individuals. You must relinquish him to the Root for guidance. Sarutobi forcibly suppressed his emotions, taking another deep drag on his pipe before exhaling smoke rings as he spoke in a low voice. Danzo, I have told you countless times that I will not hand Naruto over to you. He is the child of the fourth Hokage, the son of Minato. He should grow up under the will of fire, basking in the sunlight. What a scoundrel! Danzo's anger flared further at Sarutobi's words. This hypocritical charlatan, spouting about the will of fire and growing up in the sunlight, was merely an attempt by Sarutobi to retain control over the Jinchuriki for himself, when he had initially spread rumors about the Jinchuriki being a demon fox. It was a ploy to seize control of the Jinchuriki, only for Sarutobi to reap the rewards while the blame fell squarely on Danzo's shoulders. He was acutely aware that Sarutobi had long ceased to be the valiant ninja he once was. Entrenched in power for decades, he had succumbed to corruption, losing the ambition of his earlier days. Even in the face of several minor ninja villages, he had become a figure of weakness, merely a relic of political maneuvering. It was time for Danzo to claim the Hokage seat for himself. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki has suddenly grasped chakra control that he needs guidance, and as Hokage, you lack the time to teach him. As he spoke, a glimmer of determination sparked in Danzo's solitary eye. Only the Root could properly guide the Jinchuriki. Within Root, he would ensure that Naruto was molded into the finest weapon to protect Konoha. Sarutobi remained silent, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke. Danzo was not entirely wrong. Naruto indeed required guidance, but it should not come from the root. He suspected that Naruto had already made contact with the Nine Tails. After all, it was improbable that he had access to any knowledge regarding chakra extraction, and he was fairly certain that no one within the village would dare approach the Jinchuriki, as it was a taboo subject. As for Danzo's mention of a ninja skilled in Jinjutsu and sensory techniques, it was clear whom he was referring to. I should find a time to meet with Naruto tomorrow. I can also deliver next month's living expenses to him. Sarutobi resolved internally. However, his silence only served to irritate Danzo further. Hiruzen, are you even listening to me? You must hand the Jinchuriki over to the root for guidance. Only within the root can he. Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi's irritation was palpable as he interrupted Danzo. It was late at night. He had worked all day and was exhausted. It was time to rest. Are you finished? Danzo, suddenly called by his first name, was momentarily taken aback, especially with Sarutobi's face obscured by smoke, leaving him unable to discern whether Sarutobi was genuinely angry or merely trying to intimidate him. Hiruzen, enough? Danzo, Sarutobi once again cut him off. His expression behind the smoke a complex mix of emotions. There are some matters I prefer not to bring into the open. Therefore, regarding Naruto, I do not wish to discuss it further. If you have finished speaking, then you may leave. Sarutobi's words caused a subconscious jolt in Danzo's heart. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Though he felt a twinge of panic, his expression remained impassive. Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? This hypocritical man truly believed that by remaining uninvolved, he could convince others of his own purity. However, he dared not to express it openly. Had he truly summoned the courage to lay these matters bare, he might very well have found himself compelled to end his own life out of guilt at the very base of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently raised his hand to disperse the smoke before his face, revealing eyes that, though somewhat clouded, remained as tranquil as a still pond. This indifferent demeanor only served to infuriate Shimura Danzo further, leaving him simmering in unspoken rage. Danzo, I am the Hokage, crack. The sound of Danzo instinctively tightening his grip on his cane echoed through the air. Once again, that phrase had been invoked. Whenever Sarutobi Hiruzen, that scoundrel, wished to evade a debate, he wielded this phrase as a bludgeon. Yet, there was little Danzo could do about it. After all, even within the confines of his root, he lacked legitimate authority in Konoha. Were it not for the necessity of his existence to the third Hokage, he might have long since been supplanted. Thus, when the latter uttered that phrase, it signified the conclusion of their discourse, leaving Danzo to seethe impotently, declaring, You will surely regret this. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Bang! Unable to contain himself any longer, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Their conversation had ended on an unpleasant note, culminating once again in Danzo's defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the door slam shut with a heavy heart, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. He understood his friend all too well, having dwelled in darkness for so long. Danzo was destined never to bask in the light again. Danzo, even in death, you shall never become Hokage. As dawn broke, the world was caught in that delicate moment where night yields to day. Enveloped in a gossamer tranquility, in the mountains behind Konoha, a meandering stream flowed like a brushstroke of vibrant green across a painter's canvas, suffused with poetic beauty. A thin mist cloaked the surface of the water, lending it an air of mystery. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the fog, they scattered across the river, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to countless tiny diamonds sparkling in the depths. The water flowed gently, crystal clear, revealing pebbles and aquatic plants swaying gracefully beneath the surface. Occasionally, small fish leapt from the water, only to plunge back down, sending ripples dancing outward. On either bank, verdant trees cast dappled shadows, their leaves adorned with dewdrops that glistened like precious gems. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft rustling sound that mingled with the distant calls of birds. Dewdrops slid gracefully from the tips of the leaves, plopping into the river and creating delicate ripples. A small, golden-haired boy stood barefoot at the water's edge, his upper body bare, his trousers rolled up securely, steadfastly planted upon the surface of the lake. Unperturbed by the flowing current, his large eyes squinted into a narrow slit, revealing only a hint of azure beneath. He stood there quietly, seemingly having done so for quite some time, his hair and dark trousers already dampened by the splashes of water. At that moment, 3 small fish leapt nearby, and Naruto's previously squinted eyes widened in surprise as the fish appeared to hang suspended in midair. With a swift motion, he thrust a wooden stick forward, slicing through the bodies of the three fish with a whoosh. "Breakfast is served," he chuckled, leaping nimbly to the nearby campfire, beside which stood a tent. He had been dwelling here for several months, far removed from that bothersome village, a boon for his mental and physical well-being. This relocation, too, had been primarily for training. On the very second day after his arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to assess him. After all, a clueless orphan suddenly learning to harness chakra under his watch was not something one could overlook. Naruto had attributed all of this to the Nine-Tails. One night, while sleeping, he encountered a great fox confined within a cage. The fox had promised him that if he followed its instructions, he would earn the villagers' acceptance, and so, he complied, successfully learning to refine chakra. The great fox further assured him that if the cage were opened, it could teach him several powerful ninjutsu, thus facilitating greater acceptance among the villagers. This revelation nearly prompted Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon the Monkey King on the spot, fearing Naruto had somehow unsealed the Nine-Tails. However, after a thorough examination of the seal, he found no signs of loosening and breathed a sigh of relief. Before departing, he solemnly assured Naruto that the Nine-Tails possessed no ninjutsu capabilities and could not teach him, suggesting that if he truly wished to learn, he could seek guidance from him. From that moment on, Hiruzen made it a point to visit Naruto with increased frequency. As Naruto cleaned the fish, skewering them on sticks to roast over the fire, he sensed the approach of a somewhat unsteady footfall behind him. Without needing to turn, he already knew who it was. Indeed, it was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though weariness marked his features, a kind smile graced his face as he greeted Naruto warmly. "Naruto, it has been a while. Are we having grilled fish for breakfast again? Why has this old man arrived so early today? Is there no one at home to cook for him? Why must he come here for a free meal?" Naruto couldn't help but grumble inwardly, yet his face radiated a sunny smile as he excitedly replied, "Grandpa Third, you've come. Would you like some fish? Then I shall graciously accept." Naruto to Hiruzen's smile widened as he took the fish offered to him. Indeed, little Naruto was quite the obedient child. Though he had distanced himself from the village, his underlying intention was to avoid causing trouble for the villagers. His heart burned with the will of fire no less than anyone else's. How poignant it is, Hiruzen mused, while Naruto internally seethed. This old man, taking his courtesy without a second thought, he had never considered that Hiruzen might arrive at this precise moment. And there were only enough fish for him alone. I say, you little rascal, if you don't wish to share the fish with this old fellow, why not just tell him, within the seal space? The Nine-Tails observed Naruto's incongruity and could not help but scoff. What do you know? If I dared to deny him this fish today, he would surely drag me to the Umbu tomorrow, citing my insufficient will of fire, and inundate me with lectures on the will of fire. These old folks love to brainwash others with the will of fire, sacrificing them for their own gain. This grilled fish, though humble, is imbued with my fervent will of fire. Naruto grumbled back at the Nine-Tails. I really don't understand you humans. Only those lacking strength resort to such convoluted schemes, which is precisely why you are sealed within me. The Nine-Tails retorted, momentarily caught off guard. Be cautious of the fish bones, Grandpa, Naruto warned, concern etched across his face. The third Hokage's face lit up with laughter. I am aware, my boy. Thus, the old and the young sat quietly together on a stone by the riverbank, enjoying their breakfast, reveling in the joy of companionship. Little Naruto, will you be training again later? Hiruzen inquired after they finished their grilled fish. Yes, Naruto replied eagerly, nodding vigorously that I want to become stronger quickly so that I can protect everyone in the village and earn their acceptance. Ultimately, it all came down to the system being rather unresponsive. Apart from granting him chakra control on the first day, it had not triggered any options since the initial days as he wandered the village. He was met with disdain and ridicule, as well as the taunts of several children, yet not a single option had presented itself in light of this. Naruto resolutely chose to temporarily abandon the system, opting instead for his other advantage, the Nine-Tails tears. He would train relentlessly, pushing himself to the limits. As for the dangers of being alone in the wild, the Nine-Tails' perceptive awareness ensured that he was always surrounded by 2 squads of Umbu operatives. What a good child you are, Naruto. One day, everyone will recognize your worth, for you are the true hero of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly astonished by Naruto's training regimen. which surpassed even that of Guy during their time at the Ninja Academy by several leagues. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the massive boulder not far away, marked with a multitude of fist prints, palm prints, and footprints. The combination of the Nine-Tails chakra and the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was indeed formidable. Even if he were unable to fully harness the power of the Nine-Tails in the future, he would still possess the strength of an elite jonin. I will achieve this, Naruto declared, standing tall and puffing out his chest with confidence. However, his previously assured demeanor quickly shifted to one of hesitance. Observing Naruto's expression, Hiruzen surmised something and felt a twinge of reluctance to feign ignorance. Yet, recalling Naruto's yearning for recognition, he ultimately inquired, "What troubles you? Young Naruto, is there something you do not understand?" After a moment of hesitation, Naruto seemed to muster his courage and replied, "Grandfather Third, I have fully mastered the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan. Could you teach me a new jutsu?" Despite having monitored Naruto's progress daily through the telescope technique, hearing it firsthand left Hiruzen feeling a mix of astonishment and admiration. Konoha's hope rests upon your shoulders. Minato, you truly have a remarkable son. Hiruzen's expression reflected both surprise and pride, realizing that Naruto's talent surpassed even that of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, bashfully scratching his head, said, "I want to be a hero who protects the village like the fourth." Hiruzen stroked his beard, his vision becoming slightly blurred as he gazed at Naruto in the sunlight, momentarily seeing a resemblance to the fourth Hokage. In that case, let me explain the nature and transformation of chakra. With a swift motion, as chakra surged into it, the chakra paper in Naruto's hand split in two. Naruto blinked at the torn paper. His curiosity piqued as he looked to Hiruzen for an explanation. The knowledge barrier in the ninja world was remarkably rigid, with a near-complete separation from the top down, and understanding chakra transformation was considered advanced jonin-level knowledge. This knowledge was seldom shared with lower-ranking ninjas, which partially explained the rarity of commoners becoming jonin. Besides bloodline, knowledge constituted the foundation of a ninja's heritage. Hiruzen chuckled softly and began to explain, "The paper splitting in half indicates that your chakra is of the wind attribute. Chakra is generally categorized into 5 elemental types: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. Each attribute reacts differently on chakra paper. Fire ignites it, wind splits it, lightning crumples it, water dampens it, and earth shatters it. If one possesses all 5 attributes, the paper will exhibit a combination of these reactions. Does that mean having more attributes makes one stronger?" Naruto asked innocently. "Not necessarily," Hiruzen replied. "The nature of chakra is merely one method of its application. If you possess a corresponding attribute, you can convert formless chakra within your body into the desired elemental type for your jutsu. For instance, to perform fire release, one must transform formless chakra into fire chakra, which is the essence of nature transformation. However, the most crucial prerequisite for performing elemental jutsu is the ninja's chakra capacity. Even if you possess all 5 attributes, insufficient chakra will hinder your ability to execute jutsu. Additionally, chakra attributes can be cultivated through training. As for chakra transformation, it involves manifesting chakra externally and controlling its form. The Rasengan you practiced is the purest form of chakra transformation, compressing chakra into a rapidly spinning sphere. Therefore, young Naruto, you are currently suited for practicing wind-based jutsu. Grandfather Third, how can I change the attribute of my chakra? Naruto asked, his face brimming with excitement. Wind chakra is particularly noted for its cutting ability, possessing formidable offensive power. Hiruzen picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, and with a release of chakra, the leaf was immediately sliced in half. You simply need to follow this method until you can easily cut through this leaf, and then you can learn wind release. Naruto eagerly picked up a leaf and attempted it several times, but after numerous failures, a look of frustration crossed his face. Hiruzen nodded knowingly, recognizing that mastering chakra transformation was a lengthy endeavor. Despite being referred to as a master of ninjutsu, it had taken him years to fully comprehend a single transformation. Young Naruto, there is no need to rush. Hiruzen's comforting words were abruptly cut off as he saw Naruto's astonished expression. Holding up the leaf he had successfully cut in half with his chakra, looking expectantly at him. What a joke! A system's product, even if not a masterpiece, cannot be inferior. The reward I received was chakra mastery, which saved me years of arduous training and spared me from the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, that I could shape my chakra as I wished. The initial failures were merely to gauge Hiruzen's reaction. But he hadn't anticipated that Naruto's performance would be so exceptional, leading him to believe that chakra transformation was not a formidable challenge. After all, in the original story, Sasuke could breathe fire at the age of 5 or 6. Thus, after a few attempts, Naruto had already showcased his success. Hiruzen swallowed hard, forcing a smile that it seems young Naruto possesses considerable talent. He felt relieved that Naruto's will of fire was pure enough and that he cared for the villagers. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to allow Naruto to learn about ninjutsu so quickly. With this thought, a satisfied smile returned to Hiruzen's face. Meanwhile, sensing the subtle shift in Hiruzen's demeanor, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Once he regained his composure, he secretly exhaled in relief, for this meant he wouldn't have to become a rogue ninja at such a young age. Grandfather Third, can you now teach me a new jutsu? Naruto implored, his big eyes sparkling with eagerness. Hiruzen smiled and reached out his weathered hand to ruffle Naruto's hair, the calluses on his palm causing Naruto's head to sting. Young Naruto, the techniques you currently master are primarily close-range offensive methods. Therefore, step back. Today, Grandfather Third will teach you a long-range wind-based jutsu. Naruto quickly retreated a few steps as Hiruzen remained in place, forming 3 hand seals directed at the gently flowing river. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Chakra rapidly gathered in Hiruzen's mouth, which he then exhaled toward the river, launching the accumulated chakra like a bullet. He followed up with a series of short bursts, resembling a machine gun. The vacuum sphere quickly struck the surface of the river, sending up a tremendous splash, transforming the previously calm waters into a chaotic torrent, only returning to tranquility after filling in numerous holes at the riverbed. Amazing, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Now, young Naruto, let me explain the hand seals required for this jutsu. Hiruzen meticulously detailed the 3 seals necessary for the technique. Although it was a B-rank jutsu, its simplicity lay in the fewer hand seals required. With the primary focus on chakra quantity and proficiency, Naruto swiftly learned the technique, positioning himself by the riverbank, mimicking Hiruzen's earlier stance, and awkwardly forming the 3 seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Naruto gathered a significant amount of chakra, launching it toward the river with great enthusiasm. Yet, the outcome was a mere whisper against the thunderous roar of the storm, as despite accumulating a substantial amount of wind chakra, his execution fell short. However, the released vacuum orbs, no larger than marbles, drifted sluggishly towards the river, ultimately disappearing beneath the surface, leaving behind only a small ripple. Naruto's little face visibly fell in disappointment. It's all right, little Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he approached, placing his hand gently on Naruto's small head. It's already commendable that you managed to successfully perform a jutsu for the first time. With diligent practice, you will improve. I will practice diligently, Naruto declared, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yes, I believe in you, Hiruzen replied, glancing at the sky where the sun had fully risen. That being said, little Naruto, do ensure your safety while practicing. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Okay, goodbye, Third Hokage, Naruto said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I will come to visit you again when I have the chance. Hiruzen smiled before vanishing in an instant using the body flicker technique. Watching the spot where Hiruzen had just stood, Naruto's smile remained undiminished. Sensing the presence of the hidden Umbu, his grin grew even brighter. Today is indeed a splendid day. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals in front of his chest, unleashing several vacuum spheres at a boulder 10 meters away. The moment the jutsu was released, Naruto charged forward towards the boulder, simultaneously conjuring a blue and white chakra sphere that rapidly spun and condensed in his hand. As the chakra sphere rotated, the surrounding air began to stir violently, scattering fragments of stone and dried leaves, creating a swirling dust cloud. Wind release. Rasengan. This was the Rasengan infused with wind chakra, enhanced significantly in its cutting ability and destructive power by substituting the non-elemental chakra with wind chakra, unlike the spiraling shuriken that could be thrown directly. In the blink of an eye, the vacuum spheres struck the marks Naruto had previously placed on the boulder, creating several fist-sized craters. The moment the vacuum spheres hit, Naruto dashed to the front of the boulder, slamming the wind-infused Rasengan into its center. Boom! The Rasengan detonated instantly, unleashing a torrent of wind chakra that surged outward, enveloping an area with a diameter of 2 meters in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the scene within. Once the dust settled, A hollow spherical area measuring 2 meters in diameter remained, devoid of any debris, while Naruto was sent flying away with a loud bang, transforming into a puff of white smoke that was merely a shadow clone. Bang! A sudden sound of earth breaking erupted as a golden-haired figure emerged from beneath the half-spherical crater, swinging a fist empowered by layers of chakra directly at the boulder. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar. The boulder, which resembled a mountain, cracked with spiderweb-like fissures radiating from Naruto's fist, eventually exploding into a shower of rubble. After a year and a half of training, his time in this place was nearing its conclusion. Hiruzen had already informed him and arranged for him to enter the ninja academy. Although he no longer needed to attend the academy, it seemed that Hiruzen still hoped he would further hone the will of fire there. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the Konoha F4, having observed Naruto's training through Hiruzen's telescope technique, collectively gasped in astonishment. The atmosphere in the office grew noticeably tense. The Jinchuriki is now nearly at the level of an elite chunin, remarked the only woman among them, Tsurugi Koharu, her expression grave. Beside her, the bespectacled elder, Mito Gate-in, inquired solemnly, Hiruzen, is there no risk of losing control by allowing the Jinchuriki to train so freely? Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and confidently replied, rest assured, I regularly check Naruto's seal. I must say, Minato's sealing technique is quite effective, and the Ninetales shows no signs of being able to break free. Meanwhile, the Ninetales seem to be enjoying a leisurely existence. Given that, there is no need for the Jinchuriki to attend the ninja academy, spoke Danzo, who had been silent for a while. His single eye gleamed with an eerie light as he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, causing the latter to feel a shiver run down his spine. Despite his familiarity with Danzo's character, with Naruto's current strength, attending the academy would be a waste of time. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, intuitively grasping Danzo's intentions. To maintain the appearance of fairness in the meeting, he decided to respect Danzo's opinion. Do you have a better proposal, Danzo? A slight smirk crept across Danzo's lips, revealing a scheming satisfaction. Hiruzen's heart sank as he realized it was too late to intervene. It appeared that Naruto had a natural talent for wind release, grasping the transformation of chakra attributes in just one day. In a matter of months, he had mastered wind release, vacuum sphere to perfection, and fused wind chakra into the Rasengan, an achievement even the legendary Minato had not accomplished. Danzo paused for a moment before fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. What exactly are you trying to imply? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he struggled to discern Danzo's motives. In the past, Danzo would have demanded the Ninetales Jinchuriki from him, seeking to cultivate him in the roots. Yet today, he was surprisingly praising Naruto, even expressing a degree of fondness for the Jinchuriki. Was it possible he was being insincere? Unlike Hiruzen's anxiety, Koharu and In watched the exchange with keen interest. You all are surely aware that in Konoha, my wind release ninjutsu is unparalleled. If Naruto were to be personally taught by me, even without the Ninetales, Konoha would quickly gain another formidable force. Not inferior to the four of us, Danzo declared, his voice growing louder as he rose from his seat, looking down at Hiruzen with an air of superiority. I wish to take Uzumaki Naruto as my disciple. Danzo's condescending gaze upon Hiruzen, whose face was obscured in shadow, gave him a sense of triumph. Feeling he had finally bested his rival for taking the Jinchuriki as a disciple, it was merely a tactic to secure the Jinchuriki for himself. A strategy inspired by Hiruzen himself. After all, Naruto possessed an exceptional talent for wind release, and Danzo was confident that no one in Konoha could surpass him in that regard, presenting an excellent opportunity to recruit the Jinchuriki. Furthermore, it provided a pretext to quickly bolster the village with another shinobi of elite caliber. Even if Hiruzen were displeased, he could not outright reject him, for this was a swift way to strengthen the village. Glancing at Koharu and In, he dismissed them as indecisive fools, seeing them as no threat. His only true rival was Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I have long stated that Naruto will never be yours to control. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his aged face hidden in shadow. Though his expression was obscured, his deep voice suppressed a rage that simmered beneath the surface. Hiruzen, Danzo shouted suddenly, his usually dark eye now shimmering with light, momentarily stunning the three present. I am the advisor to the Hokage. Does this man think he can bask in the sunlight now? Hiruzen's expression was inscrutable as he glanced at the other two advisors, who merely pretended to sip their tea. Feigning ignorance, he never anticipated that he would find himself intimidated by Danzo. Did he think that his self-righteousness could intimidate him? After all, he was the Hokage. You may teach your techniques to Naruto, but you cannot become his master. Why not? Danzo immediately pressed, urgency lacing his tone. He had not expected Hiruzen to remain so resolute. Hiruzen met Danzo's gaze, his voice grave. Because you are the darkness of the ninja world, the roots of Konoha, the leader of the roots, Naruto requires a clean political background. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a perplexed glance at the three individuals before him. Then spoke. Because I wish for Naruto to become the next Hokage. This statement served as a reminder for Shimura Danzo to recognize his true position. Yet, upon hearing Hiruzen's declaration, the other three widened their eyes in disbelief. How long do you intend to remain Hokage? They collectively pondered. Particularly Danzo, whose eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Hiruzen, you truly wish for a Jinchuriki to assume the mantle of Hokage? Why not? The current Mizukage of the Hidden Mist is, in fact, a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Hiruzen spoke in a calm tone, seemingly unconcerned by the matter. Konoha has never had a Jinchuriki serve as Hokage. Shimura Danzo's eyes glinted with a predatory intensity as he gritted his teeth, questioning whether Hiruzen would rather bestow the title of Hokage upon a Jinchuriki than grant him a chance. Now, there is an opportunity. You, Hiruzen, while I have no objection to a Jinchuriki becoming Hokage, the perception of Jinchuriki in the village. Indeed, Hiruzen, we remain uncertain of the Jinchuriki's attitude toward the village, as both Tenten and Mito Menju could not help but interject. After all, to appoint a Jinchuriki as Hokage in Konoha would likely be met with resistance. It was then that a faint smile graced Hiruzen's lips as he addressed the three with utmost seriousness. I can assure you that Naruto's will of fire is exceptionally pure. I firmly believe he can earn the recognition of everyone in the village and ultimately become the next Hokage. Observing Hiruzen's unwavering conviction, Danzo found himself at a loss for words regarding the notion of accepting Naruto as a disciple. He had not anticipated that the solution he had pondered for so long would be so readily dismantled by Hiruzen. The very identity he had relied on as a foundation had, in the end, become his greatest shackle, leaving him with no opportunity, at least, not in the immediate future. In that case, perhaps it was worth trying with the Jinchuriki after all. Look, it's that guy, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Is he still in the village? How infuriating. I thought he was dead. It was no wonder he had fallen in the restroom yesterday. All of this was his fault. Shut up. Have you forgotten the third's orders? How vexing that the third would show favoritism toward this individual. The truth is, even after Naruto had vanished from the village for nearly a year, the villagers' animosity toward him had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, under Hiruzen's seemingly unnecessary command, it had only intensified. Ignoring the disdainful and hostile glares surrounding him, Naruto walked home with an air of calm, for only the narrow-minded would be incensed by insults. He, Naruto, would elevate the collective strength of Konoha to the level of a Kage and lead everyone toward becoming sage of the Six Paths, a perfect example of repaying malice with virtue. Hey, you bumped into us, you know? Naruto suddenly heard a commotion and turned to see a familiar figure, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise that a group of notably taller boys had encircled a little girl clad in a pale pink yuka. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl quickly apologized, her face betraying a hint of fear. With porcelain-like skin, a rosy-cheeked visage, short hair, and delicate features, combined with her unusually wide eyes, her identity was unmistakable, Hinata Hyuga. However, the group surrounding her seemed oblivious to the Hyuga clan's prominence, as one boy boldly pushed the girl forward. Taken aback by such crude behavior, Hinata found herself toppled to the ground, mud splattering everywhere. Her pale pink yuka sullied by dirt. It was at that moment, as she raised her head, that her rare white eyes were revealed, causing the boys to pause momentarily before erupting into laughter. Ha ha, look at her eyes, they're white. She must be another monster, they continued to mock, just like that thing. Let's stone her. The four little ruffians picked up stones from the ground, poised to hurl them at Hinata. The malice of children is the purest form of cruelty, indifferent to perspectives or interests. Merely because one differs slightly from others, they can be subjected to the deepest hostility. Naruto found the situation somewhat amusing. The Hyuga clan, second only to the Uchiha in Konoha, yet even their heiress could be bullied by ordinary villagers? He had not expected that over a year had passed, and nothing had changed. It seems you're still in this state, he remarked, his voice suddenly breaking the tension, startling the four boys and causing Hinata, who had been cowering on the ground, to lift her gaze in surprise. Naruto and Hinata had known each other since about a year and a half prior, when he had first arrived in this world and encountered her on the streets, a scene strikingly similar to the present. Back then, Naruto had only just begun to master chakra and, unable to control his strength, had inadvertently sent those boys to the hospital, leaving him in tears for quite some time, until he had managed to appease Hiruzen's anger. You are that monster. Weren't you supposed to be executed by the third? The boys exclaimed, their voices tinged with fear. Is it true? Monsters eat people. The four of them stared at Naruto, who approached with a calm demeanor, their fear palpable as they recalled his transformation. He was no longer the frail boy they once knew, with immense chakra coursing through him, bolstered by a year and a half of rich nourishment. His physique had developed significantly, radiating an intimidating presence that rendered the boys frozen in place. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Ever since Naruto had helped her a year ago, she had longed for an opportunity to thank him in person. Yet they had not crossed paths since. Naruto disregarded the four malevolent boys and approached Hinata, his expression tinged with disappointment. Naruto-kun, Hinata looked up at him with a hint of confusion, as she unexpectedly perceived a shadow of her father within him. The monster is going to eat the monster. Let us run. Run. Realizing that the demon fox paid them no mind, the four of them scattered in a panic. Dealing with them shouldn't be difficult. Right? Naruto's voice carried a sternness reminiscent of a paternal figure. His father had once said that strength should not be used to harm others. If he were to hurt them, it would not be right. Hinata kept her head down, stuttering her words, her voice barely above a whisper. To possess power, yet refrain from wielding it. Choosing to endure harm rather than inflict it upon others, Naruto gazed quietly at Hinata, who averted her eyes, his disappointment growing more evident. He had initially hoped they could become good friends. I had thought we might become decent friends, he lamented, and Hinata instinctively lifted her small head to meet his gaze. Her pure white eyes filled with urgency. She could not comprehend why, after Naruto had saved her, driving away those who bullied her, and even escorting her home, he now seemed unwilling to befriend her. Why? Naruto-kun. Hinata's urgency was palpable, her words tumbling forth in a rush, her clear eyes becoming misty as tears formed, resembling a pristine spring in the snow, evoking sympathy. That Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He wished for Hinata to evolve. If she continued to resemble a mere vase, she would only be a burden to him. After all, in Konoha, Hinata was one of the few who harbored no malice toward him. Even the ever-kind Hiruzen occasionally exuded a hint of animosity. Thus, he sought to guide Hinata, urging her not to be ensnared by the will of fire. Prolonged exposure to darkness often breeds a yearning for light. In this reunion, all he sensed from Hinata was joy and excitement. Her emotions were so pure and untainted. Yet, if she remained this fragile, their closeness would only lead to mutual harm. Did you observe the expressions of that group? Naruto suddenly turned to the gathering crowd, where each individual radiated a repulsive malice, with a few particularly intense glares scattered among them. Is this yet another ploy from the higher-ups of Konoha? Why? Hinata also noticed the villagers converging, their eyes fixated on Naruto with a look that seemed to demand, why haven't you perished yet? This added to Hinata's anguish. Because of your weakness, they do not even acknowledge your existence. That Naruto's gaze remained locked on the encircling crowd, not on Hinata. Among them, he spotted the same group of children from before, whispering and snickering with their parents, as if standing atop a precipice, embodying both mockery and victimhood. Hinata saw this too. Why? Why was it that Naruto, who had helped her, was now being vilified? The cacophony from the crowd surged. Is that guy going to harm someone again? I knew his sudden appearance in the village would spell trouble. Indeed, this monster should be expelled. Hey, by order of the third Hokage. What order matters now? That demon fox is about to harm someone. Is that little girl the target of the demon fox? Is that monster going to devour her? Quick, inform the third Hokage and drive this monster away. The malice from the villagers thickened, yet Naruto remained composed, his heart unaffected by the brewing storm. No. A soft yet forceful voice pierced through the clamor, silencing the hateful murmurs. Naruto turned, surprised to see Hinata. Her face flushed, gripping her yukata tightly. Though trembling with fear, she summoned all her strength to declare, Naruto-kun is not a bad person. He saved me. Naruto-kun is a good person. It was the first time Hinata bravely voiced her own sentiments. unwilling to witness the disappointment in Naruto's eyes, standing resolutely against the villagers. However, the ignorant villagers could not perceive the truth. That little girl must be threatened by the demon fox. How despicable. Indeed, the evil demon fox dares to intimidate the villagers. Where is the security department? Expel him! Expel him! In an instant, the crowd erupted with fury. Hinata realized her attempts at explanation had backfired, her heart racing with panic. She yearned to shout again, only to feel a small hand atop her head. Enough! This is sufficient. Hinata suddenly met a pair of gentle azure eyes, reminiscent of the sky. Hinata, you should leave here. It may soon become perilous. He had noticed several villagers picking up stones. No. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. She wished to stand by Naruto's side. Lady Hinata. Just then, a Hyuga ninja appeared before her, deflating the villagers' rage. They were mere civilians, unable to confront a ninja. The Hyuga ninja positioned himself between Naruto and Hinata, casting a disdainful glare at Naruto. Warning, stay away from the lady. Demon. His voice faltered, as if choked by an unseen force. His gaze caught by Naruto's eyes, which glimmered with a piercing red light. No, that's not it. Hinata cried out in protest. Yet the Hyuga ninja scooped her up and fled, moving faster than he had even against the shuriken from Kumogakure. That truly is a monster. The Hyuga ninja was the first to grasp the situation. Initially believing it mere rumor, his departure reignited the villagers' anger, intensifying it further. Get out of our village! A sudden sound, akin to something slicing through the air, was followed by a stone striking Naruto's head, blood gushing and staining half his face. Witnessing this, Hinata felt her vision cloud with crimson, as if she beheld a tender, small Naruto being devoured by a horde of monsters. It's all my fault. Still too weak. Naruto wiped the blood from his face, his expression calm as he regarded the barrage of thrown eggs, vegetables, and stones. If he possessed the strength to obliterate all of Konoha in a single strike like the sage, why endure such humiliation? Ding! With that sound, the voice that had driven Naruto to madness finally resonated. Standing at the crossroads of his life, the system would present the host with a second life choice, one that would determine his future fate. Faced with the malevolent and ignorant villagers, his options were: Option 1. As the reincarnation of Ashura's Chakra, you deeply cherish everything about the village. Kneel now, admit your faults, and implore their forgiveness in hopes of earning their acceptance. Reward: would release. Option 2. As the inherently wicked demon fox, do as you please, letting these foolish beings understand what they have provoked, instilling even greater fear in the villagers of Konoha. Reward: Sharingan. Please choose wisely. The system's voice ceased, halting Naruto's rising hatred and malice, leaving him frozen in place, his head bowed to conceal his astonishment. Indeed, the system's offerings were anything but mundane. Although the first option was somewhat repugnant, it aligned with the nature of Ashura's Chakra reincarnation. Both the original Naruto Uzumaki and the former Hashirama Senju would engage in such actions. No wonder the reward was would release. Hashirama, for the peace of the ninja world. I bow to everyone. Madara, for the peace of the ninja world. Everyone, bow to me. Yet this was the wood release that would pacify chaos, establish Konoha, and distribute the nine-tailed beasts. Frankly, Naruto felt a twinge of temptation. While wood release had its disparities, he was not the same as Yamato. In just a few years, with his chakra combined with the nine tails, he could rival half of Hashirama's strength. By then, he would likely possess a fraction of Hashirama's might. However, if that were the case, what would his year and a half of training amount to? What of the malice he had endured over the past years? He, Naruto Uzumaki, should be free to act as he wishes. Kurama, lend me your chakra. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would devise an explanation later. For now, he needed to silence this crowd. Go ahead and use it. A bunch of worthless fools daring to treat my Jinchuriki this way. Wrath, hatred, chaos, malice, an endless torrent of negative chakra surged into Naruto's body, failing to affect him in the slightest. The crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped him, while a chakra tail slowly extended behind him. What? What is that? That is a tail. This guy truly is a demon fox. Run, run, quickly run. The demon fox is here to destroy Konoha. The villagers, who had been hurling stones at Naruto, were suddenly gripped by terror. Fleeing in all directions, they had never expected that the boy they had bullied for so long was indeed the demon fox. They merely sought to vent their negative emotions, not to court death. Moments later, only a few terrified villagers and several root ninjas, covertly manipulating the villagers' emotions. It can only be said that the Root ninjas were indeed brainwashed, even in the face of the Vortex Naruto's intimidating demeanor. He merely broke out in a few beads of cold sweat before directly assuming a combat stance. This moment, Naruto had already succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. His azure eyes had transformed completely into a blood-red hue, with the black slit pupils at the center gleaming with a pinprick of crimson light. Naruto's body lowered, his limbs pressed against the ground, adopting an offensive posture as a vast, malevolent chakra surged forth, instantly instilling a sense of dread in the nearby Root ninjas. They had merely been brainwashed, yet the instinct for self-preservation remained, for this was a true monster. Bang! Stay back! At that moment, a cloud of white mist erupted in the arena, and two elderly figures clad in combat attire, accompanied by a multitude of ninjas in dark uniforms, emerged before the crowd. Shimura Danzo wore a grave expression, his single eye shadowed with foreboding. He had merely intended to expose the Jinchuriki's malevolence towards the village and subsequently confine him. Yet he never anticipated that the Jinchuriki would truly spiral out of control, especially in the heart of Konoha. He felt an additional weight settling upon his back. This probing action had been his suggestion. Should anything go awry, his aspirations for the Hokage title would surely dwindle. That he resolved to take the initiative. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it seemed, was indeed correct in cultivating the Jinchuriki as a weapon of war. Silence, Danzo. Hiruzen shot a cold glance at his old friend, aware that the Root's methods had crossed a line. After this incident, I shall personally address your Root. Hiruzen was disinterested in engaging in further discourse with Shimura Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his longtime friend, who was now attempting to shift the blame entirely onto him. Despite their prior agreement as a quartet, he needed to calm Naruto down. Fortunately, it was merely a single tail. Hiruzen felt a flicker of relief. One tail was something he could manage. He promptly placed his right thumb before his mouth, biting down to create an opening, swiftly forming hand signs before striking the ground with force, summoning Monkey King. After a burst of white smoke, a monkey clad in a tiger-striped vest and a ninja uniform, with a headband of Konoha, appeared before him. Hiruzen, who are we battling this time? The monkey spoke human language, but upon catching sight of the figure on all fours, enveloped in the cloak of the nine tails, with a chakra tail swaying behind, it fell silent. Monkey King, Vajra Rod. Without further ado, Hiruzen's summoning transformed into a black rod that materialized in his grasp. Naruto, calm yourself. Hiruzen leapt high, rod held aloft, poised to strike down upon Naruto. This old man is quite prompt. Naruto muttered under his breath, not wishing to engage in combat with Hiruzen just yet. He needed to maintain the facade of losing control. Such an act would be akin to inviting direct blows. Moreover, the amount of Nine Tails chakra he could wield was limited. With merely one tail, he could not contend against Hiruzen. Exerting force through all four limbs, he darted towards a nearby structure like a streak of crimson light. Instantly, two resounding crashes echoed in unison. Hiruzen's rod swung down upon empty air while Naruto barreled into the building. Yet, before he could escape too far, he collided with an impervious barrier of air, causing stars to dance before his eyes, leaving him dizzy and nauseous, his footing unsteadied. By heavens, there's a barrier. Today, I cannot be the hero. Naruto's head buzzed, but the sounds from behind jolted him back to clarity. Curse it, I can only manage this for now. After all, he had accomplished the objective of the mission, and the inherently malevolent villagers of Konoha had already witnessed the true visage of the fox spirit. With a barrier in place, further destruction was unfeasible. Naruto immediately dropped to the ground, a pained expression etched upon his face. When Hiruzen and Danzo arrived, they found Naruto, battered and writhing in agony upon the earth. Naruto, how are you holding up? Hiruzen inquired with deep concern, albeit from a distance of several meters. Hearing the voice, Naruto lifted his head and found Hiruzen alongside the one-eyed elder, tears streaming down his face. There was no helping it. The pain was unbearable. He had utilized the Nine Tails chakra to inflict wounds upon his own skin, lest he fail to convincingly portray a state of losing control. Third Hokage, grandfather, I am so sorry, I caused harm to the village. Woe is me. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Naruto had managed to suppress the rampage on his own. He swiftly moved forward, gently lifting Naruto, and asked softly, could you tell grandfather what transpired just now? This old man is truly hasty. I'm in agony. In an instant, Naruto's tears and snot flowed even more freely. Just moments ago, everyone had called him a monster. A demon fox. He felt wronged, for all he sought was their acknowledgement. Then, the fox had whispered to him, promising that if he relinquished his body, it would ensure everyone recognized him. Yet, it sought to harm them instead. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, though the pride in his eyes was undeniable. Indeed, Naruto's will of fire was more pure than anyone else's. It was no wonder he managed to suppress the Nine-Tails rampage by himself. Once swayed, there will be a second time. Danzo interjected darkly. Silence. Hiruzen shot Danzo a fierce glare, silencing him to mere murmurs. After all, Hiruzen was genuinely angry this time. Had Naruto not contained the rampage, Konoha would have suffered grievously. Naruto, what if the great fox speaks to you in that manner again? Hiruzen gazed at Naruto with a face full of kindness. This old man truly lacks humanity. I am covered in blood. Can we head to the hospital first? Third grandfather, I will never heed that great fox's words again. It is a villain, seeking to harm everyone, and no matter what it says henceforth, I will. Naruto's head tilted as consciousness slipped away, plunging him into the ceiling space. Hiruzen stared, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden unconsciousness. However, upon observing the multitude of wounds adorning Naruto's body, he quickly realized his own impatience had led to this. Summon help? Hokage-sama. 3 dark figures simultaneously appeared before Hiruzen. Speaking in unison, Hiruzen carefully entrusted Naruto to one of them, commanding, "Take Naruto to the hospital to tend to his wounds." Understood. The 3 figures vanished in unison. It seemed that even the Nine-Tails found it arduous to shake Naruto's indomitable will of fire. Hiruzen turned to Danzo, a hint of pride discernible in his tone, although the Jinchuriki managed to suppress the rampage. The village had still incurred damage. Danzo's implication was that Naruto had now firmly established a reputation as a demon fox. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression turned cold as he spoke in a low voice. Since this matter originated with you, it falls upon you to mitigate its repercussions. In 2 months, Naruto must enroll in the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, you shall bear the brunt of the Root's future funding. With that, Hiruzen vanished from sight, intent on reassuring the frightened villagers. Only Danzo remained, his countenance as dark as water, his form slightly hunched, as if burdened by some unseen weight. Where has Naruto-kun gone? After some time, when Hinata returned to the scene, breathless, she found nothing but devastation and a few villagers still gripped by fear. At that moment, she suddenly spotted several familiar figures, the very boys who had bullied her, now huddled together in conversation. Hinata dashed over, gritting her teeth. Though she was exceedingly nervous, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Where did Naruto-kun go? You are a companion of that demon fox. You truly are a monster. Get away from me." The individuals, already intimidated by Naruto, suddenly erupted into a flurry of curses, as if they had just stepped on a tail, and prepared to assault Hinata once more. Hinata's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. As the image of Naruto, bloodied and battered, resurfaced before her, her perceived weakness had caused Naruto-kun to suffer grievous injuries. Why? Why would such a gentle Naruto-kun be labeled a monster? It is you who resemble monsters. Hinata's voice trembled as she shouted, her once pure and delicate gaze now fierce and resolute, veins bulging with intensity. I ask you, what is the purpose of your ruckus, if not to land yourself in the hospital? The Nine-Tails lay on the ground, resting its head on its paws, bewildered. You know nothing. Mind your own business regarding Gwaji. Naruto retorted disdainfully, eyes closed as he lay on the ground. Gwaji. Speaking of which, you incessantly mention that without hacks one is doomed. And that being a little cheat isn't truly cheating. So, what exactly is a hack? The Nine-Tails, puzzled by this new term, recalled previous grievances voiced by Naruto in the ceiling space, and couldn't help but voice its confusion. Naruto abruptly sat up, still with eyes shut, yet a mischievous smirk played at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, you truly wish to know? This brat." The Nine-Tails glared at the impish expression on Naruto's face, uncertain of what scheme he was concocting. "Say what you will." The Nine-Tails haughtily turned its head away. "Very well then. Allow me to demonstrate that." As he spoke, Naruto gradually opened his eyes. The aloof fox still turned away, couldn't help but steal glances at Naruto's transformation. Suddenly, its fur bristled, and it leapt from the ground in a frenzy, its entire form erupting in agitation. Is this an illusion? When did this happen? The Ninetales instinctively believed it had fallen victim to a Jinjutsu and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Fixating its gaze on Naruto's eyes, upon opening his eyes, the once azure depths now radiated a crimson hue. Within those blood-red orbs, 3 tomos spun relentlessly, ultimately aligning into a singular line, resembling a fox's slit pupil. This occurrence far exceeded Naruto's expectations. The system had initially bestowed upon him but a single tomo Sharingan, requiring his own effort to evolve. Unexpectedly, upon acquiring this Sharingan, memories from the past 5 years surged through his mind. The palpable malevolence, akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair, coupled with his long-term rigorous training and the mental fortitude accrued from 2 lifetimes, had directly awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. To his astonishment. After more than a year of traversing this realm, he had finally shouldered the burden of his past. The strength he had previously possessed, regardless of its foundation, ultimately relied upon his own cultivation. Albeit with a slight advantage from the Ninetales' power, yet in the grand scheme, it was the fruit of his own labor. Moreover, aside from an initial rapid growth in strength, subsequent progress had slowed considerably, leading him to a plateau. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto's power surges were primarily attributed to the Ninetales chakra and sage mode. Currently, the former was not easily accessible, and he lacked a place to train in the latter. Thus, significant advancement in his abilities had become increasingly elusive. However, the present circumstances were different. With the awakening of his eyes, even without their active use, the mere activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan provided him with feedback that far surpassed the results of his 1.5 years of arduous training. Coupled with the unique ocular techniques contained within, he had already attained a semblance of strength rivaling that of a Kage. Should those foolish individuals remain oblivious, he could lead them toward enlightenment. And even Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unable to impede him. Indeed, no matter how hard one strives, it pales in comparison to the advantages of a hack. Effort is subordinate to lineage, and lineage is inferior to hacks. With effort, lineage, and hacks combined, how could Uzumaki Naruto fail? His current achievements were the fruits of his labor. Amidst this profound silence, a low, hoarse laughter suddenly shattered the stillness, reverberating as if emanating from an endless abyss. Gradually escalating into a wild, unrestrained cackle, this laughter was imbued with boundless madness, liberation, derision, and ecstasy. The roles of attack and defense had now shifted. That little brat, the Ninetales, realized this was no mere illusion. Naruto had genuinely awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. However, observing his maniacal laughter, it couldn't help but draw comparisons to the infamous Uchiha Madara. The Ninetales mumbled to itself, increasingly sensing something amiss. Suddenly, its eyes widened as it fixated on Naruto. Pondering past events, it recalled that neither Namake's Minato nor Uzumaki Kushina bore the Uchiha bloodline. Yet, why had Naruto awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? It felt as though it had uncovered a chilling blind spot. A thought that sent shivers down its spine. Ugh, my head itches. It feels like I'm about to gain some intellect. Yet, Naruto's hair bore an uncanny resemblance to Namake's Minato's, while undeniably being the offspring of Uzumaki Kushina. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan's lineage coursed through Naruto's veins. Suddenly, it recalled that Kushina had a close friend within the Uchiha clan, often visiting them. Could it be that yellow-haired Uchiha? The Ninetales felt its processing unit nearing overload, its head nearly smoking from the complexity of human relationships. Clearly, the thoughts of tailed beasts were far simpler, but I must say, you seem to be pondering some rather impolite matters. Kai B.I.S. The Ninetales continued its mental deliberation. Its expression morphed unpredictably, leaving Naruto astounded at how a fox could exhibit such a range of anthropomorphic emotions. Ahem. The Ninetales cleared its throat awkwardly, scratching its head with its paw. After all, even as a fox, contemplating the infidelity of Naruto's parents in front of him felt rather inappropriate. By the way, what on earth is the matter with your Mangekyō Sharingan? I've never seen you possess one before. Naruto chuckled, his confidence unwavering. What was once is now. This is what it means to have a hack. Awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan equals a hack. The Ninetales was momentarily bewildered. However, Naruto's equation held a semblance of truth. The Sharingan was indeed akin to a hack. After all, achieving the Mangekyō Sharingan typically required a lifetime of training for an ordinary ninja, yet Naruto's awakening provided a monumental leap in power. Enough of that. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet, a challenging glint in his eyes as he regarded the 9-tails. By, let us spar. Humph, little brat. Do you think that merely awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan grants you the right to provoke me? The Ninetales' gaze sharpened, akin to two glistening blades fixated upon Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto wore an enigmatic smile and boldly declared, Kai-bai, you have been controlled by the Mangekyō Sharingan twice. You little brat. The Ninetales' lips twitched. Not from amusement, but rather as a sign of suppressed fury, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Come here, I shall tear you to shreds with my own hands. Ha! Kai-bai, let me witness the might of the strongest tailed beast. As the clouds parted and the rain ceased, Uzumaki Naruto felt invigorated, charging directly into the prison that contained the Ninetales. Primarily, this was the ceiling space. Even if he were to perish, he would not truly die. Roar! The Ninetales emitted a derisive roar, swiftly swatting at Naruto with its colossal paw. Faced with the straightforward attack, Naruto merely sidestepped, causing the Ninetales strike to miss and create a splash of water in the instant of evasion. Naruto clapped his hands together, shadow clone technique. Instantaneously, dozens of chakra clones appeared around him, dispersing into various directions, encircling the Ninetales in a semicircular formation. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. All avatars simultaneously clapped their hands and took a deep breath, gathering immense chakra within their mouths, before unleashing a barrage of wind release. Vacuum bullets, akin to the relentless fire of a machine gun, directly targeting the Ninetales. The Ninetales shook its nine tails vigorously, shielding itself from the onslaught. Every single vacuum bullet struck against the Ninetales' tails, instantly generating a cloud of smoke. With the enhancement of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Naruto's vacuum bullets proved to be far more potent than those of Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving numerous wounds on the Ninetales' tails. Not bad for a kid. Naruto. Wind release. Rasengan. As the Ninetales spread its tails apart, revealing its crimson vertical pupils, it was about to unleash a tirade of insults when it noticed dozens of blonde figures swiftly approaching, each molding their own Rasengan. What the heck? No honor in battle. The Ninetales felt a jolt of alarm. Being struck by so many wind-release Rasengans was no trivial matter. It once again commanded its nine tails, 5 to defend itself, while 4 swiped towards the advancing Naruto clones. From a distance, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, when suddenly, his left eye's vertical pupil widened dramatically. Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique. Return of the divine spirit. In an instant, 9 torii gates descended from the heavens, pinning the Ninetales' 9 tails to the ground. What is this? The divine gate. The familiar scene caused the Ninetales' heart to momentarily stop. It believed that Senju Hashirama had returned from the dead, momentarily forgetting to resist. While the Ninetales was momentarily stunned, Naruto was not idle. Dozens of clones had already rushed in, preparing to attack the Ninetales in a self-sacrificial manner. The sounds of multiple Rasengans exploding and clones dissipating echoed simultaneously. This time, the smoke from the clones' explosions enveloped the entirety of the massive Ninetales, obscuring its form from view. Yet, Naruto's Sharingan saw clearly. Although the Ninetales appeared somewhat disheveled, its fighting spirit burned even brighter. Roar! The Ninetales broke free from the 9 torii gates, dispersing the surrounding smoke that had merely been momentarily dazed by a psychological shadow, but quickly regained its senses. Although the appearance resembled Hashirama's divine gate, it was merely a faade. You've made me rather angry, little brat. It was infuriating for the mighty beast to be intimidated by a mere imitation. With its 9 tails fully unfurled, they surged towards Naruto's main body. Naruto, however, remained steadfast, his mouth slightly agape as he caught his breath. He divided his chakra into dozens of clones to perform the Rasengan, realizing that at only 5.5 years old, he had yet to master chakra control. He needed to recuperate from such a massive expenditure. However, in the face of the Ninetales' fierce tail strikes, Naruto displayed little panic. Clapping his hands once more, 9 colossal wooden hands materialized within the ceiling space, directly blocking the Ninetales' assault. As this would release, the Ninetales quickly retracted its tails, its expression one of bewilderment. The wooden hands vanished, and Naruto pointed to his left eye, declaring, "This is not would release. It is the ability of my kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as Return of the Divine Spirit, that a rather impressive ocular technique." Naruto felt immense satisfaction with his left eye's ability, which, in both his past and present lives, had proven to be a remarkable power. Return of the Divine Spirit. This technique, similar yet vastly superior to that of the Arima clan, could transmute the illusory into the tangible, manipulating reality through illusion, allowing imagined objects to materialize. That it was a power that defied the heavens, enabling him to conjure anything as long as his chakra was sufficiently vast, his mental fortitude robust, and his physical strength formidable. Just like this would release true thousand hands. Naruto clapped his hands again, and an abundance of trees suddenly sprouted within the ceiling space. These trees spiraled upward at a visible rate, swiftly coalescing into a half-human figure seated in a lotus position. Ultimately, to the astonishment of the Nine Tails, it transformed into a colossal Buddha, its hands clasped in prayer. Though it lacked the myriad hands of 1,000, only 9 were present, matching the Nine Tails' own 9 tails. After all, he truly could not fathom how Hashirama's 1,000 hands were utilized in battle. Having a few less was just fine. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Naruto, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Kaibai, this ocular technique is quite impressive, don't you think?" The Nine Tails gazed blankly at the giant Buddha, as memories of its past began to assault it once more. The humiliation of being grasped by Hashirama flooding back. "Damn it, little brat, do not underestimate the tailed beasts." The Nine Tails erupted in fury. It had been helpless against Hashirama's grasp and powerless against Uchiha Madara's control. But now, even a mere child dared to stand atop its head. Did it think the Nine Tails was a soft target? With its 9 tails pointed forward, the Nine Tails raised its head high, gathering both yin and yang chakra that swirled rapidly in front of its eyes. Forming a dense black energy sphere, the Nine Tails swallowed the condensed energy ball, its cheeks bulging, before unleashing it in a straight line towards Naruto, like a streak of black light racing forward. This was a genuine tailed beast bomb. An attack of immense caliber, even rivaling the full power of a typical Kage-level assault. What the heck? Kaibai is serious now. Naruto's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. 11 massive hands stood ready to intercept the tailed beast bomb midair. However, an imitation could only ever be an imitation. Despite the imposing aura of Naruto's Buddha, it could not hope to match the true power of Hashirama. After all, without the Nine Tails chakra, Hashirama's mere chakra would likely surpass that of hundreds of Naruto's combined. The 11 hands were annihilated by the tailed beast bomb, crushed to dust, merely slowing its approach. It continued its relentless advance towards Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the tailed beast bomb. His right eye widened dramatically. Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique. Bishamonten. The space before Naruto began to warp and twist, ultimately transforming into a vast, swirling vortex of pitch darkness, consuming even the light around it. As the tailed beast bomb reached Naruto, it halted abruptly before the enormous black vortex, slowly being drawn inside. What? The Nine Tails' eyes widened again, yet it began to gather a second tailed beast bomb. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was truly a troublesome ability. How many tailed beast bombs could it absorb? Observing the Nine Tails conjuring a second tailed beast bomb, Naruto refrained from employing the black vortex again and opted for the shadow clone technique, beginning to mold another Rasengan. This time, however, 4 clones collaborated to create a single Rasengan. Naruto's main body swiftly retreated, realizing that the Rasengan being formed was considerably larger than usual, and he had refrained from using wind release chakra. Given the substantial chakra he had gained from the previous tailed beast bomb, adding too much wind release chakra would likely hinder its formation. The Rasengan was swiftly completed. The remaining 3 clones exhausted their chakra and vanished, leaving only 1 clone holding a Rasengan larger than itself, standing atop the Buddha. Kaibai. Have you ever heard of a technique known as the descending Rasengan? Ultra big Rasengan. The clone leaped into the air, brandishing the massive Rasengan as it descended towards the Nine Tails. Naruto. The Nine Tails' visage twisted into a snarl as it unleashed another tailed beast bomb, shooting forth like a sword, intent on cleaving the gigantic Rasengan descending from above. When the two collided midair, the entire ceiling space trembled from the force of the energy clash. The tailed beast bomb, a sphere containing the pinnacle of tailed beast chakra, collided with Naruto's ultra-big Rasengan, which had likewise drawn upon the extreme compression of chakra from the previous tailed beast bomb. The resulting explosion radiated light as brilliant as a miniature sun, instantly tearing through the surrounding darkness and revealing a brilliance akin to daylight. A powerful shock wave emanated from the 2 tailed beast bombs, expanding outward in a circular motion. The ground trembled beneath their might, as the Buddha conjured by Naruto's ocular technique was reduced to mere dust in the wake of the shockwave. the air thick with an oppressive sensation that left one breathless. Amidst the brilliance, energy ripples spread outward at a visible pace. It seems as though the entire sealed space has been distorted by this force. At the boundary between light and darkness, two contrasting chakra types collide fiercely, producing dazzling hues. Red and blue intertwine like the realms of yin and yang, gradually eroding one another. Ultimately, as the energies of both sides wane, the brilliance begins to fade. The Ninetales remains sprawled in place, shielding itself with its tail, while Naruto stands at the entrance of the cage, layers of damaged stone walls protecting him from the impact. With no changes occurring around him, this is indeed your ocular technique. Given Naruto's current chakra levels, it is inconceivable that he could generate such a powerful Rasengan. Even the fourth Hokage could not block its tailed beast bomb with a Rasengan. How infuriating it is that such a formidable beast cannot subdue a mere child. Naruto adjusted his disheveled clothing after the shockwave, smiling as he pointed to his right eye. The ocular technique in his right eye is Bishamon, which possesses the ability to consume everything. When Naruto employs this technique, he can absorb other substances and any form of energy, be it physical energy, mental energy, or chakra, directly. After consumption, he can enhance his abilities, utilizing the powers of others for his own gain. The synergy between his two eyes is quite remarkable, but he wonders if he could gain a bloodline limit by absorbing a ninja with such an ability. The Mangekyō Sharingan truly lives up to its reputation as the eye reflecting the soul. Both abilities are ones that Naruto greatly admires. How audacious! You wicked little vortex imp, the Ninetales roared in fury. And Naruto immediately exited the sealed space. Opening his eyes to the ceiling of the Konoha hospital, he glanced at the outside world, where the sun shone brilliantly, though he had engaged in a battle with the Ninetales in the sealed space. The flow of time was different. He had only been unconscious for a couple of hours. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, no longer feeling shame for his retreat. Ridiculous. The Ninetales was about to unleash its third-tailed beast bomb, treating such a powerful technique like a mere basic attack. Naruto, however, could not afford to do so, even though Bishamon could absorb chakra. It still required ocular power, and one-tailed beast bomb likely equated to hundreds of Kakashis. What surprised Naruto even more was that the ocular power of his Mangekyō Sharingan could actually regenerate. Was it due to the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan, or perhaps the influence of the Ninetales chakra? Regardless of the reason, he was relieved that he did not have to worry about becoming blind. He pondered whether absorbing the Sharingan could increase his ocular power, and if he were to absorb the Mangekyō Sharingan, would he directly acquire the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Naruto suddenly felt the urge to test this with an awakened Uchiha. But he quickly reined in his thoughts. He was about to turn 6, and would soon enter the Ninja Academy. It seemed that the Uchiha massacre was just around the corner, providing him with a potential opportunity to seize a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. If he could truly attain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he would be able to use ocular techniques freely without the burden of consuming ocular power. However, given the current circumstances, he needed to find someone to test the effects of his ocular technique. Who should I approach first? Naruto gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. After all, there were many who had displeased him over the years, taking advantage of the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet arrived. He contemplated his options. Just as he emerged from the sealed space, he sensed through the malevolent perception of the Ninetales that two malevolent presences had suddenly vanished. One likely went to inform Hiruzen, while the other went to notify Shimura Danzo. However, he no longer needed to pander to Hiruzen and his group of old-timers as he had in the past. Previously, his weakness had necessitated restraint. But now, with the Mangekyō Sharingan in his possession, he had acquired a degree of power that could challenge the status quo. If he were to behave as he once did, that Mangekyō Sharingan would have been in vain. As Naruto continued to ponder, he found himself wrestling with indecision akin to a college student contemplating what to have for lunch. If he chose one option, he would regret not selecting another. If he opted for the alternative, he would feel that the first choice was superior, leading to inner turmoil. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Before Naruto could respond, the door swung open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat, entered with a warm smile. You could have spared the knock, Naruto thought to himself, unable to suppress his sarcasm. How is your recovery, young Naruto? Hiruzen inquired. Naruto smiled and replied, much better. Third Hokage, the sudden shift in Naruto's address caused Hiruzen's heart to skip a beat. Although his expression remained amiable, Naruto sensed a sudden spike in Hiruzen's malevolence. Young Naruto, why have you stopped calling me Grandpa Third? Are you feeling unwell? That old coot. I'm only calling you Third Hokage out of respect. Otherwise, you'd be 6 feet under. Naruto longed to say this but refrained, as he still intended to extract a few pairs of eyeballs from the inhabitants of Konoha. However, it seemed that the Sarutobi clan possessed considerable strength. Given Hiruzen's aura of vitality, absorbing him should significantly boost Naruto's physical prowess. Hiruzen, lacking the ability to read minds and oblivious to the Nine-Tails' malevolent perception, misinterpreted Naruto's vacant expression as one of profound distress. Young Naruto, this situation is not your fault. Many in the village harbor misunderstandings about you. Third Hokage, I must indeed be the demon fox, Naruto said, lowering his head in an attempt to feign disappointment. Why does it suddenly feel as though acting has become more challenging? Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke solemnly. Naruto, this is not your fault, but I did indeed transform into the demon fox. Hiruzen fell into silence, pondering briefly before letting out a deep sigh, his voice hoarse as he said, Naruto, allow me to share a story with you. A story? Naruto raised his head in curiosity, wondering what method Hiruzen would employ to manipulate him this time. Hiruzen's face suddenly took on a nostalgic expression, a mixture of sorrow and reminiscence washing over him. This tale begins with the 4th Hokage, who was a remarkably bright and gentle child. Though shy in nature, he possessed a serious and cautious demeanor when confronting foes that I recognized his potential even during his time at the Ninja Academy. In the end, 5 years ago, during the Nine-Tails rampage, the 4th Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the beast and save the village. Earning the title of the hero who protected Konoha, Hiruzen continued, extolling the virtues of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, praising him as an outstanding ninja and a great leader who safeguarded the entire village. Naruto, reflecting on his experiences over the past few years, contemplated, Minato Namikaze, what exactly did you protect? Your wife perished, you died, your son has become a pariah, and you left nothing behind. The villagers of Konoha had never truly believed Naruto to be the demon fox. Rather, they needed a target for their emotional release. After the devastation caused by the Nine-Tails, someone had to bear the blame. With the 4th Hokage deceased and the village's higher-ups concerned for their own reputations, Naruto naturally became the scapegoat for the village's hatred. When they witnessed Naruto transform into the demon fox, fear was the only emotion that remained in their hearts. Naruto, Hiruzen suddenly called out, pulling Naruto from his reverie, who looked up in confusion at Hiruzen's newfound seriousness. Although it was the 4th Hokage who sealed the Nine-Tails, you also carry the hopes of the entire village. Without you as the vessel for the Nine-Tails seal, Konoha would not enjoy the peace it has today. Naruto, though I am the 3rd Hokage, you are the true hero? When I express this question mark, it is not because I am confused, but because I believe you are mistaken. Hiruzen's ability to manipulate emotions is truly remarkable. He nearly ignited a fervor within him, proving himself to be the architect of the most potent Jinjutsu. Will of Fire, and Naruto's eyes welled with tears as he proclaimed, 3rd Hokage, I am the hero of Konoha, and I will ensure that everyone acknowledges me. I will make the villagers my source of strength to become stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Although Naruto still did not revert to his previous form of address, the essence of the Will of Fire remained undiminished, still burning brightly if he wished to earn the recognition of others. He must first become a ninja. Once he graduates from the Ninja Academy, he will truly become a ninja. I will strive diligently. 3rd Hokage, Naruto declared, his eyes fixed intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with yearning. Little Naruto confidently strolled along the path home, surrounded by cold, disdainful glances. The village's malice had not waned in the slightest, perhaps even intensified. Yet, no one dared to huddle together and whispered maledictions or hurled vile curses at him. The difference this time was that the hostility he faced stemmed more from fear than anything else. Everyone avoided him, as if he were a venomous snake. As the saying goes, good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news spreads far and wide. Konoha was but a village, and by afternoon, nearly everyone was aware of the events that transpired that very morning. However, due to the 3rd Hokage's decree and the vigilance of the security department, the villagers were left seething with anger, yet unable to voice their frustrations. This resulted in an unprecedented clarity of spirit for Naruto. This was how it should be. After all, he was the Nine-Tails. It was only natural for them to fear him. It was an utter reversal of the natural order for them to bully and curse him daily. with his hands stuffed in his pockets and a warm smile gracing his face. He walked the streets of Konoha with an air of nonchalance, as if he were in the comfort of his own living room. After all, no one dared to approach him. All who saw him made way at a distance. No matter where he went, the atmosphere would hush as if a spell had been cast, and only after he had moved on would they dare to mutter their curses quietly. Even the stray dogs lurking in the corners sensed the aura of the Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Naruto and scampered away as if they were being chased, vividly illustrating the disdain they held for him. With this realization, Naruto felt no urgency to return home. He spent the entire afternoon wandering through Konoha, gravitating towards lively areas. Where animosity thrived, he would boldly enter the shops, touching and inspecting everything, nearly causing several establishments to teeter on the brink of closure. However, a few particularly defiant ones shouted at him, unleashing a torrent of venomous curses. Naruto merely gazed at them with regret as the security department whisked them away for a chat. This amusing spectacle, where those who despised him had no recourse but to face consequences for their words, only elevated Naruto's spirits. "You little rascal, do you genuinely revel in such trivial games?" At last. The Nine-Tails, confined within the ceiling space, could no longer contain itself. Surprised, Naruto responded internally, "Kurama, are you not angry anymore?" The Nine-Tails let out a frustrated huff. "Humph, even if I were angry, what could you do about it? You think you can just come in here and give me a beating? Huh, I shall seek you out for a spar once I enhance my strength," Naruto replied, unabashedly. Humph. The Nine-Tails refused to engage further in this topic. Having realized over the past year that Naruto was utterly oblivious to the concept of face, instead, it disdainfully remarked, "Is this your method of exacting revenge on Konoha? It seems there's little else to be done." One cannot engage in mischief in broad daylight. Feeling somewhat helpless, Naruto's mind turned towards darker thoughts as he sinisterly mused. "But we must wait until nightfall, right?" The Nine-Tails fell silent, suddenly perceiving that the already dim ceiling space had grown even more profound. The ceiling door and the bars had taken on inky patterns that dawned on it why Naruto's chakra had not spiraled out of control, like a drop of sewage falling into an inkwell. Aside from a ripple, what difference could it possibly make? With the acquisition of those eyes, Naruto's malevolence had shed its shackles. Dusk, the threshold between day and night, is also known as the witching hour. After a day of wandering, despite Naruto's abundant energy, the fragrant aroma wafting from the buildings lining the street stirred a pang of hunger within him. In a corner of the commercial district, he hesitated before a shop, uncertain whether to enter. The vibrant red and white sign, emblazoned with the bold characters Ichiraku ramen, beckoned him, the steam from the freshly prepared ramen seeping through the curtain's gaps, enticing passers-by. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto pushed aside the curtains and stepped inside. The establishment featured a long counter for patrons, with two patrons already seated at either end, while a man and a woman busied themselves behind the counter. Ayam, who had been working alongside her father for years, immediately noticed the new customer and paused her task, greeting him with a warm smile. "Welcome. Is that you, Naruto?" Ayam's expression shifted from surprise to delight. "Naruto, you little rascal, where have you been all this past year? We've been worried about you," she said, her eyes reflecting a sisterly concern that, "Oh, it truly is Naruto. You haven't visited in over a year, and we've introduced quite a few new items to the menu since then." Tucci, the owner, turned around upon hearing the commotion, greeting Naruto with a cheerful smile. "Haha, I've been training outside all year, just returned today. I intend to sample all of your new offerings, Uncle Tucci," Naruto said, scratching his head with a genuine smile that was rarely seen in front of others. Indeed, neither Tucci nor Ayam harbored any malice towards him despite the day's events. This establishment could be considered one of his few havens in Konoha. However, the sudden surge of animosity that accompanied his arrival unsettled him. Frowning, he chose a seat near another patron, only to discover that this individual bore no hostility either. Curiously, he glanced over to find a figure with distinctive silver hair, a forehead protector obscuring his eyes, a mask covering half his face, and a small book nestled in his hand. Hatake Kakashi. Naruto was taken aback to encounter him here, but chose to sit nonchalantly beside him without further thought. Kakashi merely cast a fleeting glance at Naruto upon his entry, his lifeless eyes momentarily flickering before returning to their usual stillness. It seemed that Naruto had grown quite a bit taller over the year. He had once been shorter than this counter, after all. "Haha." Ayam laughed while preparing chopsticks for Naruto. "Is that so?" Naruto stood up to compare, realizing he was indeed half a head taller than the counter now. This was only natural. He had been consuming various high-protein, nutritious foods during his travels, supplemented by chakra, resulting in significant growth. Perhaps it's due to my training, he chuckled, adopting a somewhat boastful demeanor. I've learned some ninjutsu now. Ninjutsu? Naruto, you're amazing. Ayam's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having run a ramen shop in Konoha for over a decade with her father, she was well aware of how impressive it was to master ninjutsu at the age of 6. By the way, wasn't Lord Kakashi also skilled in ninjutsu at 6? Ayam suddenly turned to Kakashi, attempting to bridge a conversation between the two geniuses, believing they would share common ground. Kakashi, who had been engrossed in his book, instinctively tightened his grip on it, and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded slightly. Naruto exaggeratedly contorted his face, exclaiming, "Wait, this one-eyed uncle is as formidable as I am?" One-eyed uncle? Kakashi's deadpan expression twitched slightly, but he offered no response. The child of a teacher certainly exhibited a personality that was entirely different from that of his mentor. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Ayam, who had initiated the topic, felt a bit awkward and promptly shifted the conversation. "So, Naruto, are you finished with your training because you're about to enroll in the Ninja Academy?" "Yes." Naruto nodded happily, completely unfazed by Kakashi's indifference. Changpu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. "If you're going to school, surely you'll make many more friends." "I definitely will." Bang! A sudden loud noise abruptly interrupted Naruto's unfinished sentence. Changpu was startled to discover that it was a nearby customer who had finished his ramen. Standing up and forcefully slamming his chopsticks onto the table, Changpu quickly approached with a polite expression, inquiring, "Sir, was the ramen not to your liking?" The man snorted disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto's position, silently muttering a curse under his breath. Then, with a look of utter disgust directed at Changpu, he bellowed at a volume that could be heard several streets away. "The noodles here are simply the most disgusting thing I've ever eaten. Opening a place like this is a sheer waste of land in Konoha. You might as well close down." With that, he hurriedly left without looking back. Changpu was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the man was deliberately looking for trouble. Her originally gentle expression turned cold, her brows furrowing slightly, and her cheeks flushed with a faint hue of indignation. Glancing at the clean, empty bowl on the table, she clenched her teeth, supporting herself on the bar counter. She leaned forward and shouted angrily at the departing figure. How can you eat the ramen so cleanly if you think it tastes bad? If you have the guts, come back and tell me what was wrong with it." The man, however, quickened his pace and soon vanished into the crowd. Seeing this, Changpu felt helpless and began to clear away the empty bowl, only to realize another issue. This scoundrel actually dared to dine and dash. Changpu's anger flared. She had never encountered anyone so brazen about skipping out on a meal. This guy has a death wish. Naruto hung his head low, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes as he memorized the man's scent. "I'll be at your doorstep soon. I'm sorry, Sister Changpu." Upon hearing this, Changpu's expression softened considerably, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered as she replied, "Naruto, this has nothing to do with you. That guy may have left without paying, but his rudeness is inexcusable." That moment, Naruto suddenly felt a hand patting his head. He turned around to find that Kakashi had finished his noodles and was turning to leave, with the Sharingan in his possession. The higher-ups of Konoha forbade him from having too much contact with Jinchuriki. On the table where Kakashi had been sitting lay a stack of bills, far exceeding the cost of 2 bowls of ramen. It seemed that Kakashi actually had a fondness for Naruto. Changpu gazed at the money on the table with surprise, stifling a laugh as she remarked, "Kakashi is quite the tsundere, isn't he?" "Is that so?" Naruto propped his left hand against his cheek, watching Kakashi's silhouette disappear into the darkness, lost in thought. By the time Naruto returned home, it was already late into the night that he felt the need to apologize to Shouta and Changpu. For due to his prolonged stay at Ichiraku Ramen, the shop had seen very few customers that evening. Initially, he had intended to leave after finishing his ramen, but Changpu had kept him engaged in conversation, asking about various matters. Since it was rare for him to chat normally with someone, Naruto decided to simply remain there, enjoying the dialogue while sampling every type of ramen Ichiraku had to offer. He hadn't spent a dime in over a year, so his wallet was naturally quite full. They truly made for a wonderfully simple father-daughter duo. Naruto sighed as he opened the door to his home, only to quickly adopt a peculiar expression. The house was not particularly clean. After all, he had been away for more than a year, and dust had settled in many places that he refrained from turning on the lights. Merely opening the refrigerator to find it stocked with milk and instant noodles, all of which were past their expiration date. These items had been on the brink of spoiling before he left. But due to his laziness, he had not disposed of them. Naruto retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles and heated some tap water that had been sitting in the kettle for a year and a half. After preparing the noodles, he placed them on the tatami in the living room and reclined against the shadowy couch, the moonlight illuminating his lower body while obscuring the upper half from view. Having survived in the wild for over a year, the dust posed little concern for him. This is truly wretched. Naruto suddenly lamented, his frustration evident, yet in the dim light, the 3 tomo in his eyes spun quietly. I had already chosen to ignore you, so why must you so thoughtlessly present yourself before me? In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the room echoed with rapid breathing, only to vanish just as swiftly. Naruto fell silent, his expression growing increasingly indifferent as he silently awaited the noodles to soften in the bowl. Do you enjoy your ramen mushi? If it's too soft, the texture can be quite unpleasant. Naruto suddenly spoke, as if to himself, or perhaps to someone unseen, yet the room offered no reply. If you remain silent, you might just become a starving ghost. Abruptly, he turned his head, his slit pupils fixating on the corner of the room. The Umbu ninja, who had been utilizing the body flicker technique, felt a jolt of surprise. Although he had long suspected that he was exposed, he had not anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child would detect him. An Umbu operative, masked and cloaked, materialized before him, incredulity coloring his voice as he asked, "You can sense chakra? Is this the legendary body flicker technique?" Naruto did not respond. His curiosity piqued as he observed the Umbu ninja, who had just revealed himself from invisibility. In truth, Naruto possessed no such sensory abilities. He suspected that the unique powers of the Uzumaki clan had yet to awaken within him. However, upon opening the door moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming aura of malice and intent to kill that had become almost unbearable. He sensed various forms of hostility every day. Even during his time training in the wilderness, he could feel the malevolence emanating from the Umbu. Yet he had never encountered someone who displayed such intense murderous intent right upon approach. As Naruto peeled back the lid of his instant noodles, he found them thoroughly softened, a gentle smile gracing his face as he offered to the Umbu ninja, "Would you like some? I prepared it just for you." The expression beneath the ninja's mask soured instantly, his eyes filled with disdain as he retorted mockingly, "Only a beast like you would eat such garbage." "What a pity," Naruto said with exaggerated regret, idly stirring the noodles in his paper bowl. By the way, you still haven't answered my question." "What question?" The Umbu ninja prepared to make his exit. Now that he had been exposed, there was no longer any reason to remain. He understood well that although Naruto was merely a child under 6 years of age, his strength was already on par with a Nin. Such talent rivaled that of the Kakashi from years past. Yet, being a special jonin himself, he had some confidence and hoped to teach this arrogant and repulsive brat a lesson. "Was your invisibility skill the body flicker technique?" Naruto inquired with the curiosity of a child fascinated by the unknown. "What do you intend to do?" The Umbu ninja did not answer, but he implied his acknowledgement by countering Naruto's question. In the darkness, only a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, rendering the room's details indistinct. Shadows playing across Naruto's form as he suddenly broke into a wide grin, his mouth curving upward to reveal a row of pristine white teeth. "It's nothing much, Daiti, just seems quite entertaining. May I borrow it to play?" The sight of Naruto's gleaming teeth sent a shiver down the Umbu ninja's spine, a chilling sensation coursing through his limbs as if he had been trapped by an unseen force. As an experienced Umbu operative, he was acutely aware of what such a feeling signified. He had encountered it before when he had been surveilling Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and had been caught in the act. "This monster intends to claim my bloodline." Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled 2 kunai, aimed directly at Naruto's forehead and heart, before dashing toward the door, nearly reaching it in an instant as he burst through. Due to the overwhelming force, he rolled several times on the ground. It seems that the Jinchuriki is no more than an embodiment of power, and the Umbu ninja, still holding his breath, found his complaints lodged in his throat. Suddenly, he beheld the Jinchuriki seated on the sofa, illuminated by moonlight, with kunai embedded in his forehead and heart, grinning at him. It was rather peculiar. That spot had just been shrouded in shadow, so how could it now be backlit? "This is an illusion," The ninja instantly comprehended the situation and promptly formed a hand sign to dispel the genjutsu. Yet he merely sensed a chaotic disturbance within his chakra before nothing transpired. What a letdown. He had hoped for a prolonged engagement. Unable to discern Naruto's expression, the ninja could only glean from his voice the profound disappointment resonating within. Uzumaki Naruto, do you intend to betray the village? Do not forget that it was the village that raised you, an orphan. Are you truly so ungrateful? The ninja suddenly spoke with a fierce demeanor, his short blade drawn from behind, his focus unwavering. How could the Jinchuriki's illusionary prowess be so formidable? Observing the tense posture of the ninja, Naruto felt compelled to pose a question. Before today, I should not have committed any act against the village. Right? What? As an ninja, you ought to recognize that I am the Jinchuriki, the child of the fourth Hokage. Why then does your animosity towards me run so deep? Naruto was perplexed. Had the situation not been so dire, he would have preferred to ignore his adversary. The ninja pressed his lips together, gripping his short blade tightly, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "My parents perished on the night of the Nine Tails." Naruto furrowed his brow, confused. And what relevance does that have to me? I am merely the Jinchuriki. The ninja's voice dripped with venom as he retorted, "Had you never been born, the Nine Tails incident would not have occurred. Your parents were no heroes of Konoha. They are the true villains of the village." The ninja's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. "People like you should never have been born into this world." Such arrogance, considering his own insignificance. Naruto was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He had never contemplated the situation from that perspective. Had Uzumaki Kushina not been pregnant, this calamity might indeed not have transpired. Yet such a notion was undeniably self-centered. Die? While Naruto pondered the implications of this logic, a short blade glimmering coldly in the moonlight lunged toward his heart, as the ninja seized the opportunity. He had longed to slay this foe, the one he held responsible for his parents' demise, yet due to his status as a Konoha ninja, he had been compelled to suppress his hatred. Now, at long last, he could avenge his parents. Even if he were to be punished by the third Hokage, he would bear no regrets, hoping only that the swift wind would remain untainted by his actions. Thud, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and a sinister smile crept across the ninja's lips beneath his mask, his heart secretly reveling. Humph, no matter how high the innate talent of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What of it? True ninjas are forged through countless battles. Those who have not experienced war easily lose their lives. You. Guh. The ninja intended to taunt, but a thick fluid suddenly surged from his mouth, rendering him speechless, while an agonizing pain in his chest transformed his earlier disdain into sheer terror. He abruptly realized that Naruto's countenance, adorned with kunai, appeared demonic in its ferocity. Ugh! The ninja emitted a pained cry as his vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself seated on the sofa, a short sword embedded in his chest. Laboriously, he gazed at the sword's wielder, who donned an animal mask. The ninja could almost perceive the scorn hidden beneath it. And in that moment, realization dawned upon him. Is it me? Have I killed myself? Naruto sat quietly across from him, having remained there all along, quietly and contentedly observing the ninja's self-inflicted demise, watching the body on the sofa twitch slightly. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the wilderness, he felt no discomfort. After all, it is difficult for one to feel compassion for food. Naruto approached and removed the mask, revealing a young, resolute face, likely in his 20s. Not the swift wind of the moonlight. How grotesque, he mused, glancing at the mask in his hands. After a moment's hesitation, he tucked it away, his right eye's slit pupil trembling slightly as a vortex materialized within his palm. Absorbing the ninja and the splatters of blood that adorned the sofa, Naruto sensed a slight increase in his chakra, an unfamiliar energy surging within him. Following his body's natural instincts, he formed a hand sign, gradually vanishing from sight. In the deep of night. While there was no curfew in the Hokage's world, the absence of nightlife was palpable. It was now the early hours, and the city had shed the clamor of daylight, replaced by the tranquility of night on the streets. Only a few scattered lights remained, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, casting their glow upon the desolate pavement. Naruto strolled alone through the deserted streets. The moonlight gentle as water, a soft breeze caressing his skin. Though the night bore a chill, It enveloped him in an inexplicable comfort. Yet, it was not the serene night that brought him solace, but rather the tranquil state of his mind. He had entered sage mode. He had used shadow clones to feign slumber in his bedroom, and no one had detected that his true self had slipped away. In typical circumstances, anyone employing sensory ninjutsu would easily discover his whereabouts, for while the technique merely rendered his body invisible, it could not contain the chakra emanating from it. Yet, Naruto possessed the ability to fully control the chakra within him, sealing it entirely, allowing not a whisper of it to escape. Except for those with a special bloodline capable of directly perceiving chakra, most sensory ninjas would struggle to detect him. This skill was inspired by his experiences in Hunter x Hunter, where he had concealed his presence while hunting in the forest. As he approached the commercial district, Naruto suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding residential buildings, now cloaked in darkness, with only a few windows still aglow. Lending a semblance of life to the night-shrouded Konoha, a childlike smile graced his face, as though he had finally found his beloved toy. A quarter of an hour later, Naruto returned to the original street, his countenance refreshed after dispatching another individual who had sought his demise, leaving him feeling both liberated and invigorated. With matters resolved, he did not rush home, but instead continued to wander through Konoha. Hokage Rock, the pinnacle of the village, offered the best vantage point for surveying Konoha. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the occasional call of a night bird piercing the stillness. The moonlight cascaded like silk, bathing every rooftop and treetop, enveloping the entire village in its ethereal glow. Naruto stood atop the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highest of the four faces, and from this vantage point, he could survey all of Konoha. In the deep night, Konoha resembled a reflection of the starry sky. The still bright Hokage buildings served as a beacon, guiding the village's every direction. That a gust of night air brushed past him, yet Naruto felt no chill. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan combined with the chakra of the Nine Tails bestowed upon him a vitality akin to a furnace. Embracing the night wind, he even felt a refreshing coolness as he gazed down upon the village enveloped in darkness. Slowly extending his arms, suddenly, he recalled the character Pain from the original series. The once thriving Konoha had swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Even he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Kurama, can the tailed beast bomb utterly devastate Konoha? Naruto silently inquired of the Nine Tails sealed within him. The Nine Tails paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. If you were to release me, I might just be able to. The quantity of Naruto's chakra and that of the Nine Tails are not even remotely comparable. Thus, the tailed beast bomb he unleashes is naturally not on the same level. That a flicker of disappointment crosses Naruto's mind as he acknowledges that the path to shouldering the burden is still long and arduous. It seems there is a technique known as the Great Spiral Wheel, which operates on the principle of compressing the dual attributes of Yin and Yang chakra before detonating them. Just as Naruto and the Nine Tails were deliberating on how to swiftly and effectively obliterate Konoha, his gaze suddenly caught a fleeting shadow darting out from the Hokage building. Under normal circumstances, a person clad in black would be difficult to discern at night, provided they were walking normally. However, this shadow, upon exiting the Hokage building, leapt directly onto a street lamp and then onto a rooftop, hastening toward the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto squinted in the direction of the departing shadow, his gaze sharpening. That area was the Uchiha clan's territory. That it appeared he had stumbled upon something intriguing. He resolved to follow. That a slight smirk graced Naruto's lips as he considered the fact that a ninja emerging from the Hokage building was now racing toward the Uchiha compound. Was it Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi? Naruto utilized the transformation technique to alter his appearance and then donned the mask of the recently departed Umbu ninja. Uchiha Shursui, unlike other members of his clan, bore no trace of the Uchiha's characteristic arrogance. He appeared as an exceptionally honest Uchiha ninja at first glance. Simultaneously, he was the current strongest prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having carved a formidable reputation during the Third Great Ninja War with his phantom body flicker technique, earning the moniker Shursui of the body flicker. Now, at the tender age of 16, he had awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, a talent that was truly unprecedented. Yet, even amidst the enveloping darkness of night, the anguish etched upon his face was unmistakable. The discord between the Uchiha and the village had escalated to a nearly irreconcilable state. During today's clan meeting, numerous members who were previously aligned with the conservatives had defected to the radicals. and several clan elders had even begun proposing a coup to the clan leader. If this trend continued, the Uchiha clan would no longer find a foothold in Konoha, and the village itself could once again be drawn into the maelstrom of war due to the Uchiha's insurrection. Such an eventuality would inevitably inflict great harm upon the village. As soon as the clan meeting concluded, he rushed to the Hokage building to report the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen and inform him of the abilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan, as understood in the current ninja world, was still largely associated with Uchiha Madara, who possessed the eye that contained the power to alter the entire ninja realm. A Shursui's Mangekyō technique, known as Kodoamatsukami, could unconsciously manipulate others and irrevocably alter their thoughts, and he assured Sarutobi that he would utilize this ability to mend the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. Having already received the elders' consent, however, the prospect of using Kodoamatsukami to change the clan leader's perceptions and attitudes required a gradual approach. The sudden application of Kodoamatsukami on Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the clan members. He needed to remain close to Uchiha Fugaku, subtly shifting his perspective until he could quell the radical voices within the clan. Only then could there be a genuine turning point in the relationship between the clan and the village. At least, that was Shursui's conviction. Lost in thought, Uchiha Shursui's pupils suddenly constricted, his body pausing momentarily in midair before swiftly descending into the forest below. Naruto, who was employing the body flicker technique to conceal his presence, felt a flicker of confusion. Had he been detected? Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his Hokage's seat. Tonight, sleep eluded him entirely. He had already been tirelessly addressing the issues surrounding the Jinchuriki throughout the day, barely suppressing the village's grievances against Naruto. Just as he was about to drift off, Uchiha Shursui had roused him from slumber. Although he had long harbored suspicions regarding the Uchiha clan's potential coup, he never imagined they would dare to pursue such a course of action. Did the Uchiha clan truly intend to disregard the safety of the village? If they were to initiate a rebellion, the other 4 ninja villages would undoubtedly intervene, seizing the opportunity to assault Konoha. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to the 4th Great Ninja War. The village had already suffered greatly, first with the suicide of the White Fang, then Tsunade's departure due to personal demons, Jiraiya's quest for an elusive prophecy, and finally, the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to seal the 9 tails. Even his most favored disciple, Orochimaru, had turned rogue after enduring so much turmoil. Konoha was no longer the formidable village capable of challenging the 4 great ninja villages. With the loss of numerous key forces, the village was now struggling with a generational gap, unable to withstand another war. They had to take action before it was too late. Was the Uchiha clan, as Tobirama-sensei had suggested, inherently malevolent, just like Shursui's Sharingan? The mere thought of Shursui revealing the capabilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. Kodoamatsukami, capable of infiltrating a person's mind without their awareness and permanently altering their will. This meant Shursui could transform others into his puppets without anyone realizing it. Such a perilous ability. Reflecting on their previous conversations and laughter, Hiruzen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Surely, he had not been influenced, had he? With an impassive expression, Hiruzen exhaled a plume of white smoke, his apprehension deepening. Shursui, I hold your will of fire in high regard. However, this power in the hands of the Uchiha is exceedingly perilous. Summon Elder Koharu to my office at once. Naruto landed directly in the position previously occupied by Uchiha Shursui, yet he found no traces of anyone having descended. Instead, a faint malice subtly shifted around him. A body flicker technique? Without a sound, the speed of the positional change made it difficult for him to track. The mastery of the technique was exceptional. It appeared to be Uchiha Shursui. He decided to engage in a little game. It must be said that awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan often led to a sense of arrogance. Naruto dispelled his stealth. Revealing his transformed appearance, he possessed a tall, robust, yet supremely agile physique, clad in a long robe made of white linen, complete with a hood that cast shadows over half of his masked face. He wore a leather belt and shin guards adorned with various tools and weapons, complemented by specially crafted leather gloves and boots, rendering his appearance incongruous within the ninja world, since earlier, Uchiha Shursui had been circling around him, searching for an opportunity to strike, evidently having pinpointed his location through the Sharingan. Since his position had already been exposed, there was no need to rely on this lackluster bloodline technique. Moreover, he had prepared multiple transformation techniques. While ordinary transformations might easily be seen through, he had other tricks up his sleeve. However, the transformation technique he employed through the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was far from simple. At the very least, Uchiha Shursui, who also possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, failed to discern it. Similarly, as Naruto materialized out of thin air, Uchiha Shursui's body, which had been continuously executing the body flicker technique, hesitated for a brief moment, revealing a hint of surprise. Immediately following, a barrage of shurikens and kunai, launched from various ingeniously concealed positions, flooded the area. This was the prowess of the Uchiha clan's kunai throwers, utilizing the collisions of kunai and shuriken in mid-air to alter trajectories, effectively sealing off all escape routes for their adversary. Naruto found himself with no avenue for evasion, yet there was no necessity to retreat. To his eyes, the shuriken and kunai hurled from every angle by Uchiha Shursui appeared as if they were frozen in time. This was the formidable insight granted by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, augmented further by its inherent enhancements, allowing him to launch his concealed blade. Accompanied by a cacophony of metallic clashes, the previously silent and dark forest erupted with a multitude of sparks. As Naruto effortlessly deflected all incoming shuriken and kunai with his concealed blade. Yet, he did not cease his movements. His body swiftly pivoted, raising both hands to shield himself, crossing the two blades in midair to intercept Shursui's downward strike from the shadows. In the darkness, the reflections of their respective three-tomo Sharingan mirrored one another. One pair was filled with astonishment, wrath, and confusion, while the other exuded an air of indifference. Their clash was instantaneous, and upon failing his strike, Uchiha Shursui retreated. Halting several meters away, he fixed his gaze intently upon the towering figure before him, the fury in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating Naruto. "Why are you doing this?" Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth, his expression wrought with anguish. "Do you realize your actions will irrevocably alienate our clan and the village?" "What happened?" Uchiha Shursui recognized the mask adorning Naruto's face. The three-tomo led him to mistakenly believe Naruto was also of the Uchiha clan. Are you referring to the owner of this mask?" Naruto's throat emitted a harsh, discordant laugh, his voice raspy and fragmented, akin to the incessant friction of coarse sandpaper. Uchiha Shursui could not determine, through the sound alone, which face among the Uchiha clan it corresponded to. "Your bloodline is rather intriguing. I thought I might borrow it for a while, but it seems this is where it ends." These words. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened in disbelief, the three-tomo spinning rapidly to form a straight line, his voice laced with barely contained rage. "You scoundrel! How dare you usurp the bloodline of a fellow village ninja?" "Oh, is that what angers you?" Naruto smirked. "I shall subdue you here, and then take you to Lord Third to atone for your actions." The three-tomo and Uchiha Shursui's eyes morphed into the shape of a single-edged kunai. "Is that so? It seems you are more aligned with Konoha than your own clan," Naruto remarked, retracting his concealed blade and drawing a long sword from his waist. "You deem my appropriation of the village's bloodline unforgivable. Yet have you ever seen the visage concealed beneath Danzo Shimura's bandages?" "What do you mean?" Uchiha Shursui's face hardened, seemingly responding. Yet he was actually searching for Naruto's vulnerabilities, only to discover that Naruto was rife with openings, leaving him perplexed and hesitant to strike. "You truly are unaware, aren't you? Beneath those bandages lies a Sharingan." Naruto's gravelly voice momentarily stunned Uchiha Shursui, who was well aware of the Uchiha clan's reverence for their bloodline. If this were true, the clan would undoubtedly erupt in chaos upon discovering that Danzo possessed a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Naruto seized the opportunity and swung his long sword towards the dazed Uchiha Shursui. There's no escaping. Uchiha Shursui snapped back to reality, but the long sword was already upon him, enveloped in wind chakra. He could not afford to take it head-on. "Clang, Susanoo?" Naruto observed with some astonishment as the greenish ribcage that blocked his attack materialized, representing the first stage of Susanoo. How impressive! He promptly retreated several meters. "Before these eyes, you possess no chance of victory." Uchiha Shursui coldly regarded Naruto. "I shall defeat you and compel you to divulge everything." He resolved to employ his full strength, aiming to resolve this conflict before Konoha and the Uchiha clans reacted, seeking to prevent the knowledge of the Uchiha clan's assault on the Umbu from leaking, as well as to keep Danzo's circumstances a secret from the Uchiha. Subsequently, from the skeletal framework enveloping Uchiha Shisui, a multitude of tendons and muscles burgeoned forth, transforming him into a formidable warrior wielding a spiraling sword. This was the second stage of Susanoo. Possessing such immense power, yet still placing your hope in others? Naruto's voice dripped with derision, yet Uchiha Shisui refrained from further banter. The massive spiraling sword in his hand lunged toward Naruto. Naruto leapt to evade Uchiha Shisui's assault, laughing as he remarked, "This tremendous power is not directed against the enemies of the Uchiha clan, but rather aimed at your own kin." Uchiha Shisui, I can't discern whether you are more Uchiha or Sarutobi. Humph. The Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha. Since you have committed acts that harm Konoha, you are an enemy of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui's expression tightened as the spiraling sword in Susanoo's grasp relentlessly thrust toward Naruto. Yet, Naruto possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan as well. Despite Uchiha Shisui's attacks being exceedingly swift, he evaded them each time. Uchiha Shisui, wishing to conceal the Uchiha clan's assassination of Konoha's Umbu, aimed to resolve this matter discreetly. Thus, he controlled the size of Susanoo and refrained from employing widespread offensive techniques, finding himself unable to subdue Naruto in the moment. Must I resort to Kotoemitsu Tsukumi? The left eye's Kotoemitsu Tsukumi is designated for Fugaku, leaving me with only the right eye. I wonder if it will suffice. Uchiha Shisui sensed his opponent's ocular prowess. He was uncertain if the right eye's Kotoemitsu Tsukumi could influence Naruto, but he had no choice but to attempt it. Genjutsu, Kotoemitsu Tsukumi. Uchiha Shisui's right eye widened dramatically, locking gazes with Naruto's masked eyes as a surge of Chakra shot forth toward him. Naruto, who had been nimbly dodging attacks, suddenly found his body suspended midair for an instant. As an external Chakra sought to alter his perceptions, distorting his thoughts, attempting to compel him to protect Konoha. Uchiha Shisui truly was insane. At such a moment, he was contemplating making Naruto safeguard Konoha. Naruto could not suppress a derisive laugh as he faced the unavoidable spiraling sword. His own three tomo rapidly rotated, coalescing into a line, ultimately transforming into two crimson vertical pupils. Uchiha Shisui gaped incredulously at the inky black skeletal structure enveloping Naruto. Filled with disbelief, how is it possible that you also possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui's voice erupted nearly as a roar. He could not fathom the chaos that would ensue should the elders of the clan learn that another pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan had emerged within the Uchiha. He was certain that the conservative faction within the clan would swiftly align with the radicals. Even if he managed to manipulate Fugaku, the clan members would undoubtedly force Fugaku into a coup. This was the extent of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's influence within the Uchiha clan. This was precisely why he had refrained from disclosing his awakening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to his clan. What? Are you astonished? Naruto laughed, as the skeletal structure upon him began to sprout a multitude of chakra conduits and muscles, materializing into a black Susanoo, resembling a horned demon before Uchiha Shisui. Why do you conceal your kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui ceased his assault, for he understood that in the current circumstance, a swift resolution was paramount, unless one employs the left eye of the Baishinshin. It serves primarily to resolve the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. Thus, even with two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui remains steadfast in his belief in Sarutobi Hiruzen rather than in his own kin. A flicker of fantasy involuntarily arises within him, envisioning that the other party, like himself, desires to avert a full-blown conflict between the village and their family. After all, the other party has also concealed their Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto, still assessing his own Susanoo, finds its appearance rather appealing, certainly more aesthetically pleasing than Shisui's rather garish form. Upon hearing Shisui's inquiry, he cannot help but chuckle, pondering, "Do you truly believe I would share your sentiments? If so, why conceal your eyes?" Uchiha Shisui grits his teeth, feeling for the first time an overwhelming sense of impotence regarding his power. If only he were stronger, perhaps this situation could be avoided. Naruto falls into a contemplative silence, uncertain of how to respond. Should he outright confess that he had only awakened his Sharingan the previous day and activated his Mangekyō immediately thereafter? Perhaps he finds the situation amusing. After a moment's reflection, Naruto speaks. Amusing? Uchiha Shirsue's expression shifts from surprise to a menacing snarl as he exclaims, "What is amusing about this? This is a matter of great consequence for both the village and our clan. Do you truly see only yourself? In the forest, two towering giants, one clad in green and the other in black, stand in stark opposition, fortunate that the surrounding trees are sufficiently tall to obscure their massive forms. So, which side will you choose?" Naruto muses, intrigued by Shirsue's audacity to voice such a sentiment. "I will seek a means to resolve the conflict between the village and the clan." Uchiha Shirsue's gaze is resolute. Yet Naruto cannot suppress a grin at the absurdity of it all. Is your solution to wield the power of your left eye to manipulate the Uchiha clan's leader? Why not directly control the third Hokage instead? You? How do you know? Shirsue's eyes widen in shock. He had only disclosed this information to the third Hokage. Could it be that the third Hokage? No, that is impossible. He had just departed from the Hokage building. It could not have leaked so swiftly. He suddenly focuses on Naruto's eyes. It must be the ability of your Mangekyō. Is this truly the extent of your Mangekyō's power? Quite formidable. Uchiha Shirsue quickly regains his composure, though a sense of apprehension lingers within him. After all, in the realm of shinobi, battles often hinge on intelligence. The party with superior information typically gains a significant advantage. Perhaps, Naruto replies without elaboration, relishing Shirsue's misunderstanding. And continues, "So, you intend to turn your clan's leader into a puppet for the sake of outsiders. This is for the hope of our clan." Shirsue struggles to articulate. "That is indeed a rather laughable hope." Naruto responds, suddenly reflective. Uchiha Shirsue is merely 15 years old. In a previous life, he would have just graduated from middle school. It is a poignant reminder of how tragic illiteracy is, particularly when coupled with the potential for violence. "And what solution do you propose?" Shirsue's emotions falter, desperately striving to bridge the divide between the village and the Uchiha. Yet he finds Naruto's comments persistently condescending. Naruto, of course, has no viable solution either. But he has already insinuated his affiliation with the Uchiha clan. Even with 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, his thoughts remain as timid as ever. Moreover, even if he possessed the means to resolve the issue, why would he? He still yearns to absorb a few pairs of Sharingan during the night of the massacre to witness the effects. Why do you believe the Uchiha coup will fail? Naruto counters. Uchiha Shirsue clenches his fists. The Uchiha's reputation within the village is so tarnished that even if they were to attain the position of Hokage, they would not gain the villagers' support. Ha! Naruto laughs as if he has heard a grand jest. "Shirsue, have you not realized? The Hokage of Konoha has never relied on the villagers' support to ascend to power. They support whoever is the strongest. The various clans would never endorse anyone for Hokage. They only back the individual who has already assumed the mantle. As long as you reveal your Mangekyō Sharingan and oust those old fossils, no one will stand in your way." Uchiha Shirsue grits his teeth, exclaiming, "That would only bring harm to the entire village. How naive." "Rest assured, I have concluded my remarks. Whatever you choose to pursue. As long as you do not trouble me, I shall not interfere with your plans." Naruto's raspy voice rings out. "What?" Shirsue's heart races with astonishment. He initially assumed Naruto had come to thwart him, only to discover that was not his intent. "Then what is your true purpose?" Shirsue's anxiety does not dissipate. Instead, it intensifies. An unknown entity, a concealed wielder of the Mangekyō, is far more disconcerting than I merely find myself exceedingly bored and wish to observe the spectacle. Seeking some amusement, you believe me. Naruto candidly confesses. Uchiha Shirsue gazes at him with an expression that clearly conveys, "I am not a fool. Whether you believe it is your own affair," Naruto replies. Uninterested in further explanation, the towering black Susanoo gradually reverts to its skeletal form, ultimately dissipating. A tree suddenly sprouts beneath Naruto, lifting him upward. He decides it is time to depart, having seen enough of the commotion. "Rest assured, I shall not meddle in Uchiha matters. As you stated, I see only myself." "Why? With your own Mangekyō Sharingan, can you not assist the Uchiha in extricating themselves from their predicament?" Shirsue calls out desperately to the retreating Naruto. As Shirsue stands, dumbfounded, Naruto's voice echoes distantly. "Your naivety and folly will lead you to demise, while your impotence and cowardice will drag the Uchiha into the abyss. Bastard, Shirsue, do you speak the truth?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious roar reverberates throughout the Hokage building. His aged visage contorted with rage. An Umbu has been slain within the village, and an attempt was made to ambush another leaf ninja. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face to all of Konoha. Indeed, third Hokage, the assailant wore a mask, and I can assure you, that individual is not, Shursui hastily assures, having never before witnessed such wrath from the third Hokage. What did he seek from you? The ever-observant Danzo inquires. His gaze fixated on the window, Shursui, prepared with his explanation, knows that while he trusts the third Hokage's integrity, it is imperative that no one else learns of the Uchiha clan's involvement. He came for my Sharingan. That individual seems to possess the ability to directly seize others' bloodlines. Shursui's expression darkens as he adds. He not only utilized the technique of intangibility, but also employed wood release. The image of the tree that had supported Naruto suddenly returns to his mind. The shock still fresh. Wood release. The very power that Hashirama Senju wielded to dominate the shinobi world. What did you just say? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions shift from shock to alarm as they process Shursui's words. The capability to usurp another's bloodline conjures memories of a rogue ninja from Konoha's past. However, they quickly dismiss the notion. They are well aware that such an individual could never have mastered wood release. Its perilous nature precludes any opportunity for that individual to integrate such power. What mission were you executing prior? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquires. Though he serves as Hokage, he directly issues orders to the Umbu leader, who then delegates to the subordinates. Thus, he remains unaware of the specifics of their mission. At that moment, an Umbu operative appears in the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully before stating, "We were monitoring the Jinchuriki. This is dire." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo rise simultaneously, their faces pale with concern. "We must ascertain Naruto's condition at once." Despite his advanced age, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed remarkable agility, vanishing from his original position with a swift application of the body flicker technique. Shimura Danzo promptly followed suit. Fully aware that he could not afford to remain alone with Uchiha Shursui. Among the trio, the weakest, Shimura Danzo, had attained the pinnacle of elite J-Nin, on the cusp of shadow-level strength, allowing for a notably rapid journey. In no time at all, they arrived beneath the building where Naruto resided. This the domicile of the Jinchuriki. The solitary building stood desolately at the street corner, devoid of any other structures in the vicinity. Remarkably, Naruto was the sole occupant of the entire edifice, and the surrounding silence was punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the rustling of leaves, echoing in the emptiness of the street. Particularly resonant on this tranquil night, how eerily quiet it is, Uchiha Shursui mused, this being his inaugural visit to this place. Due to the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been strictly forbidden from any contact with the Jinchuriki, rendering this area almost a no-go zone for them, managed directly by the Umbu. Typically, whenever the Jinchuriki was present in the village, any Uchiha with the Sharingan would be firmly instructed to maintain their distance. Although these demands were decidedly unreasonable, clan head Fugaku had repeatedly sought clarification from the third Hokage, only to be met with vehement refusal from Elder Danzo. The Uchiha clan could not afford to appear too defiant in this regard. After all, it involved the village's most potent weapon. The Uchiha had their own issues to contend with, leading to a stalemate. The Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Shursui reflected bitterly, lost in thought until suddenly his eyes widened in realization. The individual who had manipulated the Nine Tails could not have been a member of the Uchiha clan. He was acutely aware that Fugaku had scrutinized all the Uchiha with the Sharingan. Even checking Kakashi Hitaki's eyes. At that time, none possessed the capability to control the Nine Tails. Yet, within Konoha, there existed another individual with the Sharingan who had never been discovered. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shursui's gaze deepened. He could not confront a village advisor merely based on the utterance of that enigmatic Uchiha. However, he could utilize his own abilities to unearth the truth. A sudden headache plagued Uchiha Shursui. Even without contemplating, the tension between the village and the Uchiha was palpable. Now, with the emergence of a mysterious Uchiha and the possibility that Danzo might be the instigator of the Nine Tails incident, one issue after another chased him, making him acutely aware of the urgency of time and place. This sensation left him with a profound sense of guilt, even when attempting to clear his mind. Hokage-sama. The trio made no effort to conceal their presence. The Umbu, who had been covertly observing, instantly recognized the arrival of the Hokage and promptly revealed themselves to pay their respects. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely nodded in acknowledgement before employing a sensory ninjutsu to assess the situation within Naruto's residence. Upon discovering that Naruto was soundly asleep in bed, Hiruzen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Where was the mission executed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, knowing that the task of safeguarding the Jinchuriki was a joint responsibility of two Anbu squads. Logically, if one member encountered an issue, the others executing the mission should have been the first to detect it appeared that the situation had been resolved unnoticed by the other Anbu. This seemed rather troublesome. Huh? Several Anbu exchanged perplexed glances, and the leader spoke up. Due to his ability to use the body flicker technique, he was directly monitoring the Jinchuriki's room up close. The speaker's voice was somewhat wavering, clearly lacking confidence. Uchiha Shursui detected no discrepancies, but both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo recognized the underlying issues immediately. Did I not emphasize the need to maintain a safe distance when protecting the Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned frigid, and his lingering fury radiated an aura that caused the Anbu to break into a cold sweat. Gulp. The leader of the Anbu swallowed hard, enduring the pressure as he spoke. His entire family perished in the Ninetales incident, leaving only a younger brother alive. He sought to take advantage of this opportunity. Foolishness. Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted in anger. Did these villagers not know? As members of the Anbu, how could they be so ignorant? Naruto was the Jinchuriki, an essential part of the village, and yet they dared to act in such a manner. The Anbu hastily knelt on one knee, urgently pleading, "We implore your forgiveness, Hokage-sama." While it is understandable that he harbors resentment towards the Jinchuriki due to his family's loss, I assure you he would never harm the Jinchuriki. Please grant us another chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained icy, his eyes inadvertently darting to the impassive Shimura Danzo beside him. He was certain that Danzo had incited this behavior in secret. Otherwise, as members of the Anbu, they would not disregard his orders. This was a common tactic employed by Danzo to manipulate his subordinates. There was no more room for leniency. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened as he contemplated how to address the root of the problem. Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninjas hesitated, struggling to find their words. He is already dead. Only his chakra remains in Naruto's room. Ignoring the shock-stricken Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued issuing orders. Notify all Anbu ninjas to bolster the village's security and enhance the protection of Naruto. Then, summon the clan heads of all ninja clans and the elite J-nin of the village to convene at the Hokage Tower. With a grim expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage Tower. A single command capable of summoning all the upper echelons of Konoha to work through the night. In the early morning at the Hyuga clan's territory, the overly tranquil environment allowed even the faintest sounds from within the clan to be heard. Whenever a Hyuga clan member exited their room, their gaze would instinctively drift towards the residence of the clan head. Huff, huff, bang, bang, the youthful, melodious shouts of a girl, accompanied by the urgent thumping of training against the wooden posts, emanated from the clan head's estate. Hinata had changed. All the members of the Hyuga clan could perceive the distinct difference in Hinata's demeanor during her practice of the gentle fist, shedding some of her previous frailty and gaining an assertiveness befitting the clan's heiress. Moreover, many of the Hyuga clan members were already aware that Hinata had awakened her Byakugan. Although the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan differed from the Sharingan of the Uchiha, it was generally attainable with sufficient age and chakra. However, awakening it at barely 6 years old was a testament to Hinata's prodigious talent. Yet, few knew what had transpired the previous day, what had caused such a transformation in Hinata's character, and what had led to her awakening the Byakugan. They were only aware that a branch family guard had recently been punished by the clan head using the caged bird seal within the expansive courtyard of the clan head's estate. Wooden splinters were scattered everywhere. The once upright wooden posts now leaned haphazardly, covered in countless handprints, while the previously even and tidy lawn had been trampled with numerous footprints left by Hinata. Currently, little Hinata was clad in loose-fitting black training attire, her small face set in determination, her hands enveloped in chakra as she struck the wooden post before her, palm after palm. Her gentle fist carried a hint of pent-up frustration. And this tumultuous feeling lent a greater ferocity to her strikes. Hinata's training served as a small outlet for her emotions. Even after a day had passed, and she had learned that Naruto was safe, the image of his bloodied visage haunted her thoughts. This was not an emotion born of affection or similar sentiments. Hinata, at just over 5 years old, had yet to grasp the concept of romantic interest. She felt a yearning for Naruto, leading her to detest her own weakness. Just as Naruto had said, she possessed the ability to confront her troubles independently, yet her own frailty prevented her from wielding her strength. She thought she could bear it alone, but in doing so, she inadvertently allowed Naruto, who had come to her aid, to suffer injury. She did not wish to harm others, even if they were adversaries. She lacked the courage to utilize her own power. It is precisely this frail disposition that emboldens the wicked, inflicting harm upon those who wish to assist her. Had she summoned a modicum of courage at that moment to drive away the nefarious individuals, Naruto-kun would not have suffered due to her timidity. She yearns to transform herself, and then convey to Naruto-kun that she has changed, aspiring to forge a genuine friendship with him. Hanabi, take a moment to rest. A gentle voice resonated. Beneath the eaves stood a beautiful woman cradling a 1-year-old girl. She possessed a pair of adorable almond-shaped eyes akin to Hinata's, radiating the same warmth and innocence, with features reminiscent of Hinata, complemented by a tenderness reminiscent of Yamato Nadeshiko, albeit with a pallid complexion. This was Hyuga Hinata's mother, Hyuga Keiko. However, Keiko's finely arched brows were slightly furrowed, her expression one of concern as she observed her daughter diligently practicing gentle fist techniques. In her arms, young Hanabi babbled incoherently, seemingly perplexed as to why her sister had not played with her that morning. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Hinata paused her movements and smiled at her mother and sister. "It's nothing, mother. I will practice a little longer," Hinata replied before resuming her efforts against the wooden post. Keiko regarded her daughter with affectionate concern, a hint of reproach creeping into her thoughts toward a certain yellow-haired boy. Yet, witnessing Hinata's earnest expression, Keiko could only shake her head in resignation. "Then I shall have Natsu prepare breakfast. Does little Hinata have any requests?" Hinata's striking gesture faltered momentarily, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features, followed by a flush of embarrassment as if she wished to articulate something but felt shy about doing so. Keiko gazed at her daughter with hopeful anticipation. "Mother, could you ask Sister Natsu to prepare 3 extra servings of breakfast?" Despite her newfound resolve to change, Hinata's bashfulness caused her to lower her head. Keiko smiled warmly. Although her daughter's character had shifted considerably, she remained as endearing as ever. "Did I understand, little Hinata, that I will have Natsu prepare 3 additional servings?" Three servings is too much." Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had been dubbed a glutton. While she could indeed consume such quantities, her shyness overwhelmed her. Hinata attempted to explain to her mother, but discovered Keiko had already vanished to arrange breakfast. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Hinata resumed her training in gentle fist techniques. When Hyuga Hayashi returned home, he appeared somewhat fatigued, being abruptly awakened in the dead of night by the umbu of the 3rd Hokage, and attending an all-night meeting was far more exhausting than battling adversaries. He had to consistently maintain his composure, be mindful of his words and actions, and avoid any missteps that could jeopardize his standing, especially with the heads of various clans in attendance. Even many ordinary Jonin had participated in this assembly, rivaling the scale of the previous Nine Tails incident. Upon learning the purpose of the meeting, Hayashi's expression darkened. The ability to seize another's bloodline was a matter of grave concern, particularly for clans like theirs. Fortunately, the target this time was Uchiha Shursui, a name not earned lightly but through his own prowess on the battlefield. Long before, Shursui had already demonstrated elite Jonin capabilities, and after all these years, his strength likely rivaled that of a typical Kage-level ninja. Yet, despite that, Uchiha Shursui had still been unable to overcome the opponent. Contemplating this, Hayashi's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Although the Byakugan may not possess the same overwhelming power as the Sharingan, its allure was not insignificant. Had the bloodline of Konoha attracted such a formidable foe? Indeed, following the Third Shinobi World War, the village seemed to be on a downward trajectory. Hayashi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, but he maintained an air of authority. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he could not afford to lose face. Thud, thud. Even before stepping into his home, Hayashi could hear the sound of fists striking a wooden post from afar. His eyes widened slightly, and he quickened his pace. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted Hinata's petite figure as she practiced, her movements now infused with newfound vigor and determination, a stark contrast to her previous softness. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist was not solely about gentleness. While it lacked the brute force of other styles, its precision and swiftness were equally formidable. Attacks must be swift and ruthless to seize the opportunity in battle, delivering chakra strikes to the enemy's chakra points. Watching Hinata's transformation, Hayashi felt a flicker of pride. However, he quickly recalled the reason behind her change in demeanor. When he had heard the news of his daughter's involvement in sending someone to the hospital, he had initially dismissed it as a rumor. Upon learning it was due to a certain yellow-haired boy, his expression had soured considerably as he stepped into the yard. His serious countenance immediately caught Hinata's attention. She quickly halted her training and, upon seeing her father's stern expression, lowered her head. "Welcome home, father," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Hayashi's lips twitched in response, a mix of frustration and helplessness bubbling within him. "Let us eat first." In the dining hall of the clan leader's residence, the 4 members of the Hyuga family gathered to share breakfast. Keiko tended to Hanabi while casting astonished glances at her elder daughter, as if seeing her for the first time. Even Hayashi, typically composed and dignified during meals, was taken aback, his chopsticks pausing midair in disbelief. Hinata had consumed 3 servings of breakfast and was now finishing off the last one. They were utterly baffled by how such a small frame could accommodate so much food. Guilt flickered in their eyes. How had they failed to notice their daughter's hearty appetite all these years? "Father, I have finished," Hinata said. Her cheeks flushed as she set down her porcelain bowl. Her timid voice snapped Hayashi back to reality, and he nodded slowly, placing his own utensils down, fixing his gaze earnestly upon her. "Father," seeing her father's suddenly serious demeanor, Hinata feared she might have displeased him by overeating, causing her to shyly avert her eyes. However, she did not resort to her previous habit of excessive apologies. Hayashi, feeling a sense of relief, exchanged a glance with Keiko and spoke with a tone of regret. "Hinata, we have failed to notice all this time, and for that, we apologize." "Huh?" Hinata blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend. "Hinata, chakra generally refers to a blend of mental and physical energy," Hayashi explained, his expression softening as he observed Hinata's earnest demeanor. "The combination of these energies first results in physical strength, which serves as the foundation for martial arts. This strength can then be transformed into chakra, allowing a ninja to utilize ninjutsu." Seeing Hinata's perplexed expression, Hayashi continued, "Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist is a martial art that integrates chakra and our bloodline limit. Utilizing martial arts requires the expenditure of physical strength, and to replenish that strength, one must consume food. It is the best source of physical energy." Hinata began to grasp her father's intent. Yet, she still shyly lowered her head, feeling warmth rise to her cheeks. Although Hayashi felt a twinge of exasperation regarding his daughter's demeanor, he was no longer as disapproving as before. If a certain yellow-haired boy had truly changed her so drastically, he would have nowhere to vent his frustrations. Hayashi gently encouraged, "You should not feel ashamed of your appetite. Having a larger appetite indicates that your physical strength surpasses that of others, allowing you to extract more chakra. This is a talent in your training. Therefore, Hinata, feel free to express any needs you may have. Moreover, as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, it is perfectly acceptable to be a bit more ambitious." Even when expressing concern for his daughter, Hyuga Hisashi, as the clan leader, cannot help but adopt a serious demeanor, which renders Hinata somewhat anxious and at a loss for words. Her reverence for her father has been built over many years. And even if Hinata wishes to change, it cannot be accomplished overnight. At this moment, it is time for Hyuga Keiko to make her entrance. She gently places Hanabi, whom she has just comforted, into Hisashi's arms and leans towards the still hesitant Hinata. Whispering softly, "Hinata, was today's breakfast perhaps insufficient?" She notices that even after consuming 3 portions, Hinata appears no different than usual. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata shyly nods her head. If eating more could indeed make her stronger, then if she continues to be shy and unwilling to admit it, she would remain unchanged from before. A gentle smile spreads across Keiko's face as she inquires, "Then how much do you think would be sufficient?" "Hinata, if you truly wish to grow stronger, you must first ensure your stomach is full. One cannot become strong on an empty stomach." Hinata ponders while touching her small belly and, after some thought, quietly replies, Perhaps 3 more portions would suffice." Keiko's eyes widen slightly, and her gaze becomes misty as she observes her elder daughter's understanding demeanor. she cannot help but think how difficult it must be for Hinata to go hungry every day. Unable to restrain herself, she shoots a fierce glare at Hisashi, who appears equally astonished, his usual serious expression at home having caused their daughter to hesitate even in expressing hunger. After Hisashi turns away, Keiko retracts her gaze, feeling a deep sense of guilt. I am sorry, little Hinata, I never realized. It's all right, Mama. It won't happen again, Hinata reassures. After breakfast, Hisashi, having intensified the protection of Hinata and her mother, departs with several jonin. Sarutobi Hizen has ordered the Hyuga clan to constantly utilize their Byakugan to monitor the village's conditions, reporting any suspicious individuals or occurrences to the Hokage. For any ninja village, a bloodline limit is the baseline. And it is even more concerning that it was brazenly taken within their own village. Hisashi does not inform his family about this matter. He merely advises the mother and daughter to refrain from going out for the time being, as the village's higher-ups do not wish for this information to leak. The assassination of the Umbu and the theft of the bloodline limit are issues that also pertain to the dignity of the great ninja village. Within the grounds of the Hyuga clan, dust swirls in the training field as two small figures engage in a fierce exchange. Hinata and Niji, their fists and feet clashing, their steps nimble. Hinata's face is filled with determination as she exerts all her effort to withstand Niji's onslaught using the gentle fist technique. However, Niji's talent in this martial art is displayed to its fullest. Despite his young age, his techniques, footwork, rhythm, and utilization of Byakugan have far surpassed that of his peers. He observes the pathways of Hinata's chakra with his Byakugan, accurately launching gentle fist strikes that hit with pinpoint precision. In contrast, Hinata's performance appears somewhat inadequate, at least in this current sparring session. Upon closer inspection, one would notice red spots scattered across her arms, marks left behind by Niji's gentle fist strikes. Despite Hinata's vow to change, the years of differing training methods and their age gap make it unlikely for her to catch up to the prodigious Niji within a short time frame. However, Niji feels a sense of surprise. Having been Hinata's sparring partner since childhood, he is all too familiar with her gentle fist style. Two words come to mind to describe it: indecisive and muddled. Her techniques appear rigid and lifeless, resembling a mere mimicry of movements, riddled with flaws and lacking in essence. Although she seems vigorous, it is merely a facade. Yet, today, Hinata is different. Niji can distinctly sense a newfound sharpness and fluidity in her movements. And she no longer solely focuses on defense, but seizes opportunities to counterattack as well. Niji is baffled by this sudden change in Hinata, yet, seeing her transformed into a figure of unwavering resolve, devoid of her former timidity, stirs a sense of agitation within him. Despite lacking any innate talent, she was destined to stand above him simply by birthright, while he, regardless of his exceptional abilities, can never escape his fate. The son of a sacrifice may yet be forced to die for the main family. Hinata, please give up. In your current state, you cannot possibly compete with me. Niji instinctively increases the force behind his strikes, sending Hinata stumbling back, his gaze icy and his tone laced with impatience. Given Hinata's status as the eldest daughter of the main family, he has shown some restraint in his blows, hoping she will quickly conclude this tedious battle. It is frustrating to see someone of her lineage so weak, yet numerous branch family members are expected to sacrifice their lives for her. Observing the breathless Hinata before him only fuels Niji's anger and helplessness further. Hinata shakily rises once more, assuming the initial stance of the gentle fist. Niji, I wish for you to use your full strength. Upon hearing this, Niji clenches his fists and furrows his brow, bewildered by Hinata's sudden change in demeanor. He glances at Keiko, who holds Hanabi, her expression equally troubled and filled with concern. Mama, this is my battle. Hinata gazes earnestly at Keiko, not allowing her to speak before continuing. I want to understand the extent of the gap between me and Niji and I. Only then can I have a true goal, and only then will I no longer feel powerless. Hinata's words do nothing to alleviate Niji's mood. On the contrary, they deepen his agitation. How can she, already the eldest daughter of the main family, not be content to be a protected figure of the branch family? Why must she display such a resolute expression? Niji tightens his fists, and Keiko, witnessing this, becomes even more anxious and hesitant, wishing to refuse. However, upon seeing Hinata's determined face, she finds herself unable to voice her objections and ultimately nods in silence. The two engage in combat once more. And this time, Niji's attacks resemble a torrential storm, his strikes more ferocious than before in mere moments. Hinata is sent crashing to the ground once again. This time, she cannot rise. The gentle fist technique involves striking chakra into the opponent's body. And Niji has blocked all of Hinata's chakra pathways, rendering her unable to stand for the time being. Keiko hastily rushes to examine Hinata's injuries. Let us call it a day. I must take my leave. Observing Hinata, who leans against Keiko with blood trickling from her mouth, Niji speaks in a cold tone, slightly bowing towards Keiko, whose expression is somewhat grim, before turning to leave. Niji. Hearing the sudden voice behind him, Niji halts, frowning as he looks back at Hinata. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Itachi, a young genius of the Uchiha clan, possesses formidable strength and exceptional talent, being one of the few unbound by narrow-minded tribalism. At the age of 7, he was praised by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for his ability to think from the Hokage's perspective, as a ninja who entered the battlefield at the age of 4. The influence of the will of fire runs deeper within him than most. Now, he has awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan and joined the Konoha Anbu by the banks of the Southi River. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui sit upon stone stools, facing the rising sun. This is their shared place for training, gathering, and relaxation, yet the atmosphere is heavily laden with tension. Itachi is unrolling a scroll. His expression grave. The scroll depicts the disguise of Naruto Uzumaki in the early hours, clad in a hood and a white robe, adorned with leather armor that bears no resemblance to that of the ninja world. However, this unusually tall and robust figure seems reminiscent of the image from the Land of Lightning. To be honest, even with this image, it holds little utility. Shisui cannot help but sigh, his expression bitter. The opponent has employed an exceptionally skillful transformation technique to conceal their appearance. Even he cannot discern anything beyond the traces of the transformation technique used. Uchiha Shisui, too, later came to realize why his opponent appeared so full of flaws during their battle. The original physique of his adversary was fundamentally different, resulting in a dissonance that made them seem riddled with weaknesses. Could it be that even Shisui could not perceive this? Uchiha Itachi's expression turned grave. He was well aware that Shisui had never concealed anything from him. Naturally, he understood that Shisui's eyes were not mere 3-tomo Sharingan, but rather the fabled Mangekyō Sharingan. Was it possible that even such eyes could not discern the transformation technique? Shisui nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation if the enemy were to lurk in the shadows. Seizing the opportunity to acquire other bloodlines, it could spell irreparable consequences for the village. Itachi, too, lowered his head, his expression darkening as he clenched the scroll tightly, unwilling to allow anyone to harm his beloved village. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he raised his gaze to Shisui, his voice trembling with intensity. Brother Shisui, does that mean even your eyes cannot help? Shisui detected the underlying meaning in Itachi's words. He had long since disclosed his Mangekyō techniques to Itachi. The effect of his left eye's Kotoemitsukami was unparalleled in its illusionary prowess. However, he was equally uncertain whether this ability would be effective against another wielder of the Mangekyō. Even if it were effective, he dared not attempt it, for such an action would leave him unable to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. Itachi, I have already confessed to the third Hokage about my eye techniques that I intend to use these eyes to address the issues concerning the Uchiha clan. That a complex expression clouded Shisui's features, a profound agony gnawing at his heart. Yet he could find no means of liberation at times. Suffering is not solely a consequence of one's inadequacies. It may also stem from one's own foolishness. Shisui was blinded by the will of fire, his blind trust preventing him from seeing the true nature of Sarutobi, Hiruzen lurking behind it, while simultaneously being unable to relinquish the family that had nurtured him. Thus, he found himself caught in the middle, bearing the burden of anguish alone. It could be said that his will of fire was not as pure as Itachi's. Itachi would never waver between the village and the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, aside from Shisui and Sasuke, the Uchiha were a group of arrogant, foolish, inherently malevolent individuals. Consequently, he could resolutely slaughter all the elderly, weak, and women of the Uchiha clan in the name of the village. Brother Shisui, what do you mean? Itachi expressed his astonishment upon hearing Shisui's words. Shisui gritted his teeth, aware that his actions might inflict pain upon Itachi. Yet, beyond this, there was no other way to avert the Uchiha coup. With an apologetic gaze directed at Itachi, he spoke with a hint of self-reproach. I'm sorry, Itachi. Yesterday, I proposed to the third Hokage that I would use Koto Amatsukami to control clan leader Fugaku, thereby preventing the Uchiha coup. Upon uttering these words, Shisui instinctively lowered his head, overwhelmed by shame for suggesting turning Itachi's father into a mere puppet before him. Furthermore, he could not reveal the truth. That the mysterious figure was part of the Uchiha clan. This was knowledge he alone could bear. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha could not deteriorate further. After a prolonged silence, Itachi finally spoke, much to Shisui's surprise. Itachi bore no hint of reproach, but rather seemed somewhat relieved. Brother Shisui, it's all right if this can resolve the Uchiha coup and maintain peace for the village. It is indeed a good thing. I believe father would be pleased. Shisui stared at his friend in disbelief. As if he were meeting him for the first time, that it dawned on him that Itachi seemed to care for the village more than he did for the Uchiha. The sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. Naruto finally awoke from his slumber, gazing at the familiar yet strange ceiling, his eyes bleary and his head foggy. Such was the consequence of staying up late. Last night, he had been overly exhilarated, engaging in activities until the late hours, even experimenting with Susanoo, which led to him oversleeping. Just as Naruto's world transitioned from 360p to 1080p, his stomach suddenly emitted a loud growl. I'm so hungry. Ah. Naruto yawned broadly, retrieving several containers of expired instant noodles from the refrigerator. Though past their expiration, they were still edible, unlike expired milk, which was certainly off-limits. Kurama, do you think I can take on that Uchiha in a fair fight? He inquired while brushing his teeth, addressing the nine tails sealed within him. Ah. Kurama yawned as well, responding without a second thought, I don't know. You two were fighting with your hands tied yesterday. It was utterly lackluster. Naruto chuckled, finding it unsurprising. While he had only scratched the surface of his abilities, the battle had left much to be desired. Shisui had sought to resolve their conflict without alarming the village. While Naruto merely wished to test his own strength in such restrained circumstances, it was indeed challenging to gauge the true disparity in their powers. However, that guy's Mangekyō is far superior to yours. I suspect his Susanoo might be 2 stages higher. Is that so? Naruto was not surprised. He recalled that in the original story, the opponent could manifest Susanoo with a single eye, indicating a formidable level of ocular prowess. Na'vi and foolish people are often the most tormented. What do you mean? Kurama questioned, perplexed that I'm referring to that Uchiha. Naruto replied with a smile, wiping his face as he exited the washroom. Just then, the hot water reached a boil, allowing him to prepare his instant noodles while he waited. Tio firmly believed in the will of fire, yet remained unable to let go of 1's family. Striving to protect 1's clan, while still placing faith in that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone is antagonistic towards the Uchiha. If he could have been conciliatory, how could he have maintained his position as Hokage for decades? Kurama pondered the implications of Naruto's words that you want him to help you deal with Konoha? Huh. Naruto couldn't help but scoff, his disdain evident. Kurama, don't you get it? Those brainwashed by the will of fire are the most troublesome. I merely seek his Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui. I've cautioned you before that I hope you can preserve your right eye. You want that Uchiha's eye? Your current strength might not suffice. Kurama doused Naruto's enthusiasm with reality. Though it was indeed the truth, Kurama, you've been sealed away for so many years, and you still don't understand the nature of battles among ninjas, Naruto remarked, exasperated by the fox's apparent lack of insight. What? Kurama was baffled. The battles between ninjas are essentially battles of information, Naruto elucidated. Intelligence plays a critical role in ninja combat. Did you not see how Uchiha Madara was able to extract the heart of his foes even as a sage of 6 paths? I currently possess all the intelligence on Uchiha Shisui, yet he remains oblivious to my Mangekyō techniques. Thus, in this encounter, the advantage lies with me. Where on earth did you acquire such extensive intelligence? Kurama's expression turned incredulous. Despite Naruto being wholly focused on training, how did he come to understand so much about the ninja world? It's of no consequence, Kurama. Besides, Shisui doesn't even need me to intervene. The old geezers in Konoha will act on their own. I'll merely swoop in to reap the benefits. Reap the benefits? Are you suggesting that someone in Konoha will act against that Uchiha? Kurama's expression was animated, incredulity evident. That's a Mangekyō Sharingan. Do the higher-ups in Konoha truly lack such wisdom? That guy's ocular technique is known as Kotoeme Tsukumi, a power that allows him to manipulate others without their awareness, permanently altering their thoughts and will. Naruto idly played with his chopsticks as he continued. Those old codgers aren't foolish. They are terrified, and no matter how steadfast Shirsue's will of fire may be, as long as he wields such an unreasonable ability, Konoha's higher-ups will never trust him. One's destiny is safest when it is firmly in one's own hands. That why you said that? Kurama suddenly recalled the words Naruto had spoken before departing Vet, and foolishness could lead that Uchiha to his demise at the hands of Konoha's elite. The Uchiha clan, having lost the kaleidoscope Sharingan, will be thoroughly dealt with by the higher-ups of Konoha. Naruto grinned broadly, stating, "So, we can just pick up the scraps later. Perhaps we can even make the Umbu lose a few more members." The Ninetales fell into silence, while Naruto swiftly consumed several buckets of instant noodles on the table. After lounging on the sofa for a while, the long-awaited relaxation made Naruto, who had been engaged in intense training, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, it would be better to get some exercise. With a sudden leap, he sprang off the sofa. He rummaged through his bedroom for a few loose, breathable garments, disregarding their cleanliness. After all, with the presence of the Ninetales chakra, even insects dared not approach him. Soon, Naruto, clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts, was ready to head out. However, just as he opened the door, a face full of wrinkles and gaunt features appeared before him. "Prepared, are we?" Naruto instinctively thought, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning." Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initially smiling expression suddenly froze as he glanced at the sun overhead. "Good morning? Why is little Naruto waking up so late today?" Naruto continued to beam. "I was planning to take a day off, but I feel my youth shouldn't be marred by regrets, so I'm preparing to work out." Hiruzen's eyelid twitched slightly, his smile nearly faltering, for Naruto's demeanor was eerily reminiscent of a certain jonin from Konoha, particularly with those gleaming teeth glinting in the sunlight. "Little Naruto, the village has been somewhat unstable lately. How about taking a break until the Ninja Academy starts?" Hiruzen said earnestly, although that mysterious figure seemed to be targeting bloodlines. There was a possibility they would also target Jinchuriki. Naruto's small face displayed curiosity. "Has something happened in the village?" Hiruzen nodded, expressing concern. "Recently, a villain has emerged in the village, and I fear for your safety." Little Naruto, It dawned on Naruto that he was the source of this instability. It seemed Uchiha Shirsuke had not disclosed his Uchiha identity. After all, if he had mentioned that the Uchiha were after a bloodline from their own village, it would have left no room for negotiation between the Uchiha and Konoha. Uchiha Shirsuke intended to handle him alone. No worries. Third Hokage, my strength is not to be underestimated. If any villain dares to make a move against me, I will simply take them down. Saying this, Naruto proudly displayed his fists. However, Hiruzen could only manage a wry smile. How could someone with a strength barely at the level of a Chunin possibly confront an enemy whom Uchiha Shirsuke could not defeat? Hiruzen wished to refuse but did not want to provoke Naruto's resentment, so he sought a compromise. In that case, why don't you train at the village's training ground? The training ground. Naruto had never heard of it. Hiruzen smiled and gestured to a nearby Umbu ninja, explaining, "The village training ground is specifically designed for ninjas to practice ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja knowledge. Konoha has a total of 44 such grounds. If you train there, you can focus on whatever you wish. Would you like to go?" Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no idea such a splendid place existed in their small village. "Yes, I want to go." The Umbu ninja that Hiruzen had signaled returned, respectfully reporting, "Third Hokage, the third training ground is currently unoccupied." Hiruzen nodded, saying, "In that case, you may take Naruto there." Understood. When Naruto arrived, he realized that this third training ground was the very location where Team 7 would later vie for bells. The surroundings were vibrant with life, a scene where nature thrived, with a gentle stream flowing through the woods. "You shall train here from now on." After stating this, the Umbu ninja vanished without waiting for Naruto's reply. Unfazed, Naruto turned his gaze toward the riverbank, where he spotted a silver-haired figure. "Hey, one-eyed uncle." In Konoha's third training ground, two figures, one large and one small, stood several meters apart, poised for confrontation. Wind release. Gale palm. Naruto suddenly raised both hands, pointing his index fingers like pistols at Kakashi. Immediately, wind chakra gathered and compressed at his fingertips, before being launched like projectiles. This technique resembled the Marine Six styles from One Piece, but was, in fact, Naruto's improved version of the wind release, vacuum sphere, which eliminated the need for vocal incantation, allowing for a more stylish finger-based attack. Naruto unleashed a barrage of vacuum spheres towards Kakashi while simultaneously clapping his hands together to create several shadow clones, who began forming Razengans. The use of non-hand seal ninjutsu provided a significant advantage in battle, as it allowed for faster release of techniques, enabling one to seize the initiative and dictate the rhythm of the encounter. Observing Naruto's immediate release of wind techniques without hand seals, Kakashi's exposed eye narrowed slightly. He had lost the initiative, and now he needed to perform defensive ninjutsu. One misstep could lead to his downfall. Fortunately, his hand-sealing speed was among the fastest in the entire ninja world, and he almost instantaneously released his jutsu. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall, a wall of earth, adorned with a dog's head, rose from the ground, successfully intercepting Naruto's vacuum spheres and kicking up a cloud of dust. But that was not the end. Wind Release. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had leapt onto the earth wall, spinning a Rasengan before diving downward. Kakashi, having not missed a beat, swiftly retreated after erecting the earth wall. Boom! The Rasengan struck the ground, unleashing a massive crater from the violently compressed chakra. Kakashi's eye twitched, and as he continued to retreat, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Kakashi placed his right hand before his mouth and unleashed a fireball towards the unsuspecting Naruto. Bang! Caught off guard by the close-range fireball, Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, anticipating this, did not express surprise. He crouched down, propelling himself sideways with a powerful spring, leaping into the air. Boom! 4 of Naruto's figures erupted from the ground, launching Rasengans toward the spot where Kakashi had landed. Upon realizing the area was devoid of Kakashi, the 4 clones halted their actions, holding their Rasengans and gazing up at the sky. Kakashi, having completed his hand seals, leaned back slightly and inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of air attacks. Wind Release. Vacuum Sphere. A flurry of wind chakra projectiles obliterated the 4 clones. Yet, Kakashi remained vigilant. Without any sign of Naruto, it was clear he had employed a substitution technique. Whoosh! Kakashi landed on the river's surface, assured that Naruto could not launch a surprise attack from the ground. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind Kakashi, the violent force preventing him from opening his eyes or lifting his head. As it intensified, threatening to topple him, Kakashi struggled to form hand seals. Water Release. Water Formation Wall. A massive wall of water rose from the river's surface, shielding Kakashi from Naruto's wind attack. Behind the water wall, Kakashi, having discerned Naruto's position through the direction of the wind, completed his hand seals and appeared directly behind Naruto, who was executing the great breakthrough. As Naruto felt the wind blowing, his eyes widened in shock. Out of the corner of his eye, a massive fist was barreling towards his cheek. Bang! Another clone? Kakashi observed as Naruto once again exploded into a cloud of smoke, unable to suppress the twitch of his lips. Does this guy really possess such an abundance of chakra for each clone? Kakashi swiftly sidestepped to evade, as Naruto's chakra-encased fist descended directly in front of him, sending a flurry of dust and debris flying, and leaving a substantial crater in its wake. Utilizing the force of the impact, Kakashi quickly retreated, while Naruto burst forth from the smoky haze, leaping high into the air, charging straight at Kakashi in midair. Naruto adjusted his posture, bending his right elbow in preparation to use it as a striking point. Is he about to employ taijutsu? Kakashi pondered, coming to a halt, ready to engage in a contest of martial prowess with Naruto. Naruto had reached the apex of his jump, chakra enveloping his elbow as he summoned all his strength, driving it downward with incredible speed. One-eyed old man, brace for my whirlpool elbow strike, as the chakra-laden elbow approached. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he pressed his hands to the ground, forming seals. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Another earthen wall rose from the ground, aiming to intercept Naruto's descending attack. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, Naruto cleaved the rising wall in two with his elbow, advancing towards him with unstoppable momentum. Instinctively, Kakashi crossed his arms to shield himself. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as an indescribable force surged through his crossed arms. Kakashi found himself lifted off the ground, Propelled by the elbow strike, his vision blurring as he gazed at the blinding sun above, momentarily imagining his deceased father smiling down at him. Bang! Kakashi exploded into a cloud of smoke upon impact. Naruto suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Turning his head, he discovered the real Kakashi standing behind him, a kunai poised against his throat. One-eyed old man. I'm sorry I couldn't push you to your limits, he said. Ha! Despite his initial serious demeanor, Naruto couldn't suppress a laugh at the sight of the kunai. Kakashi rolled his eyes and retracted the weapon. Your no-hand seals ninjutsu is quite troublesome. That was precisely because Naruto's hand seal-less techniques seized the initiative that Kakashi was compelled to use ninjutsu to defend, ultimately falling into Naruto's rhythm of attack, resulting in a relentless onslaught. Fortunately, his body flicker and seal-forming speed were sufficiently rapid. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable embarrassment today. Over the past month, Kakashi had sparred with Naruto several times. From the initial overwhelming victories, he now found himself increasingly challenged, nearing a 50-50 balance. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Naruto chuckled. It's obvious you haven't played in the high-level matches much, one-eyed old man. What serious person uses hand seals? Kakashi's exasperated gaze was filled with disbelief. Hand seals were essential for better guiding and controlling chakra, ensuring the successful execution of ninjutsu while conserving chakra. Ninjutsu becomes more proficient with repeated use, Naruto nonchalantly remarked, suddenly flashing a mischievous grin. And who cares about saving a little chakra? Serious people don't fuss over such trivial amounts. You fool, having an abundance of chakra doesn't mean you can waste it freely. What if an unexpected situation arises? Kakashi retorted, his patience wearing thin. You should continue practicing on your own. Wait for Guy to arrive, and let him teach you taijutsu. Kakashi's exasperation deepened, and he finally reached for a yellow book from his ninja tool pouch and retreated to a tree. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but feel the urge to tease that one-eyed old man. You should really cut back on those little yellow books. Otherwise, you'll become even more feeble. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, ignoring Naruto. Observing Kakashi's engrossed state, Naruto could only shake his head in disappointment and turn to his own training. Kakashi had been dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi to guide Naruto in his training, while also shouldering the responsibility of protecting the Jinchuriki. With nearly half the village's elite shinobi investigating the mysterious individual who sought to steal bloodlines, Kakashi had undoubtedly become the prime candidate for safeguarding the Jinchuriki. As for Might Guy, his involvement stemmed from a chance encounter. One fateful morning, Naruto stood at the entrance of a bun shop, swiftly snatching an entire steamer of freshly made buns as they emerged from the kitchen. Without regard for whether the proprietor was present, he tossed down a handful of money and departed, leaving the shopkeeper visibly green with shock, caught in a dilemma of whether to collect the money or let it be. Although the coins had been touched by the demon fox, they were still a considerable amount. Throughout his journey, Naruto sensed the villagers' malice growing increasingly twisted, yet he heard no whispers of gossip. After all, speaking out would not only draw the demon fox's attention, but might also attract the scrutiny of the vigilant. Perhaps it was this pent-up frustration and fear that warped their hostility even further. Naruto had ceased to actively seek out confrontations with the villagers. Though he had started off excited, after a few days, he found it exceedingly dull. Would one truly find amusement in a group of unresponsive, unattractive individuals? Those who could only cower in fear lacked even the desire for destruction. That old man Sarutobi had stripped him of his last remnants of joy. This village is beyond saving, Naruto lamented, biting into a bun as he made his way to the third training ground. Hey, young man, daydreaming while walking can easily lead to injury. A robust voice suddenly rang out in front of him. Pulling his scattered thoughts back to reality, Naruto's eyes fell upon a flash of green. Focusing his gaze, he discerned a pair of muscular legs encased in green spandex. As his gaze lowered, a rugged face with thick eyebrows appeared before him. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, his distinctive appearance made him instantly recognizable. Young man, in the prime of your youth, why wear such a sorrowful expression? Guy flashed Naruto a classic smile, his dazzling white teeth almost blinding. Naruto paused, perplexed, and asked, green-suited old man, what are you doing? Me, Guy replied, giving Naruto a thumbs up. I'm burning my youth. Naruto was taken aback. This was indeed just as described in the original narrative. That's so. Are you training, old man? Ha! Sweating profusely, igniting my youth. This is the essence of my youthful training. Guy erupted into laughter. What are they doing? Not sure, but that guy in green seems to be a ninja. Huh? How can there be such a strange ninja? No wonder they can communicate. The surrounding villagers began to murmur, while Naruto remained expressionless. But Guy appeared somewhat embarrassed. Young man, I apologize for the trouble. If there's nothing else, I must continue burning my youth. As a punishment, I shall run 100 laps around the village upside down. Guy was indeed quite oblivious. Before Naruto could respond, Guy had already dashed off. Wait, old man, seeing Guy about to sprint away. Naruto called out urgently. There's something else, young man. Guy halted, turning back. Despite the time elapsed, Naruto still struggled to adapt to Guy's unique posture. Since you wish to apologize, why not teach me taijutsu? What? Guy looked at Naruto in astonishment, incredulously asking, are you sure you want to learn taijutsu from me? Naruto grinned and replied, old man, you must be a master of taijutsu, right? Of course. I am one of the few taijutsu masters in Konoha. Guy's eyes shimmered with enthusiasm. Is this what youth is? He suddenly shed tears of joy. Never had Naruto felt so speechless throughout his journey. How had a conversation turned into such an emotional outburst? Old man, can I really learn taijutsu from you? Naruto inquired once more. Of course. However, if you wish to learn taijutsu, you must first build your stamina. Allow me to assess your endurance. Might Guy wiped away his tears and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Follow me. Let me witness your youthful spirit. With that, Might Guy dashed forward, his excitement enhancing his speed significantly. Naruto, inspired, mirrored Might Guy's actions and performed a handstand to keep up. After covering some distance, Might Guy turned back to see if Naruto was following, only to be taken aback upon discovering Naruto was also handstanding behind him. He merely intended for Naruto to run normally alongside him. Naruto, noticing the astonishment in Might Guy's eyes, flashed a gleaming smile. Uncle, I can accelerate even more. Suddenly, Naruto's speed surged, surpassing Might Guy. Tears reappeared on Might Guy's face. This is youth, but I shall not concede. Thus, the two figures, one large and one small, continued to dash upside down around Konoha. Even Kakashi, who was secretly shadowing Naruto, was left dumbfounded by the scene. In a daze, he felt as though he were witnessing the likeness of his teacher, Minato, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. Consequently, Might Guy became Naruto's taijutsu instructor. Naruto, however, was not pursuing the 8 gates technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow him to learn such a perilous form of taijutsu. After a month of training, Hiruzen had only taught him a C-rank wind technique, likely in an attempt to moderate his power, lest it become unmanageable in the future. What a hypocritical old man. Having appropriated so much wealth and heritage from the Uzumaki clan, he wouldn't even part with a few jutsu. Sarutobi, your end is nigh. Naruto mused inwardly, harboring an interest in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, yet faced with the unfortunate reality of lacking avenues for study, he unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough against the trees in the forest repeatedly, practicing how to execute the technique directly from his hands, similar to his wind release. Air bullet. He knew that even without hand signs, using his mouth to project the technique would be difficult to execute unexpectedly. Yet, he also pondered where to learn sealing techniques. Given their uniqueness in the world of Naruto, they were a must-try. As he practiced and contemplated, a sudden thought struck him. Who could understand the sealing techniques better than the Uzumaki clan? If he remembered correctly, he possessed the chakra of both Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze within him. He resolved to discuss this with Kurama when he returned home later that evening. Naruto, Kakashi, here I come. A robust and hearty laughter echoed as Might Guy appeared before them. Kakashi waved his hand without looking up, merely acknowledging the greeting, as he immersed himself in the grand pursuit of exploring the origins of life. Naruto, equally amused, rushed towards Might Guy, raising his shimmering elbow. Uncle Guy, let us ignite our youth together. I could elbow you all day long. After enjoying a meal of ramen together with Kakashi and Might Guy, they returned home, finding the night deepened. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed onto his bed. He had indeed spent the entire day elbowing with Might Guy. Although Might Guy was still in good spirits, Naruto felt he had exhausted his strength. After all, even with the aid of the Nine-Tails chakra and the Uzumaki lineage, he had trained for a year and a half, yet still could not match the prowess of the formidable taijutsu master from Konoha. He hadn't ventured out for a month, primarily because Sarutobi Hiruzen had not abandoned his pursuit of him. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was relentless, sweeping across the area like a searchlight, leaving Naruto with no opportunity to escape. However, he sensed that he would soon find an opportunity to venture out again, as Hiruzen was likely reaching his limit. The eyes that could turn him into a puppet needed to be addressed, or he would be unable to sleep soundly at that time. Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly coordinate with Hiruzen. The surveillance from the Byakugan would likely cease, as such conspiratorial matters involving the bloodline of the Dojutsu clan were best kept from the Hyuga clan. After a quick cleansing, Naruto lay down and entered the ceiling space. The Ninetales, previously bored, suddenly noticed Naruto's arrival, a subtle glimmer of emotion flickering in its eyes. "You little brat, it's rare to see you here this month." Naruto detected a hint of pride in Kurama's tone, as if it were a mere illusion. "What? Have you missed me, Kurama?" he teased with a chuckle. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment. "You little brat. You really are unlikable." Naruto laughed, realizing that there were quite a few tsundere characters in the world of Naruto. "Ha, Kurama, I'm just joking. I do have something important to discuss with you today." "Discuss with me?" Kurama queried, puzzled. "Aside from providing you with chakra, I can do little else. Are you here to challenge me again after practicing taijutsu?" Naruto shook his head and pointed at the ceiling tag affixed to the door. "I want to tear that thing down." The Ninetales fell silent, its calm gaze rippling with intensity as it fixed its stare on Naruto. If Naruto truly opened the seal, the moment the Ninetales departed, the Jinchuriki would undoubtedly lose their life. To be honest, the Ninetales felt a slight twinge of emotion. "That you're not joking, are you?" Naruto continued to smile confidently. "Rest assured, even if I tear it down, you won't be able to escape." The Ninetales' expression froze momentarily. This little brat had taken back the sentiment it had just felt. "So, what do you intend to do?" Seeing the Ninetales' bewildered expression, Naruto maintained a straight face, trying not to laugh, lest Kurama shun him afterward. The 8-trigram seal was actually composed of 2 4-symbol seals. Thus, these 2 seals could transform the leaking chakra of the Ninetales back into his own chakra. Currently, he could only remove one of the seals, as the key to the other seal was in the hands of a rather troublesome individual. "What purpose does tearing off this seal serve?" Kurama inquired. Naruto shook his head. "Minato had left his chakra within me. As long as I tear off this seal, he would appear, intending to prevent me from being swayed by you." "Fourth Hokage," the Ninetales' eyes flashed with hatred. "So, you wish to see your father?" "Not exactly. I merely seek the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan." The Ninetales fell silent, its expression darkening, clearly displeased at the prospect of encountering Minato. Yet suddenly, it seemed to recall something. "Ha!" The Ninetales, previously filled with rage and hatred, burst into laughter. "I am quite eager to see how the 4th Hokage reacts to your current appearance." "Ha! Little brat, can you still destroy Konoha now?" Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales observed Naruto interacting harmoniously with the 2 Konoha Nin, and noted that he was far less aggressive towards the ignorant villagers than before. Naruto shook his head. "Kurama, to tread upon ants without slaying them. Such power is difficult to master." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. Red and blue chakra surged from his palm, merging into a purplish-black sphere resembling a tailed beast bomb. Yet, this was not the end. An abundance of yin and yang chakra continued to gather, orbiting around the sphere without merging within it, compressing until it formed a central dark core surrounded by a light purple chakra orb, adorned with rings of light. This, when did you learn yin release?" The Ninetales widened its eyes in disbelief as it gazed upon the chakra orb in Naruto's hands, sensing the dual energies of yin and yang emanating from it, its voice faltering with astonishment. This was not yin-yang release, but rather a fundamental application of yin-yang attributed chakra. Naruto chuckled. For the art of yin-yang release is a secret technique capable of manifesting form from the formless and infusing that form with life. A feat he had not yet achieved. However, manipulating the properties of chakra was not particularly challenging. The chakra he extracted from the Ninetales was of the yang nature, and upon awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was able to convert his chakra to yin. Thus, he simply combined the 2 attributes of chakra through the technique of Rasengan, adding his own understanding to create this jutsu, using a miniature-tailed beast ball as a detonator, and the surrounding yin attributed chakra as the medium for the explosion. He generated unimaginable destructive power. The fusion of yin and yang chakra proved to be significantly more stable than that of other elemental chakras, resulting in greater destructive capability. Naruto had scarcely practiced this, merely applying the principles of Rasengan and Tail Beast Ball, and succeeded almost effortlessly. Are you intending to use this ninjutsu against Konoha? The Ninetales stared incredulously. Realizing that while Naruto's technique may not yet rival its Tail Beast Ball, it had not yet reached its full potential, and could accommodate even more chakra if sufficient chakra were available. It might even surpass the Tail Beast Ball itself. Who knows? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Konoha is currently too weak. No matter how much it grows, the outcome remains unchanged. With a decisive bang, Naruto clenched his fist, dispersing the chakra orb, which dissolved back into his body. Now, we must prepare for the main event, he said, casting a glance at the Ninetales. Once Minato emerges, I will need you to expend some chakra to help stabilize his condition. The Ninetales looked utterly incredulous. You want me to assist that fourth Hokage? It roared in anger, a paw thrusting forward to halt before Naruto. This impudent brat dared to suggest that it aid the enemy, who had sealed it. Naruto could only soothe the Ninetales, for if Minato were to emerge and vanish instantly, he would learn nothing. Calm down, Kaibai. Even if the fourth Hokage emerges, he will merely be a fragment of chakra. If you do not help stabilize him, he will likely fade away swiftly. Wouldn't you miss witnessing many of his intriguing expressions? Within the ceiling space, Naruto had managed to pacify the Ninetales with little effort. After all, it was merely a fox that had been imprisoned for decades, and what it yearned to see most was the pained expression on the face of the one who had once sealed it. Standing beneath the Grand Gate, Naruto felt his chakra surge as the water beneath him spiraled, gradually enveloping half of his body. Lifted by the column of water, he approached the seal affixed to the gate. Naruto raised his hand, delicately pinching a corner of the seal, ready to tear it away. Yet, as he made the motion, the seal was activated. In that tranquil moment, a warm light akin to sunlight blossomed, transforming into a humanoid figure before Naruto and the fox. This radiance was gentle and inviting, not scorching like the midday sun. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a firm yet warm hand grasped Naruto's, preventing him from tearing the seal. As the light dissipated, Naruto beheld the figure clearly. Golden hair, blue eyes, a handsome visage, clad in a white Hokage robe with a green vest underneath. He bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. The Hokage robe billowed without wind, the words "Fourth Hokage" dancing in the air. Minato brought Naruto gently to the ground, his gaze softening as he regarded him with growing pride and satisfaction. When he sealed the Ninetales within Naruto, the boy had been but an infant, crying incessantly. He had often envisioned their reunion, picturing Naruto as a skilled ninja, perhaps even married with children, or like him, a hero of Konoha. Yet, upon seeing him again, Minato found Naruto still a child, albeit one with a sturdy build, a handsome face, golden hair, and azure eyes, with the titles of fourth Hokage's son and a hero's descendant. It was evident that Naruto had grown up under the villagers' support, living a happy life. Naruto, you've grown, Minato said with a warm smile, releasing Naruto's hand to reach out and ruffle his hair, but Naruto stepped back discreetly. Evading the gesture, Minato's expression faltered, awkwardly laughing. Naruto, perhaps the third Hokage never informed you of my identity, but I actually. Enough with the pleasantries. Fourth Hokage, Naruto interjected, I did not unseal this to hear your ramblings. Minato froze, his expression caught between words unspoken, momentarily at a loss. He could navigate relationships among comrades with ease, but facing his seemingly rebellious child left him uncertain, especially since Naruto had been so small at birth, and now stood as a young man. Was it the weight of his identity that had made him rebellious? Yet, he also felt guilt for the circumstances that had rendered Naruto an orphan, leaving him hesitant to speak. It seems the third Hokage has taken good care of you, Minato remarked, relieved to see Naruto not only looking well, but also physically robust, suggesting he had not lacked for sustenance in the village. Naruto, do not easily trust the Ninetales' temptations. If you wish to train with the tailed beast chakra, you must have Jiraiya-sensei present, Minato explained gently. Fourth Hokage, this is certainly not my manipulation, came a mocking voice from behind. Ninetales, so it was you pulling the strings, Minato exclaimed, turning to confront the taunting fox, fury flashing in his eyes. Fourth Hokage, this is one matter for which you cannot blame me. Without my chakra, this brat would have perished long ago in Konoha. The Ninetales' assertion held merit. Without the extraordinary regenerative abilities bestowed by its chakra, Naruto's childhood experiences would have left him with numerous hidden injuries, if not death itself. Impossible. Minato instinctively refuted the Nine-Tails claim, then swiftly turned to Naruto. Hoping to glean the truth from him, as a ninja nurtured under the will of fire, he cherished the village deeply. After becoming Hokage, he devoted himself entirely to Konoha, making it inconceivable for him to believe the words of the Nine-Tails. This is troublesome, Naruto frowned, his expression unchanging, still indifferent. Fourth Hokage, I have long since ceased to care about this village. That my purpose in unsealing is solely to master more of the Nine-Tails chakra, as well as your flying thunder god technique and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Mastering more of the Nine-Tails chakra? Minato suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, a hint of relief flashing across his troubled face. Naruto, you can already wield the Nine-Tails chakra? To wield the Nine-Tails chakra? Minato recalled that even Kushina had taken a considerable time to achieve that. How could Naruto, at such a young age, have already obtained chakra from the Nine-Tails? Fourth Hokage, your arrogance is misplaced. Naruto shot a cold glance at Minato. Then, taking advantage of Minato's momentary shock, he tore away the seal on the grand gate. Stepping into the sealing space to stand beside the Nine-Tails, that I do not seek to master the Nine-Tails. Rather, Kaibai and I are comrades. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, gazing blankly at the scene before him, feeling as though his worldview was shattering. Why? Why was Naruto able to stand so comfortably beside the Nine-Tails? The expression on the beast's face was nothing short of menacing, its teeth bared in a snarl. Yet its eyes were filled with derision and malice. How could such a creature possibly comprehend another? Yet, Naruto did not appear to be under any sort of enchantment at that moment. Minato Namikaze, known as the Fourth Hokage, began to regain his composure and reflect. Since his arrival in the sealing space, and upon seeing Naruto, all his assumptions about Naruto's situation in the village had been mere conjecture. The treatment of Jinchuriki in the village was evident from Kushina's experiences. But could it be that even the identity of the fourth son, the hero's child, could not alter such treatment? Naruto, I can teach you the flying thunder god technique and sealing jutsu. However, I am but a wisp of chakra. I fear I cannot impart everything to you. A look of guilt and shame crossed Minato's face, realizing he could not even fulfill what might be his son's first and perhaps only request. This is not a problem, Kurama. Naruto turned his gaze to the Nine-Tails, affirming their prior agreement. The beast possessed an abundance of yang chakra, which could significantly enhance the quality and stability of Minato's chakra, ensuring it would not dissipate as long as it was replenished in time. Humph, you little brat. A look of utter disdain crossed Kurama's visage. Nevertheless, it sent a portion of its chakra beyond the seal, infusing it into Minato's body. What is this? Minato exclaimed in astonishment as he sensed the change in his chakra, which stabilized and increased in quality. The sensation of impending disappearance vanished. Was this the might of the Nine-Tails chakra? He then turned his expectant gaze towards Naruto and spoke. Naruto, could you share with me your experiences over these past years? Naruto fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment, he met Minato's gaze, which was filled with both anticipation and trepidation. That I have little interest in lamenting my troubles. After all, what has transpired is in the past, and they dare only to seethe in silent resentment towards me now. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression dimmed slightly. However, Naruto's tone shifted abruptly. If you truly wish to know, perhaps it is better for you to witness it with your own eyes. With that, ignoring Minato's renewed look of anticipation, he turned to Kurama, who was also gazing down at him, and raised his fist high. Kurama, if my memory serves me correctly, this is called the ninjutsu religion, is it not? Kurama's eyes widened in shock, filled with hesitation. You never mentioned this beforehand, little brat, and gaining my acknowledgement is no simple feat. Ha, your acknowledgement is unnecessary. The lifespan of a human is quite brief, and there will be no next Jinchuriki in a few decades. You will regain your freedom. Why not consider this as a way to pass the time? Naruto replied with a smile. Kurama remained silent, staring at Naruto's cheerful face, feeling an odd sensation. Such a sunny expression should not grace this brat's features. That insincere smile suited the fourth Hokage much better. Nevertheless, this little rascal was somewhat to its liking. At least this past year had been far more entertaining than the preceding decades. After all, they were comrades, and surely many amusing events awaited them in the coming years. With a smirk, Kurama extended its colossal claw and pressed it against Naruto's fist. Well then, let us pass the time. A surge of potent chakra erupted from Naruto, golden energy swirling like a tsunami, forming a massive vortex. Naruto's body was enveloped in this power, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, intricate golden patterns dancing across his skin. Carving out mysterious designs, the seal had been partially undone, allowing Naruto to enter this tailed beast chakra mode. What is this? Minato's eyes widened in horror. Even Kushina could not wield tailed beast chakra to such an extent. Only the first Jinchuriki, Mito, could achieve this level of mastery. That on the other side of the doorway, Naruto raised his fist towards Minato. Fourth Hokage, come and witness the past of Uzumaki Naruto. Minato, gazing into Kurama's mocking eyes and Naruto's unblinking slitted pupils, felt a surge of unease swell within him. Gritting his teeth, he approached, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Filled with remorse, their fists collided. Minato was momentarily frozen in place. With the influx of chakra from Naruto, he gained the ability to sense Kurama's malevolence. Within the confines of Konoha, the overwhelming, chilling malice sent shivers down his spine, even as a mature adult. What is this? Minato began, but before he could finish, Naruto's memories surged into his mind. In that instant, he became Naruto Uzumaki, experiencing the very malice that had once been directed at him. Searing pain coursed through his throat, a molten heat flowing down into his stomach. He yearned to understand what had transpired, to open his eyes, only to be met with a grotesque smile looming over him, pouring hot water down his throat. Why did my child die while you remained unscathed? Minato's eyes widened in anguish. Yet, the scene warped before him that he found himself walking alone down the streets of Konoha, the villagers casting disdainful, hateful glares at him, their mouths spewing curses. Hungry, he sought a meal at an inn, only to be thrust out by the owner, his small body crashing to the ground, palms bloodied. Attempting to purchase instant noodles at a store, the clerk hurled the noodles into his face, ejecting him from the premises. Ultimately, he could only weep while consuming nearly expired noodles. The scenes shifted rapidly. He saw Naruto, starving, alone in a rundown apartment, suffering from food poisoning after consuming poisonous mushrooms. He witnessed Naruto, at merely 3 years old, struggling to catch fish in the river by himself. In Naruto's memories, the villagers he once protected appeared as terrifying fiends. Past friends turned cold as strangers. Former subordinates chose to remain aloof. Why was there not a single soul willing to extend a small measure of kindness to his child? Why could they not even spare him from hunger? Even the third Hokage, whom he had revered, turned out to be a hypocritical old man, preaching virtue while seizing the meager food Naruto had fought to obtain. How dare Konoha so humiliate his child? How could this be? As the memories flooded over him, Minato trembled, his previously straight posture bending, resembling a shrimp, whether from sorrow or rage, his eyes bloodshot. Why? Why must Naruto bear such hatred? Minato could hardly comprehend that those who had once shown him respect and kindness had morphed into such ugly, venomous beings. He had sacrificed his life to protect them, to treat them as family. Only for them to inflict such pain upon his child. He could not fathom why the higher-ups of Konoha had not revealed Naruto's identity as the son of the Hokage after his death. Instead, rumors of the demon fox spread like wildfire throughout the village, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Why could they not even provide the slightest aid to his child? Jiraiya-sensei, where were you in this moment? Third Hokage, how could you have become so hypocritical and ineffectual? It was his faith in the village, his belief in the third Hokage, that led him to choose to sacrifice his life to protect Konoha and its people. To die alongside Kushina, he understood the Jinchuriki would face ostracism, as was the fate of all Jinchuriki in various villages. But he was the fourth Hokage, the one who had given his life for the village. As his child, Naruto should have received the villagers' support, even as a Jinchuriki. Yet, the very third Hokage he had placed his hopes upon had turned Naruto into a scapegoat for the villagers' hatred. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remains nonchalantly seated in his position as Hokage. Naruto, who should have borne the legacy of a hero, instead carried the weight of the village's animosity from the moment of his birth. Bluffing Shuemin suddenly realized the absurdity of his situation. Not only had his wife once been ostracized by this very group, but now even his child had become a pariah. Bluffing Shuemin, what have you truly protected? Is there any real need to safeguard such a village? I am sorry, Naruto. I never anticipated that. Bluffing Shumen's hunched figure, his face concealed beneath his hair, was marred by anguish, tears trickling down his cheeks as his lips trembled uncontrollably. What is this? That expression, those tears. What do they signify? The Nine-Tails chakra that enveloped Naruto had long since receded, reverting him to his original state. He gazed at Bluffing Shuemin with a hint of disdain in his tone, asking, "What good are your tears now? Do you seek my forgiveness?" Bluffing Shuemin's body quivered slightly. He wiped away his tears and shook his head while looking at his son, both familiar and foreign. "I do not seek your forgiveness, but please, allow me to atone for some of my past transgressions." Bluffing Shuemin clenched his fists, his expression earnest. Naruto, however, was not one to linger. "I require the Flying Thunder God technique and the four-symbol seal." For the following period, Naruto refrained from training at the third training ground with Kakashi and Might Guy, instead choosing to remain at home, in truth, in the sealing space, learning the four-symbol seal under Bluffing Shuemin's guidance. It took an entire week for Naruto to nearly master the four-symbol seal. The practice of sealing techniques is no trivial matter, often proving more complex than ordinary ninjutsu. It possesses remarkable effects, even capable of dimensional compression, much like the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen, which contains its own space. This was all under the tutelage of Bluffing Shuemin, whose sealing mastery was formidable due to his connection with Uzumaki Kushina. After all, the Nine-Tails was not as docile back then. Were a rampage to occur, it would largely fall to Bluffing Shuemin to enact the sealed in the original narrative. Bluffing Shuemin had even been pierced through by a rampaging Uzumaki Kushina. Yet he managed to seal the Nine-Tails away. Coupled with Naruto's innate talent for sealing, stemming from his Uzumaki lineage, their combined efforts yielded rapid progress in sealing techniques, allowing him to grasp the four-symbol seal in just a week. As for why the Naruto of the original did not possess sealing techniques, the current Naruto was unaware. It was likely due to the overwhelming influence of Ashura's chakra, leaving him only capable of creating chakra balls. In the room, Naruto gazed at the comic book on the table, feeling the sealing mark on his body, and pressed his hand upon the comic. The intricate patterns of the four-symbol seal emanated from his palm, enveloping the entire comic book. With a resounding bang, amidst a cloud of smoke, the comic vanished from the table, only to reappear in Naruto's sealing space. "Is it successful?" Bluffing Shuemin exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy as he caught the falling comic book. "Humph, truly an irksome technique." The Nine-Tails observed the scene with a disdainful glare, emitting a disgruntled huff, for this was a technique that had sealed it away for decades. "Haha, Kurama, now that I've mastered this sealing technique, we won't be too bored in the sealing space." Bluffing Shuemin placed the comic book before the Nine-Tails, having learned its name from Naruto. Although there was deep-seated animosity between them, they were now bound to coexist in the sealing space, perhaps for decades, relying on each other's chakra for sustenance. Thus, he deemed it prudent to foster a cordial relationship for the time being. I have no use for such trivialities," the Nine-Tails retorted, a touch of pride in its tone. "Kurama, you remain as haughty as ever." Naruto's figure also appeared within the sealing space. "You brat," the Nine-Tails roared in indignation. "Naruto, congratulations, I never expected you to master the four-symbol seal so swiftly." Bluffing Shuemin approached with genuine delight, his eyes brimming with pride. "If you could learn the Flying Thunder God technique with equal speed, I would be even more pleased." For a father, witnessing his child inherit the talents of both himself and his wife is one of the greatest joys. This, too, is a testament to the fourth's excellent teaching. Naruto graciously expressed his thanks. His politeness did not surprise Bluffing Shuemin. "The current rapport was already quite satisfactory. It is primarily due to your remarkable talent. Naruto, shall we begin training in the Flying Thunder God technique? Or would you prefer to familiarize yourself further with the four-symbol seal first?" Naruto pondered for a moment before inquiring. The training for the Flying Thunder God must be considerably more challenging than the four-symbol seal. "Correct?" Bluffing Shuemin nodded gravely, stating, "The Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu that not only demands immense effort, but also relies on the practitioner's innate talent for spatial manipulation. Then we shall wait a while before learning it. There may be significant developments in Konoha in the coming days." Naruto glanced at the Nine-Tails, who was covertly scrutinizing the comic book, reflecting that soon, Uzumaki Kushina could be released, and he would need to learn the diamond sealing technique from her. "Significant developments? What major events are about to unfold in Konoha?" Bluffing Shumen's expression grew complex. Despite his current distaste for Konoha, he was, after all, its former Hokage, and hearing such news stirred mixed emotions within him. Naruto revealed an enigmatic smile. Fourth Hokage, soon you shall witness the hypocrisy of Konoha's higher-ups firsthand. More than a month had passed, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to uncover the identity of the intruders. And suspicions regarding Uchiha Shursui were likely beginning to arise. After all, he was the sole eyewitness to the intruders. That it was well known that Uchiha were mistrusted in Konoha. Once the Hyuga clan shut their Byakugan, he could commence laying the groundwork for his plans, setting traps near the Uchiha clan's territory, assured that an opportunity would arise. A pair of Mangekyō Sharingan was worth the effort. Is it truly my fault? Naruto observed bluffing Shueman, who was once again questioning his existence, and chose to remain silent. He felt indifferent towards bluffing Shueman. There was neither hatred nor the inclination to regard him as a father. Such a notion was impossible, for he was not his father. The relationship they shared now was quite satisfactory. As Naruto pondered, his expression shifted slightly, and he vanished from the ceiling space. Bluffing Shueman, still lost in thought, did not react, while the Ninetales merely cast a furtive glance, momentarily pausing its comic reading. Shortly after Naruto's consciousness emerged, a knock sounded at the door. Time rewinds to an hour prior, in the third training ground. Might Guy trained alone in solitude, sprinting, handstands, push-ups, sit-ups, punching, kicking. After silently completing all his exercises, Might Guy could no longer contain himself. For some unknown reason, Naruto and Kakashi had not visited the training ground for an entire week. He did not know Naruto's address and could not find Kakashi, leaving him oblivious to their circumstances. Had they embarked on a secret mission, or were they both ill and unattended at home? No, I must seek out the third Hokage for clarification. With determination, Might Guy sprang to his feet and dashed towards the Hokage tower. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also sensed Naruto's unusual behavior in recent days. While he could observe Naruto through the Byakugan, all he could discern was Naruto's dazed demeanor, leaving the actual situation unclear. Thus, he informed the location of Naruto's residence to Might Guy, as well as Kakashi's current position and mission, urging them to investigate further. Might Guy, his face alight with excitement, rushed out and soon found Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree, secretly reading an adult comic. "What brings you here?" Kakashi replied, his expression as impassive as ever. Staring at the suddenly appearing bushy-browed man, "Kakashi, my dear friend, it has been a whole week since we last sparred." Might Guy revealed his signature grin, declaring, "Today, let us engage in a long-awaited contest." The challenge at hand was to discern the reason behind Naruto's unusual reluctance to venture outside. As Naruto gazed at Kakashi and Might Guy standing at the door, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Uncle Guy, one-eyed uncle, what brings you here?" Kakashi maintained his characteristic deadpan expression, choosing silence while directing his gaze towards Might Guy. Might Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, bent down and embraced Naruto's neck, exclaiming, "Young man, are you ready to join us in igniting the flames of youth today?" Naruto felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had not anticipated that Might Guy and Kakashi would come directly to his home. Previously, he had assumed that Kakashi and Might Guy were sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi to keep watch over him while ensuring his safety. After all, for years, Hiruzen had not permitted anyone other than himself to approach Naruto. And with Kakashi being a top-tier elite jonin and Might Guy possessing the potential to unleash significant strength, they were more than capable of safeguarding a Jinchuriki. However, it now seemed that Kakashi's presence was indeed orchestrated by Hiruzen. While Might Guy's visit was likely a mere coincidence, having encountered Naruto on the street and subsequently receiving tacit approval from Hiruzen to mentor him, perhaps it was Might Guy's pure-hearted nature, devoid of ulterior motives, that allowed this to happen. That it was surprising that, after all these years, Guy remained unchanged, resembling his uncle Dai so closely, while Kakashi still seemed trapped in the shadows of his past. Within the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze reflected on the descendants of his former disciples and comrades, feeling a wave of nostalgia. They often say that while things may remain the same, people change. Yet, after all these years, it appeared that the people remained constant, albeit Konoha had transformed into something quite different from what he once knew. Naruto, unfazed by Minato's musings, smiled at the two visitors and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Uncle Guy, one-eyed uncle, please come in." Curiosity piqued, Might Guy and Kakashi stepped inside. Due to Naruto living alone, his home appeared rather humble and sparse, imbued with a sense of desolation, almost reminiscent of a hermit's dwelling. The furnishings were minimalistic, consisting only of a table and a sofa, yet the environment was remarkably tidy, save for the nearby trash bin containing remnants of instant noodle containers. Kakashi remained silent upon entering, his slightly bowed head obscuring his expression, perhaps harboring a sense of guilt. If Kakashi was akin to a still, stagnant pool, Might Guy was a volcano on the brink of eruption. Tears streamed down his face as he enveloped Naruto, who was hesitating over whether to prepare tea. "Young man," Might Guy exclaimed, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Naruto's mouth. In mere moments, he noticed his shoulder growing damp. While it is said that women are made of water, he found that Might Guy was truly the embodiment of it. What man shed so many tears? It seemed apparent that he could never quite match Lee's unwavering spirit. Perhaps only Lee could truly be Might Guy's disciple. Struggling to extricate himself from Might Guy's embrace, Naruto sheepishly said, "Uncle Guy, you and One-Eyed Uncle should take a seat. I will explain everything shortly." He poured each of them a glass of plain water, his only option, as he lacked the habit of drinking tea and seldom had visitors, aside from the occasional instant noodles. Naruto briefly explained to them the reasons for his absence from the training grounds, carefully omitting the full truth that he merely mentioned that he was developing a particularly powerful jutsu at home. His intention was to keep this technique as his trump card, planning to unveil it once perfected before challenging them. Confident of victory, Kakashi regarded Naruto with his characteristic deadpan expression, attributing Naruto's determination to youthful pride, believing that defeating them was an impossible feat, although their sparring sessions often left him feeling challenged. It was primarily due to his lack of seriousness. Regardless of the circumstances, he was always destined to win. Might Guy, however, wore a serious expression as he listened to Naruto's declaration of certainty in his success, vowing to double his training before their next duel. Aside from his dear friend Kakashi, he refused to be defeated by anyone else. Thus, the two departed from Naruto's home, each carrying distinct sentiments, developing a new jutsu. Truly, he is the child of Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon receiving Kakashi's report, felt a swell of emotions. Naruto had surprised him time and again, almost to the point of alarm. Not only had his proficiency with existing jutsu skyrocketed, but he was also beginning to create techniques of his own, truly surpassing his predecessors. However, ever since the incident involving Danzo's machinations, Naruto's demeanor had exhibited some concerning changes. Perhaps it was time to summon Jiraiya back to the village. As Hiruzen pondered, an unexpected figure burst through the door without knocking, immediately stating, "Hiruzen, is there still no intel on that mysterious individual?" The intruder was none other than Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged in response to Danzo's rudeness, for he had long since grown accustomed to it. He shook his head in disappointment, saying, "The Hyuga clan has reported no suspicious activity, and neither have the Inuzuka or Aburame clans." Hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened, his tone laced with anger as he proclaimed, "It appears this is all part of the Uchiha sinister plot." Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "Danzo, do not speak recklessly." Danzo fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, declaring, "This is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan scheme. Otherwise, how could an outsider seeking to seize our bloodline remain undetected for so long?" "I trust Shursui," Hiruzen replied firmly. "Hiruzen, have you forgotten the words of our master?" Danzo's eyes were resolute. Any Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyō Sharingan tends to become twisted and extremist. The current Shursui is likely no longer the devoted protector of the village he once was. That intruder is merely a smokescreen released by the Uchiha to divert our attention, allowing Shursui to use his ocular techniques to control you and seize power in the village. They have even eliminated a member of Konoha's Umbu. That is impossible. Hiruzen instinctively refuted Danzo's claims, his expression darkening as he stated, "I believe in Shursui's will of fire. I also believe that the Uchiha would never harm the village." "Hiruzen, are you truly willing to endanger the village for the sake of your own misguided beliefs?" Danzo gazed at his old friend with disappointment, lamenting how the once great shinobi had grown so weak. "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage, and I will make the decisions regarding this matter," Hiruzen asserted, launching a decisive counterattack against Danzo's provocations. "You will regret this," Danzo spat, slamming the door behind him as he exited. Hiruzen sat in his chair, smoking alone, his small frame appearing somewhat desolate. He had long harbored suspicions about the situation. After all, it had been over a month without any signs of disturbance in the village. More importantly, the events of that night had only one witness aside from Shisui, and that was during such a critical time. Though Shisui had shared with him the Uchiha's plot for a coup and the capabilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Sometimes the most insidious lies are veiled within a multitude of truths. He could not afford to dismiss the power of that Mangekyō, Shisui. Hiruzen murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly bitter, his eyes darkening. "Come in." Hiruzen rapped his pipe against the table. An Umbu ninja, donned in an animal mask, appeared in the Hokage's office and bowed respectfully. "Notify the heads of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, as well as the reconnaissance team members. If we have not received any information on the intruder within a week, we shall cease our search. Continuing down this path would merely squander the village's human and material resources. We shall adhere to Danzo's wishes." In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already resolved to place the blame squarely upon Shimura Danzo. "Understood," the Umbu ninja replied, vanishing without a trace. Truly, they appeared and disappeared like phantoms. Time flies like an arrow. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this week, Naruto immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice of the four-symbol seal. He had now mastered the ability to seal anything he touched into the sealing space, and could also arrange sealing formations to ensnare any intruders. This was not merely due to Naruto's penchant for sealing techniques. Rather, it was a brilliant idea that had struck him upon mastering the art. Regarding Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto initially intended to wait until both Uchiha Shisui and Shimura Danzo had exhausted each other in battle before launching a surprise attack to eliminate Shisui and claim his eyes. However, such a plan allowed for only a single opportunity, necessitating a lethal blow, for if he failed to dispatch Shisui in an instant, the risk of Shisui using Koto Amatsukami on him in his dying moments posed a significant threat. Now, however, he had conceived a superior method. He could preemptively lay several sealing formations in the forests surrounding the Nanga River and the Uchiha clan's territory, then lure Uchiha Shisui into them. Once Shisui was sealed within the sealing space, he could call upon his master, Minato, to act. With the speed of the flying thunder god, Minato could swiftly extract Shisui's eyes. After all, if even Danzo could seize his eyes through a stealthy maneuver, there was no reason Minato could not achieve the same. Naruto felt a sense of righteousness. While Danzo sought Shisui's life, Naruto merely desired his eyes, sparing Shisui's life in the process. After all, with the four-symbol seal in place, sealing Uchiha Shisui would be a prudent choice. He was curious to witness Shisui's reaction upon seeing Uchiha Itachi and the higher-ups of Konoha collaborating to annihilate the Uchiha clan. What expression would cross his face as he watched his most trusted elder and the younger generation he had nurtured slaughter his kin before his very eyes? The mere thought of it made him want to smirk in derision. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. Naruto, who had been diligently practicing the four-symbol seal in his Stark room, suddenly entered the sealing space and couldn't help but chuckle. He felt the spotlight like Byakugan eyes all shut off in an instant. The Ninetales' malicious perception was an extraordinarily overpowered ability in the original story. Naruto could even sense the situations of all battlefields during the Fourth Great Ninja War through this technique. Now, sensing the current state of Konoha was a trivial task for him. "Kid, are you ready to act?" In the sealing space, the Ninetales shifted its gaze from the comic book on the floor to Naruto, who had just appeared. The sealing space had evolved somewhat. With a sofa, coffee table, bookshelf, desk, and refrigerator, Naruto had nearly sealed every item from his home over the past 2 weeks. Now, all that remained was a bed and a few items that could not be sealed. However, there was no need to worry about the items being trapped, as sealing also allowed for unsealing. The current sealing space functioned like a storage space. Quite convenient indeed that Naruto's sudden arrival caught the attention of Minato, who was also reading a comic at the desk. He did not attempt to dissuade Naruto, but instead regarded him with a complex expression, saying, "Naruto, I have no right to advise you, but I hope you do not let hatred completely blind your eyes. Hatred should not spill over onto the innocent." He understood the grievances Naruto harbored due to Konoha's actions over the years. While he too yearned for mutual understanding, he lacked Ashura's chakra. Thus, regardless of what Naruto intended to do about those who had inflicted harm upon him, he could accept it. Yet, he still hoped Naruto would maintain his own moral boundaries and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Naruto paid little mind to Minato's sentiments. As long as Minato was willing to assist, that was sufficient. As for what constituted a moral boundary, it had become somewhat ambiguous for Naruto, who had materialized in this world. Even with the memories of the past 4 years merged with his consciousness, after suppressing the influence of Ashura's chakra, he could not feel any sense of belonging to Konoha. He was a solitary, unrestrained individual. Thus, his only goal was to enhance his strength and seek some amusement. He would pursue advantageous endeavors and might even engage in those that were detrimental to him, though the notion of annihilating Konoha still lingered in his mind. It was far less intense than it had been over a year ago. Now, possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan and harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, the thought of obliterating this village felt as simple as squashing an insect. With the enhancement of his power, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. He occasionally contemplated the absurdity of the ninja world. Why were the noble families of the 5 great nations weak as insects, able to control a vast majority of the world's resources, while the 5 great shinobi villages, boasting the strongest military forces, fought tooth and nail over mere scraps? This world was profoundly irrational. The order established by Senju Hashirama was equally flawed, as those with power were forced to serve a group of worthless individuals, like himself, who, despite wielding power at the pinnacle of this world, was compelled to bow before a bunch of inept fools in hopes of peace. The influence of Ashura's chakra was indeed pernicious. With a perspective that far surpassed this world, Naruto suddenly felt a sense of weariness towards the unchanging ninja realm. Fear not, 4th Hokage, my actions will bring nothing but benefits to Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan. Naruto smiled. After all, nothing could be worse than a massacre. Then that is good. Minato was unsure whether to believe this, but he had no choice but to trust. Let us prepare for action. That I will arrange the sealing technique. And once I seal Uchiha Shursui inside, you shall promptly extract his eyes. Naruto earnestly instructed Minato, adding, do not let your guard down. If you inadvertently fall victim to Uchiha Shursui's Kotoematsukami, I would have no choice but to erase you. I understand. Minato nodded solemnly. He certainly had no desire to vanish at this moment. Knowing Naruto's current disposition was somewhat concerning. Should anything unfortunate occur, he could always intervene subtly. All right. After nodding, Naruto's figure vanished from the ceiling space. And upon returning to his original body, he immediately employed the shadow clone technique, creating an identical clone before him. Naruto smiled and gestured for the clone to lie on the bed and daydream. He then transformed into the appearance he had previously donned when meeting Uchiha Shursui, his eyes swirling with the 3 tomo, adorned with the newly modified 3-eyed mask, Uzumaki Naruto, making a grand entrance. His figure gradually faded away. Meanwhile, Minato stood dumbfounded in the ceiling space. The Sharingan. Naruto, you. Recovering from his initial disbelief, Minato hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What is it? Naruto, now observing the surroundings near the Uchiha clan's territory, was caught off guard by Minato's sudden tone, uncertain of its meaning. It's you. Minato was clearly making a considerable effort to find his words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, it seemed something was obstructing him from expressing himself. Minato's peculiar behavior puzzled Naruto, who suspected it might be a chakra issue. Seeking a safe location, he entered the ceiling space to assess the situation. Huh? Oh, this is too much. I'm dying of laughter. The Nine Tails, having observed Minato's situation while pretending to read a comic, could no longer contain its mirth. Minato's reaction was even more entertaining than the comic itself. Kurama, what is going on with the 4th? Realizing the Nine Tails was informed about the situation, Naruto inquired. A mischievous grin spread across the Nine Tails' face as it replied, this guy, upon seeing your eyes, is questioning whether he has been cuckolded. Huh? Minato's face turned crimson, unable to articulate a single word, fully aware of the absurdity of the notion. After all, Naruto's hair and eyes are an exact replica of his own. It is impossible to find another person in Konoha with such a resemblance. However, that's Sharingan. He lacks the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Kushina has an ancestor from the Uchiha lineage? The astonishing intellect of Minato Namikaze sparked suddenly. Was it possible that the Uzumaki clan, apart from their marital ties with the Senju clan, also had connections with the Uchiha? Naruto suddenly realized that he had not utilized his Sharingan in front of Minato for quite some time. After all, he had been either training with Kakashi and Might Guy or practicing sealing techniques, leaving no opportunity to activate his Sharingan. This is not my own eye. Naruto, disinterested in concocting excuses, chose to speak plainly. Ultimately, Uchiha Shursui was of paramount importance. Minato, too, regained his composure. Although Naruto's statement stirred unsettling thoughts within him, it was not as dire as he had imagined. "Oh, I see. Haha, I really didn't think much of it." Minato awkwardly defended himself, scratching the back of his head. "Well, I found a few good locations. I'll go ahead and set up the seals." Naruto spoke with a neutral expression, his figure vanishing once more. Minato, witnessing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, forced a laugh. "Phew, with these seals in place, it should suffice." Naruto exhaled deeply, completing the final step of the sealing process to be on the safe side. He had arranged a total of 4 seals, one by the Naka River, where he frequently utilized malevolent perception to sense the happenings of Konoha. Thus he was well aware of the clandestine meetings between Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. 3 seals were strategically placed along the route from the Hokage building to the Uchiha clan's territory, forming a triangular trap. With a slight nudge from him, Shursui would inevitably walk into one of the seals. "Danzo, it is time to take action." "Shursui, it has been over a month, and there is still no intelligence regarding the intruder from the village. How is the situation on your side of the security department?" In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, taking in the bustling and lively streets of Konoha below. Since Hiruzen had his back to Shursui, he could not discern the latter's expression. However, from Shursui's subdued tone, he could still sense Hiruzen's discontent. Uchiha Shursui felt a bitter pang in his heart regarding the third Hokage's dissatisfaction. Over the past month, the Uchiha security department had been diligently searching for clues about the intruder, while Shursui had been covertly probing the sentiments of his clansmen, only to come up empty-handed. Now, Shursui began to harbor doubts. Was the assailant truly from the Uchiha clan? Yet, if they were not from the Uchiha, how could they wield the Mangekyō Sharingan? It is well known that without Uchiha lineage, even a 3-tomo Sharingan is exceedingly difficult to master. Even Kakashi Hatake, the son of the White Fang and a prodigious ninja, struggled to utilize a single 3-tomo Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyō. I apologize, third Hokage, but the security department has no leads either. Shursui's inability to see Hiruzen's expression left him feeling quite anxious. "I see." Hiruzen pursed his lips, his gaze deepening. Given the circumstances, it could not continue like this. The investigation into the intruder must be temporarily halted. Third Hokage, if we cease our efforts, what if more villagers are harmed? Shursui expressed his concerns that we cannot afford to waste Konoha's manpower and resources any longer. "I have withdrawn all investigators today. This matter will now fall under the jurisdiction of your security department. I trust the Uchiha clan to protect Konoha." Though Hiruzen's voice was soft and placid, it resonated within Shursui like a thunderous explosion, transforming his previously anxious expression into one of fervent excitement. Hiruzen's words allowed Shursui's once suspended heart to settle back into place. Entrusting such a significant task to the security department was undoubtedly a testament to the third Hokage's faith in the Uchiha. Moreover, it presented the Uchiha with an opportunity. Should they locate the intruder and safeguard Konoha, it would surely enhance relations between the two parties. He resolved to return and confide in clan leader Fugaku about the intruder's Uchiha identity. Seeking his assistance in the investigation, a chance they must seize. Rest assured, third Hokage, the Uchiha will fulfill your expectations. Shursui's voice brimmed with fervor, and he lifted his gaze slightly to meet the somewhat stooped figure of Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded, feigning reassurance, but after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Shursui, have you activated your eyes?" Shursui paused, feeling a pang of guilt as he replied, "I apologize, third Hokage. The security department has been preoccupied with investigating the intruder." Leaving no suitable opportunity, that Hiruzen's expression tightened slightly at Shursui's response. Utilizing the intruder to divert attention? Or perhaps his thoughts swirled. Hiruzen felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He couldn't have been controlled. Could he? Recalling Tobirama-sensei's words and the inherent malevolence of the Uchiha, he reassured himself that he was unaffected before speaking again. "It is all right, Shursui. I have always believed in your will of fire and the Uchiha's love for Konoha. Whatever needs to be done, Act boldly. Once this incident concludes, I will publicly acknowledge the Uchiha's contributions to the village in the name of the third Hokage, thus easing tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha. Thank you, third Hokage. Shirsue's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, nearly prompting him to kneel in gratitude at that moment. The fire of his will of fire blazed fiercely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure loomed larger than life. Indeed, the third Hokage had been tirelessly striving for the Uchiha's integration into Konoha. Hiruzen nodded. In that case, you may take your leave. Yes, I will inform clan leader Fugaku of this news right away. Shirsue exited with fervor, yet Hiruzen remained, clenching his fists, his face expressionless, but his apprehension deepening. Shirsue, perhaps your will of fire is genuine, but the safety of the entire Konoha and the land of fire rests upon my shoulders. I cannot afford to gamble. Danzo, I hope you do not falter. As night fell, only a few remnants of the setting sun lingered on the horizon. It is coming. In a secluded grove, Naruto's figure materialized silently. Perched atop a large tree as he gazed intently towards the Hokage building. Though he could not see, he sensed Uchiha Shirsue leaving the Hokage building and making his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. While a dozen shadowy figures concealed their presence between him and Shirsue, Shimura Danzo was also prepared, yet sadly, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. One was in the light, the other in the dark. Naruto's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, aligning into a line before transforming into a pair of vertical pupils. His figure vanished once more. Night had fully descended, the remnants of the sun faded away, and the cool, bright moon quietly ascended, its light fragmented by the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground like shattered silver mirrors. The forest tonight was even more serene. Rustle. Uchiha Shirsue moved quickly, his urgency apparent. As the fabric of his clothing brushed against the branches of the trees, producing a soft rustling sound. Ever since the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, the Uchiha had finally found another opportunity to integrate into the village. Uchiha Shirsue was determined not to miss this opportunity, and neither could the Uchiha clan afford to overlook it. He was eager to return to the Uchiha compound as swiftly as possible to inform clan leader Fugaku of the situation, convene all Uchiha members for a clan meeting, and initiate a discreet investigation. He understood Fugaku's character. Though there was a subtle inclination towards agreeing with the coup, his indecisiveness left Shirsue with little hope regarding the uprising. As long as he conveyed the intentions of the third Hokage along with his own insights, he believed he could avert the coup, for Fugaku would undoubtedly support his plan. However, the other elders were a different matter. They harbored an almost fervent obsession with the Mangekyō Sharingan, and should they learn the true circumstances, it would only solidify their resolve for the coup. Thus, the only individuals he could trust were Fugaku and his dear friend, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shirsue found himself in an inextricable predicament. A fervent idealist, he perpetually dwelled within the confines of his own imagined paradise. He had begun to envision a scenario where the Uchiha were embraced by the village, where the villagers no longer feared them, and where the higher-ups ceased to ostracize the Uchiha clan, culminating in Itachi ascending to the position of Hokage. The intensity of his emotions manifested as the three-tomo of his Sharingan swirled in his eyes, transforming into the silhouette of a single-bladed shuriken. Yet, fantasies are like fragile bubbles. When the harshness of reality pierces through his envisioned utopia, what then will transpire? Whoosh! A flurry of wind sounds erupted as several kunai were launched towards him from various angles, leaving him with no space to evade. Yet, with the insight granted by the Mangekyō, it was inconceivable for him to fall victim to mere kuna. In an instant, Uchiha Shirsue also drew his kunai, successfully deflecting all incoming projectiles. However, before he could stabilize himself, 5 figures clad in black cloaks and wearing animal masks surrounded him. But a barrage of shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags rained down upon him like a celestial shower. Uchiha Shirsue's expression turned grave. The cold demeanor and almost emotionless killing intent exuded by these assailants resembled that of thoughtless machines, prompting him to harbor suspicions. The dust stirred by the multitude of explosive tags and smoke bombs enveloped the scene. But Uchiha Shirsue, having been prepared, swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from his original position. He reappeared atop another large tree, gazing intently at the 5 figures before him, his expression laden with anxiety. That individual's prejudice against the Uchiha clan was extraordinary. Their sudden ambush here could only suggest an intention to incite discord between the village and the Uchiha. A flicker of determination flashed in Shirsue's eyes as an ominous sensation surged within him, compelling him to return to his clan with utmost urgency. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Shirsue swiftly formed hand seals before unleashing a colossal fireball towards the five. However, these root ninjas were not ordinary. They had been meticulously selected by Danzo for this ambush. They quickly reacted, synchronously forming the same ninjutsu in response. Water release. Water wave. Water release naturally counters fire release, a conclusion long established by the second Hokage. 5 torrents of rushing water converged in midair, forming a towering wave. Zzz. The fireball collided with the immense wave, erupting in a thunderous roar, with steam billowing from the point of contact, until the attack concluded. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Once the confrontation ended, Uchiha Shirsue intended to launch another assault, but 8 figures clad in ANBU uniforms and adorned with animal masks emerged, with a shadowy figure at their center. Shimura Danzo, his right eye and hand both bandaged, the latter suspended against his chest, leaned on a cane, presenting an appearance of a frail individual deserving of pity. Uchiha Shirsue halted his hand seals, landing on the ground, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Danzo. Shimura Danzo, what do you intend to do? Danzo gestured for the 8 root members to cease their advance, while he continued towards Uchiha Shirsue. After 2 failed ambush attempts, he recognized that the first plan had faltered, and now he was poised to execute the second. Initially, he had hoped to spare 1 Sharingan. Stop. What do you truly want? Uchiha Shirsue could no longer restrain himself as Danzo approached within 5 steps. Despite Danzo's seemingly frail appearance, his strength was not to be underestimated. Danzo too paused, for the distance was now sufficient. Kodo Emetsukami, a terrifying ability capable of infiltrating one's mind undetected, permanently and thoroughly altering their will, was indeed a formidable power. Danzo's gaze was inscrutable. It appeared to be a compliment, yet Uchiha Shirsue felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils constricted. This information had only been disclosed to the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Itachi. How could Danzo be aware? Had the 3rd Hokage and the advisors discussed this matter? Uchiha Shirsue, do you genuinely believe that merely with your eyes you can alter the relationship between the village and the Uchiha? Even if you controlled Fugaku and persuaded the Uchiha clan, the village would never accept you. Danzo's left eye narrowed, half of his face shrouded in the shadows of the leaves. Concealing the greed that lurked within, the might of the Mangekyō Sharingan, coupled with the effects of Kodo Emetsukami, reignited his hopes of becoming Hokage. Danzo's words furrowed Uchiha Shirsue's brow. The 3rd Hokage has already assured me. Things will change, humph. Danzo scoffed, asserting that even with the 3rd Hokage's assistance, the village's suspicions towards the Uchiha would not dissipate overnight. That I understand. But what if there are many others like me who harbor deep-seated suspicions and refuse to alter their views? Uchiha Shirsue, what then will you do? Danzo interrupted Shirsue, his cold gaze fixed upon him. But you intend to use Kodo Emetsukami to control us as well? No, that's not. Uchiha Shirsue attempted to clarify, but his eyes widened in shock. Danzo had cast aside his cane and charged at Uchiha Shirsue, his left hand raised like a claw, aimed directly at Shirsue's right eye. Your Sharingan shall belong to me. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Shirsue seized Danzo's left hand, ensnaring him in a Jinjutsu that rendered him immobile. Uchiha Shirsue then turned his gaze towards the root ninjas preparing to attack once more. His voice low and foreboding. It is but a simple Jinjutsu. It will be dispelled shortly. Danzo's appearance extinguished the excitement within Uchiha Shirsue, akin to a bucket of cold water, even with the support of the 3rd Hokage. The village's perceptions could not be altered in an instant. Just as he prepared to turn away, he suddenly sensed that Danzo had broken free from his Jinjutsu. Oh no! A wave of alarm surged through Uchiha Shirsue. Bang! He felt a powerful uppercut strike his abdomen, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Bang! Bang! Uchiha Shirsue's face was struck by 3 successive blows. You are a necessary sacrifice on my path to becoming Hokage. Danzo seized Uchiha Shirsue by the hair with one hand, throwing him into the air, while his left hand reached for Shirsue's right eye, tearing through the air with a swift, bloody arc. Executing the move with ruthless precision, Uchiha Shursui finally landed on the ground, immediately recoiling and clutching his right eye in disbelief as he gazed at Danzo. He could not comprehend how Danzo had managed this. Naruto, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow. He had previously warned Uchiha Shursui about Danzo possessing a Sharingan. How could he have fallen victim? Did Uchiha Shursui truly have no knowledge of the technique Izanagi? Danzo, with an expression of calm indifference, unwrapped the bandages from his head, revealing a Sharingan that had begun to turn gray. It was only then that Uchiha Shursui recalled the intel Naruto had provided him during their last encounter. Danzo also possessed a Sharingan. However, he was unaware that following Orochimaru's experiments and Danzo's repeated excursions into Uchiha territory, Danzo had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Uchiha's ultimate ocular techniques and was now capable of wielding them at will. Izanagi. It is the ability to transform unfavorable events that have occurred over a period of time into mere figments of the past, selectively manifesting only those occurrences that are advantageous to oneself. Even to the extent of altering the very nature of death, the price for such power is the sacrifice of a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Danzo had long been prepared to wield this ocular technique. Viewing the Sharingan merely as expendable resources, he extricated himself from Uchiha Shursui's Genjutsu. He simultaneously launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting adversary. With a decisive strike, he declared, "This shall serve as a replacement for my eye. Now, grant me your other one as well." Danzo's shadowed gaze fell upon Uchiha Shursui. The avarice in his eyes laid bare, devoid of any pretense. "Curse you!" Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with rage as he beheld Danzo and the 13 root ninjas before him. Yet, having already lost one Sharingan, he found himself in a state of profound inadequacy. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Shursui swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing this C-rank jutsu with a force rivaling that of many A-rank techniques. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The 13 Umbu simultaneously conjured a torrent of water, countering Uchiha Shursui's blazing fireball, but a vast mist enveloped the forest, within which Uchiha Shursui seized the opportunity to hastily flee towards the direction of the South River. He must find Itachi. His remaining eye could not fall into the hands of the village or the Uchiha clan, for it represented his last glimmer of hope. After him. Danzo's voice was devoid of emotion. Resolute in his determination to acquire the other eye, 13 figures vanished in unison, pursuing the fleeing Uchiha Shursui, leaving Danzo alone at the scene. Yet, before he could depart, a raspy yet mirthful voice suddenly pierced the air. "Danzo, your performance has truly entertained me. What a delightful spectacle it is." The voice that arose from behind nearly caused Danzo's heart to seize. In this ninja world, there existed someone capable of appearing beside him without a trace. Danzo swiftly turned to see a figure clad in a white robe and a 3-eyed mask standing there. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Uchiha Shursui was not lying. "Who are you?" Danzo's expression hardened with wariness. Aware that this individual had not only escaped from the zenith of Uchiha Shursui's prowess, but had also remained undetected in Konoha for so long, manifesting beside him without raising any alarms. "Tricky indeed. Me? I am nothing of consequence." The voice carried a hint of amusement, reminiscent of one who had just witnessed an exquisite performance, although it required a bit more effort on my part. "Your earnest display has left me quite satisfied, and I have already selected a fitting gift for you. How does despair feel?" Danzo's solitary eye widened, an indescribable sense of impending doom suddenly enveloping him. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself decapitated by a blade. The ground trembled violently as a spike of earth erupted, aimed directly at his face. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the earth spike, Danzo's expression shifted to one of alarm that he had not perceived any signs of jutsu being cast. What manner of technique was this? He swiftly recoiled, his aged spine creaking painfully as he narrowly avoided the thrusting spike. However, he found himself with no time to dwell on the agony in his waist, for several more spikes surged forth, accompanied by the very branches of nearby trees reaching out to ensnare him. Wood release? Danzo evaded clumsily, his body marred with numerous gashes from the earth spikes, blood streaming down as shock painted his features. Yet, he was soon met with an excruciating pain. Danzo cried out in agony as a sword materialized from thin air. Severing his left arm with a single stroke, The tremendous force sent his arms spiraling through the air, trailing circular arcs of blood before it ultimately fell at Naruto's feet, his palm gradually opening to reveal a Mangekyō Sharingan. My Sharingan! Danzo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his gaze fixated on the eye that had once belonged to him. It represented his hope of becoming Hokage. Truly grotesque. Danzo. Naruto bent down to retrieve Uchiha Shirsue's eye, directly absorbing it with the ocular technique of his own right. An overwhelming surge of ocular power flooded into his eye, igniting a sensation of heat, as if undergoing a form of evolution. He perceived the technique within this eye, one capable of subtly influencing the cognition of others. Yet due to an insufficiency of energy, his eye did not undergo its final evolution. Is another eye still required? Naruto pondered with some confusion. You despicable wretch! Where have you taken my eye? Return it to me. Danzo lay on the ground. The pain of his severed arm coupled with the dread of Naruto's unknown abilities rendered him immobile, only able to emit impotent roars of fury. Observing Danzo in his defeated state, Naruto felt that this farce should come to an end. He was pressed for time to procure the other eye. Sensing that his Mangekyō Sharingan was poised to ascend further, Elder Danzo, this is a parting gift. Yao Shiryu, once a wandering priestess and one of the top intelligence operatives of the Root, as well as an elite medical ninja of Konoha. If the original plot were to continue, she would soon meet her demise at the hands of Kabuto. After fulfilling Danzo's orders, Yao Shiryu chose to depart from the Root and take on the role of director at a private orphanage. Yet, leaving the Root was not a simple affair, especially after she had developed a vulnerability. After her departure, Danzo wielded the orphanage as leverage. Should she refuse to continue serving the Root, he would cease funding the orphanage and resort to using the children for human experimentation. In a desperate bid to protect the orphanage, Yao Shiryu was compelled to return to the shadows, clandestinely serving the Root, and today's mission was just that. Following Danzo's acquisition of Uchiha Shirsue's eye, she would serve as the medical ninja to transplant it for him. Sigh. Watching Uchiha Shirsue flee in the distance, Yao Shiryu couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. To protect a group of children, she was compelled to harm another child, a notion that tormented her heart. Even though Uchiha Shirsue had grown powerful enough that even their entire group might struggle to subdue him, he still appeared to her as a mere child. So naive, possessing immense power, yet his innocent mindset rendered him a mere pawn in the hands of Konoha's higher-ups, utilized against the Uchiha clan before the exposure of his eyes. Once those eyes were revealed, Uchiha Shirsue himself would lose all significance as a pawn. Those eyes would become their new tools. As a member of Konoha's Root, having long executed their abhorrent tasks and witnessed various human experiments, Yao Shiryu had not fallen victim to Danzo's complete indoctrination. Instead, she had come to see the true nature of Konoha's upper echelons. The so-called will of fire had long since twisted into a despicable means for these withered branches to siphon nutrients from the newly sprouted leaves. Yet, she was powerless. She had already forsaken her past beliefs and resolve, and the orphanage still required funding. While Kabuto remained in Danzo's grasp, Yao Shiryu and several other Root ninjas launched another assault, hurling shuriken and kunai towards Uchiha Shirsue. Shirsue hurriedly employed the body flicker technique to evade, but as he reappeared on the ground nearby, he could not help but lean against a tree. His body hunched, gasping for breath, having lost one Sharingan. Fleeing tirelessly while continuously utilizing the body flicker technique had left him utterly exhausted. What an opportunity! The leading Root ninja halted a short distance from Uchiha Shirsue. You have no chances left, Uchiha Shirsue. Several encircling Root ninjas drew forth kunai wrapped with explosive tags they aimed for his lower body, careful not to strike his eyes, without granting Uchiha Shirsue a moment to speak. The Root ninjas hurled their kunai towards him. I still have things I must accomplish. Before Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, the image of villagers coexisting harmoniously with the Uchiha clan resurfaced. His previously vacant gaze suddenly widened, as the three tomo within his eyes began to rotate, conjuring a single-bladed shuriken. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the forest, thick smoke enveloping everything in its vicinity. The 13 members of the Root swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from the shroud of smoke to avoid being ambushed due to their lack of visibility. A sudden whirlwind surged forth, swirling outwards from the heart of the smoke. The 13 Root ninjas hurriedly shielded themselves with their hands. striving to avoid being swept away by the tempest and to guard against Uchiha Shirsue's potential ambush. Susanoo, Night 9. Amidst the earthy haze, countless green chakra arrows shot forth. Quick, take cover. Many of the root ninjas were sent flying by the arrows, with only a few managing to leap aside to evade the barrage. What is this? The remaining root ninjas gazed in bewilderment at the spectacle before them. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal figure of vibrant green emerged, adorned with a single red tomo at its center, standing before them. Those unfamiliar with the Mangekyō Sharingan could hardly comprehend the nature of the entity before their eyes, beneath the green giant. Uchiha Shirsue gasped for breath, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. His body swayed precariously before he finally bent over, resting his hands on his knees, in his moment of weakness. The green giant vanished. What an opportunity! Several root ninjas, having evaded the attack, observed Shirsue's frail state and hastily retrieved kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Yet, just then, boom! A deafening roar tore through the air, as if it sought to shatter the eardrums of all present. Startling them into turning around, the sun was rising. No, it was a massive, sun-like sphere of blinding white light expanding outward from the center of the explosion. Its radiance illuminated the sky, as though the sun had risen upon the earth, transforming night into day in an instant. The shockwave surged forth like an invisible beast, sweeping across the surroundings with blinding speed, obliterating everything in its path. Trees splintered and ignited under the immense pressure. Reduced to mere dust, the ground trembled, with dust and debris hurled into the air, creating a chaotic cloud of particles. The explosion's shockwave generated visible ripples in the air, spreading at an astonishing pace, uprooting trees and tearing the earth asunder. Under the dual influence of heat and shock, everything nearby was annihilated in an instant. The root ninjas stood frozen, mesmerized by the unfolding scene. Even Uchiha Shirsue momentarily forgot to flee. What kind of ninjutsu could unleash such immense power? They collectively recalled the Night of the Nine Tails. Naruto had not fully unleashed this technique. Otherwise, they surmised they would not be standing here, dumbfounded, but rather transformed into mere adults. He had merely wished to test the might of this jutsu, and based on the current results, the effectiveness was undeniably remarkable. As for whether Shimura Danzo would perish, he was uncertain, yet he harbored a desire for the man to survive. What if Danzo died, and Konoha grew stronger as a result? Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the resolve to obliterate the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Danzo's earlier expression had been quite amusing. One could only hope that Shimura Danzo would live to see another day. Oh no, that is Lord Danzo's position. After the explosion, a root ninja's face suddenly paled, disregarding Uchiha Shirsue as he hurried towards the epicenter of the blast. We must save Lord Danzo. Almost all of the root ninjas departed from the scene, leaving only Yakushinan and Uchiha Shirsue behind. Shirsue also regained his composure and wished to ascertain the situation. Although Danzo had indeed ambushed him and stolen his eyes, it was inconceivable for him to unleash such a terrifying level of ninjutsu within the village. Only the enemies of Konoha would wield such power. Are you not going? Uchiha Shirsue suddenly noticed Yakushinan still standing in place, prompting a flicker of confusion that Nan's own emotions were quite complex. While she worked for Root, she might be the only one within its ranks who hoped for Danzo's demise amidst this explosion. My mission objective is your eyes. Her voice, cold and neutral, caught Shirsue off guard. No, are you serious? Just moments ago, so many of you could not handle me, and now it's down to just you. You still wish to confront me. You cannot stop me. Uchiha Shirsue sighed, although the root ninjas obeyed Danzo. They were indeed part of the Umbu, an integral force within the village. Were it not for this, he would not wish to engage them. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards Yakushinan. But to both their astonishment, the fireball vanished into thin air mid-flight. What is happening? The same thought crossed their minds. Shortly thereafter, beneath their feet, dark patterns began to spread across the ground, resembling slithering serpents that ensnared them both. In an instant, Uchiha Shirsue and Yakushinan vanished without a trace. Please, urge for more updates and leave comments. I would be immensely grateful. Danzo had indeed survived, though his current state was far from ideal. When several root ninjas arrived at the explosion's center, they discovered Danzo lying in a colossal pit, bloodied and barely clinging to life, with only an arm remaining on the pale arm exposed to the air. One of the three Sharingans slowly closed its eye. Lord Danzo, how are you? The root ninjas hurriedly surrounded Danzo, one stepping forward to tend to his wounds while the others scanned the surroundings with vigilant expressions. Wary of potential ambushes, none of them questioned Danzo's grotesque, distorted right arm, nor did they express fear at the terrifying remnants of the explosion. They were root ninjas, bound by absolute loyalty to Danzo. Even if it meant facing death, they would not waver. Cough, cough, cough. Danzo was gripped by a fit of violent coughing, prompting a root ninja to swiftly produce a water flask and offer it to his lips. He tilted his head back, taking a sip, still haunted by the lingering dread from when he had seen that masked figure wielding a dark sphere. He could swear he had never felt so close to death before. The looming threat of demise had ignited the last flicker of potential within his aging body, allowing him to grasp his final lifeline. He had summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the bindings constricting his right hand, ultimately managing to form hand seals with one hand after multiple failed attempts. Just moments before the explosion erupted, he had finally activated his Anaji, narrowly evading the attack, and oh joy of survival graced Danzo's face. The terror of teetering on the brink of death, coupled with the tension and pain from his severed arm, rendered him as pale as a ghost, with cold sweat trickling down his brow. "What of Yakushi-nan?" Danzo inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. His grievous injury required a skilled medical ninja for proper treatment, and whether he could receive a new arm depended solely on Orochimaru. The root ninja tending to Danzo's wounds paused, glancing around at the others, only to find that Yakushi-nan was absent. She may have been struck unconscious by that green giant and failed to follow us. The root ninjas had initially been startled by Uchiha Susanoo, only to be further shocked by the subsequent explosion. They had not had the chance to assess the condition of those nearby. As the explosion's epicenter turned out to be Danzo himself, the green giant, Shimura TZ, was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by an overwhelming fury, his clenched teeth emitting a series of low growls. He recalled the identity of the towering green giant. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had once regaled them with tales of the true power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, not only its bizarre ocular jutsu, but also its ability to manifest giants. The third power, Susanoo. This was a skill mastered by Uchiha Madara, a capability that had enabled him and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to establish Konoha, and now it had slipped through his grasp. Koto Amatsukami, my Koto Amatsukami, my Mangekyō Sharingan. Following a cacophony of anguished wails, Shimura TZ's head slumped, and he fell into unconsciousness. This scene horrified several root ninjas, who hastily called out his name. Upon thorough inspection, they discovered that Shimura TZ had merely fainted from overwhelming emotions. The position of Hokage was something Shimura TZ had yearned for throughout the decades, a dream that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yet, due to a fleeting moment of hesitation in his youth, he could never grasp his aspirations. He had steadfastly pursued his dream, enduring the fiercest storms and the most arduous paths. He had founded root to bear the weight of various burdens for Sarutobi Hiruzen and had even resorted to assassinating Hokage, only to face failure, leaving him unable to hold his head high before Sarutobi Hiruzen ever again. Now he was but a hair's breadth away from his dreams. If only he could acquire Koto Amatsukami and the Mangekyō Sharingan. Becoming the Hokage of Konoha would merely be a matter of his will to eye in his eyes. Possessing those eyes might even allow him to unify the ninja world. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Damn that masked man. What is that? A reconnaissance-type root ninja suddenly spotted a large contingent of ninjas approaching from two directions. It was evident that one group consisted of Hokage and numerous clan ninjas hurrying from the Hokage building, while the other group comprised Uchiha clan members coming from their territory. He quickly informed those around him that the Hokage had arrived. The expressions of the group grew somber as they turned their attention to Shimura TZ's arm. Hastily rewrapping it with bandages, they engaged in a brief discussion, aligning their testimonies before ultimately deciding to maintain silence until Shimura TZ regained consciousness. After all, with the seal of silence in place, they could not divulge any information detrimental to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by clan ninjas, and Uchiha Fugaku, leading the Uchiha clan, arrived at the scene simultaneously, gazing at the massive crater spanning 100 meters. Both parties wore expressions of astonishment. This was not the kind of effect one could produce through ninjutsu. After exchanging glances, Uchiha Fugaku slowly inclined his head and, accompanied by numerous Uchiha ninjas, positioned himself behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though Uchiha Fugaku chose to bow his head in concession, the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, hidden beneath the Hokage hat, emanated an icy demeanor. Uchiha Fugaku's mood was equally grim. The anger within his clan towards the Hokage faction had intensified, with many clan members often overhearing Sarutobi's loud discussions about the Uchiha. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a facade of amiability, indifferent to the growing dissent, while simultaneously exerting pressure on the Uchiha clan, leading to an increasingly vocal faction of radicals. Had he openly sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his reputation within the clan would likely have suffered. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly reined in his emotions, turning his gaze towards the unconscious Shinura TZ sprawled on the ground. TZ's current state was nothing short of tragic. His garments had been reduced to tatters, and although his body was swathed in bandages, blood continued to seep from his wounds, rendering him a sight reminiscent of a bloodied figure. Particularly distressing was the sight of his neatly severed arm, which evoked a sudden wave of sorrow in Sarutobi Hiruzen. His right arm had already been rendered useless in battle, and now his left had been taken as well. My old friend, it seemed prudent to allow TZ to shoulder fewer burdens in the future. What had transpired here? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he surveyed the Root ninjas. The enormous crater could have easily served as a tourist attraction, revealing the terrifying capabilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan. To be candid, he felt a tinge of regret. One of the Root ninjas stepped forward and stated, "Hokage-sama, TZ Danzo is the principal figure in this conflict. I believe we should prioritize his medical treatment." It was only then that Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the Root ninjas were entirely unscathed, while Shinura TZ lay in a precarious condition, prompting a sense of bewilderment within him. Had Shinura TZ truly engaged Uchiha Shursui in battle? This behavior seemed out of character for his old friend. Yet, with so many witnesses present, he could only nod and say, "You all take TZ Danzo for treatment, while the rest of you accompany me to the Hokage building for a meeting." Understood. There were no objections to this plan. An esteemed advisor had sustained grave injuries within the village, and such a catastrophic explosion occurring in Konoha was no trifling matter. Fortunately, it had transpired in the Konoha forest. Had it occurred in the commercial district, they could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned casualness as he swept his gaze across the approaching Uchiha, failing to spot Uchiha Shursui among them, which stirred unease within him. In the dimly lit ceiling space, Uchiha Shursui, the object of Sarutobi Hiruzen's concern, knelt on the ground in a pose of despair, clutching his empty eye sockets. Nearby, the golden-haired, bespectacled Yakushi Nanyu wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, as Uchiha Shursui was sealed away, the sudden shift in scenery had instinctively put him on guard. However, his fatigued body, depleted chakra, and dwindling ocular power could barely keep pace with his awareness. He perceived a flash before him, a golden light appearing abruptly. Then, his remaining eye vanished, plunging him into despair. Would this suffice? Namake's Minato gazed at the bloodied, still warm eye in his hand with a bittersweet expression. He was no saint. The moniker Yellow Flash was earned through bloodshed on the battlefield, to the extent that the other 4 ninja villages issued orders to prioritize mission abandonment upon encountering the Yellow Flash. Underscoring his decisiveness, when he had removed Uchiha Shursui's eye, he had done so without hesitation, even more decisively than TZ yet. This act of seizing the bloodline of a friend and kin stirred a faint sense of guilt within his son-like disposition. As Minato pondered, a surge of chakra resonated around him. To his astonishment, another ninja clad in umbu attire appeared before him. This was not part of the plan? 4th Hokage? Just as Minato hesitated over whether to extract the stranger's eyes as well, a quavering female voice interrupted. He turned to regard the ninja, noting that her mask was unfamiliar. She must be a recent addition. "Who are you?" Although he had no idea how Naruto intended to handle her. Out of courtesy, Minato still inquired about her identity. Yakushi Nanyu hesitated for a moment before removing her mask. Concealing her identity before the 4th Hokage was futile. It's been a long time. 4th Sama, I am Yakushi Nanyu. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she realized that the 4th was still alive. It's you. Minato recognized the orphanage director who frequently visited the Hokage building to request supplies. But he had not anticipated that she was a member of Root. Indeed, it has been a long time, Director Non-Yu, I am not truly alive. This is merely a remnant of my chakra. Minato's response took Non-Yu by surprise. She had not expected him to remember her. Yet, what astonished her even more was the notion of chakra. Is it possible to exist in such a manner after death? This requires some special means. But how did Director Non-Yu become a root ninja? Bluffing Shuemin smiled gently. Since Naruto had no objections, he was quite willing to engage in conversation. After all, in this place, there was only a large fox, and Naruto was merely here for training, which left him feeling rather bored. It was also an opportunity to learn more about the outside world. This, Yaoshi Nayu wanted to explain. But her words were abruptly interrupted. Fourth Hokage? Why? Do you covet the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan as well? At that moment, Uchiha Shursui, clutching his eye socket and writhing in pain on the ground, could not help but cry out. Although he did not understand why the fourth Hokage was still alive, he had already confirmed his identity through the fleeting glimpse of yellow light he had seen moments ago. Yet, it was precisely this confirmation that caused him anguish, for even when compared to the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage, Bluffing Shuemin, had genuinely fostered a close relationship with the Uchiha clan, his wife. Uzumaki Kushina, and the current head of the Uchiha clan had been the best of friends. Now, even this fourth Hokage seemed intent on taking his eyes. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's distressing news, Yaoshi Nayu snapped back to reality. Noticing that Bluffing Shuemin was holding a bloodied eye in his hand, she displayed an expression of sheer disbelief that it was known that the fourth Hokage was a warm-hearted and gentle person, treating villagers with the warmth of spring and enemies with the ruthlessness of winter. Could he truly commit such an act, one that only Shimura Danzo would dare to undertake? I am sorry, Shursui, but I have my reasons for doing this. Bluffing Shuemin's tone was filled with regret. As he looked at Uchiha Shursui, he suddenly thought of Obito, recognizing that Shursui could be considered one of Obito's juniors. Director Nayu, please attend to Shursui's injuries. Bluffing Shuemin turned his gaze toward Yaoshi Nayu, requesting her assistance. All right. Though she was eager to understand Bluffing Shuemin's reasoning, she recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. She had been observing her surroundings closely. Despite the dimness of the area and the accumulation of water resembling a sewer, she noted that the water beneath her feet appeared to be just that, water, but upon contact, it yielded no sensation. Stepping into it left no dampness. Behind Bluffing Shuemin loomed an enormous iron cage. Although its contents were obscured from view, she was certain it contained something significant. Oddly, she could hear the sound of pages turning. Yaoshi Nayu approached Uchiha Shursui, enveloping her hand in a layer of green chakra, which she placed near his eyes. This was a healing technique, utilizing chakra emitted from the palm to enhance the healing capabilities of wounds or afflicted areas. Classified as an A-rank medical ninjutsu, requiring considerable talent to master. Fourth Hokage, may I inquire about your reasons? As a gentle warmth radiated from her chakra into his eyes, Uchiha Shursui's emotions began to settle. He yearned to know why the fourth Hokage had taken his eyes. Bluffing Shuemin fell silent for a moment before shaking his head, responding, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, but someone will inform you shortly. Upon hearing this answer, Uchiha Shursui fell silent as well. The response was evidently unsatisfactory. Yet, he found himself powerless at this moment. Even if he had his eyes, he could not ascertain whether he could prevail in a confrontation. And now, without them, silence seemed the only option. For a time, the ceiling space descended into an eerie stillness. That moment, the sound of pages turning grew increasingly pronounced. Bluffing Shuemin sensed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and decided that prolonging this silence was unwise. He was unsure when Naruto would enter, so he sought a topic to discuss. Director Nayu, I'm curious about your reasons for joining Root. From what I gather, Root is not a favorable place. A bittersweet smile graced Yaoshi Nayu's lips as she treated Uchiha Shursui. I was originally a ninja of Root. Although she was unable to divulge much due to the curse seal, she succinctly recounted her experiences over the years. The atmosphere in the room grew even more solemn. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Shursui who broke the silence, despite the fact that Yaoshi Nayu had just pursued him. He felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight, particularly since she was now tending to his wounds. Does Shimura Danzo not fear punishment from the third Hokage for such actions? Uchiha Shursui's words were laced with bitterness and fury directed at Shimura Danzo. After all, he had just had one of his eyes taken. However, his thoughts were naively simplistic, as he believed Sarutobi Hiruzen could clear the matter up. Bluffing Shuemin pondered for a moment, and after reviewing Naruto's memories, his previous fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen had vanished. Shursui, Danzo is merely an advisor. Root is just a part of the Umbu. Fourth Hokage, are you implying? Uchiha Shursui clearly did not grasp Bluffing Shuemin's meaning. After all, his trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwavering. Yaoshi Yinayu regarded Bluffing Shuemin with a complex expression, recognizing that he held considerable discontent toward the third Hokage. Bluffing Shuemin, observing Uchiha Shursui's confusion, felt somewhat exasperated. Had he not just been outsmarted by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shursui, Shimura Danzo is merely an advisor. He holds little power. Therefore, whatever he does cannot escape the notice of the Hokage. The Hokage is aware of his every action. This implies that many of his deeds occur with Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval. The existence of Root is solely to carry out tasks that the Umbu cannot, much like how Danzo suddenly ambushed you and took your eye. This is impossible. Uchiha Shursui instinctively retorted against Bluffing Shuemin's words. Continuing, I had clearly proposed using my eyes to resolve the conflict between my clan and Konoha. The third Hokage had already consented to my plan. He too wishes to change this situation. Perhaps the third Hokage has his reasons, and maybe it is Shimura Danzo who is obstructing him. Observing Uchiha Shursui's somewhat deluded state, both Bluffing Shuemin and Yaoshi Yinayu found themselves at a loss for words. What a foolish individual, that a cold scoff suddenly echoed, and a pair of blood-red, torch-like vertical pupils illuminated the darkness beyond the door. Yaoshi Yinayu turned her gaze, discovering that the previously dark space had brightened, revealing a massive, fiery red fox within her line of sight. Kyubi? Yaoshi Yinayu gasped in shock, but quickly realized her lapse in composure and hastily covered her mouth, her eyes betraying her incredulity and palpable anxiety. The enormous, vividly colored fox, with its fierce countenance and the nine tails trailing behind it, unmistakably signified its identity as the Nine Tails. Although she was not present in the village during the Nine Tails rampage, she had heard numerous accounts of the devastation it wrought, and the aftermath of the incident was vividly etched in her memory. Yet, the Nine Tails before her seemed devoid of hostility or intent to destroy. It lay there, its gaze filled with disdain and contempt. The bespectacled Yaoshi Yinayu suddenly noticed a book at the feet of the Nine Tails. So, the sound of pages turning had originated from the Nine Tails. Even-tailed beasts read, she mused. Hey, you woman, what does your gaze imply? The Nine Tails suddenly glared fiercely at the bewildered Yaoshi Yinayu, causing her to lower her head in fright. Forgive me, she stammered. After all, this was the Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Even the fourth Hokage had to sacrifice his life to seal it away, and being subjected to such a fierce gaze was undeniably terrifying. However, she soon recognized a troubling realization. The strange space, the fourth Hokage, and now the Nine Tails. Could it be that they were sealed together with the beast? Was this place the sealing space for the Nine Tails? Could it be that he was the Jinchuriki? As an exceptional intelligence operative, she quickly pieced together their current circumstances. Yet, doubts still lingered in her heart. If she recalled correctly, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was merely a child. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? Kyubi, do not frighten her. Bluffing Shuemin interjected, recognizing that Naruto had specifically sealed her within this space for a reason. It would be wise to temper the Nine Tails' demeanor. Fourth Hokage, do not address me by that name in front of outsiders. The Nine Tails seemed suddenly struck at a vulnerable spot, shouting and screaming towards Namake's Minato. After all, the name used for the strongest tailed beast certainly detracted from its grandeur. Observing the now agitated Nine Tails, Yakushi Nanoyu felt an even greater sense of incredulity. This legendary creature appeared far more animated than she had ever imagined. The Nine Tails is here. What does this mean? Lord Fourth, hasn't the Nine Tails already been sealed? Uchiha Shursui, overwhelmed by a flood of information that nearly burned out his CPU, reactivated, only to nearly be overwhelmed again. Humph, foolish little Uchiha clan members, still oblivious to the schemes of that old monkey. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Nine Tails' tone dripped with disdain, suddenly recalling the detestable Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought that this Uchiha descendant, possessing the same eyes, could be so foolish? How utterly amusing. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Shursui felt a headache coming on. Humph, little Uchiha. That old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as noble as you might think. He is fully aware of everything Shimura Danzo has done, be it human experimentation or collaborating with the Rain Ninja Village. Yet, that old monkey does not care, as long as it does not tarnish his glorious image or threaten his power, enabling him to maintain his position as Hokage. He will tacitly condone Danzo's actions. Perhaps, should the Uchiha clan ever pose a threat to him, he might even allow Danzo to annihilate them. Watching the potential downfall of Madara's clan would indeed be a delightful spectacle that a malicious grin spread across the Ninetales' face, causing Minato to gaze at it in surprise, realizing just how much intelligence the Ninetales possessed regarding Konoha, and how sharp-tongued it was. Yakushi Nani was also perplexed. This information, aside from a few high-ranking officials, was known only to the Root. Each Root ninja was implanted with a curse mark, making it impossible for them to leak information. Where could the Ninetales have obtained such knowledge? The source of this information was undoubtedly Naruto. Previously, he could only express his innermost thoughts in front of the Ninetales, and being that they were intrinsically linked, they naturally shared their musings freely. Uchiha Shirsue's mind once again entered a state of overload. Human experimentation. Using fellow villagers as subjects, colluding with the Rain Ninja Village. Had Konoha truly engaged in such acts? Just as Minato was about to interject with some words of persuasion, another voice rang out. Haha, I never expected my ceiling space to become so lively. The group turned to see a blonde-haired youth, resembling Minato, appearing out of thin air, holding two eyeballs in his hands, inside the Hokage building's conference room. The long table was filled with representatives from various ninja clans, the atmosphere thick with tension, each face marked by a grave expression. Leading the assembly was Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's hat, his head bowed in contemplation. Flanking him were his advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Gate, both casting glances at Hiruzen, who had always been their leader, while Danzo's seat remained conspicuously empty. Further down the table sat the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Inuzuka Himuru, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza, engaged in silent communication through their eyes, as these three clans had always been closely allied, with Nara Shikaku typically leading their external dealings. Next were the clan heads of the Uchiha Fugaku, and the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, both lost in their own thoughts without any inclination to interact with others. Behind them were representatives from the Oil, Dog, and various smaller clans, as well as some civilian ninjas. In a certain sense, the seating arrangement reflected the current distribution of interests among the clans within Konoha. Mito Gate and Mitarashi Anko, being longtime friends of Hiruzen and his advisors, naturally held prominent positions. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had aligned firmly with the Hokage since the 4th era, while the Uchiha and Hyuga clans appeared to prioritize their familial interests, with one side exhibiting a haughty demeanor known for its infamy in Konoha, and the other maintaining a steadfast neutrality, indifferent to who held the Hokage title. As for the other smaller clans, they were simply too insignificant to unite as thoroughly as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had. Hiruzen had not anticipated events to unfold in such a manner. He was aware of Danzo's ambush on Uchiha Shirsue, and had even orchestrated today's opportunity for a surprise attack himself. However, it was evident that a third party was involved. That explosion had illuminated the entirety of Konoha in an instant. Could it be the Uchiha? Hiruzen removed the Hokage hat from his head and placed it on the table before him. Though the action was subtle, it produced a noticeable sound that captured the attention of everyone present. With a serious expression, he scanned the faces around him, finally resting his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Fugaku, do you have any idea where Shirsue is?" Shirsue? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed involuntarily. Why inquire about Shirsue at this moment? Could it be that the third Hokage intends to suppress the Uchiha again? Suppressing his rising anger, Fugaku replied, "I have not seen Shirsue within the clan today. If the third Hokage wishes to summon him, I can send someone to search for him." Hiruzen frowned slightly, nodding as he said, "Please do so." The timing of the explosion coincides closely with when Shirsue left the Hokage building, happening on his way home. Upon hearing this, the attendees displayed expressions of surprise, and Fugaku's countenance darkened immediately. The implication was clear. The explosion was connected to Uchiha Shirsue. Yadai, Uchiha Yadai, a short-haired Uchiha sitting at the back, was suddenly called upon by Fugaku. "You go arrange for some personnel to search for Shirsue's whereabouts." Understood. Uchiha Yadai rose promptly and exited the conference room. Many clan leaders had brought their elite members to the meeting, primarily to facilitate urgent arrangements. The remaining matters would be discussed once Danzo arrived. After Hiruzen's statement, the room fell silent once more, as the attendees were largely unclear about the situation. Even the other two advisors were bewildered by the developments, suspecting that Hiruzen and Danzo had executed some covert operation. Yet they lacked sufficient information to discern the context. Narashikaku, however, had an inkling of the underlying issues. They had previously been trusted aides of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and were somewhat aware of the internal struggles among the village's higher-ups. Danzo's goal might have been to obtain Shirsue's eyes, but he had been attacked before he could act. Although he had pieced together some insights, he remained silent. Being a clever man, he understood the importance of discretion after accepting the benefits bestowed by Konoha's leadership. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, receiving treatment, had awakened and was making his way to the Hokage conference room. Though the injury to his severed arm was severe, it was not insurmountable for a ninja. What truly caused his unconsciousness was the realization that his chance to become Hokage had slipped away before his eyes, leading to a fit of rage-induced fainting. Now that he had regained consciousness, it was imperative to inform Hiruzen about the masked man. Such a dangerous individual lurked within Konoha, and immediate investigation was necessary. Especially concerning the Uchiha clan, he had just obtained Shirsue's eyes, and the emergence of this individual could not be a mere coincidence. Moreover, he had received intelligence indicating that both Uchiha Shirsue and Yakushi Nanoyu had vanished, along with a root member who had lost an eye. The implications were evident. Only someone who had lost their eye would require a replacement eye in Danzo's mind. He was already convinced of a connection between Uchiha Shirsue and the masked man, who was also coveting Shirsue's eyes. Bang! Arriving at the conference room door, Danzo did not bother to knock. He kicked the door open, his two hands rendered useless, making such an entrance quite normal. Under Hiruzen's displeased gaze, Danzo hurried to his designated seat in the conference room. Hiruzen, the situation is extremely urgent. What? As Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to unleash a tirade of invectives, his emotions were swiftly quelled by Shimura Danzo's words, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he voiced his question. The others, equally curious, turned their gazes towards Shimura Danzo. The one who ambushed me was none other than the masked individual encountered by Uchiha Shirsue. Danzo's expression was grave as he elaborated further. That individual not only possesses the ability to utilize wood release, but also wields a vast array of devastating ninjutsu, that we cannot allow such a perilous figure to remain hidden within Konoha. Danzo spoke fervently, his seriousness palpable. The prominent leaders of Konoha present shared his solemnity, astonished to learn that the substantial crater, spanning 100 meters, was indeed the result of a ninja technique, far surpassing the destructive capacity typical of even the strongest of shadows. This implies that the intruder has been lurking in Konoha all along, and he chose to strike immediately after we had lowered our guard. Midogate, In, and Tenten Koharu exchanged a few trivial remarks, already preparing to slack off. Danzo, do you have any idea why that individual targeted you? Narashikaku inquired. If that intruder indeed had a target, it should be the bloodline limit, not Danzo himself. Could it be that Danzo had acquired Uchiha Shirsue's eyes at that time? This possibility dawned on him. The last appearance of that individual was indeed in pursuit of Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Before Danzo could respond, Narashikaku had already embarked on a brainstorming session. His words caused Danzo's expression to stiffen momentarily. And in that instant, the numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha directed their scrutinizing gazes towards Danzo, curiosity evident in their eyes. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a penetrating look in his direction. Danzo instantly comprehended the warning conveyed in his old friend's eyes and swiftly concocted an excuse in his mind. I suspect that Uchiha Shirsue may be colluding with that intruder. Thus, I have been covertly monitoring Uchiha Shirsue. I never anticipated that the moment our village's defenses were lowered, that individual would seize the opportunity to act. It seems this matter is indeed related to Uchiha Shirsue. I recommend a thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan. Within the Hokage building, a heated debate ensued, while in Naruto's ceiling space, a vastly different scene unfolded. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Upon witnessing Naruto's appearance, even Yakushi Nanoyu, who had anticipated this moment, felt a surge of astonishment. The primary reason was Naruto's age. Despite being taller than his peers, he was still likely not yet 6 years old. Uchiha Shirsue, with his two vacant eyes, had grown somewhat numb. He had endured too much today, oscillating from joy to despair, and then back to despair again. leaving him too fatigued to feel shock any longer. Ignoring the surprise of the two, Naruto extended the two eyeballs in his hand towards Yakushi Nanu, gesturing towards the still kneeling Uchiha Shursui. Miss Nanu, please assist him in the eye transplant. These eyeballs were extracted from an unconscious root ninja. Naruto had originally sealed Nanu in with the intention of transplanting her eyes into Uchiha Shursui, only to discover that the root ninja he randomly sealed was, in fact, Yakushi Nanu as the adoptive mother of the dream master of the ninja world. She certainly deserved better treatment. Thus, he returned to the scene to procure another pair. Alright. Yakushi Nanu hurriedly accepted the eyeballs from Naruto and commenced the eye transplant procedure for Uchiha Shursui. Hideo not question how an eye transplant could occur in a sealing space devoid of any equipment. It is well known that in the world of Hokage, eyes can be hot swapped. The so-called eye transplant merely involves removing the existing eyes and replacing them with new ones, followed by a meticulous adjustment using chakra. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. At that moment, Namake's Minato approached Naruto, handing him the eyes belonging to Uchiha Shursui. Thank you. Naruto received the eye from Minato's hand, still feeling its warmth and, more so, sensing the profound yearning emanating from the depths of the eye for its rightful owner. He had an inkling that upon absorbing this eye, his Mangekyō Sharingan would undergo another evolution. Although his Mangekyō Sharingan could restore its ocular power, it did not imply that his eyes were the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It was akin to Uchiha Obito's situation, where he used Senju Hashirama's cells to counter the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. While he relied on his own Uzumaki lineage, it is worth noting that Nagato could even supply the Rinnegan. A mere pair of Mangekyō was trivial by comparison. The three tomo manifested in Naruto's eyes. They began to spin, transforming into a pair of vertical pupils, while a swirl appeared in his hand, consuming the eye he held. Bishamon 10 is an exceedingly domineering and powerful ability, regardless of how chaotic, convoluted, or repulsive the energies he absorbs may be. He can transmute them into the most suitable power for himself. Even though Uchiha Shursui's eyes were not from a direct blood relative, through Bishamon 10's absorption, he could still rectify the flaws of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Namake's Minato observed this scene with curiosity, refraining from interrupting. The Sharingan transformed into a stream of in-released chakra, merging into the eye. Naruto felt once again the intense warmth radiating from it, which was even more fervent than before. It felt as though a great fire was roasting his eyes, akin to something striving to break free and be reborn from their original position. He sensed that his eyes were undergoing a metamorphosis, nurturing newfound power. The process was swift. Within mere minutes, he had completely absorbed the ocular power from Uchiha Shursui's eyes. The vertical pupils in his gaze began to rotate slowly, their patterns shifting slightly, and as they spun, black rings emerged in successive layers. When the final form solidified, the appearance of his eyes remained largely unchanged. They still bore a pair of crimson vertical pupils. But now two dark rings encircled them, giving them a hint of a circular eye aesthetic. The conditions for the evolution of the Rinnegan appeared to hinge on the fusion of Ashura and Indra's powers. Being the reincarnation of Ashura, he merely needed to find an opportunity to absorb some of Uchiha Sasuke's strength, and he might just synthesize the Rinnegan. With the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan now in his possession, Naruto felt his vision sharpen significantly, enabling him to perceive even the most subtle movements of those present and forecast fragments of the future. Furthermore, his ocular power would no longer be constrained by the traditional limitations of the Mangekyō Sharingan. He was now capable of utilizing the complete form of Susanoo. This sensation was exhilarating. Naruto, how do you feel? Namake's Minato, who had been observing Naruto's transformation, inquired with concern, unaware of the intricacies of the Sharingan. Naruto shook his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I feel unprecedentedly fantastic. These eyes feel just like that bastard Uchiha Madara's. The Ninetail squinted its eyes and focused intently on Naruto's gaze. Ha! Kurama, next time we encounter Uchiha Madara, I'll help you teach him a lesson. With his powers once again augmented, Naruto felt utterly empowered. The Sharingan indeed had a tendency to inflate one's ego. That guy Uchiha Madara is long dead. The Ninetail scoffed, suddenly realizing that even if it couldn't defeat the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it might still find satisfaction in outlasting them. Alas, it lamented the uncertainty of their burial locations. It felt a pang of restlessness. Arrogant little brat. The Ninetales snorted derisively before returning to its manga to is that really the fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki, and the Ninetales? When Uchiha Shursui received his new eyes and once again beheld the light, astonishment was etched across his face. What is the meaning of this? Uchiha Shursui struggled to comprehend the motivations behind the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki's actions towards him. This visage may be unfamiliar to you. How about this? Naruto twisted his mouth into a mischievous grin, transforming his appearance into one clad in a hood and mask. Uchiha Shursui, you should find this form quite recognizable. It's you. Uchiha Shursui's countenance shifted dramatically as he instinctively placed his hands before him, already prepared to form hand seals. Crack. Namake's Minato materialized beside him, seizing one of his hands. Fourth Hokage? It was only then that Uchiha Shursui regained his senses, realizing that the Jinchuriki was the child of the fourth Hokage. Naruto dispelled his transformation technique and, observing Shursui's dazed expression, inquired, "Do you regret it?" "What do you mean?" Uchiha Shursui was bewildered by Naruto's words. "Do you regret placing your hopes in Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Shursui's expression faltered as he clenched his teeth, falling silent for a moment. Perhaps the third Hokage was unaware, or perhaps he had his own burdens to bear, hadn't he? It seems that only by witnessing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan with his own eyes would you truly awaken to reality. No, the third Hokage would never do that. He promised me. Seeing Shursui's self-deceiving and distraught demeanor, Naruto lost interest. Without the Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui posed little threat. When he witnessed the night of the massacre, it would be his last opportunity. Naruto then turned to Yakushi Nanoyu and asked, "So, what is your choice?" Yakushi Nanoyu hesitated, her thoughts drifting to the children in the orphanage. "What will happen if I refuse? Do you believe you are worthy of my trust?" I understand that a self-deprecating smile graced Yakushi Nanoyu's face. Whether it was her own fate or that of the orphanage, it had never truly been in her hands. This is not a terrible ending. Miss Nanu, Naruto thought that to become a competent leader, he needed to show more empathy toward his subordinates. Indeed, after encountering Yakushi Nanoyu, Naruto felt a sudden desire to establish a faction. Solely pursuing power would reduce one to merely a shell of strength. Once he possessed sufficient power, he wished to find purpose, and transforming the shinobi world was not an insurmountable task. He merely needed to subdue everyone and then reconstruct the order. Besides, weren't there many unresolved grievances within the Hokage? Individuals such as the mother and daughter of Kintsuchi, Zabuza, and Haku, Yakushi Nanoyu and Kabuto, all possessed their own merits, and he could find opportunities to bring them under his banner. Perhaps, Yakushi Nanoyu's response lacked vigor. While working in the roots, she still had some freedom to care for the orphanage, but now, it seemed that freedom would be lost. Naruto discerned Nanoyu's thoughts, but chose not to comment, continuing to inquire, "Do you remember Kabuto?" Kabuto? Upon hearing that name from the Jinchuriki, she was somewhat taken aback. The Jinchuriki possessed considerable intelligence about the village. It seemed that the other party had long been operating in the shadows of Konoha. Goodness, how old is he? Yakushi Nanoyu could not possibly know that Naruto had learned this information from the original work. She nodded to indicate her awareness. "How long has it been since you last saw him?" Yakushi Nanoyu was puzzled, unsure of Naruto's intent. She replied, "Danzo sends me a photo of Kabuto every so often. Is that so? But photographs can be easily fabricated. For instance, one could gradually alter the person in the photo to resemble another." Naruto's words left Yakushi Nanoyu momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, an ominous premonition rising within her, causing her complexion to pale. "What do you mean?" Naruto stated. "Years ago, Shimura Danzo sent you a photo that was not of Kabuto. The Kabuto in your mind has already been replaced," he added. "I suspect that even if the real Kabuto were standing before you now, you might not recognize him." Why would Danzo do such a thing? Though Yakushi Nanoyu questioned, she soon found herself with an answer. This was indeed something Danzo could orchestrate. Kabuto's abilities had surpassed hers, and she no longer held much value for the roots, given her knowledge of numerous secrets. Death would be her best fate, with her last value likely serving as a stepping stone for Kabuto. Perhaps this would be her next mission. "Have you received orders to infiltrate a Wagakure?" "Yes, next month." Kabuto is also in a Wagakure. Once you arrive there, your mission will transform into eliminating the traitorous spy. Because you no longer know Kabuto's true appearance, you will strike without mercy, only to be killed by Kabuto, whose strength far exceeds yours. That is your fate. a discarded pawn of Konoha. Naruto calmly articulated Yakushi Nanoyu's destiny, startling both Namake's Minato and Uchiha Shursui. Danzo was undoubtedly compelling a child to slay the mother who raised him. Truly a testament to the darkness of the shinobi world. That so? Yakushi Nanoyu forced a smile. If so, that child will likely fall into darkness completely. That is why I say, this is not a terrible ending for you. Naruto reiterated, and this time, Yakushi Nanoyu's expression reflected less resistance. Although Naruto had not presented concrete evidence, the very nature of such matters did not require extensive proof. Serving Danzo was akin to walking a tightrope. That man could turn against even his own kin, so how much easier would it be for him to manipulate a pair of orphaned mother and child? Naruto-kun, what about Kabuto? Upon receiving this information, Yakushi Nanoyu's heart began to fill with apprehension. Do not worry about that. Kabuto is far more capable than you realize, and you will meet again. After all, Kabuto had been a pivotal character throughout the series, and one of the initiators of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Without his Edo Tensei, the Fourth Great Ninja War would not have been nearly as arduous. That so? In that case, I can rest a little easier. Yakushi Nanoyu had intended to inquire further about the orphanage, but thought better of it. She understood that while Naruto was powerful, caring for a group of orphans would be no easy task. It must be said that the Nine-Tails' malevolent perception was indeed an overpowered ability. Although Yakushi Nanoyu wore a satisfied expression, her emotions had been entirely seen through by Naruto. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the orphanage. While I cannot assist with funding, at least safety will not be an issue. After this statement, Naruto sensed a slight alleviation of Yakushi Nanoyu's concerns. Thank you, Naruto-kun, that I look forward to your continued support. A genuine smile finally graced Yakushi Nanoyu's face. Yes, let us support each other. Naruto, what do you plan to do next? Minato's eyes shone with pride. Naruto's willingness to aid Yakushi Nanoyu reflected the light within his heart. I will train diligently and await the moment to act. Soon, the wheels of fate will begin to turn. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, having just concluded a heated meeting at the Hokage's office, Uchiha members returned home, their spirits dampened. Upon arriving at the clan, an urgent assembly was immediately convened. Clan leader, we cannot find Shursui anywhere. He may have already encountered trouble. This matter is undoubtedly linked to Shimura Danzo. Not only Danzo, but the higher-ups in Konoha must also be involved. Otherwise, Danzo would not dare to tarnish the name of our Uchiha clan. Clan leader, we can no longer afford to wait. Today it is Shursui. Next time, it could be all of us Uchiha. Those who are able to voice their opinions at the clan assembly are not ordinary clansmen. Most of them are elite members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Their unified sentiment is one that even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, must take seriously. Moreover, the events of today have indeed struck a nerve with the Uchiha. Shursui's disappearance and Danzo's attack have led Shimura Danzo to insist that there are external enemies invading Konoha, while simultaneously pointing fingers at the Uchiha, claiming that some within their clan have betrayed the village and conspired against it, demanding a thorough investigation of the Uchiha territory. If it were merely Danzo making unfounded accusations, it might have been tolerable. However, the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other high-ranking officials of Konoha have tacitly endorsed Danzo's assertions is alarming. Tomorrow, they will dispatch Umbu to investigate the Uchiha's domain. This is no longer mere ostracism but a direct affront to the Uchiha clan. Typically, the primary function of the security department is to maintain internal order and stability within Konoha, to establish village regulations, to strengthen and uphold the order and security of the Hidden Leaf village, and to apprehend individuals with criminal tendencies. To now suspect them of treachery is utterly absurd. This situation has outraged not only the radicals, but even many conservatives who can no longer tolerate the injustice. Leader, must we truly allow those individuals to enter our territory? They are humiliating the Uchiha. The overwhelming emotions of the clansmen ignited their Sharingan, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Under the gaze of those crimson eyes, Uchiha Fugaku felt a weight upon his heart. Even his usually stern countenance was marred by shadows of anxiety and ire. He too was incensed by today's events, recognizing that the upper echelons of Konoha have treated the Uchiha as outsiders. Yet, an instinctual chill enveloped him, as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. When Danzo spoke of the Uchiha's alleged rebellion, his gaze was resolute, as if he had already deemed it a fact. And Sarutobi's expression reflected no surprise. Reflecting on the clan meeting over a month ago, Fugaku comprehended the grim reality. Someone had leaked sensitive family information. Someone had secretly informed Konoha's leadership of the radicals' intentions to stage a coup. Thus, as Hokage, Sarutobi sought to exploit this opportunity to further suppress the Uchiha. Fugaku's thoughts involuntarily turned to Shisui. Shisui had always represented the conservative faction, serving as its backbone, maintaining a close relationship with Sarutobi. His steadfast opposition to a coup during the clan meeting had been pivotal in the conservatives' resistance to such a decision, as they believed reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village was still possible. Once, Fugaku had shared this belief. However, gazing at the once steadfast conservatives, now brimming with rage and a thirst for vengeance, he recognized the profound impact of Shisui's absence on the Uchiha. His attention shifted to his eldest son, Itachi, the sole member of the Uchiha clan currently serving in the Umbu, who also stood as a suspect in the betrayal. Despite Itachi's similarly somber demeanor, Fugaku discerned no trace of anger in his son. Itachi, what are you truly thinking? Even in the face of such humiliation, do you feel no ire? A wave of exhaustion washed over Fugaku. As both clan leader and father, he felt he was falling short in both roles. Silence, Fugaku commanded, halting the tumultuous chatter of the clansmen. Continuing down this path would yield no fruitful discussions throughout the night. The circumstances surrounding Shisui remained unclear. Until the truth was uncovered, they must refrain from impulsive actions. Upon his pronouncement, the Uchiha present turned to him in unison, their expressions a tapestry of disappointment, frustration, and rage. He registered their feelings, but what recourse did he have? As a member of the Uchiha, he too was deeply incensed by the treatment his clan had received. Yet, as clan leader, he must maintain his composure. The Uchiha had already become the subject of Konoha's suspicions. Now was not the time for rash decisions. Otherwise, the higher-ups would surely seize any opportunity to strike against the Uchiha clan. To orchestrate a coup requires sufficient strength, and with Shisui gone, the prospects of such an endeavor appeared grim. Fugaku turned to Itachi and inquired, Itachi, as you operate within the Umbu, have you heard any word of Shisui? Itachi, feeling the weight of the concentrated gazes upon him, shook his head. Then have you heard any news regarding the upper echelon stance on the Uchiha? This time, Itachi hesitated, recalling the recent directive from the third Hokage to closely monitor the activities within the Uchiha clan and report the proceedings of each clan meeting to the higher-ups. Although he too was concerned for Shisui's well-being, doubts crept in. Had Danzo secretly set his sights on Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi was well aware of Shisui's extraordinary ocular abilities, and he knew that the Konoha leadership was aware of them as well. Yet, he also recalled Shisui's warnings and the will of fire that Konoha espoused. He could not allow family loyalty to lead him to harm the village. I have not. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, his gaze complex as he scrutinized the son he had placed such high hopes upon. He had originally enlisted Itachi in the Umbu with the expectation that he would provide the clan with intelligence regarding Konoha's upper echelon. But it seemed the outcome had reversed. Itachi, do you even care for our clan? Among the assembled elite of the Uchiha, even a momentary hesitation from Itachi did not go unnoticed, eliciting scornful glares from several clansmen. Itachi remained silent. If Shisui could not sway these arrogant individuals, how could he hope to do so? Conflict would yield no resolution. A coup within the Uchiha clan would only weaken Konoha further, exacerbating animosity. Itachi, what is your true stance? Enough. A few Uchiha sought to voice their discontent, but Fugaku's thunderous shout cut through the air. With his Sharingan activated, a formidable aura radiated from him, the oppressive force of his eyes immediately subduing the other clansmen present. His ocular prowess far surpassed that of the three Tomo. This was the aura of Fugaku the Fierce. The Uchiha, unlike the High-Ga, revered strength and sought power. Merely possessing the bloodline was insufficient to ascend to the position of clan leader. Each Uchiha clan leader must possess the ability to dominate their kin and command great renown. Fugaku embodied this ideal. All fell silent, directing their fiery gazes at Itachi's brow furrowed, not preoccupied with the judgment of the clansmen, but rather contemplating another matter. The pressure he had just felt from his father bore a striking resemblance to Shisui's. Leader, must we truly allow those Umbu to invade our territory at will? Uchiha Hakadai, a senior member of the Uchiha clan, spoke up. Fugaku surveyed the assembly, absorbing the anger and disappointment etched upon their faces, and resignedly stated, now is not the time for a coup. A flicker of sorrow danced in Fugaku's eyes. Yet deep within his pupils lay a hint of resignation. To instigate a coup is no trivial matter. It demands bloodshed and sacrifice, and it is far from an easy endeavor, especially for the Uchiha. They would face not only the few high-ranking officials of Konoha but also the powerful interests that supported them. Throughout the three shinobi world wars, the Uchiha clan had been a backbone of Konoha's military, suffering immense losses and depleting their ranks to a critical state, and they had yet to recover. In contrast, the Konoha leadership, after years of management, had flourished. The Sarutobi clan alone posed a significant challenge for the Uchiha, compounded by the formidable clans of Yamanaka and Nara, making their situation even more precarious. The Inuzuka, Akimichi, and other clans had long been aligned with the Hokage, while the Oil clan had secured its share of Konoha's resources. Coupled with the Uchiha's historical arrogance and demeanor, it was exceedingly unlikely that any other ninja clans within Konoha would lend their support to the Uchiha. Thus, from the outset, the chances of a coup within the Uchiha clan had been slim. Moreover, with Shirsue's loss, their already dwindling strength had suffered another blow. Damn it! Uchiha Hakadai clenched his teeth tightly, his fists tightly balled. They understood that even if they decided to stage a coup, it would require an opportune moment. With Danzo under attack and Shirsue missing, compounded by the recent death of an Umbu member a month prior, the village had plunged into a state of complete lockdown. The prospect of a coup now seemed utterly hopeless. Hakadai, when the Umbu arrive tomorrow, remember to have a few clan members shadow them closely, calm the villagers to prevent any unrest, and keep a vigilant eye on them to ensure they don't engage in any subversive activities or unjust accusations. We must continue the search for Shirsue, but for now, let us refrain from discussing the coup. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, as the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed, leaving only two individuals behind. Sarutobi, why have you summoned me? Shimura Danzo's countenance was grim, his tone laced with irritation. In his haste to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had merely hastily bandaged his wounds, and now, due to the earlier emotional turmoil, blood began to seep from his severed arm once more. At this moment, Danzo was brimming with negative energy. Ignoring Danzo's displeasure, Sarutobi gazed intently and asked, "Where are Shirsue's eyes?" The life or death of Uchiha Shirsue was of little consequence to Sarutobi. However, the eyes themselves were of paramount importance. More critically, the Mangekyō Sharingan and Kodo Amatsukami must not fall into Danzo's hands, for he was a man who had indeed attempted to assassinate a Hokage. The eyes, Danzo's expression faltered momentarily. He instinctively furrowed his brow, only to be consumed by thoughts of his own misfortunes, his visage transforming into a mask of rage as he bellowed, "That damned masked bastard! He stole my eyes!" Now it was Sarutobi's turn to frown in surprise. "What you just said in the meeting, was it true?" Danzo's fierce countenance morphed into disbelief, giving way to a deeper fury, showcasing his mastery of emotional shifts. "Do you think I would jest about such matters?" Cough, cough. Observing Danzo's seething anger, Sarutobi felt a twinge of awkwardness. "I thought you might be concealing something to suppress the Uchiha. But if that were the case, how could Shirsue have vanished after the masked man attacked you?" "I am not certain, but Shirsue is most likely not dead." Danzo's expression remained sour. "Not dead? Do you possess any information regarding Shirsue?" Danzo shook his head. "One of my root operatives had his eyes gouged out while in a coma. It seems the masked man coveted Shirsue's eyes but did not seek his life. What could his aim possibly be? To take the eyes yet allow Shirsue to live?" Sarutobi furrowed his brow, feeling a headache brewing. "It appears there is someone familiar with Shirsue who also knows about his eyes. Shirsue once mentioned that aside from himself, only Itachi Uchiha knew of the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, given Itachi's close ties with Shirsue and his demeanor befitting a Hokage, he had no reason to harm him. Who could it be?" Suddenly, Sarutobi recalled an individual. Inhaling deeply, he asked solemnly, "Danzo, is the masked man the same one who instigated the Ninetales incident?" The memories of that fateful night lingered vividly, for it was the night his own wife had perished. The masked man responsible for the Ninetales chaos wielded an uncanny space-time ninjutsu, making it effortless for him to infiltrate Konoha and extract individuals without a trace. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that this man possessed a Sharingan. For one who understood the Mangekyō Sharingan, this was a tantalizing temptation. Danzo hesitated, then mentally compared the two. They should not be the same. Their styles differ too greatly. The man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara attempted to project an air of indifference and dominance, but he felt like a coward hiding behind his mask. a mere mouse too afraid to reveal his true self. Yet the masked man before us is entirely different. He speaks as though looking down upon mere ants, as if his actions are nothing more than a farce in his eyes. That calm, indifferent demeanor, that sense of superiority. This man is more akin to a demon of the ninja world. If the masked man was indeed behind the Nine-Tails incident, then Minato Namikaze could never have successfully sealed the beast. Sarutobi's frown deepened, the weight of concern settling heavily upon him. Alas, we are in troubled times. In September of the 54th year of Konoha, half a month had passed since the explosion in the Konoha forest. Though the village remained under lockdown, with ninja squads patrolling the streets, the villagers' panic had largely dissipated. Thus, the annual event of the Ninja Academy's opening had arrived. It was a day brimming with hope. As countless parents, filled with aspirations, sent their children to the academy, yearning for their sons and daughters to achieve greatness. Like planting seeds in spring, they awaited the blossoming of their efforts 6 years hence. Yet, not every student would have the opportunity to become a ninja. Similarly, even if many students did become ninjas, it was likely that only upon sacrificing themselves would they earn the title of nin. For this was ultimately a world that revered bloodlines above all else. In Naruto's residence, within his bedroom, he yawned widely. Gradually awakening from his slumber, he drew back the curtains to peer outside, discovering that the sun was already shining brightly. In his hazy vision, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a white-haired figure flitting past the trees, arriving at his window in a flash. "Hey, one-eyed uncle, long time no see," Naruto greeted Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan gaze, replied lethargically, "Today is the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. You are already late. Oh, I got a bit carried away yesterday and overslept," Naruto admitted nonchalantly. His routine had become quite erratic of late. Spending each day learning the Flying Thunder God technique with Minato in the ceiling space, often losing track of time until fatigue finally claimed him. It was undeniable that the Flying Thunder God was significantly more challenging than ceiling techniques, and 2 weeks had proven insufficient for him to master it fully. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, their three eyes locked in a glance before he produced a small yellow notebook from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto inquired curiously, discovering that the cover depicted a man and woman chasing each other with outstretched arms, the title emblazoned in red reading, "Paradise of Affection." That Naruto's mouth twitched as he returned it, stating, "I'm not interested in this stuff." Kakashi regarded him with a knowing expression, having personally witnessed Naruto enter the adult section of the bookstore using transformation jutsu, targeting that very book. Initially, he had worried that such material might be too mature for a child, given its adult themes. Yet upon reflection, aside from a few inappropriate scenes, the book was also a notable work, likely a reflection of the immense pressure the village placed on Naruto, igniting his curiosity in such matters. Rather than stifle his interest and risk leading him astray, it would be wiser to provide appropriate guidance. After all, Paradise of Affection could be considered legitimate reading material devoid of excessive impropriety. "I can help you procure it in the future if you wish to read it. Just refrain from using transformation jutsu. Much of this is still too advanced for you. Now hurry to school." With that, Kakashi left the book on the windowsill and vanished from sight. Naruto stared at the book, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration. "Damn you, Nine-Tails," he exclaimed, retrieving the book and sealing it away in his space, hurling it at the Nine-Tails' head. Indeed, it was the Nine-Tails who had specifically requested to read it, likely due to Kakashi's habitual reading of it. It was baffling at times how the minds of tailed beasts functioned. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought it was the latest volume? That white-haired one is quite the catch, huh?" The Nine-Tails effortlessly seized the book, plummeting from above with its chakra, letting out a peculiar chuckle before placing it on the ground and perusing it with great interest. The other three were equally captivated by the Nine-Tails' antics, unable to suppress the twitching of their lips. "Is the Nine-Tails genuine? Naruto, the Ninja Academy is quite commendable. You might just forge a multitude of wonderful friendships there." After all, Minato Namikaze also graduated from the Ninja Academy, where he first encountered Kushina Uzumaki. Thus, he harbors a fondness for the academy. "Well, I'll freshen up and join you shortly," Naruto replied nonchalantly, showing no objection to attending the Ninja Academy. After all, his training occurred within the ceiling space, allowing him to practice anywhere. Once he has sufficiently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, it would likely coincide with the time of the Uchiha clan's massacre. In no time, Naruto finished his preparations and donned his attire. He wore a white hooded sweatshirt, adorned with a black pattern running from the shoulder down the sleeves, paired with loose, knee-length trousers and black ninja sandals that revealed his two delicate toes. This ensemble was selected with the assistance of Minato, who suggested it was how he dressed in his youth. He wanted Naruto to wear something similar, akin to a parent-child outfit. Naruto had no objections. He was quite indifferent toward clothing and would wear anything. Even the original orange and yellow outfit would be acceptable to him. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Naruto felt rather handsome. Largely due to the absence of the self-doubt that plagued him at this age in the original story, his appearance was quite appealing, inheriting the facial structure from Kushina Uzumaki and the golden hair from Minato Namikaze, coupled with sky-like eyes, making him look like a charming young boy. Furthermore, the newfound confidence radiating from within him contributed significantly to his overall appearance. He bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage. Yashiryu spoke up. Within the ceiling space, they could also observe the external scenes. Minato, who was beaming with pride and satisfaction as he looked at his son, was momentarily distracted and curiously inquired, "Did Director Yunayu know me in the past?" He did not recall having met her during his childhood. By the time they first met, Yunayu was already the director of the orphanage. Yunayu shook her head and smiled. "Fourth Hokage, I am indeed a ninja from the root." Understanding dawned upon Minato, and he resumed scrutinizing his son, pondering how delighted Kushina would be if she were to emerge. He wondered when Naruto would completely unravel the seal. In the vibrant village where leaves flutter, the fire of hope continues to burn eternally, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding new leaves. In this village, you young ones are the future's promised that we, the older generation, must trust and protect you, allowing you to thrive. Our sacrifices are not in vain. They will always safeguard you, becoming the pillars that bear the weight of the village's future. When Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was nearing its conclusion. As the speech drew to a close, the youthful faces in the audience displayed expressions of fervor. Some shouted excitedly. Others wept, while many passionately articulated their dreams of shedding their last drop of blood for Konoha, the most formidable genjutsu. Terrifying indeed. Observing the chaotic scene of children and parents, Naruto couldn't help but scoff internally before striding toward the classroom. He was aware of his class assignment, which, like in the original story, was indeed a prestigious one. Apart from the exceptional young talents from various clans, even the commoners were remarkably gifted. At that moment, a voice called out to him, "Naruto, you're late." Yumino Ichiraku gazed at the golden-haired youth before him with a complex expression. Although the Hokage had informed him of Naruto's background beforehand, he instinctively recalled the parents he lost during the Ninetales attack. And resentment surged within him that he repeatedly reminded himself that the Naruto before him was merely a child who had done nothing wrong. The true culprit was the Ninetales residing within him. Ichiraku took a deep breath, adopting a stern demeanor. "Naruto, today is the first day of school. You need to explain your tardiness." Sensing the sudden shift in Ichiraku's demeanor, Naruto's gaze turned peculiar. He had already recognized the man with a horizontal scar across his nose. Yumino Ichiraku, a fairly decent teacher, he presumed. Naruto respectfully responded, "I was training in ninjutsu yesterday and ended up sleeping too late, so I woke up late." Ichiraku frowned, recalling what the Hokage had mentioned, despite being around 6 years old. Naruto had been diligently training, and his strength surpassed that of an average chunin. His talent was even more remarkable than that of Kakashi, who had become a chunin at 8. Ichiraku couldn't help but sigh. Realizing the Hokage had presented him with a conundrum, with Naruto's strength, why was he even in the Ninja Academy? Ichiraku was merely a chunin, not a combat-type ninja. What if he ended up being bested by Naruto while trying to discipline him? At that moment, many children began to notice the unfolding situation. "Uncle, can I head to the classroom first?" Seeing Ichiraku's furrowed brows and sighs, Naruto wished to avoid lingering there and becoming the center of attention. Ichiraku snapped back to reality and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to get to the classroom? The Hokage is still giving his speech. The speech is too boring. I want to secure a good spot in the classroom." He aimed to find a suitable position for ANAP. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, it was merely a repetitive monologue about the will of fire, lacking any real substance. Naruto's bluntness left Ichiraku momentarily speechless, causing his expression to grow even more serious. "Naruto, the Hokage's teachings on the will of fire are profoundly significant and meaningful for you all." Naruto had already turned away, waving his hand at Ichiraku as he said, "It's fine, Uncle. I'm quite familiar with the Hokage. I understand all those principles." Naruto's figure quickly vanished into the square, leaving Ichiraku in a state of disarray. "That guy truly lacks manners. Is he the one?" "Yes. That's the one. My parents warned me to stay away from him. Indeed, getting close to him is a surefire way to be devoured. A chorus of whispers erupted among the crowd, as many children began to exchange hushed comments upon witnessing the scene. However, a few stood out from the rest. Shikamaru, is that Naruto Uzumaki? A chubby boy with 2 spiral patterns on his face inquired of his lethargic pineapple-haired companion. Yeah, my parents told us to look after him at school. But he seems quite difficult to approach, Nara Shikamaru replied, stifling a yawn before turning his gaze back to the polished figure of the 3rd Hokage on the podium, pondering how much longer the speech would last. I'll treat him to some chips later. Akimichi Choji thought of the chips in his backpack, his expression filled with reluctance as he caught sight of Yamanaka Ino. The golden ponytail swayed gently in the wind. Her mouth slightly agape, cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ino was utterly entranced. Ino, are you all right? Choji asked, worry etched across his face as he patted his friend's shoulder. Ino snapped back to reality. Wiping her mouth and sheepishly replied, I didn't expect, apart from Sasuke, there would be another handsome guy, and he looks a bit mischievous too. Ding Ci scratched his head with a sheepish grin, while Nara Shikamaru maintained his usual lethargic demeanor. Inwardly lamenting, girls are truly troublesome. 2 others exhibited a different attitude towards Naruto. One was a small girl with black hair and white eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. She gazed at Naruto's departing figure, her face lighting up with joy. In truth, the class assignment had been announced quite some time ago. She and Naruto-kun were in the same class, and she was determined to become a genuine friend of his. The other was a cool boy with black hair and black eyes, sporting a messy fringe. Uchiha Sasuke looked intensely in the direction Naruto had vanished, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. This blonde was remarkably strong. More importantly, his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, also deemed this blonde formidable. As a member of the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi had naturally gathered information regarding Naruto from his colleagues, learning that at the tender age of 6, he already possessed the strength of a Chunin, making him the most gifted student of his cohort. At the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and amplified his voice with chakra, drawing the attention of the many students back to himself. A perpetual smile adorned his face, seemingly unaffected by Naruto's antics. Children, the village is our shared family. Every villager living here should be considered our kin. We must not harbor animosity nor ostracize one another. If a family member strays from the right path, our duty is to guide them back, not to harm them. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his speech, Naruto had been slouched in the classroom for nearly half an hour. He sat in the last row by the window, the bright sunlight casting a warm glow on his golden hair, imbuing him with an air of youthful vitality. Hiruzen's voice resonated loudly, clear enough for Naruto to hear distinctly even from his seat. Undoubtedly enhanced by some unusual means, sometimes, Naruto found it perplexing how the will of fire could so fervently brainwash individuals, as mere platitudes that scarcely qualified as inspirational could lead people to flock to it so eagerly. Even those involved in pyramid schemes knew to dangle a few enticing carrots before their recruits. Yet, this will of fire could compel 7- or 8-year-old children to willingly march into battle, with their parents offering no objections. It was nothing short of illusionary magic. Perhaps it was due to the absence of compulsory education in the ninja world that the less knowledgeable found the will of fire more credible. While lost in thought, Naruto had been focusing on his training in the Flying Thunder God technique, leading to a disruption in his daily routine. The school life, however, offered a rare opportunity for relaxation. Albeit interrupted by a cacophonous voice, this guy, indeed hiding in the classroom, was not only nauseating but also incredibly rude. Higashi, lower your voice. Have you forgotten what Lord Hokage said? Yes. And he has the same one my aunt has seen in person. Am I mistaken? Clearly, Lord Hokage is still speaking, yet this guy just ran off. Without Lord Hokage, he would have been expelled from the village long ago. Such dialogue was unmistakably directed at Naruto, yet upon hearing it, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. It had been quite a while since he had encountered such remarks. He lifted his head and turned to glance. 3 boys sat by the door, looking his way. The one in the middle, wearing a smug expression, was likely the one named Higashi, certainly not the 2 meek-looking companions beside him. Hey, you disgusting brat. What are you looking at? Upon noticing Naruto's gaze, the boy named Higashi stood up, pointing at Naruto and shouting. This fellow was probably a spoiled child from some household, or just a mischievous brat who had never been properly disciplined. Exuding an air of invincibility, Didn't he see how other kids were warned countless times by their families to avoid associating with him? Yet he stood out as a lone wolf. Naruto regarded Higashi, whose appearance resembled that of cannon fodder, and was reminded of a group of rowdy youths from his previous life. Furutobi Hiruzen's speech concluded, most students returned to the classroom. Higashi's commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. And soon enough, the four of them became the center of attention. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Higashi couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, shouting once more, "What are you staring at, you orphan without a father or mother? If not for Lord Hokage's kindness, treating everyone in Konoha as family, you would have been expelled long ago." As soon as Higashi finished his tirade, whispers began to circulate around them. He is so brave. Isn't he afraid of being eaten by that one? I heard from my mom that he can really turn into a fox demon. Observing the fearful expressions of many classmates, Higashi pounded his chest in assurance. You need not fear. We're in school, and Lord Hokage will definitely protect us if he dares to harm us. Lord Hokage will surely expel him from the village. How amusing, Naruto thought, barely able to contain his laughter. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he calmly stated, "Do you seem to think you are quite important?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand, mimicking a shooting gesture aimed at the boy named Higashi. This action left the other children momentarily stunned, unsure of what Naruto meant. However, Higashi appeared to take it as a grave insult, his eyes turning crimson with rage, breathing heavily. "I'll break your finger." Naruto, please calm down. The voice of Minato Namikaze, sealed within the space, could no longer hold back, while the other two displayed expressions of uncertainty. The sealing space and Naruto's psyche were interconnected. Whenever Naruto's inner darkness intensified, the sealing space would distort into darkness. Now, the space had begun to warp, rust creeping along the ceiling doors. Consequently, the three were visibly alarmed, while only the Nine-Tails continued to chuckle, engrossed in a novel. Although the boy named Higashi was indeed speaking out of line, even Minato couldn't resist the urge to teach him a lesson. Nevertheless, he hoped that Naruto would exercise some restraint. Ignoring Minato's counsel, Naruto gazed at the advancing Higashi, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Youthful exuberance was indeed reckless. Bang! A soft gunshot echoed from Naruto's mouth as a sudden gust of wind swept through the classroom, swirling countless leaves from outside toward Higashi. What is this? Higashi instinctively raised his arms to shield his eyes from the blustery chaos. After a considerable while, he felt the wind cease and lowered his arms, revealing a face contorted with rage. "You?" Words caught in his throat. He widened his eyes in sheer terror at the sight before him. Countless red foxes emerged from the shadows behind Naruto, lunging at him and beginning to gnaw at his body. His eyes, organs, and flesh suffered torment, and fortunately, the child's willpower was not sufficiently robust. The illusion soon overwhelmed him, causing him to faint from the intense pain. Though still a child, Naruto held a particular disdain for this type of child. And as a result, before the class had even commenced, he found himself summoned to the office for a stern discussion. As Naruto followed the grim-faced Ichiraku out of the classroom, no one dared to whisper about him anymore. The once boisterous Higashi now lay on the ground, writhing in agony, eventually rolling his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing, leaving an indelible psychological scar on the group of 6-year-olds witnessing the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly exhausted and distressed. The events of the past 2 months had been overwhelmingly numerous. It felt strange. Despite only spanning 2 months, it seemed as if several years had passed. First, there was Naruto's sudden outburst, then the assassination within the Umbu, followed by the Uchiha coup, the emergence of a terrifying masked figure, and now the need to address Naruto's conduct. Since the Nine-Tails incident, he hadn't felt this drained in years. He truly felt old. What he couldn't help but ponder was the boy before him, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto, you promised your grandfather that you would never use ninjutsu against the villagers." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave, and he felt a twinge of regret over his decision to teach Naruto ninjutsu prematurely. Naruto, however, replied nonchalantly, "I'm not using ninjutsu. I'm using jinjutsu." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Naruto would dare to challenge him. Could it be that his recent preoccupation with duties had hindered him from nurturing his bond with Naruto? Wait, since when did Naruto acquire such proficiency in Genjutsu? Hiruzen's expression grew more solemn, tinged with a hint of gloom, as he coldly inquired, "Who taught you this Genjutsu?" "No one taught me. I learned it by myself, self-taught." Hiruzen's tone rose in disbelief. It was the first time he had heard of someone mastering Genjutsu through self-study. How did you manage that? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at the elder and replied, I happened to notice that everyone's chakra flows in a consistent pattern that I wondered what would happen if I attempted to disrupt another's chakra flow. Guiding it according to my own desires. That's how I learned. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback and then recalled how Naruto had sequestered himself at home for the past month, unable to restrain himself. He asked, Is this what you have been researching all month? Naruto nodded in affirmation. Hiruzen pursed his lips in silence, contemplating for a long while before exhaling a deep sigh. From now on, neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu is to be used against classmates. What about taijutsu? Hiruzen's forehead creased with tension as he gritted his teeth, saying, That's not permitted either. Naruto frowned. So I'm just supposed to endure beatings and scoldings? Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. He had not expected Naruto's mind to have become so agile. Regaining his composure, he added, You may only use taijutsu to defend yourself, not to harm your comrades. Do you understand? All right, can I go to class now? Observing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Hiruzen felt a wave of weariness wash over him. Where had the obedient Naruto of yesteryears gone? Hiruzen's mind wandered as he pondered the reasons behind Naruto's significant change in character. After considerable reflection, his thoughts settled on the day 2 months prior when Naruto returned home from the back mountains. It seemed everything had begun from that day. The transformation of Naruto and the emergence of the masked man alike. Damn Danzo. He could never connect the masked man with Naruto, as he had watched Naruto grow up. Though Naruto's strength had surged rapidly, thinking he could withstand Itachi head-on and nearly kill Shimura Danzo was a gross overestimation of his capabilities. What he needed to contemplate now was how to bridge the gap between himself and Naruto once more. Naruto's birthday seemed to be approaching. Speaking of which, next month is your birthday, isn't it, Naruto? Hiruzen suddenly wore a warm smile, leaving Naruto perplexed. Are you so quick to change your demeanor? Are you a master of disguise? Well, Lord Hokage, are you planning to celebrate my birthday with me? Hiruzen's smile grew even more benevolent as he replied, I shall prepare a surprise for you, Naruto. Having previously recounted tales of the fourth Hokage. This time, he would reveal the connection between the fourth and Naruto, a secret long kept hidden. Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await Lord Hokage's surprise. Naruto beamed back at him. As Naruto entered the classroom. An abrupt silence engulfed the space, akin to transitioning from a bustling market to a somber morgue, though the body still emitted faint breaths. Ichiraku, too, was taken aback. He had anticipated Naruto would take a break from school or switch classes, not remain in their class. Suddenly, he felt foreboding about his teaching career. Despite the oppressive silence, Naruto was not one to dwell on the atmosphere. He strode confidently to the podium, standing beside Ichiraku. Hey, everyone. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I believe you all know me, and I'm thrilled to meet you. His sunny demeanor mirrored that of the second Hokage, and the confidence etched on his face added to his charm. Aside from those who had just witnessed the tragic scene involving Higashiya, others found it challenging to associate Uzumaki Naruto with the rumored demon fox. Some of the more appearance-conscious students had even begun to harbor a nascent fondness for him, regardless of gender. Most individuals are naturally drawn to things that are both beautiful and radiant. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto squinted his eyes as he surveyed the students below, recognizing several familiar faces, including the trio Inoshikacho, a boy attending class with his puppy, a girl with cherry pink hair, and a timid girl with white eyes who bravely smiled up at him. Hinata had indeed changed somewhat. As he continued to observe, Naruto suddenly felt a searing gaze upon him. Following its direction, he was taken aback. Was that Sasuke? However, why did Sasuke's expression seem so off? Could it be that his Indra chakra was causing a brotherly obsession to flare up? That certainly did not align with his character. Ahem, Naruto, if you've finished your self-introduction, please take a seat. Ichiraku's cough snapped Naruto back to reality. Right. Naruto made his way to his previous seat, as it was unlikely anyone would occupy it. Among the Konoha 12, everyone was present except Neji, Lee, and Tenten. It feels like someone is missing. In the 55th year of Konoha, a year had passed since Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, the third training ground. Clap, clap, clap. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed incessantly as two figures intertwined, exchanging blows. Despite being breathless, Hinata had unleashed a relentless series of 16 strikes against Naruto's defenses. Her movements flowed effortlessly, unwavering despite her exhaustion. Meanwhile, Sasuke, seated nearby, wore a sullen expression, his disdain evident as he silently scowled at the ongoing sparring. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, Why does Naruto always play around with that girl for so long? Sasuke, Hinata actually defeated you last time. If you're bored, we can practice together. Neji, observing Sasuke's displeasure, found amusement in the situation, sensing that Sasuke harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Naruto. Over the past year, Neji had undergone considerable transformation. Previously, he harbored resentment towards Hinata for having no talent, yet being elevated above all branch family members due to her birthright, resenting the obligation to protect her when she could not even perform a gentle fist technique. However, after witnessing Hinata's determination, effort, and rapid progress akin to a rocket launch, he found it difficult to maintain his animosity, leaving him in a state of confusion, though his resentment towards the main family remained strong. His hostility towards Hinata had significantly diminished. Yet, the primary catalyst for this change was Naruto. Neji, do you believe in fate? Naruto inquired, an old curiosity rekindled as he regarded the talented branch member. Do you have something to say? Neji's gaze remained wary as he regarded the blonde boy who stood half a head taller than him, closely associated with his esteemed cousin. The child of a Hokage may not necessarily become a Hokage, but the child of a scapegoat is destined to become one. Having been caged for too long, does one forget how to soar? Are you like that? Neji, you bastard. Are you seeking death? Neji's forehead began to throb with veins. For the image of a caged bird was what he loathed most. Ignoring Neji, Naruto instead surveyed the bustling streets around them. Look at the peace your father sacrificed his life for. Isn't it beautiful? You bastard, Neji lunged forward, his chakra enveloping his hand as he aimed for Naruto's shoulder. Yet, before his palm could make contact, Naruto retaliated with a fist that struck Neji's face with blinding speed, sending him sprawling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. After he stopped, he clutched his swollen cheek, staring blankly at Naruto, who had never been struck like this before. Do those who believe in fate also yearn for a sudden favor from destiny? The caged bird, yearning to soar once more, should seek me out. Although Naruto had expressed such sentiments, Neji had yet to glimpse any opportunity for liberation. However, after training alongside a few individuals, he indeed found that his prowess improved more swiftly than when he practiced alone. Engaging with you holds no allure. Only Naruto stands as my true rival. As Neji reminisced about the past, he heard Sasuke's cold voice, prompting him to involuntarily twitch his lips. This guy, who had never once bested him, spoke with such bravado. Sasuke, though not one to shy away from defeat, felt particularly stifled each time he sparred with Neji. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was utterly vexing. Each close encounter left him feeling sore for quite some time. And once they created distance, he could only rely on his fireball jutsu, which had never once found its mark. Thus, he concluded that training with Naruto was far more comfortable. Well then, take your time waiting. Neji scoffed before falling silent, observing the movements of Naruto and Hinata. Their brief exchange was clear to Naruto, who, despite practicing with Hinata, found it quite simple to multitask. He noticed that Sasuke seemed to have strayed a bit off course, perhaps due to Naruto's efforts over the past year to enhance his favor. From the outset, Sasuke had harbored an intense battle spirit towards him. Even he could not comprehend how it had come to be, leading to a bewildering bout in which he had inadvertently struck Sasuke. Since then, Naruto had settled into a routine of eating, training, and beating up Sasuke, and curiously, Sasuke's fondness for him appeared to grow. Yet, this was not a disadvantage for Naruto. During this time, he had stealthily absorbed Sasuke's chakra. However, he could not fathom why Sasuke's Sharingan seemed only marginally stronger, with no other discernible changes. Naruto attributed this to Sasuke still being too weak. With the purity of Indra's chakra being insufficient, he resolved to test this further once Sasuke awakened his Sharingan. Should that fail, he would reveal his true identity, delivering a blow to Sasuke's abdomen before reciting, Sasuke, longing is the most distant distance from understanding, and then defecting on the spot. He wondered if Sasuke would then awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and exclaim, no matter who the opponent is, it matters not. If my arm is broken, I shall kick him to death. If my leg is broken, I shall bite him to death. If my neck is snapped, I shall glare him to death. If my eyes are gone, I shall curse him to death. Even if I am torn to pieces, I shall do this. I must bring Naruto back. How amusing that sounds. Just as Naruto was stifling a laugh, he suddenly sensed a diminishing force in Hinata's palm. Upon closer inspection, he realized Hinata was utterly exhausted, each breath heavy, sweat cascading down her cheeks like a stream, her movement sluggish as if mired in mud. As another palm strike came his way. Naruto deftly stepped back, refraining from taking it head-on, and moved in to catch her after she stumbled from the unexpected shift. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, startled by a sudden embrace, her cheeks instantly flushing as she struggled to regain her balance. Yet Naruto simply lifted her, striding toward the two onlookers. All right, Hinata, you're far too tired. I'll take you over to rest, Naruto-kun. I can walk on my own, she protested, though her shyness resurfaced at being suddenly embraced by the one she held dear. Naruto remained silent, channeling the purified chakra of the Nine Tails into her. Meanwhile, Sasuke, watching Naruto approach, stood up with a look of excitement, eager to engage. In response, Naruto seized the opportunity to deliver another thrashing to Sasuke. Beneath the setting sun, the clouds blazed like flames painting the sky as the four comrades made their way home, their shadows stretching long behind them. Sasuke was the first to depart, for the Uchiha clan's territory welcomed no outsiders. Following a declaration of victory, he swiftly dashed away. A while later, they arrived at the Hyuga estate. Naruto-kun, I'll head back now, Hinata said, reluctantly bidding farewell before walking toward a figure waiting at the gate. A small head peeking from behind, gazing at Hinata with surprise, while it bared its teeth at Naruto, eliciting a chuckle from him. I should be on my way as well, Neji smiled, making his way toward the Hyuga household. Feeling a twinge of regret, still no answers in sight. Wait, Neji, Naruto's voice suddenly called out. When Neji turned, he found himself enveloped in a world of black and white. This was Naruto's Jinjutsu, and Neji quickly grasped the situation. Are you ready to prepare for another flight, Caged Bird? Neji widened his eyes as a gentle breeze brushed past him, instinctively closing them. When he opened them again, Naruto had vanished, the illusion lifted. Neji, would you like to join us for dinner tonight? The figure of Hinata's mother, Hyuga Keiko, appeared at the entrance. After a moment's hesitation, Neji approached her. Perhaps next time, he might not return. Inside the Hyuga clan's leader's residence, the atmosphere during dinner was markedly different from usual, less somber. More jovial. Neji, eat more of this. It's good for your health. And this one too. It's beneficial for your eyesight. This as well. It aids in recovering from injuries. Lady, that's quite enough. You must call me aunt. At the dining table, Keiko was in high spirits, relentlessly serving Neji, neglecting her own daughters. Keiko and Neji's mother were sisters, yet Keiko, being the fiancée of the Hizashi, had escaped the curse of the caged bird, creating a sorrowful rift between them. The customs of the Hyuga clan had transformed once close siblings into adversaries. In the past, when Hizashi was alive, he would often bring Neji over for a visit, sharing meals together. Ever since Hizashi's death, Neji had not returned, so Keiko was delighted by his presence today. Hinata and Hanabi, the two young girls, had no objections. Hinata felt a sense of relief, as they would not scrutinize her eating habits. Hanabi, however, stealthily crept over to Hinata, climbing onto her lap and resting her head against the soft cushion behind. Hinata gasped, her expression turning stern as she regarded her younger sister. Hanabi, what are you doing here while I'm still eating? Hanabi looked up with a pout, her cherubic face brimming with innocence, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, you go off to play with that blonde boy every day and never have time for me. Hinata quickly realized, setting down her utensils and turning Hanabi around to face her. Sister isn't playing. She is training with Naruto-kun, and Neji and I also joined. I want to train with you too, Hanabi declared stubbornly. That is not possible. Why not? Hanabi was still too young. She would need to wait another year. So I can train with you next year. Yes, next year for sure. If you don't believe me, you can ask Neji-nii. As Hinata tried to reassure Hanabi. She inadvertently mentioned Neji's name. Hanabi's big, sparkling eyes turned toward Neji, filled with expectation. Neji was taken aback, glancing at those pure and innocent eyes. A sudden pang of pain striking his heart. He remembered Naruto's words before leaving today. He understood Naruto's intent and what he planned to do. Free from the fetters of the caged bird, he could not remain in Konoha any longer. They would soon leave. He had indeed questioned Naruto's words, suspecting that the latter was merely toying with him. However, after all these years, only Naruto has shown him the possibility of soaring once more. Despite the frailty of the other's promises, he chose to believe. Those who merely wait for salvation are not worthy of being saved. Thus he took the initiative to rush towards the sky. Yet, for reasons unknown, even as he moved towards freedom, eager to break free from the constraints of a caged bird, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Perhaps this is what Naruto meant when he said that after remaining in a cage for too long, one forgets how to fly. Neji suddenly resolved within his heart, gazing into those expectant eyes. a smile breaking through his typically indifferent demeanor as he nodded gently. Yes, in another year, Hanabi will be able to train alongside us. Hooray! I shall make sure to give that blonde brat a good thrashing. Hanabi, you must call Naruto big brother. No, just blonde brat. Outside the door, Hayashi Hyuga could hear the sound of his daughter's laughter from afar. He stood outside for a while, allowing the wind to calm his emotions. Now, not only had significant events transpired in Konoha, but calamity had also befallen the Hyuga clan. Hinata had suddenly reappeared in the clan's territory after being missing for several months. Most crucially, the caged bird seal on the main family had failed. If this information were to leak, it would spell disaster for the Hyuga clan. When Naruto returned home, he found Minato, Namikaze, and Hinata waiting for him. Minato was able to leave Naruto's sealing space, albeit only in the form of a shadow clone, and it required the power of the Nine-Tails Chakra. Otherwise, with just this fragment of Chakra, he would likely vanish after a single misstep. Initially, Naruto was unsure how to address the issue of the caged bird seal. After all, this was a secret technique that had sustained the Hyuga clan for centuries, and resolving it would not be a simple task. After exhausting all possibilities without coming up with a solution, Naruto decided to take an alternative route. Since he could not resolve the caged bird seal, he would instead attempt to sever its connection to the outside world, preventing outsiders from using the seal to influence the individual. To achieve this effect, sealing techniques would be the most suitable choice. Fortunately, someone well-versed in sealing techniques was at Naruto's side. For nearly half a year, Minato had been researching the caged bird seal within the sealing space, with the subject of study naturally being Hinata. Though directly binding someone for research felt somewhat unethical, it was a necessary sacrifice, and Naruto's moral boundaries were quite flexible. After months of sleepless research, with Minato occasionally replenishing his chakra with the Nine-Tails energy, he finally devised a sealing technique capable of sealing the caged bird. However, this method did not completely resolve the issue. The caged bird still existed, along with its various negative effects, such as the immediate destruction of the Byakugan upon the individual's death, and forced extraction would also result in annihilation, while still maintaining that peculiar angle.as for how to rectify these drawbacks. It seemed he would have to wait until he reached the moon. Perhaps he could acquire the Rinnegan or seek Orochimaru's assistance and further research later on. What is the situation? Naruto inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze directed at the two. The results were even better than anticipated. The main family's attempts to utilize the caged bird technique had proven ineffective. Minato replied truthfully, a sunny smile gracing his face, yet Hinata wore a complex expression. If the results are so favorable, then why do you appear this way? Naruto turned his attention to Hinata. She clasped her hands over her abdomen, bowing respectfully to Naruto, and said, I apologize, Naruto-sama. I am merely finding it a bit challenging to adjust now that the caged bird's constraints have been lifted. Hinata was a traditional branch family ninja of the Hyuga clan. Even though she possessed the strength of an average jonin, she willingly accepted her role as a servant to the main family. Nearly a decade of servitude had destined her to live within a cage. You two should return to the sealing space. Naruto had no desire to meddle further. After all, she was merely a servant. He placed a hand on their shoulders, the dark patterns swirling, and they vanished from sight. He then retrieved the three-eyed mask from the sealing space, putting it on before disappearing from the spot as well. Time rewound to when the four had just parted ways. Sasuke wandered home alone, boredom weighing heavily on him. Along the way, he noticed people casting peculiar glances in his direction, or more accurately, towards the Uchiha. The reputation of the Uchiha had deteriorated further this year, due to the provocations from Konoha's higher-ups. The police force now resembled a powder keg, struggling to suppress their frustrations while being held back by Fugaku Uchiha. This suffocating sensation made their enforcement more violent than ever. Thus, as Sasuke walked through the streets, he felt considerable pressure. Fortunately, owing to the Uchiha's infamous reputation, there were hardly any civilians left near the clan's territory. They had all moved away this year. Sasuke slowly lifted his head, revealing his bruised face. Oh, little Sasuke, are you hurt? A bright, melodious voice chimed in his ears. Sasuke turned to the source of the voice, spotting a girl clad in a purple outer garment and trousers, her long, silky black hair cascading down her back. A tear mole adorned her right eye, and her gentle smile added to her allure. Izumine. Sasuke greeted obediently, recognizing her as one of his brother Itachi's rare friends, and indeed, the only one within the Uchiha clan. Do you want some dango, little Sasuke? Izumi Uchiha offered him a skewer of three-color dango from a paper bag. Thank you. Izumi nodded as Sasuke accepted the dango. A sly expression crossed Izumi's face. since little Sasuke has taken his sister's dango. You must tell me how you got hurt. Given the worsening situation of the Uchiha in Konoha, she was concerned that Sasuke might have been bullied by other children outside. Sasuke's smile faltered for a moment. Only his parents and brother knew about his spar with Naruto, and he hadn't shared it with anyone else. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader and the younger brother of the clan's top prodigy. He had his pride. If outsiders learned that he had been consistently defeated by a peer, he would find it difficult to remain within the Uchiha. No, it's nothing, I just accidentally fell. Sasuke stammered a clumsy lie. But Izumi was not convinced. After all, who could bruise their face so badly from a mere fall? Sasuke, if anyone bullies you outside, you must tell your sister. I have become quite strong, and I can help you. Izumi looked at him earnestly. Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he mumbled, I understand. Seeing that Sasuke was unwilling to share, Izumi felt helpless. This was the way of the Uchiha. Little Sasuke, speaking of which, hasn't your brother been home for quite a while? As Sasuke munched on the dango, his cheeks puffed up, he responded to Izumi's question. However, Izumi's expression darkened as she gazed at the paper bag in her hands. Lost in thought, little Sasuke, you can have all this dango. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Suddenly, Izumi stuffed the paper bag into Sasuke's arms and turned to run away. Looking down at the bag in his hands, Sasuke felt puzzled, glancing back at Izumi's retreating figure, finding her quite strange. He shrugged it off and happily resumed eating the dango. At this point, Sasuke could be considered the darling of the Uchiha clan. Unlike his brother Itachi, who bore hostility toward their kin, with a charmingly delicate appearance and decent talent, he continued on his way, eventually reaching the clan's entrance where more concerned faces awaited him. Little Sasuke, why are you back with so many injuries again? It was a kind-hearted middle-aged couple, Shiaki uncle, Jiao auntie. Sasuke bowed politely and, feeling embarrassed, said, I accidentally fell while training. The couple, touched by the thoughtful Sasuke, took out some snacks and drinks from their grocery store, packing them in a bag to hand to him. Little Sasuke, take these and eat well. Only then will you grow tall. This hand-burning uncle. After a round of evasion and gratitude, Sasuke finally picked up the bag and left with the paper bag in his arms. At last, he arrived at his doorstep, burdened with items in both hands, making it somewhat inconvenient for him to open the door. He intended to call for his mother's assistance, but was suddenly met with a cacophony of voices from within. Itachi, where on earth have you been these past few days? I was on a mission for the Umbu. You fool, have you forgotten that it is our clan that raised you? Are you even still a part of the Uchiha? The Uchiha are also a part of the village. Konoha simply does not. Enough. Sasuke immediately recognized the voices from inside. Aside from his brother and father, the other two were Uchiha Taiko and Uchiha Inaho, who frequently visited his home. They were said to be formidable ninjas in the security department. Yet he could not fathom why they often quarreled with his brother. As Sasuke pondered outside the door, Taiko and Inaho emerged. Captain, we shall take our leave for now. Please do not forget about Elder Shana. Taiko's face still bore signs of anger, but he refrained from expressing it further out of respect for the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku simply nodded lightly, and then suddenly caught sight of his youngest son outside the door. Upon seeing Sasuke's appearance, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Taiko and Inaho also noticed, following his gaze, their expressions shifting. Sasuke, has someone been bullying you in the village? Inaho, known for his short temper, immediately flared up upon seeing the bruises on Sasuke's face. Tell me, I'll go catch them all. Sasuke quickly shook his head, explaining that the injuries were merely from a fall during training. Inaho appeared skeptical, wanting to inquire further, but was pulled away by Taiko. Watching the two depart, Sasuke let out a quiet sigh. Though these two uncles were not bad, they were far too intimidating, always wearing stern expressions, much like his father. Come inside, noticing the bruises on his son's face. Fugaku was well aware of the underlying circumstances and chose not to say much. Sasuke dashed into the house and immediately spotted his brother, Uchiha Itachi. He promptly set down his belongings and ran towards Itachi. Brother, Itachi, whose previously gloomy face lit up with a rare smile upon seeing his younger brother, had returned home merely to check on Sasuke, not expecting to encounter those two. Sasuke, Itachi embraced him, and upon noticing the injuries on Sasuke's face, his eyes involuntarily glimmered with a hint of crimson, but it was fleeting. Sasuke, did you lose to Naruto again? Sasuke's expression was somewhat downcast, but it quickly brightened again. Brother, are you able to train with me tomorrow? That way I can become stronger and defeat him. Well, Itachi hesitated, and after a moment of indecision, shook his head. He reached out to gently tap Sasuke's forehead, saying, I'm sorry, Sasuke, perhaps next time. I in the dead of night. The moon bore a tinge of crimson. Within the confines of the Nanda shrine, a sinister yet fervent atmosphere prevailed. In the dim and somewhat damp surroundings, several torches emitted a booming sound within the silent chamber, illuminating a fraction of the darkness. Uchiha Itachi found this sensation unsettling, particularly the oppressive aura emanating from Fugaku, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his gaze to the ancient stone tablet before him. Rumored to have been passed down for hundreds of years, inscribed with content allegedly penned by the Sage of Six Paths himself, Daiti chronicled the history of the Uchiha clan, the conditions for the evolution of the Sharingan, and many undisclosed secrets, the contents of which could only be gradually deciphered alongside the evolution of the Sharingan. Only those within the clan who possessed the Sharingan could read this tablet. Yet even then, they could comprehend only a portion of it. With your Mangekyō Sharingan, you should be able to understand more. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes widened slightly. He had not anticipated that his father had already discerned his Mangekyō Sharingan, which had awakened after feeling despair towards the Uchiha. However, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Do you wish for me to reveal its contents? That is unnecessary." Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned around, revealing his intricately designed Mangekyō Sharingan. "Mangekyō? You too possess it?" Itachi was taken aback, realizing the danger a Mangekyō Sharingan bearer posed to the village. It was during the Third Shinobi World War that his friend sacrificed his life to save him, enabling the awakening of the Mangekyō through blood and tears. Yet, the Uchiha were currently ensconced in a grievously misguided environment. Fugaku turned his gaze back to the stone tablet, recounting the circumstances that led to his own awakening of the Mangekyō. But that does not justify an attempt to overthrow the village by force. The higher-ups fear us, which is why they persecute us. Fugaku clenched his fists, interrupting Itachi. They fear the power of the Sharingan. If they fear us, then we must assume control. Father, do you intend to become Hokage through force? Because it is the wish of our clan. I cannot thwart everyone's desires, however, to avoid resorting to violence. I have concealed the truth of my Mangekyō Sharingan. Why? Itachi inquired, perplexed. If his father intended a coup, why conceal the existence of the Mangekyō? The Mangekyō Sharingan can control the Nine Tails if the clan were to learn of its existence. They might commit unspeakable acts. You can witness it for yourself. Uchiha Fugaku turned back, his Mangekyō pattern swirling, drawing Itachi into the future he envisioned. Fugaku controlling the Nine Tails, inciting chaos once more in Konoha. This time, no one would stand to intervene. Itachi awoke from the illusion, kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide, sweat dripping from his brow, panting heavily. What could this be? Many within the clan harbored resentment towards the village. If pressed too hard, they would undoubtedly act upon it, leading to catastrophic losses on both sides. As Fugaku spoke these words, his tone was somber, but soon rose in fervor. But Itachi, as long as you are here, you can seize control of the higher-ups when they least expect it. Although small-scale conflicts are unavoidable, you, as a member of the Umbu, can render your assistance. Uchiha Fugaku turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Itachi. A bloodless revolution can succeed. Bloodless revolution? Fugaku's words left Itachi feeling somewhat bewildered. He could distinctly sense his father's reluctance towards a coup from his tone. Yet why? Itachi, you are my son. I implore you. Assist our clan. As the scene shifted, Itachi found himself kneeling before the higher-ups of Konoha. Within the Hokage office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Hisashi, do you truly intend to wait any longer? If the day arrives when the Uchiha instigate a coup, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer immense losses. Even other ninja villages will seize the opportunity to wage war against us." Tsunade, unable to remain idle, had never been this proactive in all her years of slacking off. "Trust in Itachi. I see hope in his eyes," Hiruzen replied, unhurried. Tsunade glanced at Danzo, who typically exhibited the most agitation, only to find him hunched over, eyes closed, utterly still. This left not only Tsunade perplexed, but also Mido Menju, who was equally bewildered. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Danzo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the quietly smoking Hiruzen, their gazes inadvertently crossing before drifting apart. Each understood the other's intent without uttering a word. Tsunade and Mido exchanged glances, both recognizing the confusion and bewilderment in one another's eyes. It seemed they had both taken something amiss today. Yet, their urgency bore no fruit. Although Konoha had 3 advisors, the Hokage's word was still supreme. If the Hokage chooses to disregard counsel, then no amount of advice from the advisors will bear fruit. Only Shimura Danzo can resort to dubious methods that appear to be executed post facto. This time, however, the two individuals who typically dominate the meetings chose to remain silent, leaving Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate to continue their usual lackadaisical demeanor, since there is nothing further to discuss. I shall take my leave. Observing that the three had no intention of speaking up, Danzo rose, swaying slightly as he made his way towards the exit. Hisashi, since this matter is inconvenient for you, allow me to handle it. The foundation exists precisely for this purpose. Moreover, I find myself in need of a Sharingan. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, while behind him, Sarutobi Hisashi happened to open his eyes. As Itachi departed from the Hokage building, he too was intercepted by a root ninja. Within the confines of the Uchiha Security Department's prison, a dramatically different conversation was taking place. Shan, what could possibly compel you to summon me? Uchiha Fugaku regarded the frail figure of the elder with a furrowed brow. Were it not for the elder's repeated requests for Inazuma and Tetsuhiko to seek him out, he would never have come. Uchiha Shana was a member of the Konoha security forces during the era of the second Hokage. He was a cunning and treacherous individual, inheritor of Uchiha Madara's will, and the very person who had once plunged the Uchiha clan into chaos. He had incited rebellion among the Uchiha, only to be apprehended by the second Hokage's Umbu before he could act, resulting in his imprisonment. Fugaku, have your eyes truly glimpsed the future of the Uchiha? The grating voice echoed in the dark cell, yet within those murky eyes flickered a menacing glint. Such a gaze tightened Fugaku's heart. Though he maintained a stoic expression, what do you imply? I am the clan leader of the Uchiha. Ha! You wish to enlist Itachi's aid in insurrection, yet that fool has long since allied himself with Sarutobi Hisashi. Are you truly unaware? Uchiha Shana, initially cordial, abruptly stood, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. You have placed the hopes of our clan in the hands of a traitor. What are your true intentions? Uchiha Shana's furious shout interrupted Fugaku's response. Fugaku fell silent. A coup would yield no advantages for the Uchiha. Even if successful, the sacrifices would be unimaginable. He merely sought to apply pressure on Konoha to alleviate the Uchiha's oppression. How do you know this? Why? I informed him, of course. The sudden voice from behind left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily stunned, before he swiftly drew a kunai and turned to strike. Yet his attack met only empty air. Fugaku-sama, your temper is quite formidable. The teasing voice came again from behind, and Fugaku turned in bewilderment to see a masked figure standing beside Uchiha Shana. Itsu. Fugaku recognized the figure, or rather the mask, crafted personally by Shimura Danzo. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated this masked individual's connection to the Uchiha. Shana, are you truly intent on dragging the Uchiha into the abyss once more? It is you who seeks to plunge the Uchiha into darkness. Uchiha Itachi, your own son, wields the very blade aimed at the Uchiha, and you are the one who drives that blade. Uchiha Shana stood resolutely against Uchiha Fugaku. Despite his age, in his 60s, he exuded an aura that was no less formidable than Fugaku's. He was indeed the inheritor of Madara's will. Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. Though his Sharingan could discern the future, its foresight was limited. He could not predict the ultimate outcome. It appears that Fugaku-sama has exhausted his fury. Shall we engage in dialogue now? With Fugaku rendered speechless, Naruto, who had been watching the exchange, finally spoke. What do you wish to discuss? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Naruto, uncertain whether the latter had employed a body flicker technique or genjutsu. At the very least, he felt he might be outmatched. I am here to offer the Uchiha a glimmer of hope. After laying the groundwork over the course of 3 chapters, the subsequent chapters would begin to unveil the true gifts, for which gratitude would be abundant. Following a calm and amicable discussion, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately agreed to relinquish all Uchiha ninjutsu scrolls and any wealth that could be carried away in exchange for Naruto's assistance. On the day of the Uchiha massacre, Naruto could spare 20 children of the Uchiha clan. Given the almost extortionate nature of this proposal, Uchiha Fugaku naturally objected, his eyes turning crimson as he gasped for breath. It was only when he beheld the small black sphere in Naruto's hand that he began to contemplate the inevitability of their coup. If they triumphed, they would have everything. If they failed, they would be left with nothing. Wealth and scrolls were merely superficial possessions. Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure. Just moments ago, his eyes had glimpsed a potential future. If the terrifying chakra contained within that black sphere were to be unleashed, a colossal explosion would engulf the entire Uchiha territory. At that juncture, a coup would render them utterly obliterated. It was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying vision. the opportunity to seize everything was within reach. Yet Naruto was willing to extend a hand of assistance. In a secret chamber within the Uchiha territory, Naruto's calm demeanor momentarily flickered with excitement as he surveyed the multitude of scrolls. With such an abundance of ninjutsu, he could also seek out the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Mito clan, and perhaps even the Shimura clan, though the latter hardly seemed promising. Such endeavors would lay the foundation for a shinobi village. The Uchiha clan's years of accumulation lay before him. Uchiha Fugaka spoke with a complex tone. He now felt somewhat akin to a guide. Fugaka-sama, there is no need for you to feel ashamed. Did you not already comprehend that a coup within the Uchiha was doomed to fail? Rather than allowing the higher-ups of Konoha to divide the Uchiha's resources, it would be wiser to entrust them to one who possesses these eyes. Naruto reassured the beleaguered Uchiha Fugaku. As the eyes beneath the mask began to shift, 3 tomo materializing. Sharingan, you too are of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, yet without suspicion. Only an Uchiha could master the Sharingan flawlessly. He then pondered further. Since you are also Uchiha, why? Naruto's 3 tomo Sharingan glimmered ominously, interrupting Fugaku's query. Fugaka-sama, a transaction is a transaction. These items are exchanged for the continuation of the Uchiha flame, which is entirely equitable. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. Is there truly no hope for the Uchiha? Naruto cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Fugaku before striding towards the pile of scrolls. The ink-black characters dancing along his fingers. As clan leader, you cannot control your subordinates. As a father, you have failed to guide your own children. In every aspect, you fall somewhat short. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, having struck a nerve. However, take solace in this. The Uchiha of Konoha may be no more, yet the 20 individuals you select will establish a new Uchiha in a completely new realm. Only then did Uchiha Fugaku loosen his grip, a glimmer of relief washing over him. Perhaps your vision extends further than mine or Itachi's. Very well. Then, farewell. In an instant, the masked figure vanished, leaving Uchiha Fugaku to realize that the entire room of scrolls had also disappeared. Space-time ninjutsu, or perhaps sealing techniques. Uchiha Fugaku did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way back to the prison. Elder Shana, are you prepared to emerge? Although Uchiha Shana is aged, he still possesses a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan and boasts extensive ninja experience, maintaining the strength of a Genin, making him a formidable force. However, Uchiha Shana shook his head, gazing at the scroll in his hand, and said that masked men claim that only 2 individuals attacked the Uchiha. One is your son, and the other, also an Uchiha, aims to target the security department. What? Uchiha Fugaku found it hard to comprehend that there were so many traitors within their clan. Could one person truly aim to dismantle the security department? Uchiha Shana's hand, which gripped the scroll, tensed with visible veins, and he spoke in a somber tone. That fellow calls himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. By now, he must be over 100 years old. This? Uchiha Fugaku's voice wavered, as the first Hokage had passed away long ago, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had been Hokage for decades. Humph, a mere charlatan dares to tarnish Lord Madara's name. Uchiha Shana scoffed, his expression darkening. Though these eyes could not foresee the Uchiha's future, they could still assist in eliminating certain threats. At the root base of Konoha, the atmosphere was cold and silent, devoid of any vitality, which instinctively made Uchiha Itachi feel somewhat uneasy. After wandering around the base for a while, Uchiha Itachi finally encountered its master, Shimura Danzo. Leaning against the back of a chair, his frail body appeared even weaker with one arm missing, yet Danzo's gaze was unusually bright. Danzo, why did you summon me? Uchiha Itachi asked, his expression dark as he regarded the old man, whom he felt he could easily overpower with one hand. While he respected the third Hokage, he had no intention of showing any courtesy to Danzo. Fully aware that the disappearance of Shursui was undoubtedly linked to him, the corners of Danzo's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he mockingly said, Uchiha Itachi, I am quite curious. During the Uchiha coup, what will you do? Will you assist Konoha in exterminating all the Uchiha? Exterminate all the Uchiha. A jolt ran through Uchiha Itachi's heart, and he frowned as he replied, not all within the Uchiha clan will participate in the coup. But the Uchiha are staging a coup. They are rebelling. Danzo's voice rose slightly. Rebellion breeds conflict, bloodshed, and new animosities. Can you guarantee that the surviving Uchiha will not harbor resentment towards the village? Will the families of Konoha ninjas who perished at the hands of the Uchiha not resent them? This? Uchiha Itachi had not considered this aspect, and his expression darkened further. He initially believed that eliminating those involved in the coup would suffice. However, it appeared that for the stability of the village, it was imperative, but such a notion. After all, not all Uchiha are ninjas. Many are elderly, women, and children civilians. Yet, as long as a single Uchiha member remains alive, the hatred for the clan would pose a significant risk to Konoha. While Uchiha Itachi continued to grapple with his thoughts, Danzo revealed a conspiratorial smile. Itachi, this is a necessary sacrifice for the peace of Konoha. However, your brother Uchiha Sasuke can live. Sasuke can live. A sudden surge of joy welled up within Uchiha Itachi. Humans are inherently selfish. The thought that his closest kin could survive when he believed all would perish brought him considerable solace. Indeed, but this way, the village will not bear the Uchiha clan's hatred. Danzo was guiding Uchiha Itachi with subtle persuasion, and Itachi understood the implications of Danzo's words that if the burden of this hatred fell upon someone else, the Uchiha clan would be annihilated during the coup, and Konoha would face grave danger. However, if someone else bore this hatred, Konoha would incur no loss, and Sasuke could survive. Between the two choices, the gravity of the decision had already crystallized in Uchiha Itachi's mind. I shall bear this hatred. Naruto, what ninjutsu are you researching now? Perhaps I can assist you. Observing Naruto, who was seated amidst a plethora of scrolls, engrossed in examining one, Minato couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. He yearned to forge a closer bond with Naruto. It's a technique similar to sealing, but you probably won't be of much help. Naruto replied casually, unbothered by Minato's proximity. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to it, and Minato had indeed aided him significantly. He would not oppose Naruto's endeavors, merely offering gentle advice. If that failed, he would refrain from interference. Is that so? Minato leaned in closer, intrigued, as he believed his talent in sealing techniques was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seal the cage bird. That's the reanimation sealing technique, exclusive to the Uchiha, a unique ocular technique of the Sharingan. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Shursui, who had been isolated in the sealing space, finally spoke. Both men's gazes widened in surprise. Shursui had been observing the Uchiha's plight through Naruto's perspective, increasingly withdrawn in his anguish, having not spoken for perhaps 1 or 2 months, almost forgotten. Meanwhile, Yakushi Nono had already been released by Naruto to assist with various matters. A flying thunder god mark had been placed on her, ensuring her protection while preventing any impulsive actions. If you wish to learn this, I can assist you. It will save you considerable time. Uchiha Shursui approached the two, his gaze complex as he regarded Naruto. Despite being confined by Naruto, he recognized that without Naruto's intervention, he likely would not have survived the crushing blow he had endured. Offering unsolicited favors, Naruto regarded Uchiha Shursui with interest and inquired, "What do you want?" Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you can assist the Uchiha further." After a moment of silence, as Uchiha Shursui grew impatient, Naruto finally spoke. "I cannot save so many. The Uchiha civilians hold no value for me." Uchiha Shursui's expression soured, yet Naruto's subsequent words rekindled a glimmer of hope. "However, I can offer you an opportunity. When the time comes, you may save as many as you can bring to the Flying Thunder God array." "Really? Is that true?" Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Naruto then produced a scroll, stating, "This scroll contains a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. You can replace your own with it. An ordinary pair of 3-tomo Sharingan posed no threat to Naruto now. Thank you. For several consecutive days, Naruto immersed himself in researching the reanimation sealing technique, even canceling training sessions with Sasuke, Hinata, and Neji. This left both Sasuke and Hinata feeling quite dejected, while Neji speculated that Naruto was preparing for something significant. Training in the reanimation sealing technique was not particularly challenging. However, Naruto had other matters requiring his attention. That night, the world was silent, and the bright moon hung high. Naruto stood atop a rooftop, eyes closed in quiet anticipation. The night breeze rustled his clothing, bringing a refreshing chilled. It was a splendid night. The surroundings were tranquil, with people lost in sweet slumber. The last light in the orderly cluster of buildings extinguished. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The dwellings before him belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who remained in the Hokage building, and a few ninjas on missions, the Sarutobi clan was primarily present here. "What a shame. Such exceptional talents. Naruto, do you truly intend to proceed with this?" Minato inquired, sounding somewhat nagging, primarily due to the harm Naruto's plans could inflict. The fourth Hokage, The Sarutobi clan has drained enough blood from this sinking ship known as Konoha. It is time to pay the price. In a flash, Naruto vanished, reminiscent of the yellow flash, disappearing from sight. The Sarutobi clan's territory was protected by a barrier, and outsiders would inevitably be detected upon entry. However, Naruto's Flying Thunder God combined with the reversal of life technique is nothing short of divine skill. He can mark the Flying Thunder God seal from a distance, allowing him to teleport as long as he is within the perceptive range of the Sharingan. As Naruto flickered about the territory of the Sarutobi clan, he quickly discovered the residence that housed the clan's most valuable possessions, perched atop the roof. He scanned his surroundings and noted that only 3 Sarutobi Jonin were guarding the premises. It appears Sarutobi Hisashi is quite at ease, entrusting such a small contingent with the task of protection. This is largely due to Naruto's unique abilities. For anyone else, merely breaching the outer sensing barrier would pose a significant challenge, as any unfamiliar chakra passing through it would be detected. Moreover, there exists an additional defensive barrier. Seeing that Naruto was unmoved by his counsel, Minato decided to refrain from further persuasion. That's so. The Sarutobi clan truly is formidable. Establishing a barrier over such an extensive territory must not have been a simple task. They likely had to mobilize resources from the barrier division. Listening to Naruto's sardonic inner musings, Minato felt a sense of exasperation. Very well, time to get to work. Naruto leaped from the rooftop, the sound of his descent immediately capturing the attention of the 3 Sarutobi Jonin. Who goes there? Good evening, gentlemen. The moonlight is simply exquisite tonight. Emerging from the shadows, Naruto greeted the 3 with a cheerful smile. However, upon recognizing Naruto's visage, their expression shifted dramatically. It's the masked man. Sound the alarm. All 3 ninjas instinctively reached for their equipment pouches, intent on retrieving signal flares to illuminate the situation. How utterly tiresome. With a sigh, Naruto's eyes transformed, revealing crimson vertical pupils, rendering the 3 ninjas motionless. Now, I am free to do as I please. A small black sphere gradually materialized in Naruto's hand. A manifestation of the great spiraling wheel he crafted using his ocular technique. Since it required a gradual fusion of both yin and yang chakra from the external environment, the process was relatively slow. The rewriting seal could only bind the caster's ocular technique within another's eyes, after which the detonation conditions could be set. Thus, Naruto created this great spiraling wheel and sealed it within one of the ninja's eyes, subsequently crafting 2 more and sealing them within the other 2. As for the detonation conditions, Naruto glanced at the equipment pouches of the 3 ninjas and conceived an idea. Let it be triggered upon sighting a distress signal. He eagerly anticipated the scene of Sarutobi Hisashi witnessing the Uchiha's distress signal, followed by the explosive chaos among the Sarutobi clan. You 3, do you know how to activate this barrier? Naruto inquired directly. At the main gate, a small door could be opened within the barrier. Then open it for me. We cannot perform the activation technique. So troublesome. Who knows how? Only the elders and the Hokage are privy to that. Where are the elders? At that moment, Uchiha Itachi wandered alone through the forest of death, the dappled shadows of the trees distorting his icy expression. Uchiha Itachi, are you waiting for me? Amidst the swaying shadows, a figure clad in a black cloak appeared before Itachi. The individual wore a yellow mask adorned with black patterns, revealing only one eye. Upon seeing this figure, Itachi instinctively clenched his fists, a chilling gaze betraying his murderous intent. Years ago, it was this man who killed his comrades, awakening his Sharingan. Are you not waiting for me? Uchiha Obito scoffed. If not, I shall take my leave. Damn it. Itachi suppressed the hatred boiling within him and spoke deliberately. I require your assistance. You should know my terms that I will join your organization. Itachi's tone was starkly indifferent. Aligning with this organization could also allow him to gather intelligence for Konoha. Leave the Uchiha security to me. Obito replied with a detached demeanor. You know what I intend to do. Itachi responded, somewhat taken aback. Heh. Obito chuckled in a low tone, striving to project an air of authority. This is the inevitable fate of the Uchiha. When the Uchiha clan betrayed me, I foresaw this. The weak do not deserve to stand alongside me. Itachi's brow furrowed tightly. When this man had once claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he had not believed it for a moment. How could the illustrious Uchiha Madara choose to live beneath a mask? Yet now, it seemed that despite his doubts about Obito's true identity, he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Can you deal with the security division? Itachi still held some skepticism. A mere security division, Obito replied flatly, but inwardly, he was brimming with arrogance. confident in his Kamui ability. For those unaware, aside from the initial encounter with Minato, he could achieve absolute surprise kills. In that case, 3 days from now, after the Uchiha clan meeting concludes, we will ACT.AT that time, you shall deal with the Uchiha Security Division. After stating this with an impassive expression, Itachi observed the corners of Obito's mouth curl upward beneath the mask. No problem. Just hope you do not disappoint me. 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, yet under such circumstances, time felt interminable. Itachi, the clan meeting is about to commence. Where are you headed? Uchiha Fugaku regarded his son with a serious expression. Though he could already glimpse the future, he could not help but voice his concerns. I have a mission with the Umbu. Itachi's expression remained resolute, cold, and unyielding. Itachi, what are your thoughts on our clan? Fugaku persisted in his final plea. Itachi offered nothing but his back, a shadow obscuring his eyes. Itachi, how far can your eyes truly see? Fugaku, why hasn't Sasuke returned yet? His wife's voice suddenly pierced the silence, bringing him back to reality. He is likely so engrossed in training that he lost track of time. At the Konoha root base, Itachi stood before Shimura Danzo, his head bowed, his face obscured by the shadow of his hair, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Today, the Umbu, which had been monitoring the Uchiha territory, had completely withdrawn from their posts, retreating to a considerable distance. Although they could not perceive the happenings within the clan grounds, they could easily detect anyone entering or exiting, as if constructing a stage. Itachi, it seems you are not yet prepared. Danzo, hunched over, gazed out the window at the sun sinking behind the mountains, waiting with anticipation. Itachi inhaled deeply, and when he spoke, his voice was imbued with an unprecedented conviction. Rest assured, after tonight, the Uchiha clan will no longer exist. This night, he would join Uchiha Madara in the slaughter of the entire Uchiha populace, bearing the burden of their massacre, the weight of their hatred. And defecting from Konoha, Konoha would be rid of the Uchiha clan, leaving only the burdened Uchiha Sasuke with the vengeance of his obliterated kin. That is for the best. Danzo glanced down at the list in his hand, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. It contained detailed information on all Uchiha ninjas. After tonight, the unfulfilled aspirations of his teacher, Tobirama, would finally be realized by him. Shimura Danzo. Itachi lifted his gaze, meeting Danzo's with a chilling stare. I trust you will not forget our agreement. Fear not. After tonight, he will be the only Uchiha within Konoha. You need not worry about him. I hope so. Father, what must we do? In the Hokage's office, 2 Umbu figures knelt before Sarutobi Hisashi. These 2 were none other than Sarutobi Hisashi's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, and his son's wife, who also served as the vice head of Konoha's Umbu, the parents of Konomaru. You need not interfere too much. Simply patrol outside. Should someone emerge, take them to the root. This evening, Shimura Danzo has already reported everything in detail to him. There is no need for him to step into the limelight. His role is merely one of assurance. If Uchiha Itachi has not dealt with all the Uchiha clan, Danzo's root will take the lead, with his Umbu serving as the last line of defense. If all goes well, he will only need to make a final appearance to confront Uchiha Itachi and ascertain his status as a rogue ninja. Yes, my lord. The 2 replied in unison before rising to leave the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to silently puff on his old pipe, plagued by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. For tonight, he too would become a solitary figure. On Hokage Rock, Naruto sat cross-legged, observing a shadow clad in darkness desperately racing toward the Uchiha district. As he beheld the emerging full moon, Naruto gradually stood, extending his arms as if to embrace the entirety of Konoha. Allow me to unleash this tempest. This night, Konoha would lose not merely one Uchiha. As night descended, the radiant moon ascended into the sky. The Uchiha clan meeting had concluded, and all clan members had departed from the South Shrine, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku standing for a moment longer. He glanced back at the secret room behind him before slowly making his exit. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha district, a figure draped in moonlight perched atop a tall telephone pole, the lines on their face resembling tears, and their crimson 3-tomo Sharingan silently observing the Uchiha's affairs. Forgive me. I must first apologize to everyone. I had originally planned to conclude this arc before chapter 55. However, it seems there will be a few more chapters, estimated at 6 or 7 more. To ensure it does not disrupt your reading experience, I will release them all tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. What a splendid performance this is. Uchiha Obito materialized in the position where Uchiha Itachi had been crouching. He crossed his arms, quietly watching Itachi's actions. In merely a short span, Itachi's face and body were splattered with blood. Droplets cascaded down his cheeks, rendering his crimson Sharingan even more sinister. knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Itachi, drenched in blood, exited a courtyard and rapped on the adjacent door. Is it Koyuki returning? A voice filled with surprise emanated from the other side. The door swung open, revealing a kindly face, but the elder's joyous expression faltered upon seeing Itachi, only to give way to alarm as they noticed the bloodied state of his figure. Itachi, what has happened to you? Are you injured? Come inside. We have medicine for your wounds. The elder stepped aside to allow Itachi entry, turning to summon her husband for the medicine. Yet, scarcely had she turned when a long sword pierced through her chest. The elder gazed in bewilderment at the short length of the blade protruding from her chest, stained with blood and glinting ominously in the moonlight. She attempted to cry out a warning to her husband, but blood surged from her throat, silencing her voice. As she fell, she struggled to glance back at her assailant, only to be met with the emotionless Sharingan shadowed in darkness. At least, Koyuki has not yet returned. Old woman. A startled cry erupted as an elderly man emerged from the house, staring blankly at the sight of his wife collapsing helplessly. Just as he opened his mouth to call for help, Uchiha Itachi ensnared him in a genjutsu, rendering him immobile before swiftly severing his head. Where has the child gone? Uchiha Itachi stood perplexed in the courtyard after rummaging through the room for quite some time. He was well aware that the elderly couple had a granddaughter. This was the second occurrence. Uchiha Itachi produced a list from his ninja tool pouch and crossed off the names of the two elders. Yet Koyuki's name remained. The crossed-out names shared a similar fate. Something feels amiss. Uchiha Itachi contemplated the list for a moment before ultimately stowing it away, preparing to visit the next house. However, at the doorstep, he encountered a figure he wished to avoid. Father. In the secret chamber of the South Shrine, 19 youthful figures, some barely old enough to speak, gathered. The eldest was no more than 5, while the youngest was merely 3. Many of the children were huddled together, whispering or engaging in various ninja games. At this age, children could find joy anywhere. Amidst the children stood a gentle-looking mature woman, one of the reasons for their carefree play. Aunt Mikoto, when can we go home? A discontented 4-year-old Uchiha Cookie leaned against Uchiha Mikoto, her voice tinged with grievance. Mikoto, who had been momentarily lost in thought, regained her composure, her smile warm as she looked at the little girl in her arms. Don't worry, Koyuki. We will be leaving soon. Just then, the door to the secret chamber swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Uchiha Mikoto rose, holding Koyuki, her expression tinged with sorrow. Itadaki, you've come. Uchiha Itadaki's face flashed with pain as he replied. You have worked hard, Lady Miko. At least, I do not have to witness that hellish scene. Uchiha Mikoto slowly shook her head, her tone filled with melancholy. Uchiha Itadaki pressed his lips together, recalling the sight of corpses strewn throughout the clan's territory. Leaving him momentarily speechless, Mikoto said nothing further, turning her gaze to the other children, still smiling tenderly. Children, how about we play a game together? At the mention of a game, the previously impatient children lit up with anticipation. Aunt Mikoto, will there be rewards after the game? A bolder little boy raised his hand eagerly. Of course, but the rewards are limited. Only the top-ranking little friends will receive them. Hey, what is the game? The game is to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest. The first one to open their eyes will be out, and the prize is an endless supply of snacks for a year. Upon hearing this, many children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the Uchiha children displayed interest at the prospect of an endless supply of snacks. Will you all play? Uchiha Mikoto reminded them with a smile. Yes, we want to play. I will be first. I am the first. Watching the children in joyful chaos, Uchiha Itadaki felt a sense of relief. At least the hope of the Uchiha clan remained. Since we are playing, let us begin. I will count to 3. Everyone must close their eyes. Okay. X 19 3, 2, 1. Once all the children had closed their eyes, Uchiha Itadaki took out a box of incense from his ninja tool pouch and slowly lit it. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itadaki fell silent, quietly waiting for the children to drift into slumber, making it easier for them to execute their subsequent plans. When will he arrive? Uchiha Mikoto inquired after laying all the children on their beds. Uchiha Itadaki pushed open the door, glancing at the moonlight outside, estimating the time it should be. Before he could finish, a shuriken suddenly flew toward them. Uchiha Itadaki's eyes widened in alarm as he drew his own shuriken, bolting out of the secret chamber while shouting, enemies. Upon hearing the commotion, Uchiha Mikoto immediately shifted into a combat stance, her 3-tomo activated. However, when she rushed outside, she was left utterly bewildered. Uchiha Itadaki had been taken down in an instant. And as she turned to look at the one who had struck him down, disbelief washed over her. The 4th Hokage, Obito, Uchiha Itachi has followed Uchiha Fugaku. Do we need to assist? Beneath the streetlight, a carnivorous plan emerged, revealing a half-black, half-white bald head. No need. He will manage on his own. We merely need to fulfill our duties. Uchiha Obito spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. He continued, have you yet to uncover the identity of that masked individual? Obito was inquiring about Naruto Uzumaki. The explosion that transpired in the Konoha forest a year prior could not be concealed from anyone. The entire ninja world was aware of the attack on Konoha, yet others lacked the comprehensive intelligence that Obito possessed. He sought to recruit this individual into the Akatsuki, yet despite the passage of time, he had still failed to ascertain the person's identity. Zetsu shook his head, his tone peculiar as he replied, no, but my clone did discover an intriguing individual. Who? Obito inquired, curiosity piqued. Uchiha Shursui is still alive. Obito expressed surprise. Having vanished without a trace in Konoha for a year, the fact that he was still alive astonished him. Yes, he is currently making his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Both Obito and Zetsu furrowed their brows in unison, an ominous foreboding creeping into their minds. Does he intend to intervene as well? It makes sense. His initial target was the Mangekyō Sharingan. We must hasten our pace. With that, Obito swiftly moved towards the security department. Uchiha Itachi followed Uchiha Fugaku into a grove. Itachi, do you comprehend the actions you are undertaking? Fugaku's cold gaze fixed upon his son, though he had foreseen such a day. Witnessing it unfold before his eyes still invoked a profound sense of sorrow within him. Itachi's expression, however, remained unchanged, retaining the same indifference as ever. He had long since made up his mind. Even when faced with his own father, he was ready to wield his sword. Father, are you aware of what the Uchiha are up to? So you intend to eradicate all the Uchiha clan members? Fugaku's voice was hoarse as he shouted, have you forgotten that you are also an Uchiha? Itachi's expression showed no sign of disturbance as he replied calmly, I have not forgotten. Thus, after tonight, I too shall depart from Konoha. When the Uchiha decided to stage a coup, their destruction became inevitable. Father, the Uchiha's demise is being propelled by your own hands, but I can no longer allow you to draw Konoha into the abyss. What did you say? Fugaku was nearly driven to madness by Itachi's words. For years, he had been striving to ease tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha, and this rebellious son was acting like a beast. Father, this may very well be the last time I address you as such. You are far too powerful. You must remain here. After the battle concludes, I will reveal to you the future my eyes have witnessed. Itachi's eyes transformed into the shape of the Mangekyō, a crimson skeleton appearing around him. Meanwhile, at a distance from their conversation, several masked ninjas had already set up barriers in the shadows, ensuring the villagers within the Uchiha territory remained undisturbed. Obito raced towards the security department, weaving through the trees with agility. Suddenly, Obito emitted a soft grunt as several shuriken flew towards him from the shadows of the trees. Such attacks, hidden in the darkness, are difficult for an ordinary person to counter, yet all the shuriken pierced through his form, embedding themselves into the trunk of a tree behind him. Obito halted, glancing towards the source of the shuriken, where he beheld a pair of three-tomo Sharingan gleaming in the shadows. Such vibrant eyes, Obito praised sincerely, recognizing them as belonging to Uchiha Izumi. Few Uchiha were capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan during their time in the Ninja Academy. In a certain sense, this girl's talent surpassed that of Itachi. What a pity, she is too weak. Obito charged towards Izumi's position, the chains on his wrist clinking melodiously. He aimed to reclaim her eye. Izumi, startled by Obito's sudden movement, found her attack had seemingly struck, yet yielded no effect. Without hesitation, she turned to flee. However, as a freshly graduated Uchiha from the Ninja Academy, even with the three-tomo, she could not hope to outrun Obito, who possessed the Mangekyō. He quickly closed the gap, and under the silvery moonlight, the Sharingan he revealed radiated a chilling intent to kill. That a sudden chill enveloped Izumi, a wave of fear washing over her. Although only the Byakugan could exert pressure, the oppressive aura of the Mangekyō was similarly formidable. Under the Mangekyō, all are but ants. Regret washed over Izumi for her ambush. Her original task, assigned by Elder Shiranui, was to seek out Inazuma at the South-He Shrine, yet she had encountered an intruder en route. Thus, she had attempted a surprise attack, not anticipating the peculiarity of his abilities. This eye is a tremendous waste for you. The chains in Obito's grasp surged towards Izumi, who hastily drew a shuriken to defend herself. Clang, clang. Each clash sent vibrations through her arms, leaving them numb. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Izumi formed hand seals. Her ninjutsu talent was modest, favoring taijutsu, and her ninjutsu repertoire was limited. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A modest fireball surged towards Obito, yet he did not even flinch, the technique passing cleanly through his form. What? Izumi exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend why her ninjutsu had proven ineffective in that fleeting moment. The chains ensnared her body. No. A tremendous force yanked her body towards Obito. He raised his hand, mimicking a heart extraction gesture. The force was sufficient to pierce through Izumi's form. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. 3 shuriken, enveloped in flames, hurtled toward Obito. Alarmed, he entered a phantasmal state, the chains that had bound Izumi dissipating, causing her to plummet from the air. A shadow darted through the sky, catching the falling Izumi. Shursui. The relief of narrowly escaping death was eclipsed by the shock of seeing Uchiha Shursui. He gasped for breath as he set Izumi down, having sprinted all the way from Hokage Rock. Fatigue was inevitable. Shursui, I never expected you, who had long been missing, to reappear. Obito's voice, though surprised, bore a remarkably calm tone. And who might you be? Shursui regarded the masked figure before him with annoyance. Had dangerous individuals taken to wearing masks in this era? I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. The name struck Shursui and Izumi with a momentary pause. What a distant name. This fellow had the audacity to wield such an ancient name for intimidation. Who would truly believe him? Just a coward hiding behind a mask, attempting to frighten others with the name Uchiha Madara. You appear more akin to a clown from a circus. It must be said, spending time with Naruto had sharpened Shursui's wit. Izumi, too, was taken aback. The Shursui of old would never have spoken in such a manner. Shursui's words darkened the expression concealed beneath Obito's mask. It had been long since anyone dared to speak to him in such a way. Boy, do not confuse ignorance with bravery. Have you ever witnessed me at my peak? Suddenly, a scarlet glow emanated from the eye concealed beneath Obito's mask, the 3 tomos spinning, revealing a complex dart pattern within his gaze. Mangekyō Sharingan. Shursui's heart raced. How was it that all these masked figures possessed the Mangekyō? His own eyes shifted, revealing merely the 3 tomos Sharingan. Sharingan. Now it is my turn to be astonished. Did the intelligence report not state that your eyes had been gouged out, replaced with ordinary ones? Cursed be the inadequacy of intelligence gathering. Uchiha Obito remains oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Shursui's eyes are merely ordinary 3 tomos Sharingan. Thus, a cold sweat breaks out on Obito's brow. Despite the strength of his Kamui, the threat posed by the Kodoama Tsukumi is far too perilous to warrant such a risk. Young one, your talents are commendable, and I am willing to extend an opportunity to you. Should you wish to join my organization, seek me out. After uttering these words, Uchiha Obito turned and hastened towards the direction of the security department. Watching his departing figure, Uchiha Shursui exhaled in relief. At present, he possessed only an ordinary 3 tomos Sharingan, and the pressure of facing a Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed tremendous. Izumi, how is your condition? Uchiha Shursui inquired about Uchiha Izumi's state. I'm fine, no significant injuries. Izumi instinctively replied, though moments earlier, she had narrowly escaped death. In truth, she had sustained no serious harm, merely a slight numbness in her hand. You should be able to make your way to the South Shrine. Correct? Yes. I have no issues. Sure, I never expected you to still be alive. If Itachi knew. Do not speak of that scoundrel. Uchiha Shursui interrupted her, his expression turning somewhat ferocious. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback, uncertain of what she had said to provoke such a reaction. Uchiha Shursui forcibly reined in his emotions, speaking in a low voice. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed our clan and is now slaughtering Uchiha civilians. I must hurry to rescue them. This cannot be true. Itachi, Uchiha Izumi was reluctant to accept this shocking revelation. I lack the time to explain further. You must go to the South Shrine. If you encounter Uchiha Itachi, flee at once. I must take my leave. Uchiha Shursui, in a hurry, chose not to elaborate, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Left behind was Uchiha Izumi, who stumbled unsteadily in a direction that was not toward the South Shrine, but rather to the home she shared with her mother. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito finally arrived at the security department, only to be met with an unexpected and intensified pressure. Why is the security department so eerily quiet? Standing at the entrance, he was taken aback by the oppressive darkness within. At this hour, it should not have been so dim. Typically, the lights would still be aglow. Zetsu, gauge the situation, he commanded. Understood. The carnivorous plant emerged once more, closing its eyes to sense the surroundings, but was met with an impenetrable barrier. There is a barrier. I cannot perceive what lies within. Uchiha Obito frowned, surprised that what he had assumed would be a simple task had turned into such a conundrum. Could it be that someone has leaked my intelligence? Should we proceed inside? Zetsu inquired. Uchiha Obito could not suppress a derisive chuckle, his tone dripping with arrogance as he declared, "Enter. Even if they uncover my secrets. With Kamui at my disposal, I am invincible." Zetsu retreated into the ground, for he was merely an information gatherer, lacking any combat abilities. As Uchiha Obito stepped into the grand hall of the security department. The door behind him slammed shut, and he instantly felt the weight of numerous three-tomo Sharingan fixated upon him, the flickers of flame igniting in the darkness. Uchiha Obito swiftly entered a phasing state. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several fire dragons surged toward Uchiha Obito, yet upon contact, they merely passed through him, exploding upon the ground and engulfing the area in flames, illuminating the entire hall of the security department. A dozen Uchiha, their three-tomo Sharingan ablaze, stared intently at him. What a splendid display of fireworks! Uchiha Obito could not help but admire, witnessing the futility of the ninjutsu as he contemplated reverting from his phasing state, only to see several Uchiha beginning to weave hand signs once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. The flames surged yet again, forcing Uchiha Obito to maintain his phasing state. Do you truly believe such tactics can affect me? It was fortunate that Uchiha Obito wore a mask. Though he spoke with disdain, cold sweat had begun to beat upon his forehead. His phasing could only be sustained for 5 minutes at most, after which he would revert to his physical form. Humph, so you dare to claim the title of Uchiha Madara? An aged voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Obito's gaze fell upon a chair positioned directly opposite the entrance, where an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles sat. Uchiha Shinai. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone, "I am indeed Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinai rose from his chair, glaring at Uchiha Obito with his cloudy eyes, and bellowed, "Wretched creature, you are unworthy to bear the name Uchiha Madara. Fool, Team 3, unleash the fire technique." Yes, fire style, great fireball technique. With Uchiha Shinai's command, additional Uchiha began to weave hand signs, the flames that had yet to extinguish reigniting with fervor. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's expression shifted dramatically. This old man was indeed aware of his weaknesses. The visage behind Uchiha Obito's mask grew grim. This was the significance of intelligence in a shinobi battle. He had been cornered by this old man to such an extent that, Do you think this will be enough to thwart me? Uchiha Obito's voice dripped with icy disdain as he regarded Uchiha Shinai, as if gazing upon a corpse, merely grains of sand, not even a fraction of Madara-sama's might. Yet Uchiha Shinai's words were laced with mockery. "You ignorant fool! You have no comprehension of the terror that lies within the Mangekyō." Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and charged at Uchiha Shinai. Wounded or not, he was determined to drag this old man into the realm of Kamui. Relishing the spectacle of his disgrace, release the fire technique. Uchiha Shinai shouted, unperturbed, his eyes wide as he observed Uchiha Obito's approach. He withdrew a kunai from his pouch, thrusting it toward Obito's heart. Uchiha Obito maintained his phasing. As they collided, they intertwined, and he passed through Uchiha Shinai's form, using him as a temporary human shield to absorb the fire technique while he could briefly regain his corporeal state and catch his breath. Simultaneously, he pressed his hand against Uchiha Shinai's back. "Old man, are you prepared to utter your final words?" Uchiha Obito's tone carried a hint of triumph. He had grasped the rules of victory. However, as the flames surged toward him and he sensed the tangible body behind him, Uchiha Shinai's face revealed a cunning smile of success. The explosive tags affixed to his body detonated simultaneously, the blinding light capturing Uchiha Obito's attention. What is this? After 7 long years, Uchiha Obito found himself ensnared in the same trap once more. Convinced that without the Flying Thunder God technique, he could never fall prey to the same stratagem again. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, the force of the detonated explosive tags reducing the entire security department to ruins. All Uchiha members had evacuated beforehand, sustaining only minor abrasions from the debris stirred up by the blast. Amidst the rubble, Uchiha Shinai reemerged, his left Sharingan gradually fading to a dull gray. He had preemptively invoked Izanagi, the very technique that allowed him to gamble his life. Initially, he had believed this plan to be fraught with difficulty, but he was surprised to find that this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara lacked adequate combat experience. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow in concern. Elder Shinai, what manner of being is this? A dozen Uchiha surrounded him, their expressions reflecting a mix of horror as they beheld Uchiha Obito's condition. The once formidable figure of Obito was now half destroyed. Yet, curiously, no blood flowed from the severed remains. Instead, a multitude of mysterious white substances surged forth from the mangled stump, converging to seal the wound. Thus, even in his grievous state, Uchiha Obito remains alive. His consciousness intact, but a fragment of his mask lies shattered, revealing the pain etched upon his visage, as his lone eye fiercely scrutinizes Uchiha Shinai from his elevated position. Damn it, to be reduced to this by an old man. Damn it, Obito has once again allowed himself to be ensnared. Zetsu, who had been observing the situation from a distance, could not help but curse. Uchiha Obito's unreliability was becoming increasingly apparent, and he found himself somewhat nostalgic for Uchiha Madara. Zetsu swiftly split into two forms, one black and one white. The black Zetsu addressed the white, stating, "You shall create a diversion, while I undertake the rescue." "Understood," replied the white Zetsu with alacrity, clapping his hands together. Spore technique. Even before the battle commenced, he had released spores into the environment, which had already adhered to the Uchiha clan members. "What on earth is this?" the younger Uchiha members exclaimed in alarm as white bulging masses suddenly erupted from their bodies. Is this thing absorbing chakra? Uchiha Shinai furrowed his brow in surprise as he observed the spores, which, after absorbing chakra, began to take on humanoid forms. It bore a resemblance to Shinja Hashirama's would release. Remain calm. This entity cannot absorb much chakra. The area soon fell silent. Being elite members of the Uchiha clan, they quickly grasped the situation concerning the doppelganger-like entities. Without expending much effort, they eliminated the spores entirely. "This is bad, Elder Shinai. The masked man has vanished." Uchiha Tetsuhan, who had been among the first to eliminate the spore clones, swiftly recognized the issue. The previously writhing Uchiha Obito was nowhere to be found. How is this possible? No one approached him. The elite Uchiha were all taken aback. The masked man's prior state clearly indicated he could not have escaped on his own. This meant someone had slipped past their Sharingan's perception and abducted him. Elder Shinai's complexion darkened once more. He had hoped to eliminate a future threat to the Uchiha. "What shall we do now?" Uchiha Tetsuhan inquired, his expression equally grim, especially considering the Uchiha's precarious situation in Konoha. Uchiha Shinai exhaled deeply, surveying the gathered Uchiha elites, and spoke in a grave tone. "All of you must proceed to the South-He Shrine. And you? Me? The Uchiha have endured for too long. I shall confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and demonstrate the Uchiha's resolve." Elsewhere on the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi gazed upon the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku, tears trailing down his cheeks. In a normal confrontation, Uchiha Itachi would never have killed his father. However, Fugaku had arrived with a death wish. Unable to bear the thought of living after his proud son had slain so many of their kin. "Itachi, I do not wish to fight my own child. If this is the future you foresee, then I entrust Sasuke to you." Reflecting on his father's words, a flicker of sorrow crossed Uchiha Itachi's calm eyes. He raised his gaze to check the time. Sasuke should be arriving soon. Uchiha Itachi lifted his father's corpse and, utilizing the body flicker technique, hastened back home. For he had more pressing matters to attend to. The civilians would be handled by Root. Yet, Uchiha Itachi was dismayed to discover that his mother was not at home. Just as he arranged the scene, a child's voice echoed from outside. "Daddy, Mommy, there is so much blood outside." Uncle Sho and Aunt Jing. Time rewound to the moment of the father-son battle. The Root and ANBU ninjas concealed outside the barrier watched the clash within with hearts racing. This was no longer a battle between men, but rather a monstrous confrontation. Uchiha Fugaku radiated blue chakra, his Susanoo looming like a malevolent spirit, while Uchiha Itachi donned a crimson Susanoo, wielding the Totsuka blade, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. They charged at each other, the collision unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that threatened to rend the very fabric of space within the barrier. Those outside felt a chill of dread should Uchiha Fugaku emerge victorious. They would be powerless against such a beast. Watching from this vantage point was quite entertaining. A mocking voice suddenly pierced the air near several Root members. causing them to shudder at the unexpected presence amidst the terrifying aura of Susanoo. Enemies, one root member shouted as they turned to locate the source of the voice. There stood a three-eyed masked man. Shadow binding technique. A root member from the Nara clan swiftly formed hand seals. It was nighttime, his domain, and the shadows beneath him connected with Naruto's. Success. Feeling the binding sensation seep into his body, Naruto thought the technique rather lackluster, as long as his chakra or strength was sufficient. The opponent could not restrain him. Body flicker technique. Just as Naruto contemplated the shadow binding technique, another root member, from the Yamanaka clan, initiated an attack. Soon, Naruto felt an invasive consciousness attempting to burrow into his mind, which was unbearable, prompting him to kick it away to meet the 9-tails.is it done. To the others, Naruto now appeared to be under control. Attack quickly. The root ninja who had employed the shadow binding technique shouted to the others, sometimes finding them rather dim-witted. Understood. Finally realizing the situation, the root ninjas quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. These four root members were evidently a well-coordinated team. Point 2 controlled the situation while the other two focused on output, with the output ninjas enhancing their ninjutsu. Yet, to Naruto, their efforts seemed slightly lacking. It appeared this was the extent of their capabilities, but there stood a significant figure nearby. Disappointed, Naruto shook his head and effortlessly broke free from the shadow binding technique's grasp, summoning a massive vortex that absorbed the two ostentatious ninjutsu. Lacking any special bloodline limit or physique, there was little value in absorbing such chakra for Naruto. The meager amount was insufficient even for a single Rasengan. Consider it a gift from our first encounter. A minuscule black sphere formed at Naruto's fingertip. Miniature Rasengan. As he executed the Flying Thunder God technique, three root members who still retained consciousness stared blankly at the expanding black sphere, which was soon followed by a profound silence, leaving behind a crater several meters wide. Captain, what has transpired over en route? Though the power of the miniature Rasengan was diminished, its explosive force was still considerable. Drawing the attention of the A&B squad, Sarutobi Shinizuke gazed curiously toward the source of the explosion, quickly making a decision. You two, investigate the situation. Report back immediately if anything arises. Understood. They replied in unison, proceeding towards the site of the explosion. However, after a considerable time, no word came from them. Shinizuke, Sarutobi Shinizuke's wife spoke up, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Yes, it seems they have encountered enemies. Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression grew graver. As the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his subordinates were no ordinary ninjas, all at least Jonin level, and for two to be silently dealt with was an accomplishment even he could not achieve, unless the adversary's strength rivaled that of his father's. Akira, you must inform father of this matter at the Hokage Tower. I suspect that the explosion we just witnessed was orchestrated by that masked man from a year ago. Sarutobi Shino wished for his wife to leave first. Relying on his elite Jonin prowess, he believed he could retreat unscathed. After a moment of hesitation, Ayari, confident in her husband's abilities, nodded in agreement. In that case, you must also exercise caution. Your identity is unlike that of other ninjas, she advised before leaping onto a branch. However, just as she took off, a projectile pierced her chest, causing her to plummet from the tree. Ayari, Sarutobi Shino, who had been watching his wife depart, bellowed in anguish and rushed toward the spot where she fell. When he found her, she had already succumbed to her injuries. His heart raced as the desire for vengeance surged within him. Who did this? He shouted, demanding the culprit to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a heavy object fell before him. It was one of the umbu he had sent earlier. Sarutobi Shino seized the man by the collar, demanding answers. Bear, what in the world happened? Cough, cough. The man known as Bear wheezed, revealing that one of his arms had been severed. Sarutobi Shino, deputy leader of the Konoha Umbu, son of the Hokage, indeed a significant figure. A voice echoed from above, and as Sarutobi Shino looked up, he spotted a figure clad in a white robe, adorned with a three-eyed mask. Itsu. He exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury as he cast aside the Umbu member. Why did you kill Ayari? Huh? Naruto seemed taken aback by the question, as if it struck a humorous chord. You wish to wield a weapon without the resolve to be killed? Sarutobi Shino, you cannot be so naive. Bastard. Sarutobi Shino cursed, unleashing a jutsu familiar to Naruto. Shadow clone jutsu. Three figures materialized beside him. Interesting, Naruto mused, recalling the well-known technique of Sarutobi Hizashi, though it lacked one clone. The original and the three clones formed different hand signs: Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet; Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet; Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet; Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere, lacking Lightning Release Chakra. Sarutobi Shino could not integrate it into his technique, yet the might of the combined jutsu was formidable. A massive chakra converged around him, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the four techniques fused. Akin to a gathering storm. In that case, let us use this. A planet-shaped black sphere materialized in Naruto's palm. Mimicking the Nine Tails technique, he concentrated the chakra and released it as a radiant beam. I shall name it Void Flash. Both combatants prepared themselves, with Naruto to the left and Sarutobi Shino to the right. But as their techniques clashed, Sarutobi Shino collapsed, unconscious. The residual force of the Void Flash cleaved the forest in two. This, the Umbu operative known as Bear, gazed at the seemingly endless chasm, swallowing hard. Surely, this is the power of a humanoid-tailed beast. Your codename is Bear? He instinctively nodded. Tell Sarutobi Hisashi that if he desires his son, he should come to the Uchiha clan grounds. That night, due to the overwhelming number of participants at the training grounds, Sasuke had to wait a long time for his turn. However, under the guidance of a formidable Jonin, his fire release training proved quite effective. Unfortunately, he was disappointed not to practice alongside Naruto today, feeling that Naruto had become just like his brother, always too busy for training. Upon arriving at the clan entrance, Sasuke found the streets eerily deserted. Unlike the usual scene where Uncle Handburn would be sitting outside his shop, curiosity piqued, he peered inside, only to be met with a nauseating stench of blood that made him want to vomit. The sight of Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean's lifeless bodies filled him with dread. Step by step, he retreated and fled towards home. The suffocating odor lingered in his nostrils, and he thought he could hear the distant sounds of battle. Ignoring everything else, Sasuke's sole desire was to return home and inform his parents about Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean. Reaching his doorstep, panic overtook him as he burst through the door. Dad, Mom, there's so much blood outside. Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean. But before he could finish, the acrid scent of blood hit him like a wave. Staring blankly ahead, he struggled to comprehend the horror before him. The once ancient and tidy living room was now soaked in blood, and his father lay on the floor, blood pooling around him. His beloved brother stood in the room, wielding a long blade, his body drenched in crimson, the dried streaks on his face obscuring whether they were blood or tears. Dad, brother, this can't be you. Where did the enemies go? Despite the overwhelming evidence indicating that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for their father's murder, even for the deaths of Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean, Sasuke instinctively rejected this truth. My foolish little brother, are you still deceiving yourself? Itachi's cold tone shattered Sasuke's psychological defenses. His eyes, filled with confusion, bewilderment, and terror, searched Itachi's face. The stimulation not sufficient, Itachi thought, expecting Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. It seems I must compel you to witness the truth. The three tomo in Itachi's eyes began to swirl, transforming into a complex kaleidoscopic pattern, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. He drew Sasuke into a Jinjutsu, intentionally including their mother, Uchiha Makoto, in the illusion to know. The flow of time in the Tsukuyami world differed from that of reality. Even as Sasuke experienced the horrific scene of Uchiha Itachi murdering their parents multiple times. In the real world, only a fleeting moment passed. After unleashing a furious scream, Sasuke's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face as they gradually turned red, the tomo appearing in each eye. Why did you do this? Itachi's voice was devoid of emotion as he replied, Why? To test my own limits, to acquire greater power? Limits. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom why, for such a trivial reason, Itachi would commit patricide and slaughter so many clan members. In disbelief, he retorted, For such a trivial reason, you killed Dad and Mom. You murdered so many of our kin. Itachi merely regarded him coldly. You wretched bastard. Sasuke pulled a kunai from his pocket, launching an attack with blinding speed aimed at Itachi. Bang! Before Sasuke's kunai could graze Itachi's garment, Itachi kicked it back with such force that Sasuke was sent reeling. The impact left him dizzy, struggling to regain his balance. Itachi's icy, emotionless voice echoed in his ears once more. My foolish little brother, you possess not even the worth to be slain by me. If you wish to kill me, then harbor hatred, loathe me, and live on in your ugliness. With that, Itachi turned and walked away. Glancing back only once as he reached the street. In that fleeting moment, he became rooted in place. Naruto, donning the three-eyed mask, had grasped Uchiha Sasuke by the collar, pulling him out. Noticing Itachi's gaze, Naruto waved nonchalantly. "What is this? Care for a cup of tea?" Naruto gestured towards the residence of the Uchiha clan leader behind him. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, and the previously concealed Sharingan re-emerged. "What do you intend to do with Sasuke?" Uchiha Itachi once again drew his long blade and charged at Naruto that he had utilized the Mangekyō Sharingan far too many times today, causing his vision to blur. He could no longer afford to use its abilities recklessly. "Is that how you intend to come at me?" Naruto remarked, somewhat taken aback, as he raised his hand and unleashed a jutsu, transforming Itachi's body into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. A crow clone, but what of the original? Naruto's gaze shifted to Sasuke's position, and sure enough, Uchiha Itachi had already reached his side, attempting to seize Sasuke from him. However, Naruto would not allow Itachi to succeed so easily. He employed the Flying Thunder God technique and had already transported Sasuke 10 meters away. So fast, Uchiha Itachi was startled, and the Mangekyō pattern appeared in his eyes as he sought to ensnare Naruto within the realm of Tsukuyomi. At the very moment Tsukuyomi was activated, Naruto felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself bound to a cross. What a sinister ability, Naruto mused as he observed Uchiha Itachi brandishing his sharp blade. Feeling no trepidation whatsoever, "You should not target Sasuke. You will regret this." Uchiha Itachi thrust the blade directly towards Naruto's abdomen. Thud, the sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, yet the ensuing cry of agony did not emanate from Naruto, but rather from Uchiha Itachi himself. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi had become the one bound to the cross, while Naruto now wielded the blade. What in the world is happening? Uchiha Itachi struggled to comprehend the reality before him. This was supposed to be his domain. Tsukuyomi was indeed terrifying, but illusions are merely that, illusions, and I can transform those illusions into reality. The same three tomo appeared in Naruto's eyes, beginning to spin and morph into a vertical slit. How is this possible? Uchiha Itachi sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Naruto's eyes. "Itachi, you harbor ambitions of creating a world, yet you have entrusted them to delusions." Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi experienced the full effect of his own ocular technique. When he finally regained consciousness from Tsukuyomi, merely 3 seconds had elapsed in the real world. Panting heavily, Uchiha Itachi knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the street nearby. "Uncle Yang, Brother Tiehua, this way, it's closer to the shrine." Uchiha Shirsue's voice was not loud, but it was urgent, guiding others forward while simultaneously fearing that they might be overheard. Both Naruto and Uchiha Itachi turned their heads in unison, discovering that Uchiha Shirsue was leading dozens of Uchiha clansmen towards them. Among them were the elderly and the young, shinobi and civilians alike. Both were taken aback. Naruto was astonished that the majority of the security division's shinobi were still alive. Even Uchiha Izumi was present, looking utterly disoriented. Uchiha Obito's single-eyed menace was evidently not as formidable without the advantage of information. Uchiha Itachi was in shock, his mind reeling. He had not anticipated Shirsue's survival. At that moment, Shirsue's group also took note of the commotion involving Naruto. "Shirsue, it seems you've been working hard," Naruto remarked, observing the throng trailing behind Uchiha Shirsue, which included over 20 ordinary clansmen aside from a dozen shinobi. Furthermore, Uchiha Shirsue appeared to be quite injured, likely having engaged in a fierce battle with the Root and Umbu shinobi. Uchiha Shirsue hurried over, bowing in apology as he gritted his teeth. "That I am sorry, Lord Naruto." Uchiha Shirsue was momentarily at a loss for how to address Naruto, fearing that he might turn hostile given the circumstances. "Rest assured, I will uphold my promise to you. For every person you bring, I shall save an equal number." "Thank you, my lord." Uchiha Shirsue's expression reflected genuine gratitude. He then glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who lay on the ground, staring blankly at him. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a glint of murderous intent. "What do you intend to do with Uchiha Itachi?" "Shirsue." Uchiha Itachi gazed at Uchiha Shirsue with a complicated expression. Although in the past, Shirsue also firmly believed in the will of fire, he held both his clan and village in equal regard. Given Itachi's actions, Shirsue could not possibly forgive him. Leave his eyes. As for the rest, I leave that to you, Uchiha. "Thank you, my lord." Uchiha Shirsue's gratitude was heartfelt. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, gasping for breath, his fingers gripping the ground tightly. I am sorry, Shursui. I have reasons that compel me to continue. Crimson ribcage bones emerged from his side, massive claws lunging towards Naruto. Naruto leapt back with Sasuke, evading the attack. That moment, a green figure whirled towards Naruto. Konoha's strong wind. Naruto, sensing the momentum, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth as he leaped again with Sasuke. Dodging as Might Guy's roundhouse kick struck the ground, leaving a deep crater, Naruto glanced behind Might Guy and noticed many others approaching. Leading them was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by a multitude of Umbu shinobi and ninjas from various villages. Marching towards them with great fervor, the smile crept onto Naruto's face. It appeared a new cast was about to take the stage. After 6 consecutive chapters, the author was utterly spent. The tale of the night of the Uchiha massacre concludes here. Tomorrow marks the battle with the Konoha shinobi, and the saga of Sarutobi and the Uchiha clan will continue with several more chapters. The narrative of Konoha will reach its conclusion, paving the way for the unfolding events in the shinobi world. Thank you for your unwavering support, dear readers. Itachi, are you alright? Might Guy stood before Uchiha Itachi, adopting a battle stance. Uchiha Itachi staggered to his feet, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. His gaze vacant, the world around him a blur. He could only rely on sound to discern the identity of his visitor. I ask that you, Guy-senpai? Yes, I have come with the Hokage and the others. Rest assured, we will avenge the Uchiha. What? Might Guy's words left Uchiha Itachi momentarily dazed. Avenge the Uchiha? Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to explain, Might Guy charged towards Naruto. You scoundrel! Not only have you invaded Konoha, but you also slaughtered the Uchiha civilians. That I will not forgive you. Hand over the hostages. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy spun and kicked towards Naruto, faced with Might Guy, who was still oblivious to the situation. Naruto felt a headache coming on. Might Guy was a rather straightforward individual. While Naruto did not particularly like such people, he did not harbor any animosity towards them either. Moreover, the past month spent training with Might Guy had been quite enjoyable. Naruto responded to the attack as it came, evading and blocking while still holding on to Sasuke. Might Guy spun like a top, leaving the Uchiha shinobi nearby, contemplating whether to assist, utterly disoriented. Shursui, should we intervene? Uchiha Tiahua leaned close to Uchiha Shursui, cautiously inquiring. After all, Uchiha Shursui was the one who understood this masked man best. They had merely encountered him while rushing to protect their clansmen from a fierce battle with Root. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, replying, no need. He understood Naruto's strength. Perhaps the current Naruto was considering the remnants of their past friendship. Konoha's circular rock rise, after a swift kick in mid-air exchange between Might Guy and Naruto. The former astonishingly twisted his body to deliver a powerful elbow strike aimed at Naruto. The familiarity of this technique stirred a wave of nostalgia within Naruto that he too raised his elbow, concentrating chakra upon it, and the two collided mid-air. Might Guy was momentarily stunned, crashing directly to the ground, landing in a deep pit, his eyes filled with confusion. How familiar this sensation is. Although the strength was vastly greater and their physiques completely different, the essence of their clash resonated with a sense of authenticity. Naruto also descended to the ground, tossing Sasuke to Uchiha Shursui, then looked at Might Guy and remarked, it seems you've calmed down. Might Guy rose from the pit, his gaze towards Naruto infused with complexity, noticing Naruto's action of throwing Sasuke to Uchiha Shursui. His expression momentarily frozen. Shursui? It's been a while, Guy, Uchiha Shursui said politely after catching Sasuke. What on earth is happening here? Might Guy glanced at Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan members behind him, then turned to see Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had approached. That Hiruzen's face was grim, his silence reflecting discontent, not to mention the visible damage to his attire. Uchiha Shursui's elder had bound himself with explosive tags, intending to perish alongside him. Thankfully, he was stopped in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it here today. The other shinobi present found it difficult to voice their thoughts. After all, the situation was hardly honorable. Narashikaku slightly shook his head, pondering. It's one thing for the third Hokage to lose his composure, but to handle matters so poorly is quite another. Only Might Guy's close friend Kakashi, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Guy, the Hokage's order was merely to capture the masked intruder. After all, Might Guy was neither a member of the shinobi clan nor part of the Umbu, thus remaining blissfully unaware of the Uchiha affairs. the Uchiha. It was I who killed the Uchiha clan. Itachi, who had been recuperating in the background, interjected. My guy's expression drastically changed. Disbelief etched upon his face as he looked at Itachi. Why? Cough, cough, cough. Itachi, having overexerted his Mangekyō Sharingan today, coughed violently before continuing. The Uchiha clan attempted a coup. For the peace of Konoha, I had to put a stop to it. You damned beast, Itachi. Wasn't the Uchiha's choice to revolt forced upon them by the village? Uchiha Tetsuhan erupted in fury, because you all were too arrogant and self-absorbed, caring only for yourselves and not for the village, Itachi retorted. You, who could even kill your own father. Can there be anyone more selfish than you? Tetsuhan seethed with rage, itching to strangle this treacherous wretch. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke, his expression dark as he gazed at Naruto. I never intended to marginalize the Uchiha. I genuinely wished for their integration into the village. The events that have transpired today have taken me completely by surprise. Enough. Naruto interrupted Hiruzen's unfinished sentence, digging into his ears and saying, at this moment, let's refrain from such words, lest you deceive yourself. Strongest Hokage. That Hiruzen's expression soured further, yet he restrained his anger, for his son was still in the hands of the enemy. He exhaled slowly, seemingly attempting to release his pent-up frustration, before stating, the number of lives lost today is already too great. Continuing this conflict would only lead to further senseless sacrifices. Perhaps we can sit down and have a proper discussion. We can reconcile. Reconcile? Ha! Naruto burst into laughter, unable to straighten his back as he responded. Are you jesting at this very moment? The Uchiha behind him exhibited expressions of sheer indignation, wishing they could consume Hiruzen whole. This night, the Uchiha clan had nearly met their demise at the hands of Itachi and that Uchiha Obito, yet Hiruzen still sought reconciliation. How about this, Hokage? Let us engage in a game, shall we? Naruto raised a finger, addressing Hiruzen. If after this game, you are willing to consider reconciliation, I, for one, would be more than amenable to it. This, Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly, an uneasy premonition rising within him. This masked man's game was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Naruto's proposal elicited peculiar expressions from the Uchiha members behind him, except for Uchiha Shisui, who remained calm, for he understood Naruto's malevolent nature. Perhaps it was related to the sealing technique from a few days prior. What game? After contemplating, Hiruzen decided to first gauge the other's intentions. If it came to blows, it appeared Itachi would struggle to be of assistance. Moreover, he had not anticipated the Uchiha would retain such a significant number of living forces. Had Itachi and the Root been unprepared to act, rest assured, it is a rather intriguing game. Naruto chuckled softly, slapping the ground, causing a man resembling Hiruzen to appear. Shinobu? Hiruzen instinctively exclaimed, for this was his most cherished son. Not yet finished, Naruto said, producing 5 cylindrical objects with pull rings from his pocket. 5 different signal flares for summoning aid. Come now, Hokage, make your choice. You may only select one. Naruto placed both Shinobu and the signal flares before Hiruzen, then opened his arms, awaiting the Hokage's decision. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, pondering whether he could rescue Shinobu directly, as the choice seemed overtly dubious. What did these flares signify? Hiruzen felt the need to clarify. Destruction. 1 signal flare represents 1 shinobi clan. Would you care to give it a trial? Naruto's words sent a chill through everyone present. What do you mean? Hiruzen glared at Naruto, his expression darkening, rather than my explanation. Why not see for yourself? Naruto picked up one of the flares, pulled the ring, and shot it into the sky, where it exploded into a brilliant red light. Almost immediately, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. As if the very earth trembled, the onlookers turned in terror towards the source of the sound, witnessing flames shooting skyward, an intense white light illuminating the horizon, with smoke billowing forth. Dimly, they could discern a region being consumed by destructive force. Is this what they call destruction? Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression incredulous. Even the other shinobi who had come with him and the remaining Uchiha members wore expressions of shock that I in an instant. The Konoha shinobi's faces contorted with rage. You bastard! They had begun to hear the wails and alarms resonating from the village. In that moment, all Konoha shinobi felt an overwhelming fury. Hokage, it seems that area is Elder T. Rune's clan territory. An Umbu ninja whispered in Hiruzen's ear. What? Hiruzen's expression shifted drastically, hastily inquiring, is Elder T. Rune within the clan? The Umbu shook his head, stating, Elder T-Rune and Elder Mito are currently at the Hokage building. That's good. Hearing this response, Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Naruto through gritted teeth. Can I know which clans these signal flares represent? What? Are you, Hokage, prioritizing your own clan? Naruto laughed heartily. Naruto erupted into laughter, yet his words had already placed Sarutobi Hiruzen in a precarious position. He felt a twinge of regret for having posed that question. Indeed, he had briefly entertained the notion of prioritizing the preservation of his own clan. However, now, under the weight of countless piercing gazes behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. The position of Hokage, too, was an intricate dance of compromise. With others supporting his ascension to Hokage, he was naturally obliged to offer benefits in return. Yet, with his own clan teetering on the brink of annihilation, what could he possibly offer to support Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto held 4 signal flares, and no one dared to wager that one of them belonged to their clan. Observing this scene, Naruto felt an even greater surge of joy and cheerfully declared, "In that case, allow me to offer you a little hint." He picked up one of the signal flares from the ground. "What are you doing? I haven't made my choice yet," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in a panic, trying to intervene. Naruto shook his head and replied, "I merely wish to kindly remind you that this one belongs to the Sarutobi clan." "I thank you." Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth in frustration, for he knew that if he wished to continue as Hokage, he could not possibly choose this one. Could you, Hachichi? Are you confident you can restrain him? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's whispered inquiry, Yamashiro Hachichi and Nara Kuju exchanged a glance, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Hokage-sama, it would be best not to put us in a difficult position at this moment, Nara Kuju said with a wry smile. Even as staunch supporters of the Hokage, they dared not commit to such a risk. If they misstepped, the repercussions would be far too great for them to bear. "Hokage-sama, if it's just for a fleeting moment, would that suffice?" Uchiha Itachi spoke up, his current physical condition quite dire. Continuing to use his Mangekyō Sharingan might leave him with irreversible consequences. However, the power he had displayed moments ago could not be allowed to persist. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others turned their puzzled gazes toward Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen calculated the distance and the speed at which Naruto could activate the signal flare, nodding in agreement that "I'll choose one at random." "Itachi, you find a way to hold him for a moment, and then we'll strike together to eliminate him." "What about the signal flares?" inquired a leader of a minor ninja clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, stating, "The signal flares are not the crux of the matter. They are plentiful. The key lies with him. Do you understand?" Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze toward the many silent representatives of the ninja clans. The others nodded in unison. After all, their Hokage had disregarded his own clan, and any hesitation on their part would certainly lead to dire consequences later. Once preparations were complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked toward Naruto. "Oh, have you made your choice?" Naruto, of course, had noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and had overheard their discussion. "I'm about to choose now." Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth as he uttered this phrase. Stepping toward Naruto, just as he was nearing, Naruto suddenly kicked Sarutobi Shino in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What does this mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. "He is part of the selection. If you are unwilling to choose him, then you shall act yourself. This way, he can at least have a swift end." After saying this, Naruto threw a kunai. "You bastard!" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Naruto, shouting, "What grievance does Konoha have with you that incites such hatred?" Sarutobi Shino was his proudest son, already the vice minister of the Umbu. If all went well, he would become the 5th Hokage. Do you truly wish to know? Naruto fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Could it be that you dare not face your own true self?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his fury, hands clasped behind his back, forming hand seals. Though in his blind spot, he could still discern the other's intentions. "Ah, wanting to know everything is quite unwise, 3rd Hokage. You are far too greedy. As punishment, let me show you the despair of Konoha." Though he spoke with honorifics, his tone bore no respect whatsoever. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously glared at Naruto while signaling discreetly, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing that familiar address. "You are?" Naruto had already removed his mask. "Naruto Uzumaki. How is it possible that it's you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes nearly bulged out, and the expressions of the others were no better. They could never have imagined that such a horrifying act was perpetrated by a mere child. Only Kakashi and Might Guy quickly regained their composure after a brief shock. As they were responsible for protecting and monitoring Naruto, they had noticed many of Naruto's peculiar behaviors. Though they rarely reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as for Might Guy, he had already begun to suspect Naruto's identity after that elbow strike. Despite their month of training together, Naruto had left a deep impression on him. Among the youth, no one else matched his taijutsu skills. Why would it be impossible for me? Naruto suddenly grinned, revealing sharp fangs. I am the Ninetales. Boom. A violent and terrifying chakra erupted from Naruto, for tails thrashing wildly behind him, and a massive fox apparition materialized. All the ninjas present. It was as if they were witnessing the overwhelming presence of the Ninetales once more, instilling an unparalleled sense of dread. Damn the fox. Stop him. Someone shouted. He saw that Naruto had already drawn the signal flares toward him with chakra. Stop, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals. However, it was already too late. Naruto's gaze turned icy as he flicked his finger, simultaneously releasing all 4 signal flares. Brilliant lights ignited the Uchiha clan grounds like fireworks, while an even more dazzling glow illuminated the entirety of Konoha. Naruto was well aware that these 4 massive Razengans lacked the power to obliterate Konoha, unlike Uzumaki Naruto, who possessed the complete Ninetales in the Book of the Moon. He was not yet capable of creating a Rasengan potent enough to annihilate Konoha. However, that was acceptable, as there were still a few friends he cared for within Konoha, residing far from the Sarutobi clan and the Mito clan, thus facing little danger. Yet, the sudden decline of Konoha would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the other 4 great ninja villages. And the next battlefield would likely unfold within the Land of Fire. That time, true suffering would descend upon Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes filled with regret and fury. As if he wished to tear Naruto apart. I should have locked you away immediately. As a thoughtless tool, your inherently malevolent nature cannot be reformed. For the sake of Konoha, I must eliminate you here. 5 elements. Great Spiral Sphere. Sarutobi Shino had already been cast aside by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Naruto. 1 was conjuring a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Another wielded a dazzling lightning release, Thundercloud. A third was gathering a terrifying wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere, while the other 2 formed hand seals, revealing the head of a Water and Earth Dragon Bullet. Even though the same ninjutsu executed by different individuals could yield entirely different effects. The 5 elements unleashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen now indeed bore a pressure reminiscent of a true ninja. At least it's slightly stronger than your useless son. Naruto raised his hand, palm facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. As black and blue chakra converged, enveloping a small black sphere with 4 tails. 2 beams of ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, colliding in midair and erupting in a dazzling display of light. The brilliance faded. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to evade Naruto's onslaught, while Naruto remained steadfast, motionless. The disparity in chakra was glaringly apparent. Regardless of the prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 elemental techniques, Naruto could simply withstand it through the mere compression of his chakra. Gate of View. Open. Naruto, I cannot allow you to harm the village any further. An enraged voice rang out, followed by a green figure radiating emerald chakra mist suddenly appearing before Naruto, executing a side kick aimed directly at him. Naruto attempted to sidestep, but found himself momentarily ensnared, a slender shadow connecting him to Narashikaku. Though it lasted but an instant, it was sufficient to thwart Naruto's conventional evasion. The gust from Might Guy's kick brushed against Naruto's profile, causing him to vanish from sight. What? Might Guy exclaimed, astonished, as he found himself striking nothing but empty air, collapsing a building several meters away. It's the Flying Thunder God, Narashikaku, a former comrade of Namake's Minato, instantly recognized Naruto's technique. Naruto reappeared near the Uchiha, observing the eager Uchiha clan. You all should proceed to the south shrine. Uchiha Teiho, who had been poised to attack, froze in disbelief and instinctively queried. Why? Naruto cast a cold glance at him. You will only be a hindrance. Zizi. In that brief moment, a piercing sound erupted. Kakashi had already activated his Raikiri, charging towards Naruto's chest. Naruto merely grasped Kakashi's Raikiri with his hand enveloped in tailed beast chakra, then retaliated with a punch to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him hurtling away, crashing through numerous structures, leaving silence in his wake. Naruto took a deep look, but chose not to intervene further as he ready to strike. He felt another wave of restraint, stronger than before, as several Nara clan ninjas executed the shadow imitation technique in unison. Seize the opportunity, Nara Shikaku bellowed. Several cloaked ninjas from the Aburame clan gestured with their hands. Buzz, buzz, a swarm of black insects surged forth from their sleeves like a dark gale, rushing towards Naruto. The black wind swept over, covering Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Yet, it quickly turned ferocious, attacking each other in a frenzy. Before long, the ground was strewn with the corpses of the black insects. How is this possible? The Aburame ninjas gasped in shock, their eyes turning crimson as they collapsed, writhing in agony. Brutality, cruelty, hatred. They had no understanding of the Nine-Tails chakra. A blue chakra sphere coalesced in Naruto's hand, and he vanished, reappearing above the heads of the Aburame ninjas, delivering a decisive blow. Damn it. Morning Peacock. Might Guy, witnessing his teammates being dispatched, began unleashing a barrage of punches from afar, sending waves of shock and flames towards Naruto, forcing him to rely on the Flying Thunder God to evade. Observing Naruto's evasive maneuvers, Uchiha Taiho hesitated, glancing at Uchiha Shursui, who was prepared to withdraw, and asked, "Are you sure we shouldn't assist?" Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "It's unnecessary. Naruto can handle it. We must prioritize the safety of our clansmen." Naruto's true trump card lay dormant, and seeing the panic on the faces of over 20 Uchiha civilians, Uchiha Shursui swiftly moved to reassure them, intending to lead them away. This scene did not escape the notice of the Umbu, who immediately approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was regaining his composure, to report. Hokage-sama, what of the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "Ignore them. Our priority is to neutralize Uzumaki Naruto. With the Flying Thunder God and the power of the tailed beast, he poses the greatest threat to the village. Everyone, be vigilant for any Flying Thunder God marks beneath your feet or on your bodies." Nara Shikaka shouted again, his expression grave, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Naruto's movements. Strangely, why was his Flying Thunder God more agile than the fourth Hokage's? Shikaku, every instance of Naruto's appearance initially lacks a Flying Thunder God mark. It only manifests before he executes it. He is appearing from thin air, and sensory-type ninja reported to him, revealing a newfound insight. What? Nara Shikaka gasped, realizing that Naruto could inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark from a distance. No wonder his technique surpassed that of Namake's Minato in agility. In that case, they had no means to contend with Naruto. They would need to employ large-scale ninjutsu or possess absolute speed. Gate of view. Open. Might Guy transitioned into the third gate, his originally green chakra steam transforming into a brilliant blue, the proud azure beast of Konoha. This time, in close proximity, Might Guy's speed matched that of the Flying Thunder God. Boom. Naruto resolved not to evade, confronting Might Guy head-on, as the iron-like fist crashed against his elbow, sending sharp pangs coursing through him. He felt as if the very bones of his elbow might shatter. The human elbow is remarkably sturdy, even surpassing most metals in hardness, and is also a prime area for explosive power. Thus, Naruto resorted to using elbow strikes. Only through this could he barely contend with Might Guy's honed physique. "Guy, this may be our final encounter." A smile lingered on Naruto's face, though his sharp teeth and slit pupils lent him a somewhat menacing appearance. Bang! 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 Naruto, you should not be doing this. Might Guy's expression twisted into a grimace. Opening the seventh gate was an immense burden for him, rendering his visage almost unrecognizable. There is no should or shouldn't. It depends on my desire. Naruto's tone was brazen, yet he possessed the audacity to be so. Bang! After another strike, Might Guy refrained from advancing. Naruto, this blow will not be easily received. The blue steam enveloping Might Guy thickened, his presence surging once more. Might Guy adopted a stance for a direct punch against Naruto. Naruto did not flinch. He had no intention of evading Might Guy's ultimate strike, for he was not Niji, and evasion was unnecessary. Might Guy was the challenger. Black ribs manifested around Naruto, swiftly entering the second stage. With the emergence of armor, he ascended to the third stage, Daytime Tiger, as Might Guy unleashed his punch. The air around his fist compressed and then exploded outward towards Naruto, taking the form of a tiger, tearing at Naruto's Susanoo. This concentrated, ultra-high-speed punch was immensely powerful when it collided with Naruto's third-stage Susanoo. The resulting shockwave forced nearby Konoha ninjas, unable to engage in battle, to stagger back several steps, while the weaker ones were knocked airborne. Even Namake's Minato, far away at the South Shrine, sensed this surge, his previously calm brow furrowing. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained steadfast, his gaze riveted to the battlefield. That moment, he made a decisive resolution. The black Susanoo, having taken the brunt of the blow, was similarly sent flying dozens of meters away. The area directly impacted by the punch bore a massive gash, with the black ribs within fracturing inch by inch. Vast quantities of black chakra fragments scattered across the night sky, ultimately transforming into twinkling starlight, gradually vanishing into the void. Regrettably, Might Guy's most formidable strike, after shattering Naruto's Susanoo, could no longer be sustained, leaving him with only minor abrasions. Guy, your strength is acknowledged. In the realm of taijutsu, I shall deem you the strongest. Naruto expressed a sentiment he had long wished to convey, yet Might Guy had already collapsed, rendered unconscious. Shikaku, your task now is to slow him down. Just allow me to seize him. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered to Nara Shikaku before advancing towards Naruto with the Monkey King in hand. Understood, Shikaku replied. Amaterasu. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha, having finally found an opportunity to strike, unleashed his final attack before succumbing to unconsciousness. The black flames surged toward Naruto's Susanoo, instantly enveloping it, the dark fire raging and fiercely scorching Naruto's Susanoo. Observing the flames, Naruto felt an oddity. Was this truly the so-called strongest flame that could not be extinguished? He mused that even if it burned for days and nights, it might not defeat him, for his chakra and ocular power were far too abundant. Nevertheless, Naruto chose to dispel his Susanoo, remaining in the form of the tailed beast cloak, as the sensation of bearing those flames felt peculiar. With the disappearance of Susanoo, Amaterasu, deprived of fuel, gradually dissipated into the air. Naruto, I did not anticipate that you possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked gravely. Is that Shursue's eye? Heh. Why would I divulge that to you? Naruto replied with a mocking expression. True enough, Sarutobi lowered his head, yet the Rui Bang in his hand suddenly elongated and thickened, thrusting towards Naruto. Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the strike and reappearing behind Sarutobi. Ready to press a Rasengan against his back, Sarutobi's Rui Bang instantly retracted, its rear extending to stab at Naruto's abdomen. Naruto instinctively dodged, but he had lost the chance to ambush Sarutobi. Rui Bang, violent wind. Sarutobi's Rui Bang began to spin before Naruto, generating a fierce wind aimed at drawing Naruto toward it. Naruto sidestepped using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi continued his relentless assault, wielding the Rui Bang against Naruto with powerful strikes. Naruto evaded the horizontal sweep of the Rui Bang and retaliated with a strike from his tail. Sarutobi leaped back, simultaneously swinging the Rui Bang, while Naruto also jumped back to evade. Fire style, fireball jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough. At that moment, the observing Konoha ninjas unleashed their own ninjutsu against Naruto, fire and wind intertwining to form a fiery tornado. Naruto merely enveloped himself with his four tails, successfully blocking all the ninjutsu attacks. Ninjutsu, heart disturbance technique. At this juncture, Naruto felt something interfering with his thoughts, attempting to induce him to surrender. With a cold snort, Naruto activated his three-tomo Sharingan, causing all the ninjas from the Yamanaka clan to suffer backlash. Meanwhile, the remaining Umbu had completed their hand seals. Jinjutsu, dark path technique. This jutsu was purportedly crafted specifically to counter the Uchiha, capable of shrouding the area in complete darkness, obstructing the enemy's vision. The illusion, unleashed simultaneously by several Umbu, would even obscure Naruto's sight for a brief moment. However, this had little effect on Naruto, as the malevolence of the Nine Tails was keenly perceptive, rendering him unaffected. Did I see? It's the corpse demon seal, isn't it? A knowing expression crossed Naruto's face. No wonder he always felt Sarutobi was preparing something. Sarutobi, you wish to perish like a hero. That simply cannot be. As Naruto's three tomos spun, they transformed into the vertical eye of the Mangekyō, overlapping with the tailed beast cloak's vertical eye. A multitude of vines erupted from beneath Naruto's feet, swirling and entwining at an astonishing speed to form a complete humanoid figure. This technique could be termed Sharingan, wooden man technique. Standing atop the wooden figure, Naruto crossed his arms, gazing down at the stunned crowd below, even causing Sarutobi to halt his actions. Having witnessed the peak of Senju Hashirama's power firsthand, Sarutobi understood the might of wood release. Otherwise, he would not have seized the heaven concealment from Danzo. Yet, even with heaven concealment, such a level of woodman technique was unattainable. In that moment, Sarutobi halted his actions, realizing that even if he wished to perish alongside Naruto, it was no longer possible. While the crowd remained in stupor, Naruto did not. The wooden figure raised its fist, crashing it down toward the gathered ninjas. "Watch out! Quickly defend!" Cries of alarm erupted, but it was too late. The wooden fist had already reached them. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Instantly, 3 earthen walls adorned with dog heads rose up, stacking in front of the crowd. Kakashi, who had been idly watching, finally intervened. He did not wish to confront Naruto, as Naruto could always escape using Flying Thunder God. So he had initially decided to play dead. However, given the urgency of the situation, he felt compelled to act. The wooden fist shattered 2 walls, but was halted by the third. Meanwhile, its other hand reached for the unconscious Itachi Uchiha, lying nearby. His eyes must be recovered. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The raging fire dragon danced, shielding Naruto's wooden figure's arm in midair. Sarutobi understood the significance of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Konoha must seize this power. The devastation Naruto had wrought upon Konoha was immense. He could almost envision the village engulfed in flames, with Itachi Uchiha, possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, being a crucial asset. However, while Sarutobi could block the wooden figure, he could not hinder Naruto. Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Appearing beside the unconscious Itachi, that a colossal bird materialized beneath Naruto, lifting both him and Itachi into the sky. What is this? Summoning technique. The Umbu ninjas and Sarutobi gazed upward in shock, questioning if this was indeed summoning. Yet, they discerned no life force emanating from the bird. Naruto sensed the situation at the Nanga shrine, glancing at the ninjas below with a glimmer of a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems today's game is about to conclude. All thanks to the third Hokage, we never got to truly enjoy ourselves. The expressions of the numerous ninjas below shifted dramatically, and Sarutobi grew increasingly anxious. If Naruto were to depart just like this, Konoha's fate would hinge upon his whim. Naruto, are you truly going to escape? Escape? Ha ha, Sarutobi, your confidence is truly amusing, Naruto retorted, his tone laced with derision. Aside from Might Guy, none of you have earned the right to make me even slightly serious. Damn you, Naruto. Sarutobi's eyes blazed with hatred as he shouted, Monkey King, go! Sarutobi raised his staff towards Naruto, the previously short staff extending directly towards him. But before the staff could touch Naruto, a figure clad in a white robe and mask appeared, kicking away the Monkey King and swiftly landing on the great bird's back. Why are you wearing a mask? Naruto inquired curiously, observing the pure white mask on Minato Namake's face. Minato merely cast a complex glance at the ninjas below and replied softly, I was once their Hokage. It is better to conceal my identity. And there's a companion. Sarutobi and the Konoha ninjas felt a wave of despair wash over them. Had all the Uchiha already relocated? Naruto, he whispered, has the transfer been completed? Minato nodded, saying, it is finished. Are we to leave now? It is time to bring this to a close. Naruto retracted his tailed beast cloak. Stepping forward, his gaze set upon Sarutobi. Sarutobi, should you survive this, then bear witness to Konoha's despair. Amidst the exchange of words, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing the great bird beneath Naruto's feet to ascend higher into the sky, relentlessly climbing. Damn it! Watching as Naruto and his companions transformed into mere black dots. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not restrain himself from striking the ground with a heavy fist. Naruto's departure signified that from this day forth, the Hidden Leaf Village would forever dwell in fear of him. And those elite shinobi who had borne witness to Naruto's formidable strength would, in the future, likely find themselves bereft of courage in his presence. Lord Hokage, Naruto has already left. Our immediate priority should be to reassure the villagers. Nara Shikaku approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No matter how adept one is in strategy, it pales in comparison to absolute power. Sarutobi Hiruzen also snapped back to reality. After 2 explosions, what remained of the Hidden Leaf Village now appeared unrecognizable, and he found himself hesitant to confront the aftermath. He had orchestrated this calamity with his own hands. If he had heeded Danzo from the very beginning, would the outcome have diverged? Why hadn't Uzumaki Naruto terminated him right here? Suddenly, something plummeted down. With a gasp, everyone looked up to see the once diminutive black dot that was Naruto growing larger, transforming into a spherical black mass resembling a planet entering their view. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Get over here, Diamond Prison. He hurled the adamantine staff forward, which instantly multiplied into dozens of identical rods. Forming a cubic cage, Kakashi also rushed over, carrying Might Guy on his back. If this was indeed Naruto's method of unleashing such explosions, then they would have no means of escaping the blast radius. Their only option was to brace for impact. Together, they invoked defensive ninjutsu, Earth release, earth flow rampart, water release, water formation wall. The great spiraling ring erupted upon impact, unleashing a powerful shockwave that engulfed the unprepared shinobi. Dissipating them into the ether, the hemispherical barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan territory, rendering the world silent. No one knew the fates of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others. The higher they soared, the broader their view became. The once bustling and populous Hidden Leaf had now transformed into a desolate wasteland, with remnants of shattered walls and 3 colossal craters etched into the earth like scars. Namake's Minato had foreseen the village's grim future, and all he could do was let out a soft sigh. Naruto, have you truly departed? You go ahead, calm the Uchiha. I still have someone to retrieve, the tale of the Hidden Leaf had concluded. And in the following days, there would be double updates as the humble law student prepared for exams. Thank you all for your support. Chaos, absolute chaos. Within the Hidden Leaf village, disorder reigned supreme, painting a scene of sorrow. A multitude of villagers sprinted through the streets, desperately fleeing towards shelters, as flames soared into the sky and debris from collapsed buildings scattered about. Panic spread like wildfire, with cries and screams echoing in every direction. Some children wailed in terror, while adults clutched them tightly, searching for a safe haven. The streets were in utter disarray, with people jostling and pushing against one another. Some were even trampled underfoot. Many shopkeepers, reluctant to abandon their possessions, hurriedly shuttered their doors, trembling within. Although Naruto's great spiraling ring had detonated solely within the territories of the 3 major clans, the devastation extended beyond, annihilating surrounding structures and plunging nearly the entire Hidden Leaf into chaos. This situation was more tumultuous than the Ninetales incident. However, the primary cause of this upheaval was the paralysis of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mobilized nearly all of the village's Umbu, leaving only a few advisors, including Tsunade and Mito, along with 2 small Umbu squads inside the Hokage building. Regarding the explosion that had nearly engulfed the entire village, the 2 were left in a state of confusion. They had anticipated merely managing the situation, dealing with urgent matters, yet no one had informed them of the gravity of the emergency. Having spent decades as advisors in the Hidden Leaf, they had never encountered such a scenario. Particularly for Tsunade, upon discovering that her own home had been destroyed, she nearly fainted on the spot, and before Mito could offer comfort, he received the news that his own residence had also been obliterated. With no orders from above, the personnel below dared not move, plunging the entire Hokage building into a state of paralysis. Ultimately, Shimura Danzo took charge of the Hokage building with the root, slightly alleviating the villagers' panic. What is the situation at the Hokage's office? In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo inquired of his subordinate. Sitting beside him were Tsunade and Mito, both of whom wore ashen faces with vacant expressions. Before Danzo stood a man wearing black sunglasses, with a purple mark on the right side of his face. The oil woman, Ryoma, has sent Umbu to assess the situation. We should receive news shortly. Is that so? Danzo's head hung low, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken most of the village's elite with him. If they were dead, there would be no one left to rival him for the position of Hokage. Yet, if they perished, could the Hidden Leaf, having lost so many elite shinobi, truly remain stable? What is the Hyuga clan doing now? Hyuga Hayashi was presently engaged in rescuing the injured and evacuating villagers. Upon hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow. The Hyuga clan had seemed off these past few days, as if something within the family had gone awry, their faces shadowed with gloom. Could it be connected to this explosion? Let us go lend a hand. With that, Danzo rose, having adapted to his one-armed state over the past few days. Danzo, are you heading to the scene? A hoarse, feeble voice inquired. It was Mito, who had noticed Danzo's movements. Danzo nodded, offering a brief explanation. With Hiruzen absent, someone must comfort the villagers. Mito shook his head as he watched Danzo leave, feeling a twinge of worry. Danzo, you're being hasty again. Niji was also troubled. Although he had heard tales of the devastation wrought by the Ninetales incident, he had been too young to grasp its significance at the time. Yet now, it seemed that even the Ninetales incident paled in comparison to the horror of today's explosion, which had reduced much of the Hidden Leaf to ruins. He had witnessed the devastation firsthand. If his memory served correctly, that area had once belonged to the 3rd Hokage's family. Hayashi had intended to bring his clan to assist, only to find their journey was in vain, as the Sarutobi clan's territory had been reduced to a mere pit, where even ants might struggle to survive. Hayashi had ordered the evacuation of civilians and the rescue of the injured. Niji had just delivered a wounded mother and daughter to a shelter, who happened to be friends of the Hokage's grandson. However, judging by the scene, it seemed the Hokage's grandson had been reduced to mere ashes. He needed to continue assisting other injured individuals. How could such an explosion occur, especially at this moment? Neji pondered the circumstances when a sudden realization struck him, causing him to halt in his tracks. His expression growing grave. Could it be that Naruto was behind this? Oh, I didn't expect you to discover it. The voice that suddenly resonated sent a chill down Neji's spine. He looked up to find Naruto standing before him. Is it really you? Neji felt his throat dry, fearing he might be mistaken for an accomplice. If you are referring to that ruin, then yes, it was indeed my doing. Naruto openly confessed, then inquired, so, do you still intend to leave with me? The terrorist? This. Neji's face was still a mask of confusion. Naruto furrowed his brow and remarked, to think twice before acting is a commendable habit, but being overly cautious can easily lead to displeasure. Cough. I just wasn't prepared for such a sudden turn of events. You, of all people, have caused such a monumental incident without a word. Neji couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Now both he and Naruto were destined to be labeled as rogue ninjas. That is incorrect. Both he and Naruto are not yet ninjas. Well, that settles it. Good. Do you have anything else to prepare? Can you give me half an hour? Of course, in the current Konoha, waiting half a day is no problem at all. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Neji dashed towards the Hyuga clan's estate, with Naruto following closely behind. Along the way, the previously chaotic crowd instinctively parted for the two, as if they had not seen anything at all. Neji did not make Naruto wait for half an hour. He only fussed around at home for a bit before emerging. Ready? Then let us depart. Just as Naruto placed his hand on Neji's shoulder. Neji spoke again. Wait. There's something else. Naruto felt somewhat exasperated. Could he not just say everything at once? Neji's expression was somewhat complex. Aren't you going to say something to Hinata? Without hesitation. Naruto shook his head, stating, there is no need. Why not? Neji could see that Hinata had feelings for Naruto, and Naruto took great care of her. They seemed quite suited for each other. He wished to hear Naruto call him brother-in-law. Hinata needs a true transformation. Naruto did not give Neji a chance to speak further. In a flash, their figures vanished from the spot, leaving the grand branch house empty. That a gentle breeze swept by, causing the wind chime at the entrance to tinkle softly. Inside the room, a pure white ribbon was simply tied to the window, upon which a farewell message was inscribed. Birds are born to soar. Meanwhile, Hinata, resting in the main family estate in the distance, seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Even in the darkness, she could see a pure white bird flying towards the horizon. The Land of Waves is an island nation, or rather, a small island. Here, the economy is impoverished, and the people live in poverty. More importantly, the Land of Waves is a country devoid of ninjas, though it has its own daimyo. It is ruled by a merchant named Kato. This Kato is remarkably wealthy, reputed to be one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Even if he looted the warehouses of 4 ninja clans from Konoha, he would likely still fall short in terms of wealth. Typically, the warehouses of major ninja clans contain various jutsu and secret techniques. Naruto even found a sealing book in the Sarutobi clan's warehouse, which now resides in his sealing space. After all, ninja clans prioritize legacy, while merchants often pursue profit. This is why Naruto chose to settle in the Land of Waves, as it allows for a complementary relationship with the resources he possesses. As October approached, the weather remained unseasonably warm, with the waves accompanied by the sea breeze, bringing the saltiness and coolness of the ocean air. This was Neji's first glimpse of the sea, and he found it rather underwhelming. Not as breathtaking as he had imagined. However, at the entrance of a village, he encountered an unexpected individual. When Uchiha Sasuke awoke from his stupor, he was repeatedly muttering threats to kill you and similar phrases. Yet, upon stepping outside, he happened to see his mother and a blonde lady comforting a group of children, and he could no longer contain himself, leaping into Uchiha Mikoto's embrace. Ultimately, Mikoto had to first console her tearful little son. After a good cry, Sasuke quickly regained his composure. A newfound maturity shone through on his youthful face. He urged his mother to comfort the other children while he wandered around alone. Sasuke? Neji instinctively called out the name. And upon seeing Sasuke, he was momentarily transported back to Konoha. Sasuke, hearing the voice, turned around and, upon spotting the two, displayed a look of surprise. Naruto, that guy. Neji couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had called out to him. Yet Sasuke's first reaction was to shout Naruto's name. Was he really that oblivious? It seemed he recovered quite quickly. Sasuke. Naruto also greeted Sasuke, finding the intertwining of their fates rather intriguing. Sasuke hurried over and halted in front of Naruto, curiously inquiring, "Why are you both here?" "I brought him along." Neji pointed to Naruto. "You are also with me." Naruto cheerfully gestured towards Sasuke. Sasuke wore a skeptical expression, questioning, "But my mom said it was the fourth Hokage who brought us here." "The fourth Hokage?" Neji blinked in surprise. Such a small head, filled with such great confusion. Hadn't he been sacrificed years ago? "It was I who asked the fourth Hokage to bring you here," Naruto smiled, attempting to offer a simple explanation, only to be interrupted by a voice nearby. "Naruto-kun, you've finally arrived." The three turned to see that it was the blonde lady from earlier. Pharmacist Nanoyu felt a sense of relief upon seeing Naruto. For some reason, even though he was just a child, he radiated a strong sense of security. A few months ago, being suddenly abandoned in the land of waves had left her quite lost for a while. "Miss Nanu, the Uchiha clan should have been calmed down by now, right?" "Yes, with your display of strength, along with the fourth Hokage and Lady Mikoto, the Uchiha have been very cooperative." Nanoyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had always heard tales of how extreme and arrogant the Uchiha were, how cold and stubborn they could be. Yet upon arriving in the village, they appeared surprisingly well-behaved. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Since the Uchiha were behaving so obediently, he had no intention of resorting to intimidation. In that case, please inform the Uchiha to select a few representatives to hold a meeting. Understood. Nanoyu replied before departing to notify the others. Neji and Sasuke exchanged glances, each with their own unspoken thoughts. Naruto patted both of their shoulders, offering them an encouraging look before he left. Damn, that Naruto. Is he really so strong? Sasuke couldn't help but grit his teeth, a defiant spirit flickering in his eyes. That I must train harder. Neji, on the other hand, remained much calmer than Sasuke. He had witnessed the ruins of the Tsutobi clan firsthand. Uchiha caused such catastrophic destruction. Naruto's strength was bound to surpass their expectations. While Neji was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found Sasuke's Sharingan glaring back at him. "Hyuga Neji, I want you to assist me in my training." Inside a modest wooden hut, the decorations were similarly simple. Naruto sat at the central seat, flanked by other ninjas. On the right sat Minato, Namikaze, and pharmacist Nanoyu. On the left were Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Inaho. The strength seemed somewhat lacking. Naruto felt a twinge of melancholy. Even though they were not inferior in high-end combat capabilities compared to several of the 5 great ninja villages, they were somewhat deficient in functionality. First and foremost, there was only pharmacist Nanoyu as a medical ninja, while Neji and Hinata could barely serve as sensory ninjas, as for those with slightly better intellect. It seemed there were none. It appeared he would need to recruit more individuals from other villages. Let us now discuss our future plans. Naruto spoke earnestly, prompting everyone on both sides to sit up straight, appearing attentive. "First, I will state our ultimate goal, the unification of the ninja world." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted. Even Minato displayed a look of astonishment, taken aback. However, Uchiha Inaho exhibited an expression of fervor, which caught Naruto off guard. Yet, he did not dwell on it, and continued. "While given our current strength, few from the 5 great ninja villages would pose a challenge to us. Compelling them to submit is not our goal. We seek unification, a grand unification." "Naruto, just how far do you intend to take this grand unification?" Bluffing Shuemin could not help but inquire, as he grappled with the concept of a unified nation. Constrained by the limitations of his own thoughts, the notion of uniformity in literature and transportation, with a singular nation dominating the entire ninja world, was a bewildering prospect. This, the assembled ninjas gasped, for such a scenario had never before graced the annals of ninja history. According to Naruto, to realize a singular nation in the ninja realm would necessitate confronting the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. Yet, traditionally, ninja villages had always served these lords. Wouldn't such an action be tantamount to courting disaster? Surely, it would provoke the 5 great nations to unite against them. The others turned their gaze toward bluffing Shuemin, recognizing that he was the most fitting to address such matters. "Naruto, if we were to pursue this course, how would we confront the lords of the 5 great nations?" Bluffing Shuemin pondered, acutely aware that he, too, was a traditional ninja, reliant on the Lord of the Fire Country for his position as Hokage. "Do you truly intend to concern yourself with the opinions of a few insignificant insects? The might of a ninja was formidable, yet to bow before a cadre of inept lords seemed profoundly absurd in this extraordinary world. The existence of such lords was trivial, A single fireball could extinguish a multitude. The system of ninja villages has become antiquated, Wufeng Shuimin lamented, since the founding of the ninja village system by the first Hokage. The ninja world had been embroiled in 3 great wars within just a few decades. Countless ninjas had perished, yet the Lord's interests remained unscathed. This was profoundly unjust. What if the 5 great ninja villages were to besiege us? Wufeng Shuimin's expression darkened. Naruto regarded him with a perplexed look, retorting, "Have you already forgotten the fate of Konoha? Very well, what should we do now?" Wufeng Shuimin acquiesced, and the others followed suit. Realizing that with Naruto's current strength, there were likely no foes left in the ninja realm who could challenge him. While they were not lacking in the military might necessary for unification, they were in dire need of talented individuals to sustain that unity. First, we must take control of this nation. I propose we directly annex the Land of Waves, as both are island nations, and occupying the neighboring water country would enhance our credibility, Naruto declared. However, Naruto-kun, if we are to take such action, I would advise against choosing the Land of Waves, Yukushi Nanoyu interjected, her voice tinged with gravity. Please elaborate, Naruto urged her to continue. Based on the intelligence I've gathered over the past 2 months, the Land of Waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation, devoid of even a wealthy lord. The majority of its population consists of displaced individuals, homeless and often beset by famine. To take control of such a nation would merely present us with an insurmountable mess. Is that so? Naruto chuckled. I perceive that this situation may actually serve as an advantage to Yukushi Nanoyu found herself perplexed. Consider it. A small, impoverished island nation, living in obscurity, would likely remain oblivious to any external developments. Furthermore, the populace, largely unsettled and struggling for sustenance, harbors little sense of national identity. This presents us a unique opportunity to fully seize control of the nation. Yet, if this is the case, how shall we provide for the masses? Yukushi Nanoyu countered, "We may be lacking in funds, but surely others possess wealth, do they not?" A mischievous smile crept across Naruto's face, prompting Yukushi Nanoyu to grasp the implication. However, Kato is ultimately a merchant. A merchant who employs brutal methods to monopolize transportation within a nation can hardly be deemed a true merchant, Naruto asserted. When it comes to friends, we can be as warm as spring. But with foes, we must be as merciless as the harshest winter. Very well, Yukushi Nanoyu conceded, choosing not to further contest this line of reasoning. When shall we initiate our actions? Let us meticulously investigate Kato's financial assets over the next few days. We must not squander this opportunity, while also establishing contact with the Lord of the Land of Waves if he is willing to acquiesce to our demands. That would be ideal. If not, we shall compel him to comply. For the time being, this shall suffice. Naruto intended to reflect on how best to transform the nation in accordance with the realities of the Land of Waves. Naruto die. Please hold on for a moment. As Naruto prepared to conclude the meeting, Uchiha Daihua interjected urgently. Naruto had anticipated Uchiha would remain silent, yet was surprised by his sudden outburst. There's something else. It concerns Uchiha Itachi. The night passed swiftly. As the sun ascended, casting light upon the world once more, Uchiha Itachi, newly awakened, found himself enveloped in darkness, for his eyes were lost. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi was seized by a violent coughing fit, feeling as though countless needles were piercing his throat, leaving him with an unbearable itch and pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling against his physical discomfort, he attempted to probe his surroundings, only to discover that his limbs were bound, tethered to a post, rendering him immobile. Where am I? Has Naruto captured me? What has become of my eyes? A torrent of thoughts swirled within Uchiha Itachi's mind. At that moment, the sound of familiar footsteps approached. Uchiha Itachi, you have finally awakened. Sasuke's voice rang in his ears, tightening Itachi's chest, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sasuke, is it you? Another soft yet familiar voice echoed, causing Itachi to tremble uncontrollably as he struggled to utter 2 words. Mother. Upon hearing her child's call, even Uchiha Makoto, who had steeled herself for this moment, felt her heart quiver. After all, he was still her child. She could not fathom why Itachi, who had always been so obedient and understanding, would commit such acts. Yet, now that the events had transpired, she was bereft of any opportunity for regret. Had it not been for Naruto, she and her husband might have perished at Itachi's hands. Itachi, you will soon understand, Uchiha Makoto sighed. Witnessing her child's impending fate was more painful than she had imagined. Mother, you should leave first. Seeing his mother on the verge of tears, Sasuke felt a pang of compassion and wished for her to depart. However, Uchiha Mikoto stubbornly shook her head, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. How could she appear weaker than her younger son? Even the crybaby is grown up. How will the clan deal with me? Uchiha Itachi managed to ask. His actions having failed catastrophically, not only had he failed, but he had also inflicted irreparable damage upon Konoha, dragging it into a pit of despair. He had resigned himself to his fate, unwilling to resist further. Having lost his eyes, he was powerless to fight back. You will bear the weight of the massacre of our clan, dying under the gaze of your kin, and I shall be the one to deliver you to death. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi merely stared blankly for a moment, yet his expression remained unchanged, his hollow eyes fixed on Sasuke, evoking a sense of dread within him. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Itachi suddenly erupted in laughter. The scabs around his eye sockets breaking, allowing blood to flow anew, rendering him a ghastly sight. That I see, Sasuke. I never imagined it would be you to end my life, if that is the case. Let me witness your resolve. How much hatred can you muster against me, the one who slaughtered our clan? Snap. Sasuke clenched his fists, having never witnessed this side of Itachi. How could he, who intended to eliminate all their kin, still laugh so freely? You despicable bastard. Bang. In a fit of rage, Sasuke landed a punch squarely on Uchiha Itachi's face, the force causing Itachi's head to twist violently to the side. Had he not been bound to the post, he would have surely been sent sprawling. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi was beset by another violent coughing fit, blood gushing from his mouth, and he spat out several teeth that had been knocked loose, yet he maintained a mocking smile. My foolish brother. Bang. You bastard. Once again, Sasuke struck, causing Itachi Uchiha's head to tilt at an awkward angle. Shut your mouth. Bam. Another punch, and Itachi's head swayed to the opposite side. This back and forth continued until Itachi's face was swollen and his mouth firmly shut. He had initially intended to provoke Sasuke a few more times, hoping to elicit a few more Sharingan from him. However, it seemed that before he could finish his sentence, he would likely lose consciousness again. Mikoto Uchiha let out a soft sigh, choosing not to say much more, simply stating, "Let's go." Sasuke untied the ropes binding Itachi to the post and dragged him outside. That Itachi's chakra had been sealed, so there was no concern about his escape. Throughout this process, Itachi remained unresponsive, no longer attempting to provoke Sasuke. It had become feudal. At the center of the village, a platform had been erected, where Itachi was being forced to kneel, alongside Ino, Uchiha, and Sasuke. This village had been constructed at the expense of the Yamanaka clan, and only those brought by Naruto dared to approach. No others would venture near. What is Naruto planning? Neji was still unclear about the events that had transpired. After questioning Sasuke last night, he had received no answers, leaving him in the dark. Didn't Hinata tell you? Naruto wondered, recalling that the two had been conversing together that morning. Why would she share this with me? Neji felt somewhat exasperated. So, Itachi had conspired to annihilate the Uchiha clan for the sake of Konoha, only to ultimately fail and be captured, now facing execution. Naruto's tone was light, yet to Neji, it struck like a thunderclap. Could such a person truly exist? Even Neji, who had contemplated killing members of the Hyuga clan, had never considered wiping out an entire family. The Uchiha were indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggested. Itachi Uchiha. Just as Naruto and Neji were speaking, Ino Uchiha addressed Itachi from the platform, while Sasuke stood beside him with a stern expression. I can no longer engage in conversation with this selfish individual. It is pointless to speak, for you are unworthy of listening. However, since you betrayed the Uchiha for Konoha, we, the 39 Uchiha present, vow to utterly obliterate Konoha in the future. Your eyes shall become a force of destruction. I do not regret my choices. It is merely unfortunate that I failed to consider the variable that is Naruto Uzumaki. You know, Uchiha merely scoffed. Though he was displeased, he had anticipated this. Itachi was indeed a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. That he glanced at Sasuke, feeling somewhat relieved. Although Itachi was a scoundrel, at least his brother was a rational person. Sasuke, is that acceptable? If not? Sasuke shook his head, having approached Itachi, his gaze filled with complexities as he looked at his brother, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet his actions were resolute. Farewell, Itachi, as Sasuke stood atop the platform. His hands continuously formed seals before his chest, gazing at Itachi, who knelt before him, his vision blurred as memories of their time together surfaced. A family of four in joyful harmony, only to be engulfed by a tide of crimson in an instant. The punishment the Uchiha had decreed for Itachi was to be consumed by the flames of the fireball technique, reduced to ashes bit by bit. Wait. Just as Sasuke was about to execute the final seal, a soft voice interrupted him. He lifted his head slightly, stifling his tears before looking at the one who had spoken, Izumi Uchiha. However, the Izumi he remembered bore little resemblance to the girl he once knew. The gentle smile that had always graced her face was now replaced by a hollow gaze, devoid of the vivacity and cheerfulness of yore. Izumi, do you have something to say? Sasuke inquired. Sasuke, Ino-senpai, I would like to ask Itachi one final question. If I may. Izumi's lifeless eyes turned to the two, prompting Sasuke and Ino to nod silently in acquiescence. All present had lost family, and while Izumi's suffering was no less than others, she was uniquely affected. Possessing the three-tomo Sharingan at merely 12 years of age, she was more susceptible to extremes than anyone else. Izumi slowly ascended the platform, ultimately standing beside Sasuke before Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, did you kill my mother? As her words fell, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan flared to life in her eyes, though she understood that her question bore little consequence, for even his own parents had not been spared by Itachi's hand. She asked nonetheless, seeking closure. I am sorry, Izumi, came Itachi's low, hoarse voice. Though he did not provide a direct answer, all present understood the implication of Itachi's words. Uchiha Hazuki had been a civilian who returned to the Uchiha clan after marrying out. Thus her family resided on the outskirts of the Uchiha territory. Itachi had systematically slaughtered each household from the periphery inward, Hazuki's family included. Is that so? Izumi's eyes trembled slightly, and a veil of mist began to form. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, cold droplets falling to the ground. Her face regained some semblance of life, no longer resembling the lifeless shell from moments ago. However, rather than revitalization, it was as if she had undergone a rebirth. The girl she had been perished on the night of the massacre, and now she stood, anew, upon this platform. Sasuke, may I join you? Izumi, with tears streaming down her face, expressed the request. The girl, once enamored by another, had witnessed the murder of her closest kin, and thus, the essence of Izumi Uchiha was irrevocably shattered. Sasuke, at this moment, could not deny her request. They stepped apart, exchanging a wordless glance before inhaling deeply. Simultaneously, they raised their hands, forming seals, and unleashed twin torrents of flames toward Itachi. The roaring inferno engulfed Itachi, yet it did not claim his life outright. They controlled the chakra output, ensuring his demise would be a protracted agony. Thus, they sought to appease the spirits of the Uchiha who had perished the previous night. Sasuke, take care of yourself and your mother in the future, Itachi rasped, his final words resonating amidst the crackling flames, illuminating the faces of both Sasuke and Izumi, casting a fleeting shadow of confusion across Sasuke's visage. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, the horrific, brutal, and nauseating scenes from the Uchiha compound resurfaced in his mind. Itachi, that man, had personally slaughtered their kin, had murdered their father. Even the children and the elderly within the compound had not escaped his blade. Clarity returned to Sasuke's gaze. The spirits of the Uchiha required redemption, and it was through the pain and death of this man that they would be salvaged. The single tomo in his eyes began to shift, spinning continuously. 2 tomo, 3 tomo. It appeared the stimulus was not as potent as in the original story. Naruto observed Sasuke's eyes, noting that once they transformed into 3 tomo, there was little change thereafter. That was to be expected. The original resentment had festered for a decade, compounded by solitude. Now, the Uchiha had many present. And even his mother was alive, thereby diminishing the intensity of his emotional triggers. That I doubt I will be a match for Sasuke in the future. Neji couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that even Sasuke with a single tomo had been his equal. Now, with 3 tomo, he feared he would no longer stand a chance. Fear not. The Byakugan can also evolve. I will show you when the opportunity arises, Naruto reassured Neji, who was likely feeling quite disheartened. Having suddenly become the weakest among this group of shinobi, the Byakugan can evolve. Neji questioned, skeptical, for as a member of the Hyuga clan, he had never heard of such a phenomenon. Do you think I would deceive you? Naruto replied with a roll of his eyes before turning his gaze back to Izumi Uchiha. A faint smile gracing his lips. Neji, that is the true power of the Uchiha. Nancy cast his gaze towards Uchiha Izumi. The flames illuminated Izumi's face, where tears that once flowed from the corners of her eyes had transformed into blood. In the baptism of blood and tears, amidst the trials of hatred and suffering, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was born. Nancy had never witnessed such eyes before, red and black, swirling like a vortex. Everyone present was captivated by this scene. Their expressions filled with shock, momentarily forgetting Uchiha Itachi, who still writhed in the flames. After the devastation, the Uchiha clan once again possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the flames extinguished, only ashes remained of the once proud Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi felt the power emanating from her newly awakened kaleidoscopic Sharingan, sensing the formidable ocular techniques that resided within her eyes, murmuring incessantly, "Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? It has come too late." Time passed, and the execution of Uchiha Itachi had concluded. Naruto, along with the current leaders of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Daowa, sat in a wooden cabin with Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Daowa's gaze burned with intensity. While Naruto and Shisui remained considerably calmer, Uchiha Makoto comforted Sasuke, showcasing a strength surpassing that of many ordinary Uchiha, as expected from the clan leader's wife. My lord, if you grant me the opportunity for vengeance against Konoha, Uchiha Izumi shall become your most formidable weapon. Kneeling before Naruto, her delicate visage resembled the icy peaks of a mountain, yet her peculiar patterned eyes blazed with flames of hatred. The blood of Uchiha Itachi alone could not repay the Uchiha's vendetta. Naruto chuckled softly, replying, "That opportunity will arise, but could you first elaborate on the ocular techniques within your eyes? The Sharingan reflects the soul, and its abilities are naturally diverse. It is not surprising to encounter various powers." Uchiha Izumi, without hesitation, revealed the capabilities of her kaleidoscope. "The name of my ocular technique is Okinanushi no Makoto. The ability of my right eye allows me to instantly replicate and project any weapon I have seen or used. The left eye creates a unique barrier, storing the replicated weapons within, and can also pull enemies inside for combat." Uchiha Daowa and Shisui both displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, the kaleidoscope's powers were formidable. One could create objects from nothing, reaching the pinnacle of release. The other resembled space-time ninjutsu, equally terrifying. Only Naruto wore a peculiar expression. "Does this ability require incantations? I am a sword, a chunk of iron. A fragile heart." What thoughts must Uchiha Izumi have harbored when she awakened such powers while slaying Uchiha Itachi? Kato, a merchant and president of a shipping company, was not merely an ordinary businessman. Dissatisfied with his current wealth, he set his sights on the land of waves. For an island nation surrounded by the sea and distance from the mainland, maritime routes were the sole means of contact with the outside world. Thus, he wielded his financial power and violence to seize control of all maritime transportation in the land of waves. For an island like the land of waves, controlling the lifeline of maritime transport meant controlling the nation's wealth, politics, and its people. Kato's actions naturally incited resistance from the residents of the land of waves. A year prior, a fisherman, claiming to be the hero of the land of waves, attempted to negotiate with him through public pressure, seeking to open the shipping routes. Truly laughable. In the end, Kato severed the man's arms and executed him before the entire island's populace, shattering the very backbone of the land of waves. From that moment on, no one dared to defy him. Even the daimyo was but a pet kept in a cage. However, it was not long before a peculiar foreigner arrived in the land of waves. This woman did nothing but gather a group of people to construct a village along the coast. A move that startled Kato, an affluent outsider arriving in this impoverished nation, erecting a village capable of housing hundreds, made her intentions painfully clear. Kato could not tolerate anyone coveting his territory. Over the past 2 months, he dispatched numerous wandering ninjas and samurai to eliminate her, yet each attempt vanished without a trace, leading Kato to realize she was a formidable opponent. Thus, he resolved to take more serious measures. That night, at Kato's estate, a grand celebration was underway. Today, let us warmly welcome Mr. Zabuza and Mr. Haku to our ranks. Amidst a crowd of subordinates, Kato laughed boisterously, raising his goblet in a toast to the seated Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza, lacking eyebrows, had a head of short black hair, his lower face and neck bandaged. Even as a rogue ninja, he still wore the headband of the hidden mist. Beside him, Haku appeared markedly more peculiar. Despite being male, he bore a feminine visage, with lustrous long black hair and attire leaning towards femininity, making him resemble a woman. Noticing Kato's raised goblet, Zabuza did not grant him the courtesy, resting his hands on the sofa. The imposing sword beside him, his expression filled with discontent. "Kato, I merely accepted your commission. Once the task is complete, we shall take our leave." Zabuza offered no deference, and Haku similarly showed no respect, sipping his juice with an obedient demeanor. Just a mere rogue ninja, Kato's hand tightened around the goblet, though he quickly regained composure. Very well. Let us toast to Mr. Zabuza's successful completion of his task. This time, Kato did not raise his goblet to Zabuza, but directed his attention to his subordinates. Cheers to Mr. Zabuza for a successful endeavor. This time, the silence was broken, and the crowd erupted in cheers, lifting Kato's spirits considerably. Humph, such foolish theatrics. Zabuza couldn't help but scoff, initially intending to leave. However, seeing Haku's delighted expression as he drank, he decided to linger a while longer, considering it a reward for his tool. While everyone cheered, no one noticed a group of individuals stealthily observing from a distant mountain, aside from the four at the entrance. Are there any other guards? Uchiha Izumi, wielding a long sword, inquired of the green-haired girl beside her, who was using Byakugan to observe. Hinata scrutinized the surroundings before shaking her head. There are only those four. They seem to be hosting a banquet, gathering everyone together. How lax indeed. Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt somewhat disenchanted. This was the first mission assigned to them Uchiha by Naruto, and she had anticipated some challenge, only to find it was a motley crew. Just as Uchiha Izumi pondered, Hinata suddenly exclaimed softly, "What is it?" Uchiha Izumi asked. Hinata furrowed her brow. There are two notably strong chakra signatures within the estate. One of them seems quite formidable, likely on par with Brother Daohuado. I expected a horde of weaklings. Uchiha Izumi's eagerness to test her strength surged. Are there any other suspicious elements? Hinata shook her head. None, aside from a few guards. Everyone else is inside the estate, and the surrounding area shows no anomalies. All right, in that case, let us prepare for action. Uchiha Izumi grasped her long sword, tying up her loose hair. Kato is to be kept alive, controlled with the Sharingan, as Lord Naruto requires him. Leave no one else. With that, Uchiha Izumi leaped down the mountainside, navigating the steep terrain as if it were level ground, charging towards Kato's estate. While 10 figures followed closely behind her, 11 pairs of crimson eyes radiated a blood-red glow in the night. In the Kado manner, the first to react was Zabuza Momochi. As a demon of the mist, Zabuza was particularly skilled in the art of assassination, having eliminated countless significant figures with his silent killing technique, including a personal assassination of the fourth Mizukage. Thus, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the presence of murderous intent. Even without the ability to sense chakra, there were instances when the aura of death was more palpable than chakra itself. Suddenly, Zabuza sprang to his feet, lifting the massive executioner's blade that rested against his back, his left hand forming a series of hand seals. Zabuzadano. Haku immediately set aside his drink, retrieving several shuriken. Zabuza, may I inquire what has transpired? After a moment of silence, Kado swiftly distanced himself from Zabuza, hiding behind a few subordinates. Zabuza cast a disdainful glance at Kado. However, as he was the employer, he offered a brief explanation. Your enemies have arrived. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A thick mist suddenly enveloped the manor. Enemies? Kado exclaimed, puzzled, wondering if those wretched commoners had indeed hired ninjas to assassinate him. Zabuzadano. You. Bang. Before Kado could finish his sentence, the doors of the manor were kicked open. What is this? Uchiha Izumi, who led the charge, immediately spotted the expanding mist. This is the hidden mist technique of the mist village. Uchiha Taka, following closely behind, remarked respectfully towards Izumi. To be precise, the entire Uchiha clan held Izumi in high esteem, as she was the sole wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan in their lineage, excluding Naruto. Hidden mist technique, just set it ablaze. As Uchiha Izumi observed the mist advancing towards them, she cautioned, control your chakra. Just enough to breathe. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. 11 colossal fireballs shot towards the mist, instantly evaporating it in their wake. Zabuza, caught in the mist, momentarily lost his composure, cursing under his breath. He hadn't even made a move yet, and they were already launching an onslaught. Get down. Zabuza shouted at Haku. Then in a flash, he appeared beside Kado, shielding him from the barrage of fireballs. Boom. The fireballs exploded at the manor's center, a terrifying heat wave engulfing the surroundings, instantly clearing the mist and leaving a group of Kado's subordinates charred and barely alive. Uchiha Izumi, her 3-tomo Sharingan activated, surveyed the area, confirming that Kado was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to lower her head and glance backward. A massive blade sliced through the space where her neck had just been. A man, bearing the forehead protector of the mist, and with half his face wrapped in bandages, emerged, his long sword already drawn. The two Uchiha beside him also prepared to engage. Zabuza was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces, transforming into a puddle of water. As the long sword was sheathed once more, Uchiha Izumi turned her gaze towards a corner of the manor where three individuals stood. Uchiha from Konoha. What brings you here? Zabuza, having discarded Kadu, fixed a serious stare upon Uchiha Izumi, despite her youth. He instinctively recognized her as the leader of this group, for the others were clad in black cloaks, while she donned white. We are not Uchiha from Konoha. Speak another word, and I will slay you. The murderous intent in Uchiha Izumi's voice sent shivers down the spines of Zabuza and Haku, seasoned killers that they were. More importantly, the bloodlust emanating from the other Uchiha was palpable, rendering them too afraid to even breathe. A single Mangekyō, paired with 10-3 Tomo, was a configuration that could intimidate even the likes of Zabuza, let alone the fourth Mizukage. However, Zabuza was no ordinary foe. He quickly regained his composure, lowering his head slightly in a show of humility. What is the purpose of your visit? It was not that he lacked bravado. Rather, he understood that arrogance must be tempered by the reality of power. Had he perceived even the slightest chance of victory, he would have already charged in with his blade. You need not know. In a brief moment, Uchiha Izumi had assessed the strength of her opponent. The male seemed to possess some peculiar ability. Leave him for now. With that, she unsheathed her sword and charged directly at Zabuza. Curse it. With no opportunity for explanation, Zabuza could only curse silently as he swung his executioner's blade in response. Clang! The executioner's blade clashed with the longsword, producing a resonant sound before they separated. Haku, you need to. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. The once pitch-black night had morphed into twilight, and before him lay a hill strewn with various long swords. Uchiha Izumi stood atop the hill, backlit by the sun, her long sword in hand, revealing only her crimson eyes from the shadows. That is this an illusion? Zabuza immediately attempted to dispel the genjutsu, only to find it utterly ineffective. Uchiha Izumi was already attacking, forcing Zabuza to parry once more. Uchiha Izumi's strikes were swift and powerful, the feedback from her Mangekyō Sharingan rendering her physical prowess terrifying. Though Zabuza was a seasoned genin, he found himself at a disadvantage against the once-average Uchiha Izumi, now demonstrating superior taijutsu. The battle concluded swiftly, and Uchiha Izumi, utilizing her full strength, soon dispatched Zabuza. When Zabuza reappeared in the Kadu manor, a gruesome wound extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. He glanced around at Haku and Kadu, both standing in bewilderment, clearly under the control of the Sharingan. Zabuza couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, having thought it was merely a trivial task, only to find himself embroiled in such chaos. Uchiha Izumi picked up the severed executioner's blade. She waved it, discovering it was lackluster compared to the sword in her possession, a weapon conjured by Naruto himself, crafted with considerable chakra and ocular power. While it bore no extraordinary effects, its resilience and sharpness were unmatched, allowing it to cleave the executioner's blade cleanly in two. What is your true intention? Zabuza, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to inquire. Uchiha Izumi ignored him, handing the executioner's blade to a member of the Uchiha clan. Leave a few here to clean up, then take them all away. If they resist, eliminate them. Understood. Point 2. Uchiha approached to restrain the incapacitated Zabuza, while Haku and Kadu followed closely behind. Several Uchiha began to utilize fire techniques to clear the scene. Zabuza, recognizing the futility of resistance, complied. On their way back, Uchiha Izumi and her companions coincidentally encountered Uchiha Inazuma and his group, who were similarly escorting the daimyo of the Land of Waves, his eyes vacant. The two groups exchanged silent smiles. Meanwhile, as Naruto's plans regarding the Land of Waves progressed smoothly, Konoha found itself in disarray. The dissolution of Root had taken place, with all members scattered and reassigned to various AMBU squads. The Hokage advisor, Danzo Shimura, had been dismissed and was now idly at home. The root of the chaos stemmed from Danzo's attempt to leverage Root to stage a coup following Sarutobi Hiruzen's severe injuries and the significant losses suffered by the AMBU. His plan had failed miserably, resulting in his complete downfall. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen survived, the legendary Sarutobi had perished, leaving him with only a fraction of his former power of the elite shinobi he had taken with him. Fewer than 10 had returned alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen had relinquished the position of Hokage and ordered a search throughout the shinobi world for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Elsewhere, near a hot spring in the land of hot water, a lecherous white-haired figure stealthily climbed a high rock formation, a sly grin plastered across his face. Jiraiya Dano. A cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed, causing Jiraiya to tumble down from the rock in shock. You scoundrel. Jiraiya immediately turned to glare at the individual who had startled him. only to see someone wearing an animal mask, which softened his anger slightly. I asked the old man looking for me. The ninja nodded and spoke. Lord Hokage, please return to Konoha. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and inquired, is something amiss in Konoha? Konoha has come under attack. The Hokage is gravely injured, and more than half of the have suffered casualties. With over half of the village's area devastated. You cannot be jesting? Jiraiya initially thought it was merely another skirmish with a rival ninja village, but the revelation that half of Konoha had been obliterated left him utterly bewildered. The ninja nodded again and stated, the Hokage has stepped down, and the election for a new Hokage is imminent. Who is responsible for this? Jiraiya's expression darkened. It is unclear. Only upon your return will the Hokage personally inform you. Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed the truth of the incident, believing that as long as the information regarding the Jinchuriki remained undisclosed, it would serve as a deterrent, temporarily stalling other ninja villages' plans against Konoha. Then bang. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished, leaving the ninja in a state of confusion. Let us depart at once. Where are we? Jiraiya, who had just been conversing with the ninja, suddenly found himself in a scene both foreign and familiar. It was a vibrant tableau, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Teeming with life and vitality, Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya soon noticed the small green toad beneath him, adorned with white whiskers and eyebrows. Danzaku, what brings you to seek me at this hour? Jiraiya felt a tinge of curiosity. Mount Myaboku seldom contacted him, and he sensed it might be related to the recent attack on Konoha. Danzaku frowned and sighed, saying, shall we first partake in a meal? The child's mother has prepared food in anticipation of your arrival. Jiraiya hesitated momentarily before asserting, a grave situation has unfolded in Konoha. I must return post-haste. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Danzaku sighed once more, replying, in that case, follow me. This is connected to the prophecy of the great sage. A prophecy? Jiraiya's attention snapped back as he recalled the prophecy bestowed upon him by the great sage of the toads. Your disciple shall bring change to the world. It remains uncertain whether this change will usher in stability or destruction. He had tirelessly pursued the meaning of this prophecy, yet Jiraiya's spirits plummeted. He had yet to find the child of prophecy, and the two disciples he had once held in such high regard were now deceased. However, he quickly regained his resolve and curiously asked Danzaku, has the great sage of the toads delivered a new prophecy? Danzaku nodded and shook his head, saying, there appears to be a new prophecy. Yet it has not been conveyed. I was merely instructed to bring you forth. I see. Then why do you continue to sigh? Danzaku hesitated before responding, the great sage is not in the best of health. When he awoke today, he seemed to be in a state of anger. Anger? What could have caused such displeasure? Never mind. I shall discover the truth for myself. Jiraiya placed Danzaku upon his shoulder and swiftly made his way to the abode of the great sage of the toads. The duo soon arrived at the grand hall where the great sage resided, immediately spotting a massive toad with an orange hue, adorned with a string of prayer beads around its neck and a doctoral cap atop its head. Its seat bore the inscription of a single character, Sage. Beside the great sage, there was also a small green-skinned toad. Danzaku and Shima exchanged glances before Shima looked at the great sage and shook her head. The great sage of the toads had fallen asleep once more. Danzaku could only sigh again, having grown accustomed to this, and leaped onto the platform opposite the great sage, calling out, Great Lord, little Jiraiya has arrived. The voice echoed throughout the vast hall, resounding thunderously, clearly amplified through Chakra. A look of exasperation crossed Jiraiya's face. This was the great sage's usual manner, however. It was with this loud exclamation that Gamamaru's eyelids twitched open, and he slowly raised his gaze to Jiraiya, saying, My apologies. I am of an age where closing my eyes leads to slumber. Now, who might you be? Even Jiraiya had grown accustomed to this recurring scenario. Great sage, I am Jiraiya. I recall now. You were little Jiraiya. A peculiar expression suddenly crossed Gamamaru's face as he declared, Little Jiraiya, your task has been completed. Jiraiya was taken aback. What task had he completed? Did he have any task at all? Could it be that the mission to find the child of prophecy had come to fruition, but he had no disciples remaining? Please, great sage, elucidate. Unable to make sense of it. Jiraiya decided it best to inquire directly. Gamamaru's gaze seemed to drift into reminiscence. I have glimpsed a future, a singular future. The child of prophecy has made his choice. A conflagration that engulfs the world will draw the entire ninja realm into war. The 5 great nations shall be utterly destroyed, and even the three great sacred lands will find it difficult to survive. This, Jiraiya's countenance darkened considerably. The annihilation of the 5 great nations and the 3 great sacred lands was a prospect he had never envisioned. Even Danzaku and Shima, the 2 toads beside him, appeared aghast. Could it be that even the 3 great sacred lands would face destruction? These sacred lands had endured for centuries, and such an eventuality had never occurred. Great sage, the future is not necessarily immutable. Your purpose in summoning me must be to alter such a fate. Gamamaru spoke slowly. The child of prophecy who will bring about the world's ruin is still but a youth. Though guidance may no longer be possible, there are alternative means to thwart him. Alternative means? Jiraiya's brow furrowed in contemplation before suddenly jolting, his expression grim as he addressed the great sage. Great sage. Are you suggesting that while the child of prophecy remains undeveloped, we should? The ninja realm has no other child of prophecy, or rather, I can no longer perceive any other children of prophecy. Aside from this future, I can only see a shroud of mist. Jiraiya bowed his head in deep thought for a moment before asking, Great sage, can you discern the appearance of this individual? After a prolonged silence, Gamamaru fell once more into memory before stating, he is a boy with the Rinnegan who controls the 9-tailed beasts, currently on an island, sowing the seeds of world destruction. If all goes as foreseen, you shall encounter him on the day Konoha is destroyed. Tailed beasts, Rinnegan, an island, and the destruction of Konoha. These were the pivotal elements of the prophecy, yet they only served to heighten the weight upon Jiraiya's shoulders. I understand. I shall exert every effort to locate him and prevent him. Then I shall take my leave. Go forth, little Jiraiya, and exercise caution in all matters. With those words, Jiraiya transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Reappearing before the waiting Umbu, the Umbu wished to speak further, but Jiraiya swiftly set off in the direction of Konoha. Great Lord, did you perceive anything else? Danzaku inquired of Gamamaru. Gamamaru cast a dispassionate glance at Danzaku and replied, I saw him standing amidst the ruins of Mount Myaboku, spouting arrogance. Sage, beasts, you are not even human, yet dare to claim the title of sage. The year marked the 55th of Konoha, the heaviest year since the village's founding. And the year closest to its destruction. It was also in this year that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of the Land of Fire, returned to her beloved Konoha after years of absence. Stepping into the role of the 5th Hokage amidst the impending collapse, what did you say? Naruto attacked Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, who occupied the Hokage's seat, his face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, this was conveyed directly by the old man. Naruto has harnessed the power of the 9 tails, along with the flying thunder god technique, and possesses a jutsu akin to the tailed beast bomb. Yet far more formidable, it is quite troublesome. Tsunade could not help but rub her temples. She had only been Hokage for a few days, yet a multitude of troublesome matters was nearly overwhelming her. She felt as though she had been summoned by those old geezers merely to take the blame, but at present, there was no one else in Konoha capable of occupying this position. A ninja village cannot remain without a Hokage for even a day. Yet, why was Naruto acting in such a manner? After all, he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya still found it somewhat hard to believe. Tsunade, on the other hand, cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, who, despite nearing 50, still retained a semblance of youthful demeanor. Have you not returned in all these years? Jiraiya's face reflected a hint of guilt as he nodded. Then take a look at these, Tsunade said, pulling a stack of documents from her drawer and pushing them towards Jiraiya. He immediately began to peruse them, but with each page he turned, his expression grew increasingly grim. Upon reaching the final page, he slammed the documents down onto the table. That damned Danzo. How dare he humiliate Minato's child like this? Tsunade regarded Jiraiya with a look of incredulity. Do you truly believe that Danzo alone could wield such influence? Jiraiya opened his mouth, as if to refute her, but ultimately fell silent, a sense of desolation washing over him. Does the old man Umbu have any intelligence on Naruto's current situation? Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade shook her head and replied, the crux of the issue is no longer Naruto. We must first address the matters concerning the 3 major ninja villages. Mangekyō has already amassed troops at the borders of Konoha. While Konoha is in turmoil, Naruto's situation is flourishing. With the aid of the Sharingan, Naruto swiftly acquired the title of daimyo from the feudal lord of the Land of Waves, while the original daimyo continued his previous lifestyle. Merely relocated to an undisclosed location, Kato, too, remains alive, having become a puppet under Naruto's control. With his Kado company still operational as a world-class maritime enterprise, it is exceptionally adept at amassing wealth, more than sufficient to sustain the land of waves. After all, while Naruto appears to be the daimyo of a nation, the entire population of the land of waves barely numbers in the tens of thousands, less than that of Konoha. Consequently, Naruto has adopted a system of centralization. For smaller nations, centralization is the most efficient method of governance. Although currently lacking sufficient high-ranking personnel, Naruto has nevertheless laid the groundwork for an internal organizational structure. Naruto serves as the leader of the Land of Waves. With three primary executive bodies established, the Social Affairs Bureau, the Inspection Bureau, and the Heavenly Affairs Bureau. The Social Affairs Bureau is responsible for cultural and public welfare activities within the Land of Waves, encompassing issues such as publicity, education, and healthcare, with the overall head being Yakushi-nan. The Heavenly Affairs Bureau serves as the military force of the Land of Waves, overseeing public safety and enforcing government orders. Although its members are comprised of Uchiha, there are also two external personnel, Zabuza and Haku, with Uchiha Izumi in command, yet subordinate to Naruto. The Inspection Bureau functions as the financial hub of the Land of Waves, responsible for verifying the identities of individuals entering and exiting the nation, as well as managing foreign personnel, though due to a lack of suitable financial staff. Naruto currently oversees IT.as for the task of managing foreign personnel. It falls to subordinates within Kado Company. Upon becoming the new daimyo of the Land of Waves, Naruto announced this development to the residents of the nation, yet no one seemed to care. The existence of a daimyo was merely a formality to them, as they were primarily concerned with whether they would have food to eat the next day. The first issue to resolve was the food supply for the people of the Land of Waves. In the conference room of the daimyo's residence, Naruto clasped his hands before his chin, speaking earnestly. The Land of Waves is not suitable for agriculture. Thus, the primary source of sustenance is the fishing industry, where fishermen catch fish along the coast and sell them in urban areas. However, previously, due to Kado's control over the shipping routes, most fishermen's boats were confiscated, resulting in a significant shortfall in food supply. Even before this, relying solely on fishing had always made it challenging to secure enough food. Yakushi-nan informed Naruto of the current state of food availability in the Land of Waves. There is no need to worry about the food situation. Given the current circumstances, with Kado's company in operation, the Land of Waves does not lack financial resources, and as a first-class maritime company, transportation is relatively convenient. Under these conditions, addressing the issue of hunger should be quite manageable. From now on, Kado's fleet should always bring back an ample supply of easily preserved food whenever they are out. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. We must also research suitable crops that can be cultivated locally in the Land of Waves. At this juncture, Naruto suddenly recalled a rather exceptional individual, someone with experience in managing a nation and formidable research capabilities. There was likely only one person in the entire ninja world fitting that description. Let us bring that snake over. It will save us a considerable amount of trouble. It seemed that the industrial level in the Land of Snow was also quite advanced, particularly in the realm of chakra technology. The others exchanged glances as they observed Naruto deep in thought, contemplating whether to speak up but hesitating for fear of interrupting him, so they chose to remain silent. Apologies, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Fortunately, Naruto quickly regained his focus, offering an apology to the group before addressing Yakushi-nan once more. Nan, have you finalized the locations for the ninja school and hospital, as well as for several seafood processing plants and ninja tool manufacturing facilities? Yakushi-nan nodded, producing a map and laying it on the conference table, using a pin to circle several locations. For the ninja school, there happens to be a vacant plot at Kado's estate that is perfectly sized and sufficiently secure, so it has been established there. The hospital can conveniently be constructed nearby. The seafood processing plants will be situated along these coastal areas, while the ninja tool manufacturing facility can be placed next to this small iron mine in the hills. Once the iron mine is depleted, we can relocate to the coastal regions. The others examined the locations Yakushi had selected, acknowledging them as indeed the best options currently available within the borders of the Land of Waves. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Let us proceed according to this map. Please draft a suitable recruitment plan over the next few days. If it meets the criteria, we will announce it. Those who participate in labor and complete their designated tasks will receive corresponding food rations. Naturally, the more one works, the more one earns. If one does not work, they shall not receive anything. The cost of food will also be deducted from their monthly wages, aiming to provide jobs for all the unemployed refugees in the country." If there are insufficient positions, we will assign them to road repairs, bridge construction, land reclamation, or similar tasks. Any work will suffice. Understood, Yakushinon replied, as this was indeed part of the responsibilities of the Social Affairs Bureau. Should anyone attempt to take advantage of the situation or seize food unlawfully, let Izumi handle it. Yes, Uchiha Izumi responded promptly. Let us proceed with this plan, and we must also strengthen the scrutiny of individuals entering and leaving the land of waves. The ninja world is likely to experience unrest for a while. Izumi, please stay behind. The rest may leave. Yes, in the future, I will strive to summarize such scenes succinctly. Naruto-kun, is there anything else? Lord Naruto, do you have any orders? The two spoke simultaneously, yet their tones were entirely different. Perhaps due to habit, Yakushinon continued to address him as Naruto-kun, to which Naruto had no objections. Rather, he found it quite pleasing. After all, apart from Neji, Sasuke, and Minato, those around him addressed him with a formal Lord or Lord Naruto, which felt rather peculiar. Do you wish to see Yakushi Kabuto? Naruto mused openly, cutting straight to the point with Kabuto. Is Lord Naruto planning to bring him over? The face of medic Nin Yano revealed a flicker of excitement, an expression she had not worn in quite some time. Even Uchiha Izumi, who stood nearby, appeared somewhat astonished. She had never seen Yano display such enthusiasm, as she usually maintained the demeanor of a caring older sister. Naruto nodded with a smile and remarked, Yashiro is indeed a rare talent. And we currently find ourselves in need of such individuals. This is the perfect opportunity for you both to meet in person. Yano took a moment to compose herself and inquired with curiosity. Do you know where Do is at the moment, Naruto-kun? She recalled Naruto mentioning that Do was on a mission in the Hidden Rock Village. However, judging by Naruto's words, that mission was likely directed against her. Given her current situation with Danzo, she feared she might already be considered a casualty, leaving her uncertain if Do still remained in the Hidden Rock Village. As for Yashiro, he was likely in the company of Orochimaru. According to the original storyline, at this point in time, Yano had already perished at Do's hands a year prior, which subsequently led Do into a spiral of self-doubt, compelling him to align himself with Orochimaru. After all, this was precisely the transaction Orochimaru had orchestrated to recruit both Yashiro and Shimura Danzo. However, Yano had somehow been preserved. While some variables had undoubtedly emerged, it was certain that with Orochimaru's cunning, he would find alternative means to secure Do. If Orochimaru were to be brought into the fold, then Do would inevitably follow suit. With the acquisition of both individuals, the land of waves would soar to unprecedented heights in the realm of biotechnology, far surpassing the 5 great ninja villages. Orochimaru. A look of concern crept onto Yano's face. She had not anticipated that Do would be in such close proximity to Orochimaru, with whom she held a rather unfavorable impression. Though one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's demeanor was chillingly serpentine, lurking in the shadows like a true snake. Ever watchful. Izumi's astonishment deepened. Although she was unfamiliar with Yashiro, she had heard of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a formidable contender against the 4th Hokage, and an S-rank rogue ninja. To be associated with such an individual, Yashiro must be no ordinary character. Does Naruto-kun have confidence in dealing with Orochimaru? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Naruto replied with a calm smile. He had yet another card up his sleeve, one that he deemed appropriate to deploy against Orochimaru. He was in dire need of Orochimaru's power. Presently, he had reached a plateau in his own strength. He had previously absorbed Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan, which had provided him with a slight increase in ocular power along with 2 relatively inconsequential ocular techniques. While this may have marginally enhanced his abilities, the progress was painfully slow. After Sasuke awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, Naruto had attempted to absorb the latter's chakra, which yielded a minimal response. Yet, it was indeed only a slight reaction. He could not realistically consume Sasuke. Although his standards had lowered somewhat, he was not so inhumane as to betray someone who had been so sincere with him. However, should Sasuke awaken the Mangekyō in the future and still prove insufficient, he could always extract a portion of his flesh for fusion. In recent days, he had thoroughly reviewed the Book of Seals, which was replete with ninjutsu primarily focused on water techniques. After learning a few, he found their effectiveness lacking and deemed further study unnecessary. Currently, the avenues available for enhancing his strength were exceedingly limited, with Orochimaru poised to provide substantial assistance. As of now, Orochimaru had likely commenced his research on cursed seals, which were intrinsically linked to natural energy. In the original narrative, SHT was the progenitor of these cursed seals, possessing an innate ability to absorb natural energy, akin to the capacity for sage transformation. Remaining in an area saturated with natural energy would trigger sage transformation, though his inability to control it would lead to a rampage. Sage transformation was, in essence, a variant of Sage Mode, a state Naruto must master. Sage Mode allows one to harness natural energy to augment both offensive and defensive capabilities, while also expanding the range and perception of physical attacks. Moreover, by fusing natural energy with one's own chakra, one could generate Sage Chakra, dramatically amplifying the potency of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. The cursed seals developed by Orochimaru through SHT's research were already remarkably close to Sage Mode. With that in mind, I hope Naruto-kun's endeavors proceed smoothly. Observing the tranquil expression on Naruto's face, Yano felt her worries dissipate significantly. After all, through their time together, she had come to understand that Naruto was not one to engage in ventures lacking certainty. Well then, during my absence, I trust you will attend to matters in the land of waves with great diligence. I understand. Yano replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Lord Naruto, do you require my presence alongside you? Izumi interjected. Her current strength, while still inferior to Naruto's, could nonetheless assist him considerably. You shall remain in the land of waves. The ninja world is in disarray, and your presence here serves as a safeguard. During my absence, it is crucial that you report any significant developments to Yano and refrain from taking any unilateral actions. After all, while Uchiha may excel in combat, their management skills leave much to be desired. Although their demeanor has softened somewhat post-massacre, they still exude an air of coldness that is daunting to others. Understood. Although Izumi felt a tinge of disappointment, she acquiesced. Well then, you may proceed. Naruto had concluded his directives. At this juncture, the arrangements for the Land of Waves were set. The foundational infrastructure was woefully inadequate and required immediate establishment. Following that, he would seek to recruit a cadre of talented individuals.